Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 1459 to Chapter 1529. Even if you don't threaten me, I don't need you. The Yin demons continued to patrol the icy plains. To be honest, this job was actually quite boring. After all this time, he had not even seen a single proper demonic beast, let alone demon folk. He was not nervous or excited at all. Have they all curled up because it's cold? Although he had turned down the demon-hearted black sun, the demon domain did not reject him at all as someone who had almost become a demon seed. Instead, it allowed him to use the illusion demon escape even more freely. It was even easier than the human realm. Speaking of which, his journey this time was all because of his grievances with his own people. He had not been attacked by demon folk along the way. Instead, he had been threatened and slapped by his own people. And these three bastards just happened to be the three most powerful figures in Black Cloud City. Sure enough, the greatest enemy comes from behind. Fortunately, I'm a loyal person. If it were someone else, they would have joined the enemy in anger a long time ago. But this is far too boring. Am I supposed to run errands? I still have to find a way to capture a demon folk and ask them how to get to Xianxia. The information says that demon folk have a large city as well. It just happens to face Black Cloud City from afar. Do you want to take a look? Just a look. Li Liehua did not ask him to investigate either, as that was no different from sending him to his death, at least to regular Yin spirit cultivators. Even for him, this was a very dangerous matter. A military fortress with the demon emperor in charge was no easier to deal with than Ao Xian in the Xianming cave abode. Moreover, he didn't have any teammates this time, and his original body wasn't here either. Once his tracks were exposed, the Yin demons would definitely be destroyed. However, as someone who would not be comfortable unless he asked for it, he still arrived before the fortress between the icy mountains and valleys. In the wind and snow, he could vaguely make out the three large, blood-red words, Cold Blood Pass. Li Qingshan curled his lip. What a Chinibu name. However, according to the culture and customs of the demon domain, cold blood was a compliment, similar to despicable, shameless, cruel and heartless. They were all compliments, so there was nothing strange about it. However, what he found strange was that there was not a single person on the walls. Only the banners fluttered in the wind. The city was deathly silent. There's no one standing guard on the walls. Was the military discipline of the demon folk so poor? But even so, there are at least 200,000 soldiers here. Why is there no sound at all? Isn't the military discipline a little too good? He tried to sneak closer. When he arrived at Cold Blood Pass, he still did not feel the obstruction of the formation. A stone fortress alone could not stop him at all. He almost suspected that this was a trap. Once he stepped into the city, he would immediately be ambushed. The sounds of killing shook the heavens. But this idea was too ridiculous. Therefore, he bravely passed through the pass and entered the city. The scene in front of him shocked him. Even if there was an ambush from all sides, he wouldn't be so surprised. Collapsed buildings and tumbling ice rocks formed a large area of ruins, as if a vicious beast had wreaked havoc here. The corpses of demon folk littered the entire valley. Even the wind was unable to disperse the overly heavy smell of blood. In particular, a few large pits were piled up with the incomplete limbs of demon folk. The blood had condensed into a lake of ice. Those were the eyes of those who died with everlasting regret. Their faces were frozen with hatred and fear. It was like a living hell. That's far too exciting. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He was in high spirits as he advanced carefully. However, even after walking for quite some time, he still did not discover a single living creature. Don't tell me all of this is because of that woman, Chao Tianjiao. Isn't that a little too much? Li Qingshan never imagined that all of this was because of him. Instead, he thought of Chao Tianjiao, who radiated with murderousness. However, she had managed to take down a stronghold of demon folk alone. Not only that, but she had even massacred the entire city. No, that was impossible. The human emperors of the human realm were all capable of such brutality. They would have thrashed the demon folk a long time ago. In reality, the demon king Tu Wanqing had immediately returned to the depths of the demon domain under the supervision of the faceless evil god to await further orders after he had finished cleaning up. He left behind an empty city here. It was impossible for humans to come and occupy this place anyway. Li Qingshan was confused. He relied on his instincts to confirm something major must have happened. It's probably related to that woman, Chao Tianjiao. Instead, he felt a little more admiration for her. To be able to create such a great scene, I really have to give it to you. Although he did not manage to capture a single demon folk to ask for directions, he had already made a great profit. He took out his Sumera ring and collected several 100,000 corpses effortlessly. He brought them back for little and to burn. There were also many fine armor and weapons. These items would all be useful in the future. As a result, he left this cold blood pass with a bountiful harvest, returning to Black Cloud City. Black Cloud City, Blaze Hall. The Blaze Legion was currently holding a monthly meeting. Li Liehua asked the bearded man with a smile, "Old Hu, how's the preparation for the competition of the entire army?" Hu Jigang patted his chest. "Don't worry, first senior brother. I've already told our brothers to train harder. We'll definitely make those bitches of the Black Tortoise Squad suffer this time." Everyone laughed aloud. The hall was filled with a warm atmosphere. Someone said, "Has that Li guy left the city yet?" Hu Jigang sneered. "Definitely not. I just saw him planting flowers and grass outside the tower yesterday. He probably still thinks this is a herb garden." This led to another round of laughter. They all said, "I really don't know what's in his head. He's actually planting flowers in Black Cloud City. He's scared. Of course he has to calm himself down and comfort him. Humph, how dare he act so arrogantly in front of first senior brother when he's so cowardly. Piss off and drink milk." Li Liehua said to a burly colonel at the door, "If he still doesn't set off, send someone to urge him. If he misses the deadline, don't blame me for not reminding him when he's punished by military law." "Yes, I'll go urge him right now. Hee, I can also take a look at his garden." The colonel immediately stood up and left. Before long, he returned with a strange expression. Li Liehua asked, "How come he's back so soon?" "That's hard to say." Hu Jigang said impatiently, "Stop stuttering. Has he already left the city, or is he afraid to see you?" "He said that first senior brother's mission has been completed and he has something important to report. He'll report back immediately." The fiery Blaze Hall was in an uproar. The generals looked at each other. How long had it been? How could such a large area be explored in such a short time? Hu Jigang even cursed, "That bastard dares to treat the general's order as a child's play. He deserves to die." Li Liehua sneered, "What a joke." The hall immediately quieted down. "Tell him to report back immediately. I want to see what important matter he has to report." Li Liehua's tone was filled with killing intent. How dare he ignore his military order? Even if there was no enmity between them, he would not forgive him. "There's no need to invite him. Li Qingshan is here." Li Qingshan's voice came from outside the hall. Li Liehua shouted, "Come in." As a result, Li Qingshan walked in openly. "What do you have to report?" Li Liehua suppressed his anger. His eyes shone as if he wanted to eat someone alive. "Think carefully. Lying about military intelligence is a capital offense." "I understand." Li Qingshan shrugged and picked his ears. He raised his head and looked at the sky before scratching his head as if he was trying to organize his words. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at him. Afterwards, they heard him say, "The 200 to 300,000 demon folk in Cold Blood Pass are all dead." "Fuck you." Li Liehua flew into a rage. He kicked the stone table in front of him away, smashing it towards Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan smashed the stone table with a punch, and shrapnel shot through the hall. The generals were not as powerful as him, but with the first senior brother's furious strike coupled with the power of tremors that Li Qingshan had secretly unleashed, a series of cries rang out. Basically everyone was injured. If they were lucky, they were covered in dust. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and said righteously, "What right do you have to beat people up? What's so great about being an army commander? Can you beat people up as you please just because you're an army commander? The three questions were as loud as thunder. The entire Black Cloud City heard them loud and clear. In the Black Tortoise Hall, Xianxia was holding a regular meeting as well. The generals were all shocked when they heard that. They all looked at their commander. Xianxia's expression changed. She broke out into laughter. It's that kid. Originally, she was very angry that Guxing did not arrange for Li Qingshan to join her Black Tortoise army, but she suddenly felt rather fortunate now. With that kid's temper, it would be strange if he did not make a fuss. In the Pure Land Temple, the abbot was hosting the morning meeting. He was also stunned by the three questions. The two commanders in the city were both short-tempered and decisive. Dazzling flames shot out from every window of the fiery blaze hall like torches, lighting up the black clouds and melting the snow, attracting the attention of countless soldiers. I will burn you to ashes. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth, his eyes turning into two burning charcoal, blazing flames spewing out from every pore. In the scorching hot air, he was like a fire god descending, walking towards Li Qingshan step by step. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and laughed. What if what I said is true? Then I will give my army commander position to you. With the roar of a fire dragon, Li Qingshan pounced forward. The short distance of 60 zhang was instantly ignited into a fiery meteor, wanting to destroy Li Qingshan in an instant. Hua! Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a large flag whistled out. He grabbed the pole that was as thick as a water bucket, and the black flag fluttered in the waves of heat. To everyone's surprise, the word slaughter was written on it. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped, and stared at the flag with wide eyes. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had seen it. It was the flag of the main army of Cold Blood Pass General Tu Wanqing. It was unknown how much blood and souls had been sacrificed to this flag, and it had experienced countless battles and battles. Even though it had been cut in half, the fierce and murderous aura of the army was still there. It was impossible to copy it. This is impossible. Calm down, don't burn it, or else there will be no evidence. Li Qingshan blew out the few sparks on the flag. He had picked it up from the ruins, and felt that the aura it contained was extraordinary, so he brought it back. Li Qingshan snatched the flag, and looked at it anxiously. Noticing the smooth cut on the pole, his eyes suddenly lit up. Black Tortoise Blade Astral Blade. Ha, Chao Tianjiao must have given this to you. To let you bluff your way through. But I never expected you to be stupid enough to tell such a lie. Ah, it seems that someone mentioned my name. Chao Tianjiao's voice came from the Black Tortoise Hall, and she was already in front of the fiery blaze hall. Chao Tianjiao, look at what you've done. Li Liehua tossed the flagpole to her. Chao Tianjiao casually grabbed the flag and glanced at it. This flag was indeed cut by me, but I didn't give it to you. Kid. You also reached the Cold Blood Pass? You've got guts. Li Liehua frowned. Chao Tianjiao wouldn't lie like this, which meant that this kid had really reached the Cold Blood Gate. Li Qingshan, I can't believe that you're able to stand in the midst of an army of 10,000. Picking up the broken flag was considered a brave warrior. However, you can't escape punishment for lying about military intelligence. Chao Tianjiao smiled and said, Brat. What military intelligence did you lie about? I didn't lie. You're the one who lied. Li Qingshan wasn't polite to the other legion commander. Before Chao Tianjiao could lose her temper, he said indifferently, the 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk army in Cold Blood Pass have all been wiped out. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Chao Tianjiao's eyes widened. She grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder. I've only just returned from there. Although I've slashed that Tu Wanqing several dozen times and slaughtered several thousand demon folk, I've only just returned from there. Although I cut down that Tu Wanqing several dozen times and slaughtered several thousand demon folk, that guy's recovery rate after demonifying is startling. He's clearly still alive and well. An army of several 100,000. Even if they just stand there and let me kill them, my hands will go limp. Your lies are a little too ridiculous. Li Liehua grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and pulled him over. He said murderously, what else do you have to say? Li Qingshan smiled and asked again, what if I'm telling the truth? Li Liehua said, what if you're lying? Li Liehua said, what if you're lying? One was a raging inferno, while the other was an unchanging mountain. As they faced off, everyone held their breaths. Even the generals of the Blaze Legion admired Li Qingshan's courage slightly. Faced with an enraged Legion commander, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Li Qingshan said, I'll die. Li Liehua laughed out of anger. Good, very good. If you're telling the truth, then you can have my Legion commander position. Huzi, go get the monk Rangoon. Yes, sir. Huzi accepted the order. A Buddhist chant came from outside the door. Ba, no need to trouble yourself. I'm here. The abbot walked in slowly. His body did not glow. Only now did Li Qingshan see his appearance clearly. His eyebrows and beard were all white, shining like silver threads. His face was ruddy, and he had a kind expression. It was exactly what a normal person would imagine a master to be. For some reason, the abbot felt that Li Qingshan was rather familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Li Qingshan grinned. Master, we meet again. You are? The abbot suspected that there was something wrong with his heaven's eye. Could he not even remember people? You only slapped me once. Have you forgotten so quickly? Li Qingshan patted his chest. It's you. The abbot suddenly thought of the demon he encountered not long ago. So you're not a demon folk? Of course not. I just practiced the Tome of Freedom. My Yin spirit is rather special. I've misunderstood you, master. Ba, I see. The Tome of Freedom and the Book of All really are all-encompassing. The abbot sighed. He studied Li Qingshan up and down. He did not seem to trust him too much, but he also seemed to feel a sense of familiarity. This was basically how Buddhism felt about the Mahasvara. I wonder what happened here. Before Li Qingshan could answer, Li Liehua interrupted, Master, your heaven's eye and heaven's ear can distinguish between truth and falsehood. You've always been the one to assess the military merits of Black Cloud City. Now, I'd like to invite you to listen to something related to the military merits assessment. Let's see if it's true or not. The abbot said, since it's related to the military merits assessment, that's my responsibility. May I ask what it is? Li Liehua stared at Li Qingshan intently. Are you brave enough to repeat what you just said? Why wouldn't I? However, while I, Li Qingshan, may not have the authority of some army commander or local tyrant, I won't be wrongly accused. You can't do it more than 3 times. In front of Senior Sister Chow, Master Yangon, and so many people, I'll ask you again. Li Liehua, what if what I said is true? Li Liehua frowned. He was violent, but he was not an idiot. Li Qingshan's confidence made him waver slightly. Was it really as he said? Was there a tiny possibility that what he said had happened? After all, there were always various strange things on the battlefield. Perhaps a human immortal had passed by and slaughtered Cold Blood Pass in passing? No, that was impossible. Human immortals' time and energy were so precious. Even if they took action, it would definitely be for the sake of the overall situation. They would not kill for the sake of killing. And, the Myriad sect had always been responsible for this war zone. Even if a human immortal was needed, it would definitely be the 2 sect masters. They would not hide it from him and Chao Tianjiao. After considering all the possibilities, he confirmed that Li Qingshan was only bluffing. With his personality, why would he show weakness? I will answer you for the last time, if what you say is true. If what you said is true, then I'll leave my position as army commander to you. Every single word was like a nail being hammered into a rock. If what you said is false, then there's no need to dirty my hands. Take your own life. The atmosphere was as cold as ice, yet as scorching as fire. Killing intent was almost boiling. Li Qingshan smiled. He turned to the abbot and said calmly, the 200,000 to 300,000 demon folk in Cold Blood Pass are all dead. What? The abbot was astounded too. No matter who heard that, they would find it unbelievable. They were certain it was a lie. However, to his disbelief, his eye of the heavenly ear and eye of the heavenly eye could not tell that he was lying at all. It was basically like he was saying the sun is round. There was nothing suspicious about it. Ba. He dared not be careless. He brought his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His body shone brightly, and he became solemn like a Buddha. "Please say that again, fellow." As a result, Xianxia said it again. The light gradually faded. Seeing how the abbot remained silent for a long time, instead becoming rather troubled, Lihua's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself not to rush him. Xianxia smiled mysteriously, while Xianxia blinked her eyes. She felt like there was a great deal to this. It was not like she was worried about the commotion, and she was not worried about the funeral. She would be happy no matter who died. Cough cough, monks don't lie. Please tell me the truth, master. The abbot's lips trembled. It's true. With that, everyone's expressions changed. They all fell silent. Only Xianxia burst out laughing, which rapidly turned into great laughter and wild laughter. Eventually, he spread his arms and faced the sky. The heavens have blessed me. I've become an army commander. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia's eyes shone. She thought, what a Xianxia. You've gone too far with your joke. Xianxia's maniacal laughter ignited Lihua's anger again. He wanted to burn him to ashes. Xianxia took half a step forward and blocked the heat wave for Xianxia. She chuckled and looked at Lihua. Lihua regained his composure and thought, why am I so easily provoked by this kid? So far, no one had been able to withstand the full power of Xianxia's mockery. It could be described as the greatest ability. Lihua said to Yangon, Master, please forgive me. This kid must be playing some tricks. The Inferno Legion's generals agreed, that's right. There's definitely a trick. This kid isn't a good person. Xianxia curled his lips in disapproval. He really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. This? Yangon was sure that he didn't see wrongly. He had already communicated with the Western Pure Lands and borrowed the power of Amiba, but he still couldn't tell if it was a lie. There was only one answer, Xianxia was speaking the truth. Lihua regained some confidence. At least until now, there was no direct evidence to prove Xianxia's words. The unfettered heavenly scripture that he cultivates is the latest heavenly scripture created by Spirit Venerable Gue Hai. He walks the path of the great freedom sky demon, so he probably has many secret techniques. Yangon wasn't convinced. No matter how many secret techniques Xianxia had, they had to be based on his cultivation. It was impossible for him to deceive a 5 tribulation expert like him. But this was a serious matter, so he could only sigh. Maybe. Lihua felt relieved. As long as Yangon changed his words, there would be a chance to turn the situation around. He said proudly, Xianxia, do you think you can seize the position of Legion Commander with a trick? What wishful thinking. I'll send someone to Cold Blood Pass to investigate. Xianxia smiled, you'll send someone? Then I'll be dead for sure. Lihua sneered, what other tricks do you have? Xianxia suggested, why don't I make another trip? Xianxia and Lihua glanced at her. At the same time, but did not reply. Xianxia said angrily, hey, what do you mean? Don't you trust me? I don't trust him. Xianxia gritted her teeth. These 2 damn stinky men. Abbot Yangon sighed and said, this matter is of great importance. Let this old monk go. No need. Xianxia raised his hand. He walked towards the door. Everyone, please follow me. I have other evidence. Sigh, I didn't want to go through so much trouble. In front of the Raging Blaze Hall. Almost all the generals of the Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion were gathered in an empty training field. Some monks from the Pure Land Temple also came to watch the show. They were divided into 3 groups, led by 3 people. These were the 3 major powers of Black Cloud City. Lihua stood with his hands behind his back, his expression solemn. Abbot Yangon chanted the name of Buddha and cultivated incessantly. Xianxia casually put her hands on her hips, waiting for a certain person to be unlucky. Their gazes all locked onto Xianxia, who walked towards the center of the training field alone. He stopped in the pure white snow and smiled. He rose into the air. He activated his Sumeru ring. In that instant, countless corpses fell from the sky, like a storm, hitting the ground heavily. Bang 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 bang. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of corpses piled up on the training field. The heavy smell of blood filled their noses and mouths. The mountain of corpses of 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk was extraordinarily majestic. Even though everyone present was experienced in battle, they still felt a great pressure and could not help but take half a step back. Li Qingshan stood high up on the mountain of corpses and laughed aloud. Li Liehua, what else do you have to say? There was no reply. Li Liehua, Chao Tianjiao and Abbot Yangon had already arrived before the mountain of corpses and began to inspect them. Li Liehua's expression became more and more solemn. These demon folk were indeed the army stationed at Cold Blood Pass. Their armor, weapons, and auras were all fine. The abbot's eyes shone as he glanced around. They've all died recently, and it doesn't seem like they died to the hands of humans. For some reason, he thought of the sight he had seen at the border between the two regions. The colossal demonic figure that stood on the horizon. Chao Tianjiao rubbed her chin. She was also confused. These demon folk seemed to have been killed off by the demonified Tu Wanqing. Li Liehua noticed this too. He looked over furiously. Chao Tianjiao, you tricked me. This was basically the most logical explanation. Under Chao Tianjiao's coercion, Tu Wanqing had turned into a demonic beast and massacred Cold Blood Pass. Chao Tianjiao rolled her eyes. Why would I trick you? When I left, Tu Wanqing was still alive and well. He didn't turn into a demonic beast. Senior sister is mighty. The generals of the Xuanwu army called out. Li Liehua said, I never thought you'd actually be so despicable. Say that again. Chao Tianjiao squinted her eyes slightly. The two commanders were on the verge of a showdown. Li Qingshan sat on the mountain of corpses and watched on. He thought, fight, fight, fight. One dead is one less. The abbot said, Ba. Please calm down, the two of you. There are many doubtful points here. Can a single Tu Wanqing really kill so many demon folk? These wounds don't seem like they were left behind by a berserk demonic beast either. Li Liehua sank into his thoughts. Demonic beasts were crazy and bloodthirsty, but they would not kill for no reason. Moreover, demonic beasts lacked rationality, which made them easier to deal with than demon folk. Let alone a berserk demonic beast, even if the demon king massacred 10,000 cities, it would be impossible for him to slaughter such an elite demon folk army. At the same time, Chao Tianjiao did not possess that ability either. Otherwise, she would have made such a great contribution and basically secured her position as the first senior sister. Why would she use it against him? Chao Tianjiao split open the mountain of corpses. Strange, there aren't any corpses of demon kings or demon emperors here. There's not even a little finger left. On the top of the mountain of corpses, Li Qingshan dodged the blade aura and swung his fist. Oi, be careful. Everyone's gazes gathered on him once again. They wanted to understand just what was going on. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. What are you all looking at me for? I just happened to discover it, but someone just happens to refuse to believe me. What can I do? Li Liehua's chest heaved as he clenched his fists. He seemed like he wanted to eat Li Qingshan whole. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and suppressed his anger. He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. Junior brotherly, I was wrong. You ventured deep into the demon realm and discovered the drastic change in Cold Blood Pass. Not only did you complete the mission, you also made a great contribution to the sect. I will resign from the position of Corps Commander to the sect and recommend you to take over. The generals and colonels of Scorching Inferno Corps were shocked. Senior brother, you mustn't do that. Yanggun's abbot hurriedly advised. Fellow Daoist Li, this is a serious matter. Please reconsider. Chao Tianjiao also felt that things had gone too far. The loss of 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers was nothing to the demon realm. There would definitely be a war in the coming year. The two corps would still need to work together to fight against the enemy. She frowned. Li Liehua, this is a battlefield, not a place for you to play house. Let this brat punch you a few times. It's fine if you take revenge for that punch. I've made up my mind. There's no need to say more, Li Liehua said decisively. In order to cultivate the scorching inferno heavenly book, he changed his name to Li Liehua. He wanted to learn the true meaning of it. His heart was as fierce as fire. Wrong was wrong. Right was right. It was impossible for him to deny it or compromise for the sake of the general interest. Clap 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 clap. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Li Liehua to admit defeat so easily. He clapped his hands and laughed. Li Liehua, you're really scheming. What am I scheming? Li Qingshan jumped down from the corpse mountain. I'm just an inner disciple. I don't have the qualifications to be a corps commander. Even if you resign from the sect won't allow it. In the end, you'll still be a corps commander. Don't push me too far. Since I've already resigned, I won't go back on my word. Haha, I pushed you too far. Who forced me to hand over the mysterious underworld cave abode? Who punched me the moment we met? Master Yonggun, I'm not talking about you. Who wants to show me who's boss? Li Qingshan questioned 3 times. From start to finish, he didn't take the initiative to provoke Li Liehua. But since he had already vented his anger, it would be a little like a villain intoxicated by success if he continued to hold on to such a small matter. Senior brother Li, I don't want your scorching inferno core, nor do I care. Keep it for yourself. If I want to be a corps commander, I'll establish my own corps after becoming a direct disciple. Since you came at me for that punch, I'll return the favor. Li Liehua looked at him deeply. It was as if he was seeing him for the first time. Okay, I'll be waiting. Li Liehua led the group away. Li Qingshan kept the corpse mountain. Chao Tianjiao said. Brat, you're not suitable to stay in the scorching inferno corps. I'll transfer you to the Xuanwu army. I believe no one will object. Li Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. SSS, you won't harm me, right? Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as if he had experienced this scene before. He grabbed Chao Tianjiao's wrist and gently moved it away. Senior Marshal Sister, please don't put your hand on other people's shoulders. Chao Tianjiao saw the change in his expression and laughed wantonly. What, are you shy? Li Qingshan said indifferently, I only have Yao Zhu in my heart. Senior Marshal Sister, you should give up. At this time, the Xuanwu army's generals were still on the training field. When they heard this, they really admired Li Qingshan from the bottom of their hearts. The army commander had a fiery temper. He had just defended Senior Marshal Brother Li, but he dared to talk to Senior Marshal Sister like this. They had never seen someone who could court death so easily. Chao Tianjiao grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder tightly and gritted her teeth. You really know how to dream. Even if it was a normal demon emperor, she would have crushed his shoulder, but her fingertips felt a strange toughness. Her strength couldn't penetrate his skin. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid have? His physique is actually so strong. Li Qingshan secretly activated Ox Demon forges its hide and the skin on his shoulder turned green. He said expressionlessly, ouch, it hurts. Senior Marshal Sister, please spare me. Chao Tianjiao let go of his hand resentfully. Kid, don't be too proud. The army competition is about to start, and I want you to be the first one. I prepared a small gift for you. Don't worry, I definitely won't miss it. Li Qingshan waved goodbye to Chao Tianjiao and was about to return to the tower. Abbot Yangon suddenly blocked his path. Ba, fellow Daoist, please wait. Abbot, what's the matter? Li Qingshan put his palms together and bowed. Abbot Yangon recalled the giant demon shadow that appeared at the border of the demon realm. He felt uneasy and wanted to ask about it. Li Qingshan's Tao of Great Freedom was inextricably linked to Buddhism, but he was also no different from the Devil's Tao, so he needed to be especially careful. You have made a great contribution to the great cause of fighting against the demons. You will definitely receive a lot of contribution points from the Wanxiang sect. You need to leave a note in the Pure Land Temple so that I can report it to the Desireless Heavenly Palace. Li Qingshan wanted to ask the monk for help with something. He smiled and said, so that's how it is. Then I'll go with Master. The Pure Land Temple seems to be shrouded in a warm glow. The snow turns into raindrops before it falls to the ground. It moisturized the grass on the ground, making it look like a patch of spring sunshine. However, Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks and subconsciously frowned. He didn't know why, but he found it annoying. Abbot Yangon did not seem to notice his abnormality. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, please come in. It really is a pure land of Brahma." Li Qingshan smiled and stepped through the gate. In an instant, a tranquil and shapeless power seeped into his skin like the moistening of spring rain, nourishing his heart. The sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures came from afar. If a mortal was here, he would probably immediately leave the clamor of the mortal world. He would have the urge to convert to Buddhism. However, he felt more and more disgusted. The demonic thoughts kept growing, and his back started to feel hot again. In an instant, the tranquil and shapeless power was repelled. The sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures were like 10,000 mosquitoes and 10,000 flies buzzing in his ears. No matter how he listened, there was only one sentence, "Ba." "Fellow Taoist, you don't seem to like this place?" Abbot Yangon turned around and asked. "No, this place is very good." Li Qingshan suppressed the annoyance in his heart and forced a smile. "I really made the right decision to come here today." He had to quickly get rid of that Mahasvara statue. When he arrived at the Hall of Great Strength, the Buddha's gaze fell. He looked down at all living beings indifferently, as if he saw nothing. Li Qingshan was restless. He slightly lowered his head and wanted to smash this Buddha into pieces with one punch, then kill all the chanting monks. He took a deep breath and finally sat on a praying mat in front of the Buddha. Abbot Yangon sat on the other side of the table and pushed a book of merits over. "Please write it down, fellow Taoist." Li Qingshan took the brush and wrote. Li Qingshan was ordered to explore the demon domain and discovered that Cold Blood Pass had been massacred. It was now an empty city. He was about to put down the brush. Abbot Yangon continued, "If you have other merits, you can write them down as well, such as killing a few demon folk or discovering something else. They will all become your contribution to the myriad sect." Hearing that, Li Qingshan raised his head. "Do the demon folk I've killed in the past count?" Abbot Yangon's eyes flickered. "Yes." In order to fend off the demon domain, not only did the mortal realm unite all the major sects, but they even did everything they could to encourage the smaller sects and independent cultivators to participate in the war. Cultivators who had fought against demon folk before were all geniuses, so they obviously would not be stingy with this bit of benefit. Something like that happened? I've killed quite a few demon folk before." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. This was a pleasant surprise. When he was in the 9 provinces, he had engaged in many battles to the death with demon folk. Countless demon folk had died to his hands. He actually failed to discover this when he investigated before. That was because there were far too few examples like this. Cultivators of the mortal realm obviously would not run off to the battlefield for no reason. However, among the 3,000 worlds, he just happened to be invaded by the demon domain, yet he was not devoured by the demon domain, and he even managed to ascend successfully in the end. Every single one of these incidents had a small probability of happening. Even Hui Long, who also originated from the 9 provinces, had never experienced something like this. If Li Qingshan were a regular soul nascence cultivator, it would already be very difficult for him to kill 1 or 2 demon kings, and it was very likely for him to die. He would not have the life to claim the merit. Ba. Killing demon folk is a merit. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Though, I don't really remember the exact number. Ba. As long as you didn't purposefully lie and the number is not too different from the truth, it's fine. This is before the Buddha. The Buddha will bear witness for you. That's good. Li Qingshan thought about it and began to write. After he was done, he pushed the book of merit back to the abbot. It's done. When Abbot Rangoon saw the numbers on it, he was shocked. Li Qingshan smiled silently. In the past, he had even killed demon emperors, as well as many demon kings and demon commanders. His number completely surpassed the 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk army in Cold Blood Pass. If all of this was counted as merit and turned into a contribution to the myriad sect, would he not rise up in a single stroke? He even thought about how many demon folk and demonic beasts had already been nurtured in the world of the 5 continents. If he killed them all later, would he still be far from becoming a true disciple? Probably never in their wildest dreams did the group of true disciples imagine that they would receive a great newcomer's gift as soon as they sent him to the battlefield of the demon domain. The abbot looked at the Book of Merit before looking at Xianxia. This was the Pure Land Temple. Before the Amitabha Buddha, even cultivators of the same cultivation as him could not lie without being discovered. Amitabha. I didn't think you'd actually make such a great contribution. I've been disrespectful. Xianxia sniggered. You flatter me, you flatter me. You're too polite, master. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have known I'd made such a great contribution either. The abbot asked further, may I ask where you killed so many demon folk? Xianxia thought about it. It wasn't in the human realm anyway. Don't tell me it was in the demon domain? The abbot leaned forward as his eyes shone brightly. Xianxia was taken aback. What are you thinking, master? Don't tell me you suspect me of being a spy from the demon domain? Before he knew it, the chanting had stopped. The monks' faces were sunken. The smoke from the incense curled into the grand hall. The Buddha watched on silently. His expression was unfathomable, as if he was smiling. Xianxia immediately felt tremendous pressure. He could no longer hold back his violent demonic thoughts. His back felt like it was on fire. His face was twisted and furious as he leaned forward as if he wanted to lunge at the abbot. His forehead almost pressed against the abbot's bald head. Suddenly, he powered the spirit turtle's method of suppression and halted all of his movements. He emphasized every single word, of course not. The abbot was basically tempted to ask, if you're not, then who is? He only managed to hold back the violent killing intent that rushed towards him. Even the deterrence of a demon king was nothing more than this. And this was the Pure Land Temple, right below the Buddha's feet. His demonic nature was actually so heavy. However, Xianxia was not lying. The abbot could not help but admit this. He sat up straight and brought his palms together. Amitabha, I've wronged you. Though, with how you're behaving, how far are you from becoming demonic? Since ancient times, there had been countless cultivators who had fallen into the demonic path. In particular, at the border of the demon domain. Even those with the strongest willpower would constantly be corrupted. I'd advise you to leave Black Cloud City and return to the Myriad sect. Xianxia frowned. Ignoring whether Li Liahua and Chao Tianjiao would let him go so easily, he did not really want to go back right now either. He had only been here for a few days, yet the benefits he had received were practically innumerable. The corpses of several 100,000 demon folk, armors and weapons, tremendous amounts of contribution, and he had even gotten his revenge on Li Liahua viciously. If he remained in the Myriad sect, he would never be able to obtain something so good. As a result, he smiled, but in the abbot's eyes, his smile seemed even more vicious and vicious. Master, it's not my fault. Then whose fault is it? The abbot countered with a question. Please take a look, master. Xianxia turned around and took off his clothes, revealing the lifelike image of the great freedom demon. It was deeply imprinted on his sturdy back as if he was born with it. This is... Abbot Yangon was shocked. He could clearly feel the divinity within it. This was not just a tattoo image, but an imprint that could actually communicate with the realm of freedom. I'm the first person to cultivate the unfettered heavenly tome. I don't have the experience of others as a reference, so I can only fumble around on my own. In order to speed up his cultivation. Therefore, he used the sacrificial method of the Holy Scripture school, but he did not expect the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant to possess him. Although his cultivation has increased greatly, his mind is still unstable. Even if we cut off his flesh, it will be difficult to remove it. Xianxia's words were not false at all. Abbot Yangon was suddenly enlightened. I see. I see. In this way, the inexplicable hostility that Xianxia often revealed at that time was not strange. The master of the 3,000 worlds hated the Pure Land sect. The cultivators of the Pure Land sect were most likely to be disturbed by demons when they were going through tribulations. Demons of vexation, fighting demons emerged endlessly, and even the Son of Heaven demon came in person to prevent people from proving Arhat Buddhahood. The Pure Land sect was also the one who did the most to fight against the heretics. These two paths were fundamentally incompatible. The Mahasbara converted to Buddhism. What they respected was the power and wisdom of the revered one. They did not pursue extravagant pleasures as people thought. Instead, they attached great importance to asceticism and practiced hard on the Great Snow Mountain all year round. They were the protectors of all ascetics. The Pure Land sect advocated the Mahayana Buddhism that could deliver all living beings from suffering. They widely accepted believers, established a Buddhist country, and went to the Pure Land. Even the Zen sect, which pursued enlightenment, and the Tantric sect, which paid attention to the mysteries of secret methods, were deeply affected. Other cultivation methods were despised as the Hinayana Buddhism, and even the Mahasbara heavenly demon elephant. Heretics were always more abominable than heretics. Therefore, the Mahasbara was both a god and a demon. I have just arrived in Black Cloud City. It is impossible for me to return to the Myriad Manifestations sect. Otherwise, I would be a coward. But please rest assured, I will see you later. I will naturally take a step back. Li Qingshan did not want to owe this monk a favor, so he did not ask for it. But he had a feeling that as long as he showed this Mahasbara heavenly demon elephant, Abbot Yangon would definitely take action. Because hatred was always mutual. Since the Mahasbara hated the Pure Land sect so much, then the Pure Land sect must also hate the Mahasbara heavenly demon elephant. The situation was as he expected. Abbot Yangon thought to himself, the Mahasbara heavenly book, the Myriad Manifestations sect is really going too far. If I let this kid go on like this, he will become a demon person and step into the outer path. The latter is even worse than the former. But it seems that he is not satisfied with this situation. I can try to guide him. Since the revered one can subdue the Mahasbara heavenly demon elephant, I can also subdue this mere demon elephant. So he said, I can try to erase this Mahasbara heavenly demon elephant for you. What do you think? He made up his mind. Even if Li Qingshan opposed it, he had to do it. Li Qingshan was delighted. He knew that in front of this monk, any deception would be seen through, so he did not pretend. Then I will trouble you, master. Since both sides were willing, things were simple. Abbot Yangon ordered people to remove the table. Then he rang the bell and gathered all the monks in the temple. He told Li Qingshan to sit in the center of the hall while he sat behind Li Qingshan. Several hundred monks sat around him. Are you ready? Master, please do it. The sound of chanting rose and fell, accompanied by the sound of the golden bowl, wooden fish, and other magical artifacts. The buzzing sound echoed in the hall of great strength. Namo Amida, Namo Amida, Namo Amida. It almost made Li Qingshan's head explode. His back felt like it was burning. The Mahasbara heavenly demon elephant glared at him as if it was about to come alive. Heh, it really is effective. Abbot Yangon brought his palms together. His eyelids were half closed, and he was dignified and solemn. A golden halo rose up behind his head, making him seem solemn and dignified. He seemed slightly similar to the great Buddha. Namo, A, Me, Tua, Buddha. Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum. He spat out 12 words slowly. Every single word contained great power, like a lion's roar. The hall of great strength trembled slightly. As he spat out the last word, he slammed his palm towards Li Qingshan's back. Bang! Li Qingshan felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. His organs felt like they were being torn apart. He thought to himself, this bald donkey is really ruthless. Is he trying to kill me? Abbot Yangon only had eyes for the Mahasbara heavenly demon elephant. If he couldn't destroy it, then he would have to destroy Li Qingshan, who was walking on the path of Mahasbara. Although he was a disciple of the Xianxia sect and couldn't be killed directly, he could injure him severely and stop his cultivation from advancing. At the very least, he could stop the Mahasbara heavenly scripture from spreading in the Xianxia sect. The great Tao cannot coexist. Don't blame me. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and withstood the attack. His body was so strong that even Abbot Yangon was shocked. He quickly calmed down and activated all of his strength. His body shone brightly like a sun falling into the hall of great strength. The great Buddha was shining brightly in the light. His palm pressed into Li Qingshan's back inch by inch, pressing on the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant's chest. The world is like a house of fire, all living beings are suffering. The pure land of bliss, deliver all living beings from suffering. Amidst the incomparably devout chanting, the monks could vaguely see a translucent great Buddha walking down from the throne. The great Buddha's foot passed Abbot Yangon and stepped onto Li Qingshan's back. Li Qingshan felt an explosion in his head, as if it was going to explode. His sea of consciousness was in chaos. Only the great Buddha was standing there, looking down at him with a mysterious expression and a smile that wasn't a smile. The Mahasvara heavenly scripture began to circulate uncontrollably. Li Qingshan resisted with all of his strength almost instinctively. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant really started to move. It waved its arms angrily and wanted to fight. However, this power was so vast and this will was so firm. It was the only one in the world, and it couldn't be shaken. He couldn't even move a finger. The only thing he could do was to worship and convert to the Buddha. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. He couldn't have gone too far this time, right? In the eyes of Abbot Yangon, the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant gradually became blurry and distorted. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Suddenly, a will filled with great destruction descended from the sky and penetrated the top of Li Qingshan's head. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant behind him opened its third eye on its forehead and shot out a wisp of black divine flame. It hit the space between Abbot Yangon's eyebrows. Ah! Abbot Yangon cried out in pain and fell on his back. Li Qingshan also fell down. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant behind him disappeared. It was as if all of its power was shot out along with the black divine flame. In its place was a golden Buddha. Ah! After an unknown period of time, Li Qingshan's fingers twitched. Every inch of his body felt like it was torn into pieces and pieced back together. Then, he was soaked in lava. Every slight movement was 10 times or even 100 times more painful. However, compared to the damage to his consciousness, this was nothing. A Buddha stood in his consciousness, stepping on the demon that was on the verge of destruction. He had never liked Mahasvara so much because the statue of Mahasvara usually didn't affect him. However, this great Buddha always wanted him to worship and kneel down to beg for mercy. He didn't dare to relax, otherwise, he would convert to Buddhism. It would be an irreversible and terrifying influence. Even nirvana rebirth would be useless. He staggered up from the ground and glanced at Yangon. He saw that his face was filled with pain and his eyes were closed. There was a small hole between his eyebrows and a wisp of black smoke rose from the hole. Even though Mahasvara couldn't fight against Buddha, it didn't mean that any monk could destroy his statue. *CK his ancestors, this bald donkey has bad intentions towards me. As expected, he's not bald or poisonous, not bald or poisonous. No, I have to leave this place quickly. Li Qingshan endured the crazy pain and climbed up from the ground. He staggered out of the hall. Abbot! Abbot! There were cries of shock in the hall of great strength. The monks all gathered around. A monk with half of his shoulder exposed blocked Li Qingshan's path. You are not allowed to leave. He had passed 4 heavenly tribulations and obtained the Sutua river fruit. He was the protector monk of the Pure Land Temple. The other guardian monks returned to their senses as well. They wielded sticks, and blades, surrounding Li Qingshan in the Grand Hall. If it was on a normal day, Li Qingshan could kill them all with one hand. But now, any novice monk could defeat him with a light punch. There was a saying that a tiger would be bullied by a dog when it fell. Now, it had actually become a prophecy. Li Qingshan was furious. His eyes were about to pop out. Who dares to block me? His voice was low and hoarse, and his eyes were red like blood. The monks trembled and retreated. Those who were timid fell to the ground on their buttocks and scrambled to escape. Especially the leading protector monk. His eyes became absent-minded, as if he was not in the hall of great strength, but in the dark and gloomy mountain forest, facing a fierce tiger that had gone mad because of injury as a mortal. A sense of terror gripped him in an instant. When he came back to his senses, he had already made way for them. The others didn't dare to stop him. They watched as Li Qingshan walked out of the door step by step. His back was hunched, and his footsteps were light. Every step seemed to exhaust all his strength, but no one dared to attack him. The Buddha was still sitting on his throne. His expression was unfathomable as he watched Li Qingshan leave with a faint smile on his face. Li Qingshan finally stepped out of the gate of the Pure Land Temple. The heavy snowflakes fluttered in front of him, dyed red by the blood in his eyes. The world was hazy and chaotic. His mind relaxed, and with a bang, snowflakes flew everywhere as he fell heavily to the ground. Little Anne. In the gray stone pagoda, Little Anne was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, cultivating. Suddenly, she felt uneasy and opened her eyes. Qingshan is in danger. She hurried to the pagoda and opened the door. Li Qingshan was lying outside the door, covered in mud. A long trail was left on the snow. Qingshan, she cried out in surprise. She held him in her arms and brought him to the top of the pagoda. Li Qingshan spat out 2 words with an extremely weak yet extremely determined voice, "Slay the Buddha." Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. She had already seen the golden Buddha statue behind him. She waved her hand and pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. After a moment of hesitation, she held the sword hilt with both hands and stabbed it down. The Buddha statue radiated golden light, but it cracked under the white sword. The sword pierced the chest of the Buddha statue. It also pierced deeply into Li Qingshan's back. There was a loud bang in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. The Buddha statue collapsed, and his sea of consciousness shattered. The moment the Buddha statue disappeared, blood flowed all over his body. His bones turned into powder, and his internal organs turned into mush. Little Anne hurriedly threw away the Buddha-slaying sword. She wanted to hold Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan collapsed between her arms. His aura disappeared completely. Her whole body froze. She was dumbfounded, and her heart sank. After an unknown amount of time, she heard a weak phoenix cry. Her flesh and bones turned into flames. They were also very weak. It took a lot of effort for them to gather together and form a human. Nirvana rebirth. In the endless darkness, Li Qingshan felt his cheeks moisten. He slowly opened his eyes. Shaolin looked at him with tears in his eyes, and his eyeballs kept falling down. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Little Anne threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. He couldn't help laughing. He patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." His nose was also a little sore. This time, he really took a trip to the gates of hell. He didn't expect that the one who almost killed him wasn't Li Liehua or Chao Tianjiao, but a monk with whom he had no grudges. But he guessed that the bald donkey didn't have it easy either. This was equivalent to 2 mighty gods and Buddhas passing through their bodies, and they were both punished for destroying their statues. At least he still had the Nirvana rebirth. That bald donkey probably wasn't so lucky. This is really embarrassing. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. But fortunately, he had finally wiped away the messy statues behind him. He also felt very relaxed. At this time, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. He yawned and murmured, "I want to sleep." Little Anne carried him horizontally and placed him on the soft big bed. She still held him in her arms. This girl. Li Qingshan thought and fell into a deep sleep. What happened in the Pure Land Temple quickly spread throughout the whole Black Cloud City. In particular, the news that Abbot Rangoon had a hole in his head and was still in a coma had shaken the entire Black Cloud City. In the fiery hall, Li Liehua was seriously listening to a monk's account of what happened in the Pure Land Temple. The monk cried, "The abbot suspects that Li Qingshan is a spy from the demon area. That's why he was plotted against. Senior brother, please help us arrest Li Qingshan immediately." Li Liehua was silent. A spy from the demon area? How could there be such an arrogant spy in the world? And even he definitely would not be the abbot's opponent in the Pure Land Temple. How could Li Qingshan possess something like that? Moreover, he had his back towards the abbot, forcefully receiving the palm strike without putting up any resistance. There must be something wrong with this. In any case, Li Qingshan was a disciple of the Wanxiang sect. Outsiders couldn't interfere. Got it. You go back to the temple first. I will investigate as soon as possible. Hu Jigang scolded, "This kid is really a disaster." Li Liehua frowned, "Don't talk nonsense." "First senior brother, I'm not talking nonsense. There's definitely something wrong with this kid." All the generals agreed. At the same time, in the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Tianjiao listened to another monk's account. The same thought flashed through her mind. This kid has only been in Black Cloud City for a few days. First, he went to the demon area. The demon folk stationed at Cold Blood Pass were all killed. When he returned to the Fiery Hall to report, almost all the generals of the Fiery Legion were wounded. Commander Li Liehua was greatly humiliated. After another trip to the Pure Land Temple, Abbot Yangon immediately collapsed. This is too strange. Now he has entered the Black Tortoise Army. Hiss, it won't be my turn next, will it? Chao Tianjiao, who had never been afraid of anything, also felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly felt a little regretful. To be continued. Li Qingshan slept for 8 days and 7 nights in a single breath before waking up. He still felt powerless all over, and his mind was sluggish too. It had really been a long time since he had been so heavily injured. Or in other words, he had never been so terrifyingly injured before. In the past, even if he was crushed to pieces, he could recover with a single nerva. But this time, he almost died without even using the Phoenix's nerva. He failed to recover even after a long slumber. He gained an even deeper understanding of the existence of gods and Buddhas and how dangerous they were. If he were a regular person, he would definitely want to keep a respectful distance right now. Instead, he felt an urge. Just a glimpse was so stimulating. If he stood before them in person, who knew what it would be like? That day would not be too far away. He would have to come into close contact with demon god Xianxia very soon. Time waited for no man. He had to make preparations to reach the depths of the demon domain and arrive before Qingqi Mountain. But right now, he had to go to the Black Tortoise Hall first and see his first senior sister, Chao Tianjiao. Because the abbot had still not woken up, it had already caused a great uproar in Black Cloud City. If it were not for the strict military law of the army, the warrior monks of the Pure Land Temple might have demolished the grey stone tower already. Humph, serves you right. Li Qingshan felt no sympathy for him at all. If it were not for little Anne, he would either be completely dead right now, or he would be living a life worse than death. Little Anne nodded in agreement. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek with a smile. It's all thanks to you. It's all thanks to the Buddha slaying sword. Little Anne avoided his hand and drew the Buddha slaying sword. After slaying the large Buddha statue, the edge of the sword became even more lustrous, but it gave Li Qingshan an extraordinarily sharp feeling. Little Anne had benefited tremendously from her trip to Black Cloud City this time. Not only did she obtain the flesh and blood of several 100,000 demon folk corpses as food, but the Buddha statue had also strengthened the Buddha slaying sword a step further. Moreover, her comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened during this process. She vaguely felt like she was about to break through a bottleneck. Li Qingshan passed the summer ring that contained the demon folk corpses to her and smiled. I'm going out for a stroll. You stay here and cultivate properly. According to the recent situation, the slaughter in the future will be even more intense. I can't live without you. Little Anne nodded solemnly, as if he was accepting an important mission. Li Qingshan smiled and lowered his head. He was just about to kiss her on the forehead when he suddenly stopped. He was ready to leave. She suddenly raised her head, her ethereal eyes staring at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that she had really grown up a lot. Her skin was still as tender as water, white and rosy. There was a red mole between her eyebrows, giving her a dignified beauty. It wasn't like a fairy descending to the mortal world, but the exact opposite. It was a kind of otherworldly flying posture. Of all the beauties in the world, none could compare to her. The so-called outstanding beauty was nothing more than this. Li Qingshan lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. He smiled and said, "Satisfied?" Xiaoan touched her lips and seemed to be in thought. This little girl really knows how to make trouble. Li Qingshan laughed as he walked down the tower. Little Anne bit her lips and said angrily, "What?" Li Qingshan arrived at Black Tortoise Hall. It was empty except for Chao Tianjiao. She was standing on a floating balcony with her back facing him, as if she was looking at the demonic domain. Even when Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, "Senior sister, I'm here," she acted as if she didn't hear him. Li Qingshan thought, this woman is trying to show off again. He didn't say anything and began to admire her back. He had to say, her figure was excellent. Standing straight in the wind and snow, even from the back, she looked heroic. Her legs were slender and straight. Her waist was flexible and strong, her buttocks, look at that butt, as expected of the eldest senior sister. Li Qingshan licked his lips. He stared at her. Crack. The stone railing in Xianxia's hand cracked. "If you take another look, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Li Qingshan knew that she wasn't just talking. He even guessed that she had done so. Considering that he was currently in a weak state, he retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Why are you looking for me, senior sister?" Xianxia looked back and said, "Do you know? If Yangon doesn't wake up, what will happen to you?" "He will wake up." Li Qingshan wasn't worried at all. As one of the people involved, he believed that Abbot Yangon wouldn't die. After all, he was a two-fruit arhat who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, and he was in his own territory. Most importantly, as one of Buddha's most loyal brothers. Li Qingshan pointed up. Buddha is protecting him. Huh. That's not wrong. Chao Tianjiao came back to her senses and looked Li Qingshan up and down with great interest. Then, who is protecting you? Now that Abbot Yangon was still unconscious, he acted as if nothing had happened. Li Qingshan said proudly, "I have always protected myself." Chao Tianjiao said sarcastically, "I heard that you crawled back." Although the snowstorm that day was fierce, there were still people who saw this scene. Under the propaganda of the generals of the Fierce Flame Regiment, it quickly became a laughingstock in the army. Li Qingshan smiled. "There are times when I can't protect myself." Chao Tianjiao was surprised. She had always seen him as a fanatic. This kind of thing would be regarded as a great shame by an ordinary soldier. She didn't expect him to admit it so readily. Instead, she felt a trace of admiration. If he wasn't ambitious and determined, he wouldn't be so broad-minded. As far as she knew, Li Liehua didn't laugh when he heard about this. Instead, his expression was grave. It's a pity that he joined too late. Otherwise, he might really be able to compete with us for the position of eldest senior brother. Of course, she wouldn't say these words. She said solemnly, "Tell me in detail what happened that day at Cold Blood Pass." This strange situation made her feel uneasy. Internal conflicts and grudges were small matters. The war against the demon region was the bigger picture. In the years of war, demon emperors often fell. There were also many human emperors who fell. They wouldn't be merciful just because you were a direct disciple or eldest senior sister. They would only be more sinister and cruel. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. He understood the gravity of the situation. His greatest enemy was demon god Xianxia, not Chao Tianjiao or Li Liehua. Even if he retaliated against Li Liehua, it would just be along the way. He wouldn't waste time to set up any traps. Blindly getting entangled in these grudges and gratitude was the path to death. She frowned and thought for a moment. Then, she said, "The situation is complicated. It's too hard to describe. I'm new here. I don't know what you want to know. If you trust me, I'll let you see it with your own eyes." Chao Tianjiao crossed her arms. "Is it the Great Freedom Heavenly Demons technique?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Not really. It's just a demon. Come." Chao Tianjiao let go of her mind. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. His yin spirit came out of his body and pounced on Chao Tianjiao. In an instant, the scenery before Chao Tianjiao's eyes changed. Standing at the bottom of the Cold Blood Pass, the wind howled, and the snow swirled. Even the smell of blood in the air was clear. He couldn't help but praise, "What a good move." To be able to pull her into the illusion so quickly was because she let go of her mind. It was quite impressive. Li Qingshan stood beside her. However, he was in a translucent state. It was as if he would disappear at any moment. After being suppressed by the great Buddha, his yin spirit was greatly damaged. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Without the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon statue, the hallucination escape technique and other spells were greatly affected. They were much weaker. However, the Book of Freedom had entered a whole new realm. The Yin spirit became closer to the Yin spirit. He didn't have to worry about losing control anymore. He was much more free now. Back then, he had no choice but to worship the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon. Praying to the gods and Buddha was an evil path. Now, he was on the right path. Let's go in and take a look. At the same time, the abbot Yangon was walking slowly. The weather was mild. A warm breeze caressed his face. Buddha's aura filled the air. The land was flat and boundless. There were no mountains or deep chasms. His body was burning with black flames that could destroy everything. However, there was no pain or fear on his face. Instead, he had a calm smile. He looked like a wanderer who had returned home. His eyes were filled with infatuation and devotion. Suddenly, a deluge of heavenly flowers fell from the sky, sprinkling down on his body. The flames were immediately suppressed and quickly extinguished. He knelt down and put his palms together. He was excited. Is the revered one summoning me into the pure land of bliss? Then, he woke up. Even the hole on his forehead was healed. There was a trace of understanding in his heart. His mission had not been completed, and he should continue. Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's heart trembled inexplicably. The illusion collapsed, and his Yin spirit escaped. It was faintly discernible and extremely weak. He quickly returned to his physical body. Chao Tianjiao's eyes were in a trance for a moment, then she returned to Xuanwu Hall. She glanced at his face and smiled, "You're seriously injured." Li Qingshan smiled dryly, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm a little worried about whether you can accept my gift in the upcoming army competition." Chao Tianjiao looked like she would let him go if he begged her. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "I want to fight 10. Heh, you're really stubborn. Don't blame me if you lose face. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Li Qingshan was indeed stubborn. In his current weak state, he wouldn't recover without a month, but he would never wag his tail and beg Chao Tianjiao. Chao Tianjiao waved her hand. Li Qingshan turned around and left. When he was about to walk out of the door, he suddenly heard her say, "You should be prepared to face a mad demon overlord. This is the opening ceremony of the army competition. You can only win and not lose, otherwise I won't spare you." Li Qingshan looked back at her and nodded slightly, "Thank you." The so-called mad demon overlord was probably a demonic beast. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. As long as you know what the opponent is, you can make a lot of arrangements in advance. In fact, he already had some ideas now. After Li Qingshan left, Chao Tianjiao shook her head. "Damned brat. You're still so cocky even when you're injured. I've been merciful this time, seeing as you've allowed me to pass the cold blood pass." Thinking of this, her expression was a little dignified. The situation in Lingxue Pass was indeed very strange. It was not as simple as Tu Wanqing turning into a demonic beast, but a prepared and purposeful massacre. Moreover, demon overlords and demon kings were cleared in advance. But what was the purpose of all this? Chao Tianjiao looked up at the sky, only to see black clouds and heavy snow. Li Qingshan left the Black Tortoise Hall but did not return directly to the Greystone Tower. Little and was probably concentrating on cultivating, but in his current state, he was unable to cultivate, so he simply strolled around the city. This leisurely posture and leisurely expression, in the midst of the ferocious-looking soldiers on the street who were in a hurry. It was rather eye-catching. There were actually quite a few people who recognized him, but all of their expressions were unfriendly, and none of them came forward to greet him. If it wasn't for Li Qingshan's identity and strength, there might have been a lot of people who came up to provoke him. Not only had Li Qingshan offended Li Liehua, he had also humiliated the entire raging Inferno army. The grudge with Chao Tianjiao. He had offended the Xuanwu army again. In fact, if that was all, it would not have been enough to make the ordinary soldiers so hostile towards him. On the contrary, he might have gained quite a bit of respect. After all, the strong were worshipped in the army. But recently, he had caused the abbot Yangon to fall into a coma. He had completely become a great sinner in the eyes of the entire army. Not only was the abbot responsible for purifying the demonic land and recording the contributions, but he also had to remove the demonic chi from the soldiers who fought in the demon domain. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to suffer from chi deviation or even become demon folk. He upheld the Pure Land sect's philosophy of equality for all. He was easygoing and amiable, so he was extremely popular in Black Cloud City. Who knew how many people had been helped by him, especially by the soldiers at the bottom level? As a result, Li Qingshan was now notorious. As a disciple, he was a general as soon as he joined the army, so he now had a nickname, General Crawling on the Ground. Li Qingshan's hearing was just too good. He could always hear countless mutterings, none of which were good. Even though he was broad-minded, he still hated them to the core. Suddenly, he heard shouts and fighting sounds, as well as cheers and curses, which immediately dispersed the mutterings. He was curious. After turning around a tower, he arrived at a drill ground. There was a dense crowd of 2,000 or 3,000 people, who were cheering and cursing around a ring in the middle of the drill ground. 2 soldiers were fighting fiercely on the ring, one was wearing light armor and holding a spear. The other was wearing heavy armor and holding a sword and shield. Although they were all low-level soldiers who had not even undergone the first heavenly tribulation, they were all full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Every time they fought, it would cause a great commotion. What's going on? Li Qingshan grabbed a young soldier who was watching the show at the outermost edge. The young soldier stared straight at the ring and said without looking back, "Are you new here? You don't even know this. This is the competition of the whole army." Li Qingshan said in surprise, "The competition of the whole army has already begun. Isn't it going to take half a month?" "Sigh, you really don't know anything. The competition of the whole army will begin as soon as winter comes." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He guessed that this was probably the preliminaries, and the final half a month later would be the competition. His guess was correct. Once winter came, the wind and snow would be fierce, and the cold would be harsh. The army was unable to advance. Apart from small-scale investigations and assassinations, they were basically in a state of truce. An army of 1 million holed up in the barracks of Black Cloud City, and they were all hot-blooded, combative men. If they were not given something to do, they would definitely cause trouble. As a result, the competition of the whole army would be held as soon as winter came. In order to inspire the soldiers' passion, not only would they be given great rewards, but their status in the army would also be directly determined. Even the lowest-level soldiers could make an appearance in the competition that Li Qingshan would be participating in if they could place highly. Not only was this an honor, but if they caught the attention of a certain general, they could immediately be promoted or chosen as a personal guard. They could even obtain a cultivation method and formally set foot on the path of cultivation. Many lucky people like that would be born every year. And because the winter here was particularly long, basically half of the time was spent fighting demon folk, while the other half was spent on the competition of the whole army. These were the 2 most important paths of promotion in the army. Although the latter often resulted in deaths, it was much safer than fighting demon folk, so the entire army was obviously fired up with enthusiasm. Even those who had failed could happily gamble a few rounds if they believed in their own judgment and luck. The hurried and vicious soldiers along the way were either going to watch the competition or to participate in it. At this moment, cheers surged up like a wave, reaching for the clouds. In the ring, the soldier with the spear seized an opening and stabbed his spear into the gap in his opponent's armor. The young soldier's face was bright red from excitement. He could win quite a lot of this round. Li Qingshan smiled instead. He's lost. Before he had even finished speaking, the soldier with the blade and shield tossed aside his padao decisively and grabbed his spear. Ignoring his injuries, he suddenly charged forward with his shield. With a bang, he knocked his opponent off the ring. The cheers immediately died down, replaced by another cheer in the blink of an eye, like the waves behind surpassing those before. The young soldier stamped his feet and cursed. Only then did he turn around. He was taken aback. "Sigh, why do I find you so familiar?" "Ah, you're Crawl." "Crawl what?" The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. The young soldier corrected himself in a hurry. "G General." No matter how notoriously Xianxia's reputation was, he could not be humiliated by a low-ranking soldier. However, the young soldier only seemed to omit the word ground. Li Qingshan was furious. My low profile isn't something you can brag about. He knocked the young soldier unconscious with a knife-hand strike and tossed him out of the arena. He conveniently took the metal helmet from him and put it on his head before making his way to the center of the field. Son of AB****, what are you squeezing for? Those at the back, get back. He squeezed through the crowd amidst a series of curses and arrived below the ring. The soldier with the blade and shield had also left the ring to tend to his wounds. The ring happened to be empty, so he leapt onto it. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his arms and called out, "Long live Li Qingshan." To be continued. This shout overshadowed all the noise on the drill ground, and it was filled with pride. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Now, opposing the crawling general Li Qingshan had already become a military consensus. Where did this lowly soldier come from? How dare he go against the world's condemnation? Li Qingshan wore an iron helmet that covered half of his face. That was the standard equipment of the lowest-ranking soldiers. Moreover, who would have thought that a dignified general would pretend to be a lowly soldier and personally go on stage to wave the flag and shout for him? This place was not far from Xuanwu Hall, so Cao Tianjiao heard it clearly. She came to the window and recognized Li Qingshan at a glance. She held her forehead and sighed, "This kid is too outrageous." Just now, she thought that he was broad-minded and extraordinary, but now he personally went on stage to challenge her. It was really narrow-minded. But inexplicably, she felt that this was his style. The corner of her mouth raised into a smile, and she continued to watch with great interest. Immediately, a burst of angry curses erupted from below the arena. "Get down! Get down!" Li Qingshan arrogantly glanced around, gave a thumbs up, and gestured downwards, "Trash!" This angered all the soldiers. Some picked up stones and threw them at him, while those who did not throw them only did so because they could not find stones under their feet. Whoosh 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 whoosh. For a moment, the sky was filled with flying stones towards the arena. Li Qingshan dodged here and there, looking very slow, but he managed to avoid all the flying stones. This was after all the drill ground. Soon, the soldiers could not find any more stones to throw, and the arena was covered with gravel. Li Qingshan picked up a pile and shouted, "Return them to you." Even though he did not use much strength, the people below the arena were squeezed together, and it was impossible to dodge. For a moment, there were cries of pain. "Be careful! Get out of my way! Ouch! My head! Motherf ***, who stepped on my foot?" There were thousands of people below the arena, but only a few were actually hit. However, in order to dodge, they squeezed each other, causing even more chaos. It was a complete mess. "I haven't even exerted any strength and you've already fallen." Li Qingshan stood on the stage and laughed loudly. Everyone glared at him and cursed him loudly. The soldiers below the stage were itching to come up and beat him up, but they all looked at the tower on the side of the drill ground. The officer in charge of supervising the tournament stood up. Pointing at Li Qingshan, he said harshly, "Which brigade and which team are you from? What's your name? How dare you disturb the drill grounds? Do you know that you have committed a capital offense?" In Black Cloud City, below the two corps commanders were the generals, and all of them were disciples of the Myriad Manifestation sect. He commanded all the battalions. Then, there were the commandants who commanded the various regiments. They were all disciples who had passed the imperial examination, and they were considered the upper echelons of the army. They formed the core of the army. Below that were the ranks of the commander-in-chief of the brigade. The commandant was the head of the middle-level generals and was infinitely close to the upper echelons. Only Golden Corps cultivators who had gone through the second heavenly tribulation could assume this position. Therefore, from the generals to the colonels, they were collectively referred to as lieutenant colonel. His status was noble. This commandant was no exception. He was a Golden Corps cultivator, and in the Myriad Manifestation sect, he was only a study companion. He couldn't be considered an official disciple. But in the army, he was a ruthless character whose words carried enormous weight. Normally, with a glare from his eyes, even the most ferocious soldiers would be frightened and obediently bow their heads. With him here, no matter how angry the soldiers were, they wouldn't dare to recklessly rush into the arena. However, Xianxia didn't care about this. He straightened his back and held his head high. He asked in return, "Which brigade and which team are you from? What's your name? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you know that you have committed a capital offense?" Once again, he successfully used the great taunt technique. The effect was outstanding. The commandant flew into a rage. "Take him down." A burly soldier immediately rushed into the arena. He was wearing armor and holding a weapon. It was obvious that he was here to compete. To be able to come this far, he could already be considered a fierce soldier in the army. "I am Zhang. Get down." Xianxia kicked him off the arena. Another wave of curses came from below the arena. "Despicable person, sneak attack," and so on. "All of you scum, listen up." Xianxia cupped his fists and made a gesture of infinite worship. General Xianxia is mighty and domineering, benevolent and righteous, handsome and confident, and uses virtue to win people over. He praised himself as unparalleled in the heavens and unparalleled on the earth, with no blind spots in all 360 degrees. Chao Tianjiao frowned and gritted her teeth as she listened. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The soldiers were all furious. They originally thought that Xianxia wasn't that bad, but now they were convinced. Xianxia finished praising himself and waved his fist. "If anyone isn't convinced, come out. I'll beat them until they are convinced." The commandant's veins popped on his forehead. He couldn't take it anymore. "Damn it, beat him to death." With this order, everyone responded. The crowd was enraged and surged towards Xianxia like a black tide. "Haha, good." Xianxia punched and kicked. If one came, he would beat one, if two came, he would beat a pair. When the soldiers got within 5 steps of him, they were all sent flying. They flew over everyone's heads and fell back into the crowd. Even though Xianxia was in a weakened state, he wasn't someone these soldiers could touch. In his eyes, they were just going to stand up and let him hit them one by one. At first, he was still thinking about his moves, how he should punch, where he should kick, but in the end, he just swung his fists randomly. Relying on his innate divine ability, the strength of the earth, he purposely held back his strength. He was here to vent his anger, not to kill, so he didn't have to worry about exhausting his strength. That commandant gradually felt that something was wrong. This soldier was too strong. In just a short while, he had already sent hundreds of people flying, but he was still full of energy and didn't show any signs of weakness. Furthermore, none of the people he sent flying were killed or seriously injured. Some could even get up and rush back to the arena. He was obviously being merciful. Even if he was a golden core cultivator, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many soldiers with his bare hands. He couldn't fly or kill them. It was even more impossible for him to be so skillful. These soldiers weren't ordinary mountain bandits. They were all veterans who had been through hundreds of battles and were much stronger than ordinary chi practitioners. Moreover, they were organized and disciplined. They knew how to cooperate with each other and advance and retreat together. Many of them were already using weapons, but they weren't in military formations. Otherwise, even if a golden core cultivator was trapped in a formation, he would be cut into pieces and wouldn't be able to escape. A brigade commander whispered, "Commandant, he can't be Li. Shu, go and report to the Legion commander." The commandant's heart was pounding. If it really was that guy, then he wasn't someone a mere commandant like him could deal with. If he beat him up along the way, there would be no way to reason with him. "Who should I report to?" "Both of you." There were many people on the drill ground who understood. The soldiers might be weak, but they weren't stupid. Very soon, many people guessed Xianxia's identity. The commotion here was too great and had long since alarmed the entire city. Everyone rushed to spread the news. "The general crawling on the ground is beating someone up." Bad news travels 1,000 miles while good news never goes out. Everyone in Black Cloud City knew about the crawling general. He was basically the most powerful person below the human emperor. At this time, the 108 drill grounds inside and outside of Black Cloud City were all holding martial arts competitions. The soldiers' movements were basically unrestricted. With the hundreds of camps and the roaring thunder formation, they were not afraid of sneak attacks from the demon domain at all. If the demon emperor dared to leave the army and come alone, even 10 of them would die here, let alone one. So when the news spread, everyone felt they had to watch it. Last time, hundreds of thousands of demon people's corpses piled up on the drill ground, and the crawling general made a bet with Li Liehua. Many people already regretted not watching it. In particular, in the drill grounds closest to the drill ground, the people on the stage were still fighting, but the audience below had all run away. Looking at the edge of the drill ground, the captains and the brigade commanders had also disappeared. The two looked at each other and stopped fighting. "Brother, let's go and have a look too." Without the captain's judgment, it's useless to fight. "Okay, brother, please. Why don't you go first?" "Why should I go first?" The whistling sound became louder and louder. "Okay, let's go together." "Okay. 1, 2, 3. On the tower beside the drill ground, the supervising captain saw the situation was getting worse and worse. He was so anxious. After waiting for a long time, the brigade commander finally reported to him. He asked hurriedly, "What did the eldest senior brother say?" The eldest senior brother said, "Let him fight." "What about the eldest senior sister? What does she think?" "The eldest senior sister, she's leaning on the window to watch. And she seemed to be very happy." "What?" The captain was stunned for a moment before he understood. Looking in the direction of the Xuanwu Hall, he vaguely saw Chao Tianjiao. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to her. Looking at the drill ground again, the arena was drowned by the sea of people. Li Qingshan stood among thousands of people like a towering wall. No matter how the waves hit him, he remained unmoved and defeated all the enemies with ease. Seeing people surging in from all directions, the shouts of "the crawling general is fighting" echoed in the streets and alleys. He was amused and annoyed at the same time. He took off his helmet and shouted, "The crawling general is here. Who dares to fight me?" The drill ground was silent, and the surging tide also stopped. The fists and weapons of the soldiers charging in front of him stopped in midair, looking at each other in dismay. Even if he was a crawling general, he was still a general, and his status was far from what ordinary soldiers could reach. Li Qingshan mocked, "What? You only dare to bully the foot soldiers, and now you're terrified after seeing the general?" 10,000 people were enraged, glaring angrily and gnashing their teeth. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "Kill!" A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, and the momentum was like a landslide. Kill! Courage was the soul of an army, and glory was the soul of an army. You can let them die, but you can't call them cowards. Just now, they did not dare to act rashly. He wasn't afraid of how strong Li Qingshan was, but he was worried about his identity as a general. Military law was strict. Their ranks were clear and could not be offended lightly. But at this stage, it was unbearable. The training they received was not to avoid danger, but to fight to the death without retreating. They used their flesh and blood to surround and kill the demon kings and demon monarchs, creating opportunities for their own generals. There were demon emperors who died at the hands of foot soldiers. Even though they paid the price of the human emperor's death, the entire army was almost wiped out. Not to mention that Li Qingshan was just a Yin spirit cultivator. Even if he was a human emperor or a demon emperor, they would dare to fight. Li Qingshan felt the pressure increase, and his expression changed. Slightly. Such a tragic and decisive aura, is this the war of the 6 paths of reincarnation? And this was because most of them did not have any armor or weapons. They did not have any generals to form battle formations, or flags or battle drums to gather the military aura. If they were to wear armor and hold weapons, form battle formations, and gather the military aura, how imposing would it be? He could not help but feel more respect for these ordinary soldiers. Moreover, on the real battlefield, where the two regions intersect, cultivators would be greatly affected. It was not strange for them to die at their hands. If I go to the battlefield in the future, I must not be careless. Once the army was formed, every ordinary soldier felt fearless, and their strength multiplied. They rushed towards Li Qingshan regardless of anything, advancing wave after wave, not afraid of death. And fresh troops from outside the drill ground were endless, and gradually entered within 5 steps of Li Qingshan. Originally, every battalion had its own organization, especially the Scorching Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion, which were even more distinct and competitive. Now that they heard that their opponent was the crawling general Li Qingshan, and that his words were so infuriating, they actually broke the organization and joined forces. Xianxia chuckled and said, "The unity of Black Cloud City depends on you." "Lieutenant, how dare you?" "Humph. Does this guy really think that there is no one in my army?" The supervising lieutenant squatted in a corner of the drill ground, and the brigade marshals formed a circle to express their admiration. He was the one who shouted the first kill. In order to avoid being resented by Li Qingshan, they deliberately shifted their strategy to this place. He tried to guess the intentions of the 2 corps commanders, especially the eldest senior brother Li Liehua, because he was from the Scorching Inferno Legion. The corps commander must hate Li Qingshan to the core, and must want to teach this guy a lesson. That way, it wouldn't count as ganging up on a general. He actually wants to fight against an army by himself. He really hasn't seen a battle before. It's a pity that we didn't prepare and couldn't form a battle formation. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. The supervising lieutenant hammered the ground and stood up. "Fuck him. You guys go contact the sergeants, and captains, and form a battle formation to face the enemy. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he won't know what military prestige is. I want him to walk in and crawl out again." "Yes, sir." The brigade marshals received the order. In just a moment, the soldiers began to form the most basic battle formation. They were no longer in a mess. If one looked down from the sky, they could clearly see that the formation was formed one after another. 5 people in a group, 10 in a shank, and then 100 in a squad. It was as if the cells were forming muscles and bones, until they became a giant war beast. Once the battle formation was formed, the military energy started to condense. The pressure Li Qingshan felt increased. Originally, there were many soldiers, but only a few could actually squeeze in front of him. No matter how angry and anxious the people at the back were, they could only watch. Now, it was different. There were fewer people squeezing in front of him. They pulled apart and cooperated with each other. If that was all, it would be fine. But when the military energy gathered on them, they were no longer fighting alone. They would no longer be fighting alone, and the army would be with them. On the other hand, the air seemed to have thickened for Li Qingshan, and his movements were sluggish. Although he was still fighting one person at a time, the amount of energy needed to send one person flying had increased by more than 10 times. His fists were starting to become sluggish. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the army closed in on Li Qingshan. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Suppress him. The soldiers pounced on him. Some hugged his legs, some grabbed his waist, and some grabbed his shoulders. In an instant, they formed a small mountain, pressing Li Qingshan under it. "We won." The soldiers cheered. A burst of laughter came from inside the small mountain. His laughter was very carefree. Buried deep in the sea of people, Li Qingshan's fighting spirit was ignited. He felt his weakness disappear a little. "Hee, other people recover by resting, but I recover by fighting." "Huh." With a loud shout, Li Qingshan waved his arms and collapsed. "Aha!" Hundreds of soldiers flew out, leaving only Li Qingshan in the arena. His black hair fluttered in the wind and snow. The smile on his face was wild and arrogant, like a child's mischievousness. His eyes shone brightly as he looked down the dueling ring in high spirits. If he was just venting his anger on a whim earlier, then now, it was as if he was looking at an interesting toy. Bang, 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 bang. The soldiers fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect him to be so strong. Just now, the pressure on Li Qingshan was not only limited to these hundreds of people, but also the condensed military chi of the entire army. He easily broke through it, and the morale of the army was shaken. Someone shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. He is alone." Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice and immediately recognized that it was the supervisory colonel just now. They were indeed an elite army that had experienced hundreds of battles. The morale of the army quickly stabilized, and the military chi condensed again. In this small drill ground, there were already 20 to 30,000 people gathered. The surrounding barracks, streets, walls, and trees were all filled with people. There were close to 100,000 people, and they were all fresh troops. Very good. This way, I can play for a while longer. Li Qingshan licked his lips and smiled. Alone? With a shake of his body, black shadows appeared, and they all turned into Li Qingshan's image. They were his thought clones, and there were more than 100 of them. The clones either advanced or retreated, but they never left Li Qingshan's side. In the blink of an eye, they formed a battle formation. I know military formations and whatnot too. Li Qingshan had done a lot of homework before coming here. Military formations were one of them. This was not a secret. Although there were many variations in military formations, they could not be compared to the complexity of formations. The key was in the training of the soldiers and the coordination of the various departments. The better the training, the better the coordination. The more stable the army's morale was, the more condensed the army's morale would be. What could be more tacit than the cooperation between clones? After the formation of the army, even though it was only a formation of 100 people, it had the aura of a magnificent army with tens of thousands of men and horses, able to contend with an army of 10,000. Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly. Clone into formation. This move was not created by Li Qingshan. Any cultivator skilled in the art of cloning would consider how to organize weak clones to fight against powerful enemies. Clones forming a formation was the simplest and fastest choice. But in the end, these cultivators would find that while this move looked powerful, it had many limitations. First of all, the number of doppelgangers was limited. The scale of the army formation would also be limited, and it would take a lot of mental energy to maintain it. It might be better to cast some other spells. Secondly, it was not suitable for fights of magical powers. Although the military formation was powerful, it moved slowly and had a limited attack range. Unless it was a head-on collision, the enemy just needed to keep a distance and wait for the military formation to collapse on its own. Even using it for defense was like drinking poison to quench thirst. So this move was not very common, but it was very suitable for Li Qingshan at this moment. He ordered, "Charge." He finally had a taste of what it felt like to be a great general. As the commander-in-chief, he took the lead and the 100-man formation charged against the army of 10,000. In an instant, it was as if they were crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Everywhere they passed, countless enemies screamed and flew into the air. Like a sharp plow plowing deep into the ground, the enemy's loose formation could not stop his charge. Most importantly, the enemy did not have a commander-in-chief. The strongest among them was only a lieutenant, and the difference in strength between them was not just a little bit. In other words, there was no one who could last one round. The general was the courage of the army. An army without a general was like a beast without claws and teeth. No matter how big their physique was, the power they could use was extremely limited. Before the commandant regained his senses, Li Qingshan had already charged in front of him and crushed him. He lay on the ground, breathing weakly, his body covered in footprints. Xianxia watched as Li Qingshan ran amok on the drill ground. She sighed in her heart, if this was on the battlefield, this would be a one-sided massacre. Although it was because there was no commander-in-chief to hold the line and he did not have any armor or weapons, it was obvious that the lad did not fight seriously. Furthermore, he was still injured and weak. With his strong physique and that mysterious spirit, he could fight the enemy head-on and sneak an attack. If not for so many grudges, he would definitely be a strong ally. He would definitely be of great help in the future battles. As long as he does not fall along the way, how difficult would it be to become a direct disciple? Thinking about the 30-year bet, she laughed lightly, "Lad, even I want to kill you in the cradle." Of course, this was just a joke. Regardless if it was her or Li Laihua, they would not have such a motive. Relying on oppressing the latecomers to maintain one's position was a form of extreme stupidity and weakness. It would only weaken one's willpower. They had absolute confidence in moving forward. Even if they wanted to kill Li Qingshan, it would only be for revenge or to vent their anger. It would not be because of such despicable thoughts. But we cannot let him continue like this. Otherwise, the morale of the army will be gone. Chao Tianjiao was about to make a move when she saw a monk rushing over from outside the drill ground. He said loudly, "Under the orders of Abbot Yangon, I invite General Li Qingshan to the Pure Land Temple." His voice was as loud as a bell. The soldiers were shocked and surprised. "The abbot is awake?" Li Qingshan's heart trembled. The experience at the Pure Land Temple not long ago had left him with lingering fear. Furthermore, the monk who came to invite him was the protector monk who wanted to block his path. He said invite, but his face was filled with anger. That day, he was chased away by Li Qingshan with a single word. It was a great humiliation to him. If not for Abbot Yangon's orders, he would have come to settle the score with Li Qingshan and wash away his humiliation. Li Qingshan dispersed his doppelgangers and leaped up. He smiled and asked, "So it's you? What did Abbot Yangon call me for?" "I don't know," the protector monk said coldly. "In any case, it's nothing good." Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. "What did you say?" "Say it again." The protector monk was furious. "In any case, it's nothing good." "I said it again. If you have the ability, come and hit me." The protector monk clenched his alms bull-sized fists. His muscles bulged and his veins popped. However, Abbot Yangon had instructed him not to make a move. He suppressed his anger and shouted, "Are you going or not?" "Of course, why not?" Li Qingshan felt that his strength had recovered a little. As the saying goes, you can hide for the first time, but you can't hide forever. They were in the same city. Was he supposed to retreat? Anyway, the monk's injuries were definitely more serious than his. He reckoned that the monk would not be able to make a move on him for a while. Furthermore, he was prepared this time. He had a skull prayer bead in his bosom. Little and wanted him to take it. He would not let someone slap him for nothing. Leaving the injured soldiers lying on the drill ground, Li Qingshan calmly left under the gaze of 100,000 soldiers. He came to the front of the Pure Land Temple. To be continued. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief and prepared himself for battle. He stepped into the Pure Land Temple. Bypassing the Mahavira Hall, the winding path led to a secluded place with deep flowers and trees. Abbot Yangon personally welcomed him outside the meditation room. Li Qingshan was shocked because Abbot Yangon looked even more spirited than him. His face was ruddy and his eyes were full of vigor. His white eyebrows had turned black and his white beard was gone. The wrinkles on his face had reduced by a lot. He was like a withered tree that had come back to life. He had clearly suffered such a serious injury, but this Pure Land sect was too awesome. Could Buddha be his father? Abbot Yangon smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't slander the Buddha." Li Qingshan's heart trembled, and the joy he felt from battling the army vanished without a trace. He was not an opponent for Abbot Rangoon in this state. Not only had his appearance become younger, but his spirit had also risen to a whole new level. His eyes could practically see through a person's heart. He put his palms together and bowed. He looked up and said, "Abbot, why did you call me here?" Abbot Yangon looked at him and sighed, "You really haven't changed." Li Qingshan heard this and anger rose in his heart. This bald donkey caused me so much trouble, and he still dares to say such words. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. This is the only way to eliminate the great freedom heavenly demon elephant. Of course, this is also my intention to hide it. Ba, I have sinned, please forgive me. Abbot Yangon put his palms together and bowed to apologize. Li Qingshan dodged and didn't accept the bow. What was wrong with this monk? Could it be that he was plotting something again? I was opportunistic and worshipped the Buddha. I can't blame anyone else. Master helped me and harmed me. Our grudges are settled now. Abbot Yangon smiled and said, "Do you think I want to harm you again?" Li Qingshan didn't stand on ceremony, "It's nothing good anyway." Abbot Yangon suddenly became serious. "I asked you to come because I want to ask you something. Are you willing to convert to Buddhism?" How sudden. Li Qingshan took a step back and called out, "I knew it wouldn't be anything good." He would be better off dead than converting to some bullshit god or Buddha. Abbot Yangon's eyes shone. You haven't answered me yet. Thank you. If you don't want to, can I go now? I'm warning you, don't stop me from leaving. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Appearance sect. Haha, of course not. Converting to Buddhism is something that you and I are willing to do. How can you force yourself to drink water? Li Qingshan's face was immediately filled with suspicion. Just a few days ago, his head was almost crushed. Abbot Yangon felt a little awkward. He explained, at that time, I still saw you as half an enemy, so. What difference does it make now? Abbot Yangon said sternly, now I know that you are fated with Buddha. Li Qingshan said, those words sound familiar to me. You might not believe it, but I received a revelation from Buddha while I was unconscious. Abbot Yangon raised his index finger. He pointed upwards. Li Qingshan was shocked. This was not the doomsday prophecy of those evil cultists in his previous life. It could be true. If it was true, then it would really be the end of the world. He asked carefully, Buddha personally descended to the mortal world? How could that be? Abbot Yangon laughed. Buddha spoke to you? No. Abbot Yangon shook his head. Buddha told you my name? No. What kind of revelation is this? Li Qingshan's heart returned to his stomach. This bald donkey was just bluffing. Abbot Yangon's face was intoxicated. Because of this, it is called a revelation. Otherwise, Buddha's true appearance is not something that we can see. Buddha's mantra is something that we can bear. Li Qingshan grinned. Fanatics were really disgusting. You're not dreaming, are you? It's similar to a dream. For example, dream omen. The path of great freedom and Mahayana Buddhism are completely incompatible, so you can continue dreaming. I'll take my leave. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and was about to leave. Wait, the revelation I received wasn't just in a dream, it was also on your body. Abbot Yangon pointed at Li Qingshan with his finger that was pointing at the sky. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but look at himself. What do I have on my body? You have a merciful heart. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. I've done so many bad things in my life. Before I came, I beat up tens of thousands of people. But none of them were seriously injured. The ground was littered with soldiers lying on the ground. Military doctors went to and fro, treating them. They found out that most of them had light injuries, and in the end, they were just broken bones. With the medical methods of the cultivation path, they would recover quickly. Of course, Li Qingshan held back. If not, he would have blown someone up with a single punch, and the ground would have turned into a river of blood. However, Chao Tianjia would definitely come to stop him. He wouldn't be able to play to his heart's content, and in the end, he would be punished by military law. Li Liehua had something on him. He didn't pretend to be a good person, and said calmly, I just had some misgivings. Abbot Yangon asked, if you don't have those misgivings, will you go on a killing spree? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned, and shook his head, of course not. They only said a few bad things about me behind my back, there's no need to kill them. Abbot Yangon said cheerfully, in your eyes, they are still people. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes, and in the eyes of many cultivators, they are no longer people. Not to mention cultivators, in the eyes of many mortals, they are no longer people. Ah, a merciful heart. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Then do you know how many innocent people I have killed? If necessary, I will still kill. He felt that it was somewhat sad and ironic. If he had a merciful heart, then wouldn't a certain head of state be a Buddha? Buddha has a saying, put down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha. Li Qingshan was even more disdainful. This is called killing to prove one's Tao. Good people can't become Buddha, but bad people can. Oh, I understand, people who hold the butcher's knife are still strong enough after all. As long as they are willing to convert to Buddhism, they can immediately become high-level thugs and contribute to Buddhism. Of course, they are more useful than those weak and easy-to-bully good people. It seems that I still have to kill more people in the future. At this point, his face was full of ridicule, completely ignoring that he was in the Pure Land Temple, facing Arhat Urgwa who was stronger than him. Not really. Abbot Yangon shook his head. The so-called kindness of ordinary people is mostly because they are weak and can't stand up to the slightest test. If they are given uncontrollable power and let to do whatever they want, they will also become butchers and devils. Even if they don't have power, they will blame the heavens and others and refuse to admit their mistakes, so it is difficult for all living beings. Cultivators and upper echelons are just mortals in the first place. You must have seen many of their faces and heard many of their slogans. Perhaps they regard mortals as ants, trampling and destroying them is not a sin. Or perhaps they regard the people as lambs, born to be at their mercy. Their butcher's knife not only kills people, but also destroys the mercy in their hearts. Everything is just to make themselves feel at ease. Suddenly, he asked Li Qingshan, "Why do you have to suffer?" Li Qingshan was silent. The wind was whistling, and the sky was hazy. The morning bell and evening drum, the ancient temple is deep. The ubiquitous statues of Buddha stupa listened quietly, as if waiting for his answer. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He spread his arms, which seemed to be stained with blood and entwined with vengeful spirits. He had left the mountain village, entered the Jianghu, and fought in the 9 states. In the world of the 5 continents, there had been 100 years of war, and countless people had been killed. He had been hacked into pieces and had his body torn to pieces. When had he ever been free of calamity and fear? It was as if he was treading on thin ice, as if he was facing an abyss. If he was not careful, his soul would scatter. Even today, his life was still hanging by a thread. If this was said to a mortal, they would probably be shocked and would rather be a rich man. Abbot Rangoon was full of confidence. Even if his words could not completely convince Li Qingshan, it would at least make him reflect. In the future, as long as we slowly guide them, we will be able to convert them to Buddhism. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. His smile widened and turned into a loud laugh. His voice shook the ancient temple and startled the jackdaws. "Fellow Taoist, why are you laughing?" "Too weak." "What?" "I'm laughing at how weak all of you are. You're no different from those fellows who view all living beings as ants." "Why do you say that, fellow Taoist?" Yangon frowned. Li Qingshan said, "Because you can't bear the pain in your heart, you have to abandon your good thoughts, you have to lay down the butcher's knife. Both are distorting your heart, but what's the difference? One is evil, the other is good. How can there be no difference? To me, there is no difference." Li Qingshan clenched his fists, raised his head, and raised his eyebrows. His expression changed, stubborn, violent, foolish, like a bull, like a tiger, like an ape. After going through so many trials and tribulations, he was no longer that ignorant and confused boy from a mountain village. Abbot Yangon suddenly realized how arduous his task was. This child's heart is as firm as iron. I'm afraid words won't be able to sway him. However, there was another layer of admiration. To be able to see one's own nature and stay true to one's heart, one's comprehension was already very impressive in the Zen sect. It was a pity that one did not know the Mahayana Buddhism. Ba, you're mistaken, fellow Taoist." It was as if he was the emperor of the human world and was extremely wealthy, but he still had to lead the life of a beggar. This was not strength. It was stupidity. With your root of wisdom and comprehension, as long as you let go of your obsession, you will be able to eliminate all suffering and you will be reborn in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Be compassionate." Demonic thoughts were suppressed from within. With a butcher's knife in hand, he slaughtered his enemies. Why go to the pure land of ultimate bliss? The world will not tolerate your actions. Abbot Yangon frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Hey! It's not tolerated by the Buddhists. Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that compared to the Vinaya school, Zen school, and Tantra school, the Pure Land school's philosophy seemed to be the most gentle and open, advocating equality of all beings, and everyone could become Buddha. However, it was also the harshest and most radical. The Vinaya school was strict with its own disciples, the Zen school was too aloof, and the Tantric school, as the name suggested, was even more so. In order to achieve the great goal of delivering all living beings from suffering and establishing the Buddhist kingdom on earth, the Pure Land school had set up the Buddhist kingdom on earth. All dissidents were enemies. If you can't convert him, you must. It was the same as his win people over by virtue. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do. It was no coincidence that he appeared in the demonic domain battlefield. And the White-Bone Bodhisattva who created the path of white bone and great beauty was most likely from the Pure Land school. If Little End was discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. Ba. Abbot Yangon put his palms together. He did not conceal anything. Our Buddha Tathagata also roars like a lion. Even though all kinds of evil spirits are proud of themselves for a moment. You can't escape the burning of karmic fire. Li Qingshan was never one to be threatened. Those who kill will be killed. Since I killed, I was prepared to be killed. I do not seek bliss, nor do I seek eternal life. How can you convert me, monk? Abbot Yangon was silent. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and turned to leave. After a long while, Abbot Yangon sighed, difficult. Li Qingshan walked out of the monastery, his mind clear. He cursed, that bald donkey tricked me again. Unknowingly, his mind was affected. His mind was actually affected. If not for his strong will, he might really have wavered. This was not strange. Even ordinary temples would intentionally create an atmosphere to influence those ordinary people, let alone an ancient monastery like the Pure Land Temple that had Arhat Duogwa presiding over it. Speaking of which, this was definitely a method of the demonic path. However, even if he returned to question Abbot Yangon, it would be useless. This was the principle of the Mahayana Buddhism. There was a parable of 3 chariots in the sutra. It described a house on fire, and children were playing in it. In order to save them, Buddha told them that there was a goat cart outside. The children ran out to take a look, but there was no goat cart. Instead, there was a large white ox cart, which made them very happy. The house on fire was the burning residence, the children were the living beings, and the large white ox cart was the Mahayana Buddhism, praising Buddha for being benevolent and good at guiding the people of the world. The monks below followed suit. As long as it was helpful in passing down the teachings, monks do not lie, was all nonsense. Of course, those who were enlightened would be grateful and wouldn't think that they were being lied to. However, if a child saw the door and shouted, "Bald donkey is lying. Where's the goat cart?" he would most likely be slapped. You talk too much. Li Qingshan touched his cheek. I'd better stay away from these guys in the future. He had caused a ruckus in the military tournament, but no one came to find trouble with him. I have nothing to do even if I go back now. They think I've gone far away, so I'm going to make a comeback. However, he had just swept through the drill ground, so there was no point in going back. Therefore, he decided to break up the whole thing. Turning into a small alley, he took out sets of armor from his sumaru ring. These were all standard military equipment that he had bought from the quartermaster department for the sake of the doppelganger formation plan. Soon, one after another, Li Qingshan came out of the alley and dispersed into Black Cloud City. He wanted to know who else dared to speak ill of him. In the small tavern, a few soldiers discussed how the crawling general, Li Qingshan, had wreaked havoc in the military drill grounds with their spittle flying everywhere. Just as they were getting carried away, a lowly soldier rushed over while chanting, "Long live Li Qingshan." He punched and kicked them, drinking all their alcohol along the way. As Li Qingshan's cultivation gradually recovered, the number of thought doppelgangers also increased. There were quite a few people who spoke ill of him. Hundreds of such incidents happened every day. Everyone in the city called it making a ruckus with Li Qingshan. Chao Tianjia was completely speechless. All the generals demanded that he be severely punished because it was too degrading and made them lose face. However, it was better to prevent the public from speaking out than to prevent a river from flowing. Li Qingshan's shameless behavior was soon countered by the soldiers. Many people went to the street to curse and fight with his doppelgangers. They also set up all kinds of ambushes and sneak attacks. Sometimes, as soon as he rushed out, he was surrounded by dozens of fully armed and orderly soldiers. Then, it would be a chaotic battle. However, as long as no commandant or brigade commander intervened, Li Qingshan wouldn't do anything himself. After all, the number of doppelgangers was limited. Sometimes, he didn't have enough time to help. Unfortunately, one of his doppelgangers was killed and left behind a suit of armor. Li Qingshan didn't care about such a small loss. He didn't feel ashamed when he was defeated by the soldiers. Instead, he enjoyed it. Unconsciously, the ape demon transformation began to change. To be continued. Snow fluttered in the wind. Li Qingshan stood cross-legged on top of the limestone tower. His eyes were bright, and his lips were curled up like an ape. The ape demon transformation's technique was ape demon moon reaching emptiness. The origin of the ape demon's power was also emptiness. Although this emptiness was not the real emptiness, only emptiness could contain the earth, fire, wind, and water to form a world of its own. Ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix returned to their respective positions. Qilin walked, and plants grew. The importance of the ape demon moon reaching art was self-evident, especially now that the ape demon transformation was stuck at the 4th level. Due to the lack of emptiness, all other transformations could not surpass it. Apart from the Qilin transformation, which could be improved due to its lower cultivation, the other transformations could not even unleash their original power. The small world was still in its embryonic form. Once the ape demon transformation broke through this shackle and reached the 5th level, not only would all the suppressed transformations be restored, but it would also mean that a brand new small world would be completely formed. It would no longer be restricted by the ape demon transformation. All the supernatural powers would be restored, and his power would increase by more than 10 times. And this was nothing. The ox demon transformation and tiger demon transformation that had been dormant for a long time could easily break through to the 6th level. Then, he would comprehend new supernatural powers, and his power would increase by more than 10 times. At that moment, even he could not imagine what kind of power he would possess. Thus, he had an idea. The Book of Freedom had another breakthrough, and he comprehended a new move out of thin air. Li Qingshan tilted his head and thought for a long time. This ape demon transformation is too unreliable. To a certain extent, the ape demon transformation was more difficult than the Qilin transformation. It could not be outsmarted or outmaneuvered. It all depended on one's temperament. If one did not change from stupidity and kept the moon in his heart, he would be able to advance triumphantly without any effort. Otherwise, it would be futile no matter how much effort he put in and meditated. But it's okay. My temperament is very good. Let me eat some snow to calm myself down. Li Qingshan squatted down and made a snowball. She rubbed a snowball and took a bite. Crunch. Crunch. He seemed to have been startled by the sound. The window of the limestone tower suddenly opened. Hu Jigang poked his head out and roared, "Li Qingshan, get out of here." There were many gray stone towers in Black Cloud City. As the residence of the generals, it was clear that this wasn't the one he was in. "It's you." Li Qingshan glanced at Hu Jigang, then grabbed a pile of snow and rubbed it into a strip. Then, he coiled it into a plate. "Look, what's this?" Hu Jigang's eyes widened. He thought that he was referring to something else. "It's a snake?" "Idiot, it's sh*t, eat sh*t. Li Qingshan suddenly extended his arm and slapped the shit on Hu Jigang's face. Taking advantage of the situation, he leaped onto another tower, his laughter echoing from afar. Hu Jigang was lying on his back on the ground. His face was so red that it melted the snow. Blood was flowing out of his nose. The snowball that Li Qingshan had made was naturally harder than a rock. However, he did not chase after them for revenge. Instead, he trembled. In other people's eyes, it was just a mischievous slap. But how could he be so cooperative as to be a clown? That slap gave him the feeling of a huge avalanche. It was overwhelming and filled his field of vision. Not only could he not resist it, but he also had nowhere to run. At that moment, he almost thought that he was going to be slapped to death. But in the end, only his nose was bleeding, and he even felt lucky to have escaped death. This kid, is really so strong? He found it hard to accept. He was a well-known figure in Black Cloud City, but he was so vulnerable. And what was most unacceptable was that this kid was far from his image of a strong man. How could a strong man rub snow into sh*t and slap it on someone's face? It was only a matter of time before he broke through the ape demon transformation. Li Qingshan pressed his forehead. This should be the Book of Freedom, no, the strongest move of the Way of Freedom. It doesn't seem to be something that I can comprehend at my current level. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the Pure Land Temple. Although he had lost the Great Freedom Demon statue, which weakened many of his spells, this move alone was enough to make up for it. Hey, who cares? Tomorrow is the competition. I'll give it a try. The sun and the moon shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds. The sky darkened and lit up again. Li Qingshan looked down at the black cloud city. There was a winding canyon, which looked like a giant dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It suddenly expanded under Black Cloud City like a dragon's head. This was the only way to attack Black Cloud City, and it had gone through countless bloody battles. This empty space was not formed naturally, but the result of war. On both sides of the canyon were jagged rocks of strange shapes, which formed a natural lookout. It was also a tradition that the competition would be held here for many years. At this time, millions of soldiers had gathered. The mountains and plains were filled with people, but they were orderly. The fierce Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion stood on both sides of the canyon. Chao Tianhua shouted, "Li Qingshan, come here." His voice reverberated in the canyon, and the millions of soldiers were in an uproar. Then, they heard a reply, "He's here." Everyone looked up at the sky. A black shadow fell from the sky, and with a loud bang, rocks flew everywhere, landing in the middle of the canyon. A whistle came from somewhere, and laughter spread out like ripples, echoing in the canyon. The atmosphere was a bit unusual. Someone shouted, "General crawling on the ground, come and hit me." Li Qingshan pointed at the crowd. "I see you. Just you wait." The crowd roared with laughter. However, this laughter was no longer mocking or malicious. It was more like a taunt to an old friend. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. His strength to defeat the millions of soldiers, his courage to admit defeat, his leniency, and even his arrogant and domineering attitude won the hearts of the crowd. Most importantly, he didn't treat them like ants, nor did he pretend to be close to them. Li Qingshan also laughed. He thought back to the time when he was commanding the Azura army in the 5 continents world. Chao Tianjiao and Li Liehua looked at each other across the canyon. They were both surprised, and even felt that it was inconceivable. He had actually changed the morale of the army in such a short time. Could it be because of Abbot Yangon's awakening? Bah. Abbot Yangon put his palms together and chanted in a low voice, full of regret. He had a kind of power to conquer people's hearts. If he was willing to convert to Buddhism, he would definitely be able to glorify Buddhism. Using virtue to win people over was not a lie. Chao Tianjiao interrupted, "Are you ready?" Li Qingshan clenched his fists. "Of course. I can't wait anymore." "Very good." Chao Tianjiao smiled. With a wave of her hand, a golden talisman returned to her hand. Li Qingshan heard a roar coming from the depths of the canyon. The cold wind assailed his nostrils, and the earth trembled. A malevolent demon beast that looked like a horse, but not a horse, or a wolf, but not a wolf, rushed out from the depths of the canyon. Its huge body was distorted, and its blood-red eyes were crazily bloodthirsty. With a glance, it saw Li Qingshan standing alone in the middle of the canyon. Li Qingshan looked down at the ground motionlessly. Millions of eyes wandered back and forth between him and the demonic beast, marveling at the size of the demonic beast and secretly sweating for him. Even the generals did not have absolute confidence in defeating this demonic beast. Although the demonic beast did not have intelligence, it was unusually crazy. In this canyon where there was not much room to maneuver, they had to face it head-on. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they not only had to win this battle, but they had to win beautifully to boost morale and strengthen the army. Taking a step back would be a humiliation. Why isn't he going up? Is he afraid? No, impossible. This kid isn't even afraid of the 2 corps commanders. Only Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao did not even look at the demonic beast. Their eyes only fell on Li Qingshan. They did not doubt that he would win this battle, but how would he win? Thinking back, after so long of conflict, they had never seen him go all out. This was also a strange thing. In order to test Li Qingshan's strength, this demonic beast was carefully selected by Chao Tianjiao. It was a powerhouse among the demon emperors. "Come on, let me see what kind of tricks you have." In an instant, a huge shadow shrouded Li Qingshan. A bloody wind blew in his face and his black hair fluttered. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly and saw a huge mouth full of fangs. He raised his right hand and casually drew a line from his forehead to his eyebrows. A vertical eye suddenly opened. It was dark and deep, trembling like a flame as it stared at the demonic beast. The magical beast trembled. Its eyes, which had been filled with madness and bloodlust, were now filled with fear. It did its best to stop its huge body and run far away from this terrifying man, especially those terrifying eyes. But it was too late. A black flame shot out. Before the demonic beast could even let out a cry, its huge body disintegrated and turned into dust. It was blown away by the wind from Li Qingshan's side. The canyon was dead silent. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Even Li Liehua and Xianxia were shocked. Yang Gan was especially shocked. Not long ago, he was almost killed by the same move. Although the difference in power was huge, the essence was completely the same. World. Extinguishing divine fire. Has he actually comprehended the Tao of great freedom to such an extent? Li Qingshan retracted his vertical eye and looked at Chao Tianjiao. The corners of his mouth rose. That's it? Chao Tianjiao's expression was grave. This move was enough to threaten her. Perhaps she really should let him stay in Yaozhu's 100-herb garden to grow vegetables. Li Liehua cultivated the heavenly book of raging flames, and with raging flames as its name, he felt it even more deeply. He closed his eyes and silently comprehended this kind of fire. There was no need to even mention the generals. In particular, those who had offended Li Qingshan in front of him in the past. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Every year, the opening battle of the grand martial competition of the entire army was a slaughter. It wasn't that there weren't any defeats, but there had never been such a thing. The powerful magical beast transformed by the demon emperor was actually obliterated in an instant. Many people didn't even understand what had happened. However, the goal of raising the morale of the army had indeed been achieved. General is mighty. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, a tsunami of cheers rushed to the sky, reverberating between the mountains. Li Qingshan smiled and opened his arms, accepting the cheers. He was also very happy. Not because he had defeated this stupid magical beast, but because among the humans' techniques, there was finally a powerful technique that was comparable to his innate divine ability. Although this move had exhausted the power of the Yin god, it was only the beginning. There would be a day when the world-extinguishing divine flame shot out from the vertical eye would burn a true powerful enemy. Still feeling unsatisfied, Li Qingshan asked loudly, "Who else?" The cheers gradually died down. No one answered. Chao Tianjiao said, "You can go down now." I said I want to fight 10. Li Qingshan laughed, "I know there are many people who are unhappy with me." What, you only dare to gossip behind my back? Don't be afraid, I won't use this move. Chao Tianjiao sneered, "You can only use this move." After the shock, she realized that this move was very powerful, and it must have consumed a lot of energy. With Li Qingshan's realm, it was impossible for him to use it continuously. So what? There's still no one. Li Qingshan did not hide it. The pocket dimension was the real source of his power. His Yin god was hiding in the pocket dimension, and its power was recovering rapidly. Ba, let this poor monk have a taste of the crawling general's skill. The guardian monk's voice was like a bell, descending from the sky. His upper body was half bent, and his muscles were tight, faintly emitting a golden light, like the guardian of the temple. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and laughed, "You're courting death." Huh. The guardian monk roared, his voice was like thunder, and a circle of golden ripples was released. The air around Li Qingshan, and the sand and stones under his feet were all shaken up, and the wind and sand were everywhere. Li Qingshan's ears were buzzing, and his eyes flashed. The guardian monk pounced on him like a mad tiger, and a pair of big hands pierced through the wind and sand, holding his shoulders tightly. Li Qingshan felt a pressure, as if he had met his natural enemy. His eyes looked over the head of the guardian monk, and saw a Luohan appeared behind him. The Luohan had a face full of curly beard, and his clothes were half open, and he was riding a fierce tiger. The Pure Land sect did not rely on themselves, but borrowed the power of the gods. The Luohan that the guardian monk worshipped gave him boundless power, and no one could stop him. Luohan subduing the tiger. The guardian monk angrily exerted force, but Li Qingshan did not move an inch. Instead, his smile became wider. This was the so-called showing off in front of an expert. The guardian monk's expression changed, and he felt like he was shaking a mountain. Not to mention a corner of his strength, even his determination was shaken. Crouching Tiger Luohan. Li Qingshan stretched out his arms, and hugged the waist of the guardian monk. With a pull of his arms, he pulled the guardian monk up from the ground. The guardian monk's face turned red, and his waist felt like it was going to be broken. His bones creaked. And his vision became blurry. The crouching Tiger Luohan behind him also disappeared. You're not good enough to compete with me in strength. Li Qingshan did a fall down, and the guardian monk's head was planted into the ground. It was still one move. And this move was clearly seen by everyone. It was not a particularly brilliant move, but rather, it was to let the opponent make the first move, and then use absolute strength to crush it, and once again shock the audience. Li Qingshan said, "Next. I, Old Hu, will fight you." Hu Jigang jumped out. It was one thing to not win, but it was another to be scared to the point that he did not dare to fight. Once he had fear, it would definitely affect his cultivation. But he kept a very far distance from Li Qingshan, and thought to himself, this kid's physique is strong, fighting him in close combat is simply courting death. Wait for my Yin spirit to come out, and I'll use spells to fight him. Looking around, he did not see any trace of Li Qingshan. His heart trembled, and his eyes widened. Finally, he saw a blurry figure, and it was already within 10 steps of him. He was shocked, and did not dare to use his Yin spirit to come out. He quickly pulled out his sword, and prepared to attack instead of defend, but he felt his waist tighten. It's over. With a bang, Li Qingshan fell again. Although the illusion evasion technique was weakened, it was still not a problem to bully such an opponent. The sun was high up in the sky, and the sunlight was slanting down. White snow and icy rocks were sparkling. Li Qingshan had planted another big onion. Cheers surged like waves. The soldiers couldn't care less about anything else. All they could see was his naked strength. The generals had thought of all kinds of ways to restrain him, thinking that they could overwhelm him by fighting him continuously. However, he broke through them with brute force, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Who else? Li Qingshan brushed the dust off his hands. His exhaustion was gone, and the demonic ape was ready to make a move. He was close to the critical point. However, no one responded. The generals had almost been beaten up by him. The remaining female generals of the Xuanwu army were worried that Li Qingshan would not give them face and beat them up. Now, they simply gave up. They discussed with each other, no wonder he's so daring. He's so skilled. This strength is enough to show disdain for all the myriad nature sect's inner disciples. I heard that he has just passed the 4th heavenly tribulation. Not simple at all. What, is the old woman also in love? Hee, I really want to bite him now. Chao Tianjiao glanced at them, and they all fell silent. They looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan, you can go down now. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, am I the champion? Chao Tianjiao rolled her eyes. You are the champion. The champion was the champion of the 3 armies. It was originally a competition among the generals, so of course he was the well-deserved champion. Okay. Li Qingshan jumped and flew toward Chao Tianjiao. Chao Tianjiao frowned and clenched her fists. He flew past her and came to the female generals behind her. He said with a smile, who wants to bite me? The female generals didn't dare to answer him. Chao Tianjiao exuded a murderous aura. She clenched her teeth and said word by word, do you want to die? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. With a single leap, he vanished from Black Cloud City. The tournament was finally over. No one in Black Cloud City dared to look down on the crawling general anymore. As for the champion, Li Qingshan. Naturally, it was another contribution. On the list of versatility, Li Qingshan's ranking rose once again, and he was now in the middle of the inner disciples, causing another round of exclamations in the square. He was like a rising star. No one could stop him. Luan Mingfang Letian looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and clicked his tongue in wonder. Dark, it's really dark. I'm afraid those guys' faces have already turned black. Xianxia raised his glass and smiled. I really want to see their expressions now. Even eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister couldn't do anything to him. I really have to hand it to him. Commissariat General, the true disciples who had sent Li Qingshan to the battlefield had gathered together. Their expressions were a little ugly. Guxing spread his hands. You want me to think of a way, but what can I do? If those two couldn't suppress him, who else could? If he becomes a true disciple, how will we get along with each other in the future? The true disciples looked at each other in dismay, feeling a little annoyed. Heavens, Spirit Venerable Guihai had been paying attention to Li Qingshan's news all the time. Every time he did something, it seemed to be unexpected, but also reasonable. He was related to those great sages. It would be strange if he didn't do something. He repeatedly pondered the message that old man of heavenly book sent from the ninth heaven. There were only 4 short words, wait and see. He calculated for a long time, but still failed to figure out the meaning behind these 4 words. He could only follow the surface meaning and wait and see. Master is in charge of the imperial study for the celestial emperor. He has sharp ears and eyes, and is very knowledgeable. It's not something a spirit immortal like me can understand. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. I'll just obey. This was the gap between realm and status. No matter how many books he read, he could not make up for it. But that kid is on the battlefield. No one will send me books to read again. In the herb garden, it was still a scene of birds singing and flowers fragrant. The breeze was gentle, and it was full of spring. A golden-red phoenix stood high on a gold-leafed Bodhi tree and sang. Flocks of spirit birds flew here and there along with his clear and melodious song. He had already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. With his extraordinary talent and accumulation, the process could be said to be without danger. After that, he took on the job left behind by Li Qingshan. Although he did not know any cloning techniques, there was an ancient saying, 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. He was born to be able to command birds. He especially bought some spiritual birds from the spiritual beast garden. With his experience as the king of feather people and king of mutants, he could be said to be able to command calmly. He also played a part in Li Qingshan's climb up the list of versatility. Guan Yaozhu looked at this scene and teased, Jiaoer, he's much more useful than you. The 9-colored deer said, Humph, then why don't you change your mount? Speaking of mounts, Guan Yaozhu inexplicably thought of Li Qingshan again. Her face turned slightly red, and she sighed in her heart, that's a more suitable place for him. I hope he and eldest senior sister can forget about the past. Li Qingshan. Chao Tianjiao's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Eldest senior sister, why are you here? A woman's voice came from inside the bed. Impressively, it was the female general who wanted to bite Li Qingshan during the tournament. After the end of the tournament, Li Qingshan continued to wander around the city, looking for an opportunity to break through to the 5th layer of demonic ape. However, no one challenged him anymore. This kind of thing could not be forced, so he could only give up. However, it was not without gains. High official Li, who had mastered the 5 great skills of Pan Donkey and Deng Xiaoxian, found a few gentle places. Ah, what's the matter now? Li Qingshan opened his eyes and turned around lazily. The blanket slid off his body, revealing his robust body. He was completely naked. Follow me, I have a mission. Chao Tianjiao turned a blind eye to him and turned around to leave. Li Qingshan immediately got up, put on his clothes and followed. He did not miss the gentle places behind him at all. The female general giggled and said, Little devil, come and play again when you have time. I know. In the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Tianjiao went straight to the point, I want you to go and investigate the cold blood pass again. I thought it was something big. It's just a small matter. You can just send someone to inform me. Why do you have to come in person? Could it be that you want to take advantage of me? Li Qingshan stretched his neck and twisted his head. Although the Great Freedom Sky Demon statue was erased, after a period of cultivation, the Book of Freedom and Hallucination Escaping Method had improved again. During this period of time, he did not just indulge in the gentle places. I will go with you. You cover me with your Yin spirit. Xianxia said sternly. Winter was about to pass and a new round of killing would begin. However, the things that happened in the Cold Blood Pass always made her feel a little uneasy. She had to investigate it clearly. This was her duty as the commander of an army. It was above her personal grievances. Although she could hide her aura, she was not skilled at concealing herself. Once the demon folk raised their guard, it would be very easy for her to be exposed. When Li Qingshan used the hallucination escaping method during the martial arts competition, she had already made up her mind. Li Qingshan also became serious. He tried to persuade her, "Don't tell me you're planning another assassination. It's not like the demon folk are stupid. You made such a big fuss last time, so how can they not be on guard? It's not an assassination. It's just an investigation," Chao Tianjiao explained to him in an extremely rare moment. "If it's just an investigation, I might as well go alone. If there's a need, it can be an assassination." Chao Tianjiao pressed down on his shoulder and smiled wickedly. Li Qingshan sensed the pain from his shoulder and sighed. "Can I turn you down?" He just felt like there was nothing good about hanging around with her. Military orders must be obeyed. Li Qingshan returned to the grey stone tower. Little and was still cultivating. Amidst the samadhi flame of white bone that bloomed like a lotus flower, she was sometimes stunning, and sometimes eerie. His eyes were gentle and unmoved. After watching for a while, he quietly returned to the bottom of the tower and sat cross-legged, leaving his body behind. His Yin spirit floated out of his body and came to Xuanwu Hall to meet up with Chao Tianjiao. "Come." Chao Tianjiao opened her arms and opened her mind. Li Qingshan's Yin spirit rushed forward and merged with her. "How do you feel?" Chao Tianjiao waved her arms, feeling as if she was wearing a strange armor. "Nice figure," Li Qingshan teased. Chao Tianjiao's expression changed. Her young spirit shone brightly and her Yin spirit felt as if it was being cut by a knife. "Just kidding. Calm down, calm down." Although her Yin spirit was attached to her body, it was only equivalent to wearing a coat. It could not really touch her body. It was still her own young spirit. However, both the coat and the coat were fitted to her body and could still outline her good figure. The compliment came from the heart, but the other party did not seem to appreciate it. "I can tolerate you on normal days, but I will not allow you to play tricks on the battlefield. Otherwise, don't blame my army for being merciless." Chao Tianjiao's face was stern. In fact, she already knew what kind of person he was. She was not really angry, but just wanted to give him a show of strength. She also wanted to test him and prepare for the upcoming trip to the demonic area. She cultivated the Black Tortoise scripture and walked the path of the Black Tortoise, which was the path of the Zhenwu Great Emperor. She was the ninth heaven's demon-destroying grandmaster who presided over the war against the demonic area. Her young spirit was formed by absorbing the cold murderous aura of the 7 constellations in the north. It was extremely murderous. Ordinary Yin spirits would be injured if they got close to her, let alone attached to her body. The fact that he could withstand her aura meant that she could move more freely and could cast some spells calmly. This was a good thing to be happy about. "Alright, whatever you say. I'm just an invisibility cloak." Li Qingshan sighed and made a mental note to think about how he would take revenge in the future. Of course, there were also some very erotic and violent scenes. "It's good that you understand." Chao Tianjiao smiled. She turned around and jumped down the cliff. The rock wall was undulating, and the mountain wind whistled past her ears. She ignored Li Qingshan's complaints. He gradually activated the power of the young spirit, which shone like stars. "Wei Su." With a low shout, the 7 stars in the young spirit shone, one of which was particularly dazzling. Specks of light condensed into scissor-like wings and tail feathers. Like a silver swallow, it streaked across the dawn sky and flew towards the infernal domain. Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of her strength. This is the heavenly tome of Black Tortoise. If I were to face him head-on, I'm definitely not his match. I'm afraid I won't even be able to block a single move from him. I can only take it head on. Even if he had the living soil of the 9 heavens, it would be useless. No matter how powerful his fists were, it would be useless if he could not land a hit. Unless he could use a formation to trap her to death like what he had done to Ao Xian. But that couldn't be considered a head-on confrontation. He was also too ambitious. He had just passed the 4th heavenly tribulation not long ago, but he was going to compete with someone at the peak of the 5th heavenly tribulation, and the one who was the best at fighting. Of course, he felt that his strength was not enough. Forget it. I'll observe carefully first and prepare for the future battle. Chao Tianjiao clearly guessed what he was thinking. She deliberately let him understand the gap between them to undermine his confidence. The path they were on. What they couldn't lack was confidence. The two of them, who were at odds with each other, flew over the mountains, the frozen land, and the ice fields, and arrived at the border of the 2 domains. She stopped using her magic and descended from the sky. She restrained her aura and said rudely, "Boy, hurry up. Don't hold me back." "Which leg did I hold you back? Are you a dog?" Li Qingshan was furious. He used the illusion demon escape, and a wave of light flowed around. A brilliant light flowed and gradually disappeared. "If you use magic again, I won't be able to hide." "Cut the crap." Chao Tianjiao lightly stepped on the ground. She flew forward without raising a speck of dust. She didn't slow down at all. Huh? Why can't I feel the rejection from the demon domain? The demon domain, which had always been the most terrifying enemy of human cultivators, seemed to have suddenly disappeared. She carefully sensed it and found that the invisible repulsive force was still there. As she went deeper into the demon domain, it became stronger and stronger. But it flowed off her body like water. Li Qingshan didn't answer. He obediently wore his invisibility cloak and thought, "Humph, it's not just rejection. The last time I came, the demon domain welcomed me so much. If I wasn't merciful, I would have broken into Black Cloud City and F***CKU 100 times. Hey, boy, don't tell me you're really a spy sent by the demon domain." Chao Tianjiao seemed to feel some kind of malice from him. She stopped and became suspicious. "Hehe, Xianxia asked me to bring you a message. As long as you surrender to the demon domain." Chao Tianjiao couldn't help but laugh. "Xianxia? Kid, you sure are bold." Xianxia was a true god. In terms of battle prowess, he was probably even above the elder of Heavenly Book. He was far too far away from her, a young soul cultivator, let alone a measly soul cultivator. She mocked, "Then who are you to Xianxia?" "Xianxia is my mount." Li Qingshan boasted shamelessly. If he had won that bet, he could indeed subdue Xianxia under the blood oath of the Nether River. "Kid, you sure are funny." Chao Tianjiao pursed her lips. She no longer had the slightest doubt. There was no demon folk bold enough to slander a demon god like that. "As long as you surrender to the demon domain, I guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. There'll be plenty of gold. In your dreams, you traitor." "Captain, don't shoot. Can you shut up?" Chao Tianjiao could not take it anymore. "I can't." Li Qingshan was fearless, as they had already entered the demon domain now. Chao Tianjiao stopped and sensed again. As expected, she was not rejected, so she could not help but calm down. With that, the risk of exposure was greatly reduced. In a good mood, she ignored his jokes. "Heh, kid, you've got some skill." Li Qingshan found it boring, so he stopped talking nonsense. "You better be careful. It's fine if you die, but I don't want my soul to die with you." "Yeah," Chao Tianjiao answered. She became more and more stable, gradually approaching Cold Blood Pass. The tattered banners fluttered under the black sun, seeming even more desolate. Both Li Qingshan and Chao Tianjiao had seen this before. One had seen it with their own eyes, while the other had seen it in an illusion. There was no sign of life in Cold Blood Pass at all. Even the smell of blood had completely vanished. There was only a desolate coldness. Snow suddenly began to drift down from the sky again. "Let's go in and take a look?" For once, Chao Tianjiao asked Li Qingshan for his opinion. They were about to enter a dangerous situation. If they could not reach an agreement, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Li Qingshan felt slightly uneasy. His original body in the Grey Tower immediately began to use the spirit turtle transformation to divine rapidly. It's best if we don't go in. I feel like something's off. Something so major has happened, so why hasn't the demon domain responded? They've left an empty city here. What if it's a trap? What, are you afraid? Chao Tianjiao smiled. She had gone through countless battles. She was someone bold enough to charge into an army alone and assassinate a demon king. The death of 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk was not exactly a major matter. If it were not for the many oddities involved, there would be no need for her to personally investigate. I don't want you to die in the hands of others. The spirit turtle's divination was extremely vague and limited. Of course, there were many reasons, but the most fundamental reason just happened to be that he was not afraid at all. There was nothing major apart from death. Even if his own spirit was destroyed, it would only be a loss of strength. His life would not be in danger at all. The spirit turtle was unable to determine whether this was a life-threatening crisis or not. As for killing with a borrowed knife, he had never even considered it. This was basically a tacit understanding between him, Li Liehua, and Chao Tianjiao. This kid. Instead, it makes me seem petty. Chao Tianjiao's heart skipped a beat. She knew he was not trying to dissuade her out of fear or cowardice. She smiled. I understand. Thank you. But we're already here, so how can we just turn back like this? We have to go in and take a look no matter what. Even if there's an ambush, there'll only be 3 or 5 demon kings at most. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't die. Hearing that, Li Qingshan was even more reluctant to let her take this risk. Moreover, it was very difficult to cultivate a Yin spirit to this level. Who knew how much trouble it would take to refine another one? I'd better. This is a military order. Chao Tianjiao had her reasons. Ever since she joined the army, she had been through thousands of battles. She had personally killed more than 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk. She only mocked Li Qingshan for not having experienced this, which was why he was so careful. It had to be mentioned that even when the battle was at its most intense, there were only a handful of demon emperors in Cold Blood Pass. They could not take down Black Cloud City, and it would be pointless even if there were more. It would instead drag down the other battles. Now that she had Li Qingshan's Yin spirit to fend off the laws of the demon domain, she had one less major problem to worry about. She had infiltrated silently again. Even if there were a handful of demon emperors, she was confident she could escape. Chao Tianjiao climbed up the pass silently. As far as the eye could see, it was still ruins, exactly the same as the illusion Li Qingshan had demonstrated back then. Li Qingshan felt that something was amiss. He tried to persuade her again. You said you wanted to take a look. You've already taken a look now, so you can go back. Cut the nonsense. Chao Tianjiao was as light as a feather, drifting into the pass. Li Qingshan choked. He felt suffocated. Since he could not persuade her, he could only let her be, just in case he humiliated himself. God damn it, even good advice can't persuade a damned ghost. As soon as Chao Tianjiao landed on the ground, she stepped on a red thread that had appeared out of thin air. The red thread was as red as blood. It was not tangible, but it trembled slightly. Immediately, thousands of red threads appeared in the air, crisscrossing with one another and affecting the entire pass. Rumble. The ruins shook, and 12 stone pillars rose up from the ground. Every single pillar was engraved with the totem of a demon god. 12 demon emperors stood on the top of the 12 totem pillars, either sneering viciously or emotionlessly as they gazed at Chao Tianjiao in the formation. Surging demon chi blanketed the surroundings, filling up the pass. Li Qingshan had seen those red threads not long ago. They were the spirit threads that formed the formation, and he had actually seen this formation before. 12 Citadel Demon Formation of the Evil. Chao Tianjiao gritted her teeth and roared in her heart, Li Qingshan, how dare you say you're not a spy? I'll *CK your mother. Li Qingshan was also angry. I've tried to persuade you again and again, but you didn't listen. Now you're blaming it on me? Come, let's see how you're going to survive. He was ambushed, and there was a strong enemy outside. With disloyalty in his heart, the situation was extremely critical. With a clang, Xianxia unsheathed her saber. In an instant, she had regained her composure. Recalling Li Qingshan's various performances, how could there be such an arrogant spy in the world? Frankly speaking, he said, I have wronged you. If you are not a spy, then accompany me to the death in battle. Seeing her so generous, Li Qingshan was momentarily speechless. He was too embarrassed to say, even if you die, I won't. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Sigh, why did you have to come? Xianxia said, I had an important mission, so I had to come. I ended up dragging you into this. The 12 demon emperors are gathered here. It's definitely not just to ambush me. They must be plotting against Black Cloud City. My extinguishing life lamp can be considered a warning to the sect. Bitch, do you still recognize me? Tu Wanqing let out a sinister laugh, feeling extremely gratified. Tu Wanqing, my saber didn't kill you. Do you dare fight me again? Xianxia pointed her saber at Tu Wanqing. Trapped in the 12th Citadel demon formation of the evil, he was already in a hopeless situation. If he could kill a demon emperor, he might still have a chance of survival. At the very least, he would be able to drag someone down with him. His sharp edge was revealed, and his murderous intent surged. Tu Wanqing's face contorted. That saber strike had truly left a lingering fear in his heart. The other demon emperors seemed to be watching the show, not in a hurry to make a move. Naturally, Tu Wanqing wouldn't fall for it. He was just about to use vulgar words to humiliate Xianxia. An elderly demon emperor waved his hand, and Tu Wanqing immediately shut up. The elderly said earnestly, fellow Daoist Chao, if you are willing to convert to the demon realm, there's still a way out. Not only will you become a demon emperor and be on equal footing with us, but if you can help us conquer Black Cloud City, it will be a great merit. Not only will you be blessed by heaven, but you will also be rewarded by the supreme gods. You might even be able to overcome the 6th heavenly tribulation and reach the demigod realm. The elderly's voice was hoarse and deep, but it had a strange charm that penetrated the eardrums and reached the bottom of the heart. He was even more amiable than Abbot Yangon, making people have no choice but to believe him. Li Qingshan and Xianxia immediately understood. As it turned out, that was what they were planning. Even if the 12 demon emperors worked together, they would struggle to destroy the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation, let alone the fact that there was a teleportation formation connected to the myriad sect. They could summon over 10 true disciples to assist them at any time. If the first senior sister, Xianxia, acted as a mole, destroying these 2 formations would be a piece of cake. If the 12 demon emperors used this opportunity to strike, even an army of 1,000,000 would be at their mercy. Li Qingshan sneered, karma really is a cycle of karma and retribution. You said I'm a spy from the demon realm. Now it's your turn. He did his best to block the demonic voice for her. Xianxia's mind cleared up. She was not annoyed by him. Instead, she found it strange. Even at a time like this, he's still in the mood to joke around. How bold of him. She did not wholeheartedly want to die here. She acted like she was in thought and said to the old man, I understand demon folk very well. They'll go back on their word even if there's no benefit to them. How can I trust you? The old man laughed aloud. Do you think I'm one of those idiots, fellow? If you don't believe me, I can swear a blood oath on the Nether River. Xianxia sighed pretentiously. The sect has shown me great kindness. So how can I go back on my word? Li Qingshan thought, this woman sure isn't simple-minded. She even knows how to stall for time. It's just a pity that her acting skills are far too exaggerated. If the path they took was to throw their lives away regardless of the consequences when they encountered danger, they would have lost 100 lives. How could they have made it to where they were today? The old man did not seem to see through Xianxia's attempt to stall for time. He shook his head with a smile. You're mistaken, fellow. Li Qingshan was stunned. Is this old man really not a monk in disguise? Then I'd like to ask, how am I mistaken? Xianxia sheathed her blade and listened quietly. People of my generation have separated themselves from the world for the sake of pursuing the great path. The sect has shown you kindness, and you've shown kindness to the sect, so we don't owe each other anything. And, compared to the great path, why should we care about these small details? You're right, fellow. I'll consider it. Chao Tianjiao lowered her head and said to Li Qingshan, cut the bullshit, kid. I know you're full of devious ideas. Hurry up and think of something. What ideas do I have? Why don't I just surrender? If I surrender, I'll kill you first. Chao Tianjiao's expression fluctuated as if she was waging a war. Her acting skills did become much more realistic. At the same time, the demon kings conversed with one another. Xianxia, will this woman really submit? Of course not, the old man replied indifferently. Tu Wanqing said impatiently, then why waste your breath on her? Why don't we? If she dies and her life lamp extinguishes, the myriad nature sect will be on guard. Will you take responsibility? Tu Wanqing did not dare to say anything else. The old man continued patiently, that's why we have to leave her a chance to live. Don't let her think about fighting to the death. She won't submit now, but that doesn't mean she won't submit in the future. Hee. The demon kings were all arrogant and stubborn. Their strength was not much weaker than this old man's, so they did not have any thoughts of rebelling. Chaotic beings could not see or hear. They could not tell right from wrong, so they were chaotic and chaotic. The demon god of chaos was basically the embodiment of the will of the demon domain, as well as the most powerful demon god. However, due to their chaotic nature, not only were they ignorant and unable to tell right from wrong, but their thoughts could also change in the next moment. They were unable to carry out any long-term plans, nor were they able to gather allies effectively. As a result, their overall strength was the weakest. He was like a demonic beast among demon gods, a terrifying demon god beast. However, his strength could not be doubted. Meanwhile, the demon folk of the chaotic lineage were all natural demonic beings. They were extremely few in number, but they were extraordinarily powerful and unpredictable. As a result, when this old man called Xianxia became their commander without a doubt, they did not even dare to raise a fuss. Even to the demon domain, demon emperors were precious resources. They were no longer allowed to kill one another casually, or even the victor would be severely punished. Only the chaotic lineage was unrestrained, or in other words, restraints were useless, as chaos was their nature. No matter how wise this Xianxia seemed, his nature would definitely be chaotic. Even if he attacked them for no reason, they would not be surprised, nor would they be punished. Who wouldn't be afraid of a mad dog like that? Xianxia's eyes were like chameleons, swiveling in different directions and taking in the expressions of all the demon emperors. The corners of his lips curled up, almost reaching his ears. That amiable face suddenly became strangely twisted. All the demon emperors lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact with him. On my command, activate the formation. The demon emperors dared not tarry. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous immediately activated, and the 12 stone pillars lit up one by one. Surging demon chi blotted out the sky, crushing down layer by layer. Chao Tianjiao raised her head, but she could no longer see the demon emperors. Only the 12 demon gods gazed at her silently, as if they would never change. Meanwhile, she had become as insignificant as an ant. Any demon god only needed to extend a finger to crush her to pieces. True martial demon sweeping, the 7 mansions as one. The divine turtle as armor. The mysterious snake as soldier. Chao Tianjiao was fearless. She unsheathed her saber, and the 7 stars in her young spirit shone brightly. Her whole body shone with divine light, making her look like a valkyrie. Li Qingshan felt as if his own spirit was about to be sliced into pieces. He said angrily, "Do you want to kill me? Didn't this old man want to recruit people to surrender and rebel? How could he turn hostile just like that?" "Shut up." Chao Tianjiao's voice was cold and cruel, without a trace of human emotion, only a murderous aura. Xianxia's expression changed. In the boundless demon domain, there was not a single demon folk who did not hate or fear the Zhenwu Great Emperor, including the lineage of chaos. Since you're still cultivating the Xianwu Dao, you're even more intolerable. Chaos descends. In an instant, the light from the 11 totem pillars dimmed and gathered at the totem pillar beneath Xianxia's feet. The totem of the chaos demon god suddenly moved. Its huge, round head had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. for short, thick limbs protruded from its huge body. Its skin was pink like a baby's, but it was covered in veins and wrinkles. It was ugly and stupid. It crawled around the stone pillar stupidly, its head facing Xianxia and Li Qingshan. Suddenly, it opened its abyss-like mouth and let out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry, but it was 100 or 1,000 times sharper. It leaped out of the stone pillar. It lunged at them. Kill! Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, she advanced and swung her saber to meet it. The scorching Xianwu saber aura contained the strength and willpower that she had cultivated her entire life. Even Li Qingshan's spirit was almost torn to pieces. He could not help but praise, nice. But it's useless. The Chaos Demon God swallowed her in one gulp, and the gaping mouth immediately closed up. Everything returned to silence. The 12 demon emperors had worked together to set up the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil. They were still in the demon domain, so this was already an overwhelming force. All resistance and struggles became meaningless. Even if they risked their lives, they would not be able to harm a single hair on the other party. The demon emperors looked at each other. Didn't they just say that they would not kill her? Why did they change their minds in the blink of an eye? But no one dared to ask. In any case, the chaos lineage was a gathering place for lunatics. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back, and he became that kind old man again. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. She will surrender very soon. He pointed at the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, and the chaos demon god's huge body shrank and condensed. Demonic chi surged over, and it was as thick as black asphalt. It formed a black egg with a hint of red. This is a chaos demon egg. A demon emperor cried out. At least there's someone who knows. Xianxia nodded. She cultivates the Xianwu Dao, so there's no way she will surrender. But she's not. He paused and pointed to the sky. All the demon emperors understood. He was referring to Great Emperor Xianwu. He continued, in this chaos demon egg, all thoughts will be distorted and turned into chaos. Without the skin, what will the hair attach to? Willpower, persistence, and faith will all become worthless. Tu Wanqing, don't you want revenge? If she comes out again, she might become the next one. Really? Tu Wanqing was pleasantly surprised. Even if Xianxia died in battle, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on her. The only way to vent his anger was to kill a few demonic beasts. Now that he saw hope, he immediately perked up. As long as you're not afraid of her suddenly killing you in bed. Tu Wanqing trembled, and his body went limp again. All the demon emperors laughed. Old Tu, go ahead and do it. We'll support you from the side. Then I'll have to trouble you. Tu Wanqing cupped his hands humbly. Let's take turns to kill this bitch. We won't let our brothers fail. A bunch of idiots. Xianxia suddenly cursed. Why aren't you preparing to attack Black Cloud City? You're all laughing like stupid pigs. The laughter came to a halt. The demon emperors were furious, but they dared not say anything. All they could do was stay far away from this madman. Xianxia's anger vanished as quickly as it had come. In the blink of an eye, he gazed at the chaos demon egg in the center of the formation deeply again. A cultivator who practices the path of the black tortoise returns to chaos and becomes a demon folk in the end. What a wonderful irony to the desireless heavenly palace. He. The demonic senses in the chaos demon egg twisted and chaotically, surging over like the tide. Xianxia swung her blade a few times, but she was swallowed by the endless chaos in the blink of an eye. She dared not waste any more strength. Li Qingshan said, that old bastard wants to turn you into a demon folk. I know, Xianxia said indifferently. What do I do? Die. Xianxia did not even feel the slightest fear. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Don't forget, we still have a 30-year promise. If you die, who will I go to for revenge? Li Qingshan felt very wronged, and very reluctant to accept this. If she died, his own spirit definitely would not survive either. He could not help but think back to that afternoon when he practiced the innate method of practicing qi many years ago, followed by the gui water method of condensing qi, the arts of the boundless ocean, the demon suppression statuary, the Demon War Statuary, the Extreme Emperor's Record of Destruction, the Extreme Emperor's Record of Scripture, and finally, the Heavenly Tome of Freedom. Chi Practitioner, Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, Yin Spirit. After all the painstaking effort, he had raised it to such an extent, yet because of a stupid woman, it was gone just like that. You. Xianxia was finally moved. Is there something wrong with your head? You're the one who's crazy. Xianxia closed her eyes and ignored him. She focused on using the black tortoise tome, resisting the invasion of the demonic thoughts with cold determination. Even in such a desperate situation, she didn't waver at all. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire her extraordinary willpower. Even when he was between life and death, he often felt great fear. But this often stimulated his will to live, and he would defeat strong enemies with courage. But she didn't seem to be afraid at all. Was it really because she had more experience on the battlefield? But she could give up her life, but he still couldn't give up his Yin spirit. He asked, "Don't you have any other way? For example, ask for help from the Myriad sect." His main body stayed in Black Cloud City, so he could ask for help. At this time, he didn't care about exposing this secret. But the strange thing was, she didn't even have this plan. Was it because she couldn't or didn't want to? Ask for help? Xianxia said, "If a demon emperor is trapped in Black Cloud City, will the demon realm come to help?" Li Qingshan thought about it and sighed. Of course not. In the end, he overestimated her identity as the eldest senior sister. Even if the Myriad sect gathered all the true disciples, they might not be able to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, and at least half of them would die here. She would definitely die in the formation. Unless Spirit Emperor Guihai or the two sect masters came, but the higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection from the laws of the demon realm. And with such a big formation, the demon realm might have a backup plan. Even a human immortal might not be able to deal with it. The only thing for sure was that she was going to die. The demon emperors weren't stupid villains who talked too much. Once the situation went wrong, they would definitely activate the formation to kill her first. So, even if the Myriad sect knew she was trapped here, they wouldn't go deep into the demon realm and start a war in such a disadvantageous situation. This was the cruelty of war. Even the great senior sister of the sect, who had been flaunting her prowess, would be abandoned. But he didn't want to give up so easily. He absorbed the tide-like demonic aura and demonic thoughts into his Yin spirit. He began circulating the unfettered heavenly tome. In a sense, the Chaos Demon Egg was a good place to cultivate the unfettered scripture. The demon emperors had invested a lot in order to demonize the Myriad sect's great senior sister. All kinds of resources. It had everything. Even though there were all types of chaos and distortions, the Tao of Great Freedom was ever-changing, so there was nothing to fear. Currently, his comprehension was greater than his cultivation, so he could swallow this portion of resources. Xianxia opened her eyes and calmed down. He was also astonished. This kid really has some skills. He can actually absorb demonic chi and use the resources of the demonic domain to cultivate. If he hadn't fallen here, he would have made great achievements in the war against the infernal domain in the future. It's not easy for him to persevere in his cultivation and help me resist the demonic thoughts. I've implicated him. Li Qingshan did not care about it. He circulated the unfettered heavenly tome in a frenzy, refining the rolling devil chi and the layers of devil psyche. Compared to Xianxia's calmness, his performance was close to madness. Yinshin's expression kept changing. Anger, fear, greed, it was slowly becoming stronger and stronger. A cornered beast was fighting. Usually, he was worried that his Yinshin would go berserk and lose control. He did not dare to be so unrestrained. Now, he had nothing to worry about. Anyway, this Yinshin could not be taken back. If it went out of control, then so be it. He could just treat it as accumulating cultivation experience. Even if he refined his Yinshin into a Yangshin, which was basically impossible, he would not be able to escape from this 12 citadel demon formation of the evil. Unless his Yinshin was completely demonized, then these demon emperors would not be afraid of him, who was of the same kind. But this was the most unacceptable result. He would rather self-destruct his Yinshin. He was already prepared for this. However, he did not know whether it was because his understanding of the Tao of great freedom was too thorough, or because this state of mind was just right for cultivating the unfettered heavenly tone. He cultivated for a long time but showed no signs of losing control. At such a meaningless moment. Instead, he was advancing bravely and advancing at a tremendous pace. This was too ironic. Bastard! Chao Tianjiao thought that he was finally afraid. She mocked, if you were more honest, you would still be in the 100-herb garden watering the flowers and planting the trees. Why would you end up like this? Li Qingshan was furious. You still dare to say that? Chao Tianjiao was not afraid of him. Ha, I'm going to die, and I don't dare to say a few words to you. You want to take revenge on me, and I still have to settle the score with you. That day, I was only protected by your words. You don't have to wait for another 30 years. Go and die now. Good. Very good. Li Qingshan was so angry that he laughed. He was overflowing with viciousness. I want you to die a horrible death. As he continued to cultivate, he extracted a burning thought from the chaotic and twisted demonic thoughts and transferred it into her body. Humph. Chao Tianjiao sneered. Is that all you've got? She did not even need to guard her mind. Her body had already cut off the red dragon and cut off all evil thoughts. The Yangshan was condensed from the cold murderous aura of the 7 constellations in the north. It was cruel and cold, and naturally restrained all demonic thoughts. I see. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why she and Li Liehua were so strong, far surpassing the Chuolong who was also a human emperor. The purer and more extreme the power, the faster it would improve, and the more destructive it would be. This was the case for the Heavenly Book of Fire, and the Heavenly Book of Black Tortoise. However, the price to pay was that after reaching a certain realm, the path would become narrower and narrower, and eventually become a bottleneck that was difficult to break through. The synonym for pureness was extreme. What was more terrifying was that this pure power would corrode one's mind. Li Liehua was only slightly provoked by him, and he disregarded the sect's rules to kill him. Was he born with a violent temperament, or was he swallowed and assimilated by the flames? Chao Tianjiao was able to be fearless in a desperate situation, but it was probably not a performance of courage. True courage was reflected in overcoming fear, and not simply being afraid of nothing. Back then, Gong Yuan walked such a path. Not only did she treat everyone cruelly, but she was also almost swallowed by the power of Ruin's End. Pursuing power was to carry out one's will. If one was held hostage by power, he would not be far from chi deviation. On the surface, eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister seemed to be boundlessly glorious, but in reality, they were constantly being distorted by power. They had no choice but to use their extraordinary willpower to control this overly powerful and pure power. Thus, they had no choice but to dominate the battlefield, using slaughter to calm the turmoil in their hearts. But the more they used it, the faster the power backfired. If they could not break through the 6th heavenly tribulation and reach the human immortal realm, it was impossible for them to die of old age. They would either burn into a ball of fire or a ray of light. The 3 of us are quite similar. The more we want, the more we have to bear. It's very fair. However, if you really think that you can resist it with your willpower, then you are gravely mistaken. You are still a human after all. Yes, a woman. Li Qingshan laughed madly as he ignited even more flames, burning away her icy cold will. With a great devil like him helping the tyrant, the chaos demon egg finally started to show its power. To be continued. Light snow drifted through the air. 12 towering stone pillars stabbed into the depths of the demonic clouds. A huge chaos demon egg hovered in the air at the center, pulsating like a Ru Xian organ. Chao Tianjiao did not take Li Qingshan's little tricks to heart at all. She was like a eunuch who was not afraid of being seduced by beauty. She was only waiting for him to fail before mocking him viciously. There was chaos in the surroundings, as if there was a boundless world, yet it was indeed sealed up in this tiny space. These 2 completely opposite experiences did not seem out of place at all. It was as if she had experienced it somewhere before. At this moment, a strange warmth surged through her heart. It was a feeling she had not felt for a very long time, which made her heart skip a beat. She was rather in disbelief. Don't tell me. This kid is definitely a spy from the demon domain, even if he isn't. She was just about to scold Li Qingshan fiercely, or just finish him off. There was a thump, and her heart beat. She suddenly remembered that this was the feeling of being in her mother's womb. Crack! It was like a frozen lake cracking open, spilling out warm spring water and spreading out. Her memories were like a breached dam, unstoppable. She had also once been a little girl. Li Qingshan saw the lines on her valiant face suddenly soften. Her expression even became slightly infatuated, as if she had become a completely different person. Even people who were extremely familiar with her would be mistaken with a single glance. However, this was not the appearance of someone who had completely lost themselves in lust. Instead, she was like a regular person who was on the brink of death, recalling her entire life. Now, that's more like a person. Li Qingshan sighed slightly. Suddenly, he felt that although the demon folk were evil and twisted, they were more like a person from a certain perspective. Even the ugliest side of humanity was still a discussion about humanity at the end of the day. However, her willpower was the exact opposite. It was more like the icy cold light of the stars, beautiful but inhuman. With a thought, he channeled even more demonic thoughts into her: fear, pain, sorrow. She frowned and thought about when she was over 3 years old. She had tripped over the doorsill and burst into tears. It was not because of pain, but because she had dirted her new clothes. It was a large, red, cotton-padded jacket. It was very warm. Grandma quickly picked her up and even kicked the doorframe a few times. She coaxed her softly and was very warm. However, this warmth made her shiver as she recalled the past. How I walk alone in the cold. No matter how cold it was, he couldn't stop. He abandoned all warmth and chased after the illusory cold stars in the winter night. Only in this way would the cold be easier to endure. Once he stopped, he would lose everything. However, at this moment, a chill surged out, almost making him shiver all over. But since he was already in a hopeless situation, he could finally stop and rest. With that in mind, the starlight dimmed. She no longer resisted the invasion of the demonic thoughts and even took the initiative to accept them. Even if it was painful, she couldn't help but awaken these warm memories one by one. The warmth and coldness that had been accumulating for 1,000 years continuously converged and reflected off each other, gradually shaking her resolve. Her expression fluctuated, sometimes sad, sometimes happy, sometimes worried, sometimes afraid. She became more and more human, but also a little fragile. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that she was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. He could not help but admire the demon domain's methods. The reason why she would not surrender was not because of any debt of gratitude, but because the path she was walking on was one that absolutely could not be shaken by weakness. Otherwise, he would go berserk and be destroyed by his own power. However, they actually had a way to untie this knot, shaking her will and distorting her beliefs without causing her to go berserk. In a sense, it was even opening up a new path for her. Li Qingshan sank into thought. If this continues, I won't be able to survive. She might really choose to pledge allegiance to the demon domain and become a demon emperor. What should I do? Stop her? Sigh, what good is it to me if she becomes the demon emperor? I'm afraid I'm also affected by the demonic will. Activating the heavenly book of freedom, he shielded her from all demonic thoughts. Qiao Tianjiao opened her eyes. Her cheeks were rosy, but she was still in a daze. She suddenly realized something and sincerely said, "Thank you." If it wasn't for him, she might have really turned into a demon. You're welcome. It's not like you have a heart of stone. Yes. Qiao Tianjiao said faintly, I really want to live. An unprecedented desire to survive surged in her fiery heart. Another deeper pain arose, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. Not only now, but she had already fallen into a desperate situation. She knew that the hope was slim, but she had to keep moving forward. Li Qingshan asked, Are you going to pledge allegiance to the demon domain? Qiao Tianjiao's eyes gradually regained their firmness, but it was no longer influenced by power. She made a decision based on her own will. Let's die together. The young spirit once again lit up with the cold starlight. She couldn't delay any longer, or the will to survive would overwhelm everything. Wait. Are you afraid? It doesn't matter. I'm a little afraid too. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Chao Tianjiao said in a comforting tone. The light of the Yang spirit became more and more intense. Li Qingshan asked, do you want to go through 6 heavenly tribulations? Do you have a way? Chao Tianjiao's eyes flashed. Yes, but it's a narrow escape. What way? Chao Tianjiao believed him a little. Li Qingshan said faintly, Karma Mudra. Chao Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, then she sneered and said, you're not lying to me, are you? Li Qingshan said seriously, of course not. I'm just fooling you. If it had been in the past, Chao Tianjiao would have killed him without saying a word. This dog of a man who took advantage of others when they were in danger still wanted to take advantage of her at this time. However, encouraged by her will to survive, she decided to listen to him before killing him. Go ahead. The way of black tortoise you walk is too pure and extreme, and it will gradually destroy your will. A slave of power is certainly not qualified to go through 6 heavenly tribulations and become a human immortal. Chao Tianjiao nodded. She had reached the peak of 5 heavenly tribulations a long time ago, which was not a big deal. As long as there were no accidents, the human emperor would eventually reach this step. However, most of them would never be able to break through the barrier between human and immortal. Because the human emperor was the limit of a cultivator, they had to use the identity of a human to control an unprecedented huge power, which was bound to cause all kinds of problems and tribulations. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Li Qingshan continued to persuade her, the book of freedom that I cultivate is the path of the great freedom heaven. The sects that worship the great freedom heaven are all called the outer way. One of them is called the nature sect, which is most proficient in the method of Karma Mudra. Maybe through Karma Mudra, I can help you control this power and wear down some of its sharpness. Li Qingshan added fuel to the fire. I once had a dual cultivation partner. Her situation is very similar to yours. She borrowed the power of Ruin's End to cultivate and almost suffered a backlash from it. In the end, through dual cultivation with me, she successfully controlled the power of Ruin's End and set foot on the peak of life. There was not a single lie in what he said, but there were some inaccuracies. For example, he could help Gong Yuan suppress the power of Ruin's End because of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. The two of them were natural partners. Although the black tortoise was half a turtle, it was probably not the same as a spirit turtle. As for whether the dual cultivation techniques of the School of Sex and Strength were effective or not, and how effective they were, he had no idea. Not long ago, he used the techniques of the Sacred Scripture School to offer sacrifices to the realm of freedom and almost failed several times. Chao Tianjiao mocked him habitually. You had a dual cultivation partner before? Hee. Li Qingshan was like a demon tempting a loyal maiden. With deep malice, he struck out one last time, with your realm, you'll definitely attract the 6th heavenly tribulation once your cultivation improves. Even if you can't overcome it in the end, it'll be better than dying here sullenly. Chao Tianjiao pondered for a while before suddenly swinging her hand like she was swinging down a blade. Alright, I'll believe you this time. Heh, senior sister, when have I ever disappointed you? In Black Cloud City, under the gray stone tower, an innocent yet evil smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. He was like a child who had successfully tricked an adult and succeeded in pulling a prank. What do I need to do? Just listen to my instructions. First, please relax your mind. Of course, there's also the rest. Chao Tianjiao suddenly felt rather embarrassed. In this chaos demon egg, her willpower had already wavered a long time ago. However, she was not a wishy-washy person. Since she had made up her mind, she did not hesitate at all. She cooperated with him obediently. In that instant, a chill slid over her skin. From her face to her neck, chest to her abdomen. It greedily went past every inch of her skin, giving her goosebumps. She tensed and closed her eyes. 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. She bit her lips subconsciously and pretended to be indifferent. However, she sighed in her heart, how did I fall into such a situation? Is it really my turn to be unlucky? This jinx. Li Qingshan had successfully changed from an outer garment to an inner garment. Furthermore, it was under her obedient cooperation. Instantly, he felt the pleasure of avenging a great hatred. While igniting more flames, he wantonly violated her. The redness on Chao Tianjiao's face deepened, and she said hatefully, "Brat, are you satisfied now?" "No, it's still far from it. Senior Marshal Sister, please relax a little, open your mind." He was no longer satisfied with just being a piece of cake. "If I demonize, I will definitely kill you." Her voice trembled. His threats seemed to be useless, so he opened his heart completely as he was told. Her mind had already developed an opening, so Li Qingshan's spirit immediately invaded it. He smiled. "As you wish." Her eyes glazed over, and even the sensations in her body disappeared. Everything about her body was suddenly open. In front of him, Dabai no longer had any secrets. This was far more powerful than the invasion of her body. Not long ago, she had also asked him to use an illusionary realm to show her the situation at the Cold Blood Pass. However, that was equivalent to him weaving some lies to her from outside the wall, and she could chase him away at any time. Now, however, he was openly entering through the main gate. He had entered the room, and even turned the tables. "Let's begin." Li Qingshan's voice sounded beside her ear, but it also seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. In a trance, the scenery before her eyes changed. The cold pass, the cruel battlefield, and the colorful snowflakes all disappeared. A small river flowed by in front of her eyes, sparkling under the scorching sun. The wind was warm, and the willows were gentle. It was March, the most pleasant time of the year. The surroundings were empty and silent. There were only a few birds chirping. She gently took off her shoes and soaked her feet in the clear river water. A few small fish swam around, and she was so comfortable that she forgot everything else. "Prodigy." A gentle voice sounded behind her. She suddenly turned around to see her handsome boyfriend pushing aside the willows and walking toward her. She hurriedly retracted her feet, and the water rippled, but she lost her balance and fell backward. "Be careful." A large hand caught her waist, and their eyes met. Their breaths were intertwined, and they were both intoxicated. Another large hand caught her, and she felt a tingling sensation from her feet all the way to the bottom of her heart. She moaned softly, and she fell onto the grass beside the river, where she melted into the spring breeze and flowing water. Li Qingshan began to comprehend the dual cultivation method. The sexual power sect was not an unorthodox sect. Instead, it was the mainstream sect of the heretical sects, and its sect scriptures even surpassed that of the Holy Scripture sect and the Mercury sect. The sexual power sect didn't worship the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom, but rather the linga. The so-called linga was actually the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom. It symbolized reproduction, and it contained the power of creation and rebirth. In the eyes of ordinary believers, this was the most important image of the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom. As for the appearance of waving 6 arms, opening the third eye, and shooting out world-destroying fire, it was a special state that received very few believers. After all, reproduction was the norm, and it was what all living beings wanted to see. However, the great destruction and destruction were bound to be short-lived and terrifying. Gods wanted believers to be in awe, but after all, respect came first. Li Qingshan was completely focused on comprehending the dual cultivation method of the school of strength and nature. As a matter of fact, even the wet dream was secondary. The thing that pranks could not do without was seriousness. Moreover, he had to be serious. Chao Tianjiao's yang spirit was too powerful, and its power was 10 times or even 100 times that of his yin spirit. Moreover, its evil spirit was extremely heavy. If he couldn't enter the perfect dual cultivation state as soon as possible, even if she was willing to cooperate and open her mind, his yin spirit would quickly be torn apart. If he resisted even a little, his yin spirit would be directly destroyed. In such a short time, part of his yin spirit had been worn out, and he had just unbuttoned her clothes in the illusion. Under such circumstances, how could he enjoy himself? Before he could do anything, his yin spirit had been worn out, which was even worse than impotence. His prank had failed, and it had become a heavy blow. However, he gradually understood something. In that case, the process of my cultivation of the heavenly book of freedom seems to be a little abnormal. Reproduction and destruction, creation and destruction, were always 2 sides of the same coin, the outside and the inside. However, generally speaking, there was an order between the two. It was definitely creation before destruction, and reproduction before destruction. Especially for all living beings, the former was not only more important, but also easier to understand. However, he had started with great destruction, and he had quickly comprehended the ultimate skill of the way of freedom, the most powerful combat power, the world-destroying fire. According to his method of cultivation, the heavenly tome of freedom was not a cultivation method at all. Regular people would never be able to comprehend the spirit of great destruction and great destruction. He had first entered the demon war statuary through the demon suppression statuary, then obtained a cultivation method born at the end of the world like the extreme monarch's record of world destruction. This was already a very great fortuitous coincidence. During this process, he had personally witnessed the wreckage of a world before personally destroying the 9 provinces and even a world. Only in this way could one comprehend the meaning of great destruction and great destruction. When one began to cultivate the unfettered tome, one would naturally walk down this path until one comprehended the divine fire of annihilation. For now, one could not see the upper limit of the destructive power of such a peerlessly domineering move. This was because he had always been under great pressure to survive, so it was not strange for him to embark on this path. However, regular cultivators, even if they possessed great talent and reincarnated celestials, would never destroy an entire world for the sake of cultivation. All they could do was crawl obediently. For example, they could find a girl for dual cultivation and experience the joy of reproduction and the great harmony of life. This was the most normal method of cultivation, but he had completely reversed things. I see. So I've been doing the opposite the entire time. Xianxia came to a realization and laughed aloud. In the illusion, Xianxia, who was half undressed, only saw her lover smile happily. She grumbled, "What are you laughing at?" Xianxia only smiled. A third of his spirit had already been worn away. The illusion was already on the verge of shattering. He powered the spirit turtle transformation with all his might and deduced another possibility for the existence of the heavenly tome of freedom. No wonder my nascent soul would go berserk when I underwent the 4th heavenly tribulation, bent on destroying itself. If it were any other regular cultivator, their nascent soul would be done for. How the hell am I supposed to cultivate? It's not like that old turtle comprehended the heavenly tome of freedom to harm his own disciple. There must be a simpler path. The cycle of vitality I comprehended from the Qilin transformation just happens to be able to keep a berserking spirit in check. Looks like it's not a coincidence. From reproduction to destruction. From creation to destruction. That's the most normal path of cultivation for the heavenly tome of freedom. This was the result of being a test subject for a new cultivation technique. There was no one to scout ahead. However, it wasn't too late to wake up now. It was even just right. This path was too simple for him. He had personally created the world of 5 continents, which was even larger than the world of 9 regions, and had comprehended the true meaning of endlessness in the Qilin method of longevity. Most importantly, he had a strong desire to reproduce. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at such a critical moment. She had to trick Xianxia. It was much easier to comprehend reproduction and creation than destruction and destruction. Xianxia's eyes are closed tightly. The 7 constellations in the yang spirit are shining, and the illusion is about to collapse. She frowned, vaguely feeling that her lover was somewhat familiar. It was even a little annoying. Just as she was about to wake up from her dream. The spirit turtle's deduction was complete. Xianxia suddenly leaned over and kissed her red lips that were as delicate as roses. He suddenly reversed the heavenly tome of freedom, and his spirit, which was originally full of destruction and the will to destroy, suddenly changed its appearance. At the end of destruction and destruction, vitality flourished. It was as if green grass had sprouted on the ground that had been burned by fire, and it was a riot of colors. He looked at Xianxia with eyes full of love and gentleness, like a river winding through the earth. It nourished the creatures along the coast. She felt that her lover suddenly became infinitely charming, and her mind became more and more intoxicated. The familiar feeling did not disappear, but became 10 times or even 100 times more profound, making her believe that this reunion at this time was destined in their previous lives. The dual cultivation method began to operate, and her yin spirit was no longer worn down by her yang spirit. Instead, it was nourished a little, and the illusion immediately stabilized. Heavenly Son. He took off the last piece of her clothes, and his expression was solemn and almost pious, as if it was no longer a prank. She also looked at him with a smile. Her body glowed faintly in the spring sunshine, like a goddess. She reached out and hugged him in her arms. With a moan, they finally became one. It was just like the first couple in the world, releasing their most primitive desire for love. The yin spirit and yang spirit intertwined, completely fusing as one. What was even more amazing was that the male Xianxia was a yin spirit, while the female Xianxia was a yang spirit. Extreme yin gave birth to yang, and extreme yang gave birth to yin. The cycle of yin and yang suppressed and complemented each other. As expected, they had achieved the great harmony of life. The dream seemed like it would never end. He only felt extremely happy. Even if it was all an illusion after he woke up, even if they were separated by life and death, even if they became enemies, as long as he was happy, it was enough. Below the gray stone tower, a black ape tail rose up behind Li Qingshan. Jijijijiji. With a boom, the ape demon transformation broke through to the fifth layer. The miniature world expanded and underwent a qualitative change, becoming brand new. The many divine and demonic transformations that had been suppressed all returned to their original realm. The fifth layer of the ox demon. The fifth layer of the tiger demon. The fifth layer of the phoenix. The fifth layer of the spirit turtle. Waves of power surged, both old and new, surging in the miniature world. In the frenzied battle between the gods and demons, a new balance was achieved, but it was broken again, until a stable structure was formed, and all the power began to condense. His cultivation base continued to skyrocket. GG. Li Qingshan leaped up and did a somersault. Every time his cultivation base skyrocketed, he did a somersault, making a total of 321 somersaults. Amidst the joy, he did not forget the great contributor, Chao Tianjiao. The dream kept changing, and they kept meeting in new places, with new identities, getting to know each other, loving each other, and having sex. She had completely forgotten her original appearance. He dominated the dream, using yin to yang, using softness to overcome hardness, and constantly helped her grind away the excessive sharpness of the yang spirit. He made the originally pure power even purer, and it was no longer as cold, cruel, and difficult to control. This was what he had promised, and now he had done it. By absorbing the power of her young spirit, as well as the nourishment of the chaotic demonic egg, the cultivation base of his yin spirit was also constantly growing, and he had already caught a glimpse of the yang spirit realm. If he wanted to, he could drag her deeper into the dream, and further improve his cultivation base. The path of dual cultivation was inseparable from two words, plucking yin to nourish yang and plucking yang to nourish yin. However, he did not do that. Instead, he made the dream become fainter and fainter, closer and closer to reality, until it could not get any fainter, and he returned to the willow bank. She recalled everything about herself, and her expression went blank for a moment. In this short period of time, she had experienced countless lives, and experienced happiness that she had never experienced before. Including Li Qingshan's face, it could not be any more familiar. In the dream, they still saw each other with sincerity, and they were entangled together. You. Chao Tianjiao's expression changed, embarrassment, anger, hatred, confusion, and a hint of reluctance. Senior sister. Who knew? She had to go all the way if she wanted to act. Li Qingshan's expression was erratic. Senior sister, do you know? I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. I once had a woman I wanted to marry. She wasn't as strong and dazzling as you are. She wasn't even as beautiful as you. But in the end, I let her down. Chao Tianjiao felt a little sour for some reason. She couldn't help but ask, so, am I her substitute? Of course not. I don't want a substitute, and I don't want to let anyone down. Li Qingshan's face was lonely. So even if I fell in love with her, I didn't want to get close to her. But I couldn't stand being looked down upon by the woman I loved. So I had to fight with you. Please don't blame me. Chao Tianjiao grabbed his throat and raised her eyebrows. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Then she let go of him dejectedly. Sigh, we're going to die anyway. You took advantage of us for nothing. Even if I've been tricked by you, don't talk nonsense here. How shameless of you to take advantage of me and still pretend to be innocent. Li Qingshan smiled brightly. Yes, it seems that it's still a little lacking. I still lack enough resources. After all, I have to cross the barrier between human and immortal. He transferred all the power accumulated in his Yin spirit into her Yang spirit. Harvesting Yin to replenish Yang and harvesting Yang to replenish Yin were the eternal themes of the path of dual cultivation. However, it was often accompanied by coercion, deceit, and temptation. It would inevitably lead to resentment and sin. Those who wanted to take the shortcut often fell into the abyss, so it was regarded as an evil path. There was only one exception. That was when one party sacrificed himself unconditionally and willingly gave his life and power to the other party. Just like at this moment. Chao Tianjiao's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What are you going to do? Li Qingshan smiled. Fulfill my promise. The power of his Yin spirit was rapidly draining away. His figure gradually became blurry. The spring scenery by the willow bank became illusory. The dream began to collapse. At this moment, his Yin spirit contained the power of rebirth. Chao Tianjiao felt pain in her heart, and she angrily said, I, Chao Tianjiao, don't need your pity. She tried to reject Li Qingshan's power, but to no avail. She was no longer in control of this dream. I'm not pitiful. If only one of us can survive, I hope it's you. Li Qingshan smiled and stretched out his translucent hand, gently caressing her face as if he was in the deepest dream. Stay alive. You forgot about me. Chao Tianjiao stretched out his hand, but he grabbed nothing. The dreamland completely collapsed, and he returned to the primal chaos. A brand new power surged in her body, but she felt pain in her heart. Dream after dream reverberated in his mind. Qingshan. With a loud bang, Yin and Yang merged as one, and the primordial spirit was refined. The 7 constellations formation turned into the shape of a turtle snake, releasing great radiance, illuminating the true black tortoise Great Tao. It flew over the endless abyss, directly reaching the human immortal realm. The human Tao and the immortal Tao would be separated there. It was the rebirth she had been looking forward to for a long time. However, she stood there in a daze. She had experienced battles and seen life and death, but now she suddenly understood what it meant to be separated by life and death. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder shook the chaos demonic egg, as if it was urging her. She pressed her chest, and her heart beat as if she had been reborn. She lost a lot of killing intent, and gained a touch of gentleness. She pulled herself together again, and her eyes became determined again. She stepped onto the great Tao. Facing the heavenly tribulation. I will survive, but I will never forget you. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Under the grey stone tower, Li Qingshan hugged his stomach and rolled on the ground laughing. His tears were squeezed out. After the prank succeeded, he naturally had to laugh to his heart's content. Chao Tianjiao, oh Chao Tianjiao, no matter how cunning you are, you drank my foot-washing water. My acting skills have been tested for a long time, don't even mention it. Ha 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 ha. Qingshan? Little and heard the noise and came down from upstairs. He came down from upstairs with a strange look on his face. What happened? Let me tell you. As a result, Li Qingshan told her everything that had happened, such as how he would be ambushed if he infiltrated Cold Blood Pass. However, he did not mention how he would trick Chao Tianjiao. It was a matter of life and death anyway, and she had volunteered to do that. As for the part about dual cultivation, it was not suitable for children, so he left out a lot of it. The confession of love at the end was really worthy of being written in a book. You must have tricked her. Little and only needed to look at his expression to guess most of it. I didn't. I am practically a Casanova, sacrificing myself to help her. Are you serious? Little and curled his lips. I didn't. My Yin soul can't be saved anyway, and I have already understood how to cultivate, so I might as well help her. But I don't think she will survive. Li Qingshan shook his head. Not to mention that he had not undergone the 5th heaven tribulation. Even if he succeeded, He would not be able to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Who knew how deep the water was inside? Then, do you hope she can survive? N. A day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. How could it be just a day between them? They still had some feelings. Maybe he wanted to see her expression at that time, or maybe he really wanted her to live. Who knew? You lied to her, she will definitely not let you go. Li Qingshan shuddered. She was already so difficult to deal with when she was a human emperor, if she became a human immortal. Haha, 6 heaven tribulations, human immortal realm, how can it be so easy to pass through? She is probably struck to death by lightning, or possessed by a devil, or killed by the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. In the cold blood pass, the sky changed color, thunder rumbled, and snow flew. Xianxia's expression changed, 6 heaven tribulations. The other demon emperors also rushed back. She attracted 6 heaven tribulations? How is that possible? They were all stuck in the same realm, so they knew exactly how difficult it was to pass through. It was no longer a question of whether they could pass through the tribulations successfully, but whether they could break through the bottleneck and attract the heaven tribulations. Demon emperors gained divinity one step further, stepping into the realm of demigods, and they could be called evil gods. From then on, they would stand above the billions of demon folk, only below the 12 demon gods. Even demon gods would try to rope them in. In such a chaotic and cruel demon domain, they could finally rest easy. This was the realm that all demon emperors dreamed of. Xianxia was in the demon domain, and she was even trapped in the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, yet she could actually attract the heaven tribulations. It really surprised everyone. She probably collected an essence soul pill. Humph, she's in such a hurry, she definitely won't succeed. If she gave that essence soul pill to me, you wouldn't be bold enough to swallow it even if I gave it to you. Xianxia's face sank, and he bellowed furiously, cut the crap, activate the formation and kill her immediately. Lightning flashed in the turning demonic clouds, growing brighter and louder. The majestic heavenly might broke through all obstacles and came crashing down from the 9 heavens. The 12 demon emperors stood on the totem pillars again, their faces solemn. They were no longer as relaxed as they were when they ambushed Xianxia. If he were to be sucked into the heavenly tribulation, his life would be in danger. Activating the demon heart, demonic chi surged as he chanted, praising the great achievements of the 12 demon gods. The power of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous was fully unleashed. Chaos Destroyer. Xianxia suddenly stomped his foot and pointed at the center of the formation. The chaos demonic egg suddenly shrank, as if it wanted to crush Xianxia inside. The sound of thunder was getting closer and closer, as if it was rolling over his head. He was impatient and stamped his feet repeatedly, shouting, "Die, die, 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 die." The chaos demonic egg continued to shrink, becoming smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a water tank. However, it contained the full power of 12 demon monarchs and the 12 citadel sky demon formation of the ominous. Even a mountain would be crushed. Go to hell. Xianxia's face revealed a hint of relief. A blade suddenly pierced through the chaos demonic egg, and Xianxia's voice came from within, thunder. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. The blazing light illuminated the entire canyon, and the 12 demon sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. The Guan mountain collapsed, the earth quaked, and the totem pillars trembled. The demon emperors couldn't stand still and looked at Xianxia. Even if the 12 demon emperors were to join forces and rely on the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, they would not be able to contend against this brilliant heavenly might. There was a limit to one's strength, but heaven's might was boundless. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts condensed at the tip of the saber and flowed along the blade. Deep into the chaos demonic egg. Break! With a wave of his saber, lightning flashed. Xianxia broke out of the primal chaos demonic egg and leaped out, looking as heroic as a god. Another slash. He broke through the formation and went against the light, like a fish transforming into a dragon. The demon emperors looked up at her radiant figure and were momentarily at a loss for words. She already had the bearing of a human fairy. Once he passed this trial, even demon emperors like them would have to look up to him. Tu Wanqing shuddered. If she were to become a human immortal, he would definitely die if she slashed at him again. Lord Xianxia, you absolutely cannot let this slut pass her tribulation. Xianxia's fingers were entangled like ropes, and his face was extremely distorted. He said fiercely, lower the formation and preserve our strength. The demon emperors immediately dispersed, and the totem pillars sank back into the ground. No matter what the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous was, if it was seen as an obstacle by the heavenly tribulation, it would be blasted to smithereens in minutes. It's impossible for her to succeed, absolutely impossible. Xianxia muttered to himself, as if to comfort himself, this is the infernal domain, whether she has any preparations or not. How could he succeed? The demon emperors remained silent and looked up. Transcending 6 heavenly tribulations was an extremely rare sight for them. He might be able to comprehend something from it. However, just like Xianxia, they also didn't think that she could pass the tribulation successfully, so they were still very worried. Tu Wanqing couldn't help but call out, should we retreat a little further? You coward! Xianxia flew into a rage. Even if she succeeds, she will definitely be extremely weak. We still have the 12th citadel demon formation of the evil, we can kill her. A ferocious look flashed across Tu Wanqing's face. If this bitch really becomes a human immortal. If this slut really becomes a human immortal, no matter how weak she is, how can a formation trap her? Xianxia, on the other hand, regained his composure. He was as calm as a sheet of dead ash. I have my own ways. Other ways. Tu Wanqing suddenly thought of something and immediately lowered his head. He didn't dare to say anything else, and he laughed sinisterly in his heart, you old thing, just let this slut pass the tribulation successfully, and then you will suffer. Amidst the boundless lightning, a few tribulation thunders flew back and forth, continuously attacking Chao Tianjiao. She was already at the peak of human emperor, and with the full power of Li Qingshanxin's spirit, she was even more powerful. In this desperate counterattack, she fully activated the heavenly book of Black Tortoise. The 7 mansions shone, turning into a tortoise and a snake, and the unparalleled power of the Black Tortoise was no weaker than the lightning. Moreover, this power was used at will like never before, condensing on the edge of the saber and scattering at will, turning into a Black Tortoise saber aura, fighting equally with the tribulation thunders. This is all thanks to him. Chao Tianjiao thought of Li Qingshan's face again, and the countless days and nights in her dreams. What left the deepest impression was not when they had sex, but the scenes he had set up. In one dream, they were all on a luxurious ship. She was the young lady of a rich family, and she was forced to marry a rich man she didn't like. He was just a poor scholar in the bottom cabin, but he saved her from despair. She still remembered clearly that he held her in his arms, standing at the bow of the ship, as if they were flying on the sea, and hearing him shout, I am the king of the world. In that instant, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart, and a tribulation thunder swept past, almost cutting off her arm that was holding the saber. Her heart shuddered as she realized that her power was showing signs of losing control again. She immediately came to a realization. Fighting demons. This was an obstacle that was bound to be encountered when going through the 6th heavenly tribulation. If a cultivator wanted to transform from a mortal to an immortal, he would be attacked by devils that would prevent him from becoming an immortal. There were 4 types of demons, fighting demons, vexation demons, death demons, and sky demons. When Li Qingshan's nascent soul went berserk, Wan Yaozhu had mistaken him for the fighting devils. However, this was actually a treatment that ordinary cultivators did not have. Otherwise, most cultivators would die before reaching the 6th heavenly tribulation. Even the weakest fighting devil was a terrifying devil repellent. As for the most powerful heavenly demon, that was already a treatment that only deities could enjoy. It was the incarnation of the great unfettered heaven who personally came to stop people from attaining the Tao. As for the Mahasvara himself, it was said that only the Gautama Buddha had ever received such treatment. Among the 5 Yin, form, perception, thought, action, and knowledge. Among them, beauty was the foundation, and it referred to this physical body. When the mind and color were combined, it formed the body of form, and perception, action, and knowledge was born. The flourishing of the 5 Yin was one of the 8 sufferings of life. As for the 7 major sufferings, birth, old age, illness, death, separation from love, resentment, and unattainable, they were all born from the five Yin. The five Yin devils belonged to the inner devil, which was formed from the body of form and was born from the inner devil. Originally, when she cultivated the heavenly scripture of black tortoise, she had a strong murderous aura and was as cold as the stars. She did not even care about this body of form, so there was no such thing as an inner devil. However, after this dual cultivation, she had opened the door to the realm of man immortal, and also gained the corresponding feeling, perception, action, and knowledge. Her five Yin were flourishing, and she could not control herself. For a moment, illusions appeared in front of her, and she felt uneasy. Suddenly, she was surrounded by danger. If it was not for the fact that she cultivated the Tao of black tortoise, where the seven mansions were stable and cold in nature, and the hidden intention of devil slaying, and the tempering during the dual cultivation, which made it much easier to control, she would have been smashed into pieces by the tribulation thunder. Zhenwu devil slaying, 7 mansions into one. The black tortoise as the armor, and the black snake as the weapon. Her expression was solemn. While operating the heavenly scripture of black tortoise, she visualized the statue of Zhenwu great emperor to restrain the five Yin devils. Although her body was slowed down and she suffered a lot of injuries, she was still able to control the situation and dispel the illusions in front of her. However, at this moment, she held her breath and widened her eyes. She saw Li Qingshan standing in the lightning with his back facing her. You're still alive." Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and smiled, just like in a dream. The lightning could not hurt him at all. It was as if he was here to save her, just like in a dream. Chao Tianjiao felt a pain in her heart. She shook her head. No, that's impossible. His Yin spirit was destroyed. He is really dead. Even if he is still alive, he can't stand in the lightning tribulation. Could it be? Her mind flashed, and her heart sank. Annoyance demon. Annoyance demon, as the name suggested, was annoyance. In life, there were 7 emotions and 6 desires: greed, anger, and jealousy. All of them were annoyances. If the 5 Yin demons were formed from the heart demons, they were pure inner demons. Annoyance demon was a combination of the inside and the outside, originating from the inside and affecting the outside. In other words, this annoyance demon was a demon under the command of the Mahasvara. It had its own will, and it was a hindrance to cultivators going through the tribulations. The former was similar to schizophrenia. As long as one's mind was strong enough, one could control it. The latter, however, was caused by a villain. This villain was not afraid of weapons or sorcery. Even if one's mind was flawless, it could still create a flaw. Hence, it was much more dangerous than the 5 Yin demons. Chao Tianjiao's 7 emotions and 6 desires were all caused by Li Qingshan. Greed, anger, and jealousy were also caused by Li Qingshan. As a result, the worry demon was affected by this and naturally turned into Li Qingshan. Even if the annoyance demon just stood there and did not attack, it already gave her a lot of pressure. The records in the heavens are true. Cultivating the heavenly book of black tortoise will attract the annoyance demon when going through the 6th tribulation. Because of the difference in cultivation methods, the difference in one's strength, and the difference in the tribulation would be different as well. In short, if one was strong, it would be stronger. No matter how strong Li Qingshan was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how strong the nirvana of the phoenix was, he was almost killed by the lightning tribulation. On the other hand, Guan Yaozhu's heavenly book of nature did not show that one would encounter the annoyance demon when going through the 6th tribulation. Perhaps it was because the cultivators of the heavenly book of black tortoise were cold and would not be easily affected by the 5 Yin demons. Perhaps it was because of the Zhenwu demon rinsing patriarch. This made the great freedom heavenly demon, who was known as the demon lord, a little unhappy. Therefore, in order to increase the difficulty, there was an additional vexing demon. Fortunately, there was only one. Legend has it that when one ascends to become an immortal, 3,000 troubles will come to obstruct them. However, just one vexing demon was already a nightmare. Thunder rumbled and the world resounded. The 5 Yin demons were still restless. The more they fought, the stronger the tribulation lightning became. Once the vexation demon attacked, it would be the time of her death. In this desperate situation, she frowned and looked at the long saber in her hand. There's no other way. I can only disarm myself. using a weapon to destroy his own body. This was known as the army dispersal. He destroyed his own body with flames. It was called pyrolysis. And so on and so forth. There was also dissolving water, dissolving earth, dissolving sword, dissolving staff. There were as many ways to commit suicide as there were ways to free oneself. They were collectively known as dissolving corpse. There was only one purpose: to abandon this body. Not only could he solve the problem of the overflowing 5 the 7 emotions and 6 desires would also be greatly eliminated, and his troubles would be greatly reduced. Life in this world. Many pains and troubles came from this stinky body. However, if a mortal lost this stinky body, he would die. He would obediently go through reincarnation and receive the next stinky body. Even for cultivators, this stinky body was a very important tool. It was equivalent to a small boat. Without a boat, one could not reach the other side. It was already very difficult to not drown in the water, much less continue forward. Only by cultivating the primordial spirit could one leave the body. It was independent. It was equivalent to being able to breathe in the water and would not drown. Therefore, if the situation during the tribulation was too dangerous, such as the damage to the body or the overflowing 5, many cultivators would simply abandon their bodies. Although they could not become a human immortal after the tribulation and could only be an undead immortal, they still had the word immortal. Regardless of whether it was their lifespan or strength, they were far above human emperors. It was much better than dying. Xianxia had no choice but to plan to disarm herself. However, at this moment, she saw Li Qingshan again. Although she knew that he was the incarnation of the demon of annoyance, she could not help but be shocked. If I do this, won't I go back to the old path and waste a sacrifice? Even if I manage to survive, my temperament will become colder and crueler. I will never think about him again. When Xianxia thought about this, she made up her mind. Forget it. Since I said I won't forget, I definitely won't. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die here and be a mandarin duck with him. She waved her long saber and cut off the lightning. She shouted, "Thunder!" She threw life and death to the back of her mind. With courage and determination, she fought against the tribulation thunder. At this moment, joy surged in her heart. She experienced the heroic passion that she had not felt for a long time. A true brave person was not fearless. Instead, they could overcome their fear and move forward resolutely. In an instant, the newborn primordial spirit stabilized, and the power was under her control. The path of cultivation was never just a fight between power, but also a fight between wills. Trying to eliminate one's fear and hesitation to become brave, trying to abandon one's 7 emotions and 6 desires to become determined were the actions of a coward. They were like deserters. Such cultivators would eventually be enslaved by other people's power or their own. She looked at the demon of vexation and her lips curled into a smile. She silently said, "Thanks, kid. Come on." Even if she died now, she would not regret it. However, for some reason, the demon of annoyance seemed to be hesitant. He did not come forward to kill her. Could it be that because he had turned into Li Qingshan, he had also become a Casanova and could not bear to destroy a flower? However, the demon of annoyance muttered, "Strange, why does this woman have the aura of the heavenly lord?" Xianxia came to a sudden realization and almost laughed out loud. Li Qingshan cultivated the heavenly scripture of Mahasvara and walked the path of the great boundless heavenly demon master. Different paths had different treatment. The path of black tortoise would be specially targeted, while the path of nature would be neither targeted nor given preferential treatment. Coincidentally, his path of Mahasvara was given preferential treatment in such a place. This could be said to be an act of shielding one's shortcomings, or it could be said that the cultivators who cultivated the path of Mahasvara had to go through more tests. Because of their outstanding performance, they would get extra points in the final exam. Li Qingshan truly understood the path of Mahasvara through dual cultivation. In terms of destruction, he cultivated the divine fire of annihilation. In terms of creation, he sacrificed himself to save Xianxia. When he packaged up his Yin spirit and gave it to Xianxia, his aura, which was the aura of the great boundless heavenly demon, was left on her. Naturally, the demon of annoyance was afraid. This fear was not only out of respect for the great leader, but also out of concern for its own safety. The demon of annoyance was a very special existence. It was neither human nor demon, neither god nor ghost. It was not even afraid of the heavenly tribulations. No matter how strong Xianxia's black tortoise saber gang was, it would be difficult for her to kill it. However, if Xianxia were to undergo the heavenly tribulation here, and his young spirit had already become a primordial spirit, the demon of annoyance would not be able to shake him. Instead, it would be distorted by his will. If it dared to come up and make noise, he would immediately turn it into ashes with the divine fire of annihilation. But Xianxia's protection did not stop there. Strange. She's not a demon folk, so why isn't she rejected by the laws of the demon domain? If I used some strange magic or magic treasure to sneak into the cold blood pass, it would be useless during the tribulation. Xianxia couldn't understand. In his estimation, Xianxia would definitely die. The laws of heaven and earth would not be lenient just because you wanted to transcend the tribulation. If he had to resist the tribulation lightning externally and the devil heart internally, he would also have to suffer the suppression and rejection of the laws of heaven and earth. It would be like fighting a strong enemy while wearing shackles. Even if she had to go through 100 tribulations, she wouldn't be able to succeed even once. This was undoubtedly the influence of Xianxia's spirit. Xianxia recalled his voice and smile and became even more determined. She no longer looked at the demon of vexation, as if it did not exist. The demon of vexation was like the fierce tiger in the donkey of Qian. Although it could cut open the belly of the donkey with a single pounce, it did not dare to try because it had never seen such a strange animal. It seemed to be very powerful. After all, it was the path of the Zhenwu demon-rinsing patriarch. The black tortoise Tao itself was a deterrent to demons. Thunder roared incessantly and time flew by. Xianxia had finally reached the end of her rope, especially when the remaining aura of Xianxia's spirit was dissipating bit by bit. The invisible laws of the demonic domain were like a spiderweb, covering him in layers. At first, it was very light and thin, but soon, it became very heavy. The demon of worry twitched its nose, as if trying to identify her scent, and grew restless, trying to get closer to her. However, a bright smile appeared on her face. She had already bought enough time. The essence soul had completely solidified and could be called the black tortoise essence soul. His physical body was still there. After being tempered by the tribulation lightning, it had become even stronger. Her heart was still there, not forgetting the 7 emotions and 6 desires, not forgetting him. Cut the tribulation. With a single slash, a weapon condensed from tribulation lightning was cut in half. It turned into countless lightning arcs and scattered in the air, never to reform again. Using this as a node, she held a knife in her hand. Invincible, the 6th heavenly tribulation was nearing its end. Demon sweep. He waved his saber again and slashed at the demon of vexation. It was not because of the blade. Instead, it was the cruel, austere, and all-conquering true meaning of the black tortoise. The demon of vexation felt the sharp edge piercing his bones. He could not help but avoid the edge of the blade and was swept away. The cold light of the black tortoise saber shone brightly. She was like a valkyrie, standing tall in the sky. Xianxia, don't delay any longer. If you let this slut leave, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Tu Wanqing was half worried and half mocking. Xianxia's heart sank. He no longer hesitated. He took out an ice-blue rhombus-shaped crystal from his sleeve and bowed deeply to the ground. Welcome, faceless evil god. All the demon sovereigns followed suit and knelt on the ground, shouting in unison, Greetings, faceless evil god. The rhombus-shaped crystal floated in midair, gradually rising, becoming brighter and brighter. With a loud bang, it shattered, and the dazzling light condensed into a transportation gate that slowly opened. One had a medium build, ordinary clothes, and a mediocre temperament. There was no one who walked out of the door. Even their genders were blurred. If they were thrown into the sea of people, they would not cause a ripple. The only unusual thing was that his pale face had no eyes, ears, a mouth, or a nose, and no expression. It was terrifying. Similarly, a nondescript voice came out of nowhere, Why so early? As an evil god second only to the 12 demon sovereigns, he also had a heavy responsibility, and he had to cultivate. Time was very precious. Even if they were to attack Black Cloud City this time, they would have to wait until the demon emperors were ready and the war was at its most critical juncture before they could make the final decision. He did not expect Xianxia to use the transportation crystal so quickly. Xianxia lowered his head and was about to explain, "Lord, it's a bunch of trash." The faceless evil god had already realized that even though he had no eyes, he was not blind or deaf. The lightning was so bright and the thunder was so loud that even a deaf and blind person could feel it. The sudden burst of power made the demon sovereigns unable to raise their heads. They all said, "Please forgive us, Lord." This was the power of a god, even if he was only a demigod. Tu Wanqing's heart was filled with twisted joy. "Old thing, how dare you anger the faceless evil god? Let's see how you deal with this. And that bitch Chao Tianjiao, do you think you can survive after going through 6 heavenly tribulations? Let's see how you die." The faceless evil god reached out to grab Xianxia's head. Xianxia suddenly screamed, "Congratulations, Lord! Congratulations! What's there to congratulate?" The faceless evil god asked back. Even though he had no facial features, his face seemed to be wriggling as if he was making an expression. Xianxia raised his head and said with a flattering expression, "Congratulations, Lord, for killing the enemy human immortal." The faceless evil god was stunned. His hand paused in midair, then he understood and patted Xianxia's head. "Good news indeed. You did well. Get up, all of you." The demon sovereigns looked at each other. Xianxia glared at Tu Wanqing as if he had been pardoned. You still cultivate the path of Black Tortoise." The faceless evil god looked at Chao Tianjiao in the sky. If he had eyes, his eyes would have lit up. If he had a mouth, his mouth would have been drooling. In the war against the human realm, whoever could kill the enemy human immortal would have made a huge contribution. Not only would he receive a huge amount of resources, even for him, but he would also be favored by the heavens. However, this contribution was not easy to obtain. Since he had the word immortal on him, it was extremely difficult to kill him. Even the demon sovereigns might not be able to take him down. Because at this level, he could no longer rely on his own skills to protect himself. With the Zhenwu Demon Rinsing Grandmaster as the leader, the entire Desireless Heavenly Palace would protect him and not let him put himself in danger. If the human emperor was still a chess piece on the chessboard, a relatively powerful chariot cannon, then, even if the human immortal was not a chess player, he was at least a general and would be protected by the overall situation. If he lost the general, he would have lost the game. This often meant millions of soldiers and thousands of miles of territory. Killing a human immortal, and from the bloodline of the Zhenwu Great Emperor, this contribution was no less than taking down Black Cloud City, and might even be more. How could the faceless evil god not be happy when he got such a great bargain? Although the human immortal's background was a little awkward, the demonic realm's heavens could not discern such things. Killing her was killing her. And the demon sovereigns would most likely not care, because a human immortal was a human immortal. When she successfully passes the tribulation and becomes a human immortal, she will be at her weakest. I only need to hit her lightly to kill her. If she was in the human realm, her primordial spirit might have a chance to escape. But in the demonic realm, I can do whatever I want. The faceless evil god was bent on killing a human immortal and establishing a mystical skill. He had no intention of capturing her alive. With a creepy and horrifying expression on his face, a pale white hand reached out towards Chao Tianjiao. It grew longer and longer in midair, becoming bigger and bigger until it turned into a sharp claw, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. Boom! The last lightning strike was shattered by Chao Tianjia's saber. Her mind relaxed, and the Black Tortoise saber aura retracted from the blade. The long saber disintegrated and turned into ashes. She also felt exhausted and could not muster up any strength. She had been so focused on dealing with the tribulation that she did not even notice the faceless evil god's arrival. Black Cloud City was cold and silent. Snow drifted down. There were quite a few soldiers strolling around the streets, still discussing the grand martial competition that happened not long ago. In the past, war would begin again at this time. The long battle lines would crisscross. The armies of both sides would be bathed in blood, using their hot blood to melt the snow and frozen earth. The people in the city would be mobilized in full swing, constantly taking turns to fight, recuperating, and going out again. They would be reduced to a skeleton, or they would use their hands to establish their own path of cultivation. Perhaps there was fear, but more than that, there was anticipation. However, this year, they were unexpectedly disappointed. The demon folk never appeared. Everyone guessed that this was probably related to the massacre of Cold Blood Pass. The demon domain had yet to replenish their soldiers, and it was impossible for them to kill their way into the demon domain. All they could do was wait. As a result, only the Pure Land Temple remained busy. The abbot even set aside his cultivation, using this opportunity to purify the demon domain and compress the territory of the demon domain. He had no time to reform Li Xianxia. In such a peaceful atmosphere, the commander of the Blaze army, the first senior brother Li Liehua, became more and more restless. He needed to let the flames burn and slaughter to his heart's content, or he would feel pain. The flame patterns flowed under his sturdy body like surging lava, flickering with his breathing. His veins were exposed, and his muscles bulged. Who would have thought that the first senior brother with a fiery temperament usually needed to endure constantly? If he did not erupt in his endurance, he would die in his endurance. He had often tasted the taste of death. It was a pile of ashes. If he dispersed his cultivation, his personality would probably be even quieter than an old monk who had cultivated arduously for many years. But recently, because of a certain person, it had become even more difficult to endure. Li Xianxia. The flames blazed brightly. He clenched his fists firmly, suppressing his frenzied anger. His remaining sliver of rationality told him that this was probably his fate. The true meaning of the flames was to rise. He had reached the peak of Renhuang a long time ago. If he could not rise, he would begin the backlash. If he could not endure it, he would kill that kid regardless of everything. The pressure from this sect was easy to endure, but it would mean losing control of his power. Then he would not be far from death. But if he wanted to endure it, it really was difficult. He gritted his teeth. His eyes almost popped out as tears of blood flowed out. He evaporated instantly. Power was also a torment. However, he believed that if he could survive this ordeal, he would have the opportunity to ascend to the next level. The path of raging fire required such rage as a guide, and not to gradually burn away one's rationality and resources in a warm fire. Tribulation. It was also an opportunity. Under the Greystone Tower. Li Xianxia didn't know that he was so angry that he cried. Although he was just a fuse, even if Li Liehua came to kill him now, he would not be afraid. A brand new small world had already taken shape. The ox, the tiger, the turtle, and the phoenix were all relaxed. Earth, fire, wind, water, and water returned to their respective positions. At this point, the problem of the balance between the gods and demons was finally resolved. He would cultivate whichever he wanted, and he would cultivate to whichever level he wanted. It was as if he had been unlocked. From then on, the sky is high, the birds are free to fly, the sea is wide, the fish are free to leap. If this wasn't enough to crush Li Liehua in a direct confrontation, then breaking through to the fifth heavenly tribulation was something that was close at hand. If he hadn't lost his Yin spirit, he could have broken through immediately as long as he cultivated his Yang spirit. But this was good. His foundation was in the 9 transformations of the gods and demons, not the Book of Freedom. When he pushed the ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix transformation to the 6th level, he didn't believe that he couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation. Hey! After suppressing and enduring for so long, I can finally stretch out my muscles and bones. Sigh. In the midst of his carefree mood, he let out a sigh. Chao Tianjiao still hadn't returned. If she had passed the heavenly tribulation successfully, she should have returned. With that woman's personality, it was impossible that she didn't come here to reminisce. He had already prepared a set of words. Since she didn't come, it was likely that she was dead. But there was a glimmer of hope. If she died in battle, her life lamp would be extinguished. The Wansheng sect couldn't possibly not say anything, but it was also possible that they were blocking the news to prevent the morale of the army from being shaken. Was he too immersed in his role? There was no point in thinking too much. He threw all his guesses to the back of his head, stood up, and called out to Little N, "Let's go out and find a good place to cultivate and pass the heavenly tribulation." "Okay." Little N smiled. "I'll protect you." "Thank you, Master Little N." Xianxia abruptly turned his head, only to see a patch of paleness sealing the void. She had just climbed to the peak and escaped death, but now she was thrown into the abyss, on the verge of death. She frowned and closed her eyes, thinking, "Can't I escape death?" Then she opened her eyes, her eyebrows were like knives, and she smiled. Facing the pale and desperate situation, she used her fingers like a knife and slashed it. "Evil, you've cultivated too much." Above the sky, there was a thunderous roar. There was a flash of light, and blood splattered. The pale and sharp claws were cut off at the wrist. The faceless evil god was in great pain, and he quickly retracted his hand, but only a broken wrist. His face twitched intensely, and he said in a hoarse voice, "True Force Sword." The golden armor general descended from the sky, and his divine light shone in all directions. His cloak fluttered behind him like a big flag. He held a black scabbard with both hands, and a turtle and a snake entwined in the 7 constellations formation. The murderous aura spread across the land. The 12 demon kings were trembling, and even the chaotic and evil Xianxia's teeth were chattering, as if a great disaster was coming. If not for the faceless evil god, they would have scattered. The dark light circled around and returned to the scabbard, and the murderous aura disappeared. Xianxia had just escaped death, and she blinked. 6 Armor General. The golden armor general smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am Wang Wenqing. With the True Force Sword in hand, please forgive me for not being able to greet you. On the orders of Heavenly Emperor Xiantian, I am here to invite you to the Desireless Heavenly Palace." Heavenly Emperor Xiantian was one of the titles of Heavenly Emperor Shenwu. Chao Tianjiao looked down, and the pale and sharp claws turned to ashes before they could even touch the ground. The faceless evil god and the 12 demon kings did not dare to take a step forward. Divine General Wang Wenqing, on the other hand, had a pair of phoenix eyes and slender eyebrows, a fair complexion, and a calm demeanor. He did not look like a divine general fighting in the demonic domain, but more like a scholar reciting poems in his own courtyard. He did not take the faceless evil god and the 12 demon emperors seriously at all. She bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist, thank you for saving my life." She could not help but look at the sword in his arms, and felt a sense of closeness and respect, as if she was facing a strict father. The 6 armors were famous, and they were the immortal generals of Heavenly Emperor Shenwu. However, their main duty was not to fight against the demonic area. They were often summoned by Taoist priests from all over the world to execute the wind and thunder, subdue demons and devils, so everyone knew about them. However, even though the Jiazi god was the leader of the 6 armors, it was not enough to intimidate an evil god. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the more restrictions they would face. In the demonic area, if the faceless evil god ordered the 12 demon kings to set up the demonic formation of 12 demons, even a few more man immortals would dare to fight. What they truly feared was the True Force Sword in his hand, the sword of Heavenly Emperor Shenwu. At the same time, Wang Wenqing was also sizing up Chao Tianjiao. He saw that her divine splendor was restrained and her 7 mansions were hidden. She had already obtained the true meaning of the black tortoise and was extraordinary. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. What imposing aura! As expected of the grand Tao of an imperial monarch. How many years had it been since someone was able to cultivate a black tortoise primordial spirit? It was rare that the corpse hadn't been dismembered yet, preserving the physical body. Now, there was a chance for it to reach the next level. No wonder the imperial emperor gave me the true martial sword and ordered me to come to his rescue. Even though she has just become a human immortal, her future is limitless. I cannot underestimate her. Thus, he smiled and said, "I'll call you Junior Martial Sister. This place is a barren land with torrential demonic flames. It's not a good idea to stay for long. Please wait a moment, Senior Brother." Chao Tianjiao cupped her hands and looked back. Her gaze swept across the faceless demon god and the 12 demon emperors like a bolt of cold lightning. A murderous aura was revealed between her brows. She pointed to the sky and swore, "I will never forget what happened today. I will kill all of you." The expressions of the 12 demon emperors changed. The faceless evil god was expressionless. The worldly immortal oath of alliance was not just for show. There was a huge entanglement of karma. Wang Wenqing smiled bitterly. This junior sister is really something. She's already a human immortal, but her killing intent is still so strong. However, this is not a flaw in the desireless heavenly palace. Alright, senior brother. Let's go. Wang Wenqing patted her shoulder, and the two of them turned into a beam of divine light, flying into the sky. The tribulation clouds that filled the sky dispersed. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and stars filled the sky. A dark moon hung high in the sky. The Cold Blood Pass was originally in ruins, and now it was even more dilapidated. Even more than half of the pass city had collapsed. Tu Wanqing's lips trembled. As he cursed under his breath, "Slut, slut." But he no longer had his original confidence. Unless he left the battle formation and hid in the depths of the infernal domain, he wouldn't know when he would be struck again, and he would definitely die. Ing's face contorted. Not only did the ambush fail miserably, but they also succeeded in enlightening a human immortal. In the dead silence, the faceless evil god finally spoke, "Attack the city, break the city. Otherwise, all of you will die." The 12 demon emperors replied in unison, "Yes." With an order, they flew across the canyon and went deep into the demonic domain. Amid the bleak and mournful sound of the bugle horn, the sky was filled with the flames of war. Armies gathered one after another. There were countless demon generals and demon commanders. There were also countless demon kings and demon emperors, all of whom were riding on giant demon beasts. Escorting the grim equipment, they headed towards Cold Blood Pass. A bright moon shone over the mountains. Li Qingshan and little and quietly left Black Cloud City. Following the winding border, they arrived at an uninhabited mountain range. This was the treasure land he had carefully chosen, and it happened to be between Black Cloud City and another big city. It was the weakest part of the defensive line. There was no need to worry about being discovered. At the same time, he could observe the movements of the main battlefield in the demon domain. Just as Xianxia had predicted, the 12 demon emperors had gathered at Cold Blood Pass and would definitely make a big move in the near future. Even if he had foiled their plan to sow discord, he probably wouldn't stop. Regardless of whether or not she could escape unscathed, he didn't want to become a deserter. In the army, that was a capital offense. Li Liehua would definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Then, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Not only did he not intend to avoid the main battlefield, but he also wanted to go all out and obtain enough merit points to become a true disciple. Then, he would no longer be shackled. If he advanced, he could form his own army, command the army, and become the army commander. If he retreated, he could calmly return to Myriad Appearance Sect and prepare for the journey to the ultimate ruins. If he combined the two, he might even be able to compete with Li Liehua for the position of eldest senior brother. Li Qingshan prayed silently, "I will kill a few more demon emperors and snatch the position of eldest senior brother from that fiery brat. It can be considered as revenge for you. Your soul in heaven can also rest in peace." However, if he was struck to death by tribulation lightning, he would turn into ashes. He could not be more dead. Thus, he shook his head again. "I don't have any soul in heaven." Even though he sighed, it was really limited. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was just that they weren't familiar with each other, and they were even enemies. Falling into such a situation was also the result of her stubbornness. In the end, he even sacrificed his own spirit to help her. No matter what, he had done his best. Of course, it would be best if she could survive. If she couldn't, would it be his fault? High above the 9 heavens, Chao Tianjiao's expression changed. Wang Wenqing asked, "What's wrong, junior sister? Someone seems to be speaking ill of me." Chao Tianjiao clenched her fists and said furiously, "It must be those damned demon folk." Wang Wenqing smiled. "After becoming a human immortal, you've already taken a step into the path of immortals, so your senses will become much sharper. However, unless it's someone important or something important, you probably won't be able to sense it. If you can sense it from just a few words, wouldn't you be annoyed to death?" "Senior brother is right." Chao Tianjiao murmured to herself, "Someone important. Something important." Wang Wenqing suddenly became serious. Don't get distracted, junior sister. The desireless heavenly palace is right up ahead. That's the most important matter right now. Understood. With an earth-shaking moo, Li Qingshan turned into an ox demon, standing tall and throwing a punch at the mountain in front of him. Boom! The mountain shook violently. Cracks spread out like a spider web, as if it was a giant trembling before his divine strength. He did not use the living soil of the 9 heavens, relying purely on the strength of the ox demon. Even if it was not as effective as smashing a mountain with a single punch in the 9 provinces, it was still quite impressive. Ox demon butts horns. He lowered his head again, and his horns charged forward as his 2 hooves kicked backwards violently. Boom! Under the moonlight, Little N drifted about, gazing at the huge ox at the foot of the mountain with a smile as it slammed its head into the mountain like it had lost its mind. Afterwards, half of the mountain suddenly collapsed, crushing him underneath. Heh, how stupid. Li Qingshan was crushed under 10,000 tons of rock and soil. If he had been someone else, he would have been crushed to death in a single blow, yet he felt as comfortable and safe as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. The ox demon transformation was the first transformation he had cultivated, as well as the foundation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Whether it be its defenses, durability, or destructive power, it was impeccable. Coupled with a divine item like the living soil of the 9 heavens, it was basically as powerful as it could be. The ox demon transformation focused on accumulation, and he had already reached the 5th layer many years ago. He could not accumulate any more. As for comprehension? Along the way, he had faced countless powerful enemies and endless setbacks. If he did not have this stubbornness, how could he have persevered through all the setbacks and reached where he was today? If the ape demon transformation was said to be very compatible with his temperament, and there were no bottlenecks when cultivating it, then the ox demon transformation did not need to be compatible at all. He was a raging ox to begin with. No matter what difficulties or obstacles there were, if his fists could not break through, he would use his head to smash a path out. He did not believe in the heavens, and only tread on the thick earth, one step at a time. Just one more step forward. The 6th layer of the ox demon transformation had been broken through. Endless power surged from the earth, filling his limbs and bones. However, his mood was very calm. He had merely taken another step forward in his long journey. In the small world, the earth became increasingly vast and sturdy, bearing everything, be it glory or suffering. The road ahead was long, and the 9 heavens was not far. He slowly got up, shook off 10,000 tons of rock and soil, and looked up at the starry sky. In this desolate land, an invisible snake swam past the lofty mountains, passing through the boundary between the human realm and the demon domain. The rainbow-colored figure twisted, revealing some claws before vanishing again very soon. The moment he entered the human realm, he felt a strange sense of loss. This was the feeling of losing protection. The laws of the human realm could not suppress demon folk, but he, or more accurately, she, was the child of destiny of the demon domain. Leaving the demon domain meant losing this destiny, so his feelings were obviously much deeper than regular demon folk. You're already a demon folk. Every single hair on your body is one. You can't wash yourself clean. What do you think the myriad sect will do to you? Kill you on the spot? Skin you alive? Or use you before entering samsara? That's probably the most merciful outcome. Qian Rongji continued to mock him, but Chuolong became calm. You can't stop me anymore. Leaving the infernal domain had a much greater impact on her than on him, because she was the true child of destiny. Most importantly, he was already prepared to die. He would no longer be threatened by her. That was because he deeply understood one thing. If he continued to sink into the demon domain, he would definitely be the one to be devoured. She was basically undefeatable in this clash of willpower. It was just like locking a normal person up with a madman. If the normal person could not kill the madman, the final outcome would definitely be the normal person going mad, not the other way around. In reality, he already felt like he was about to go mad. His willpower was on the verge of losing control. He had to brave through mountains of blades and seas of fire, as that outcome was even more tragic than entering samsara. She smiled gently. Don't blame me if you go. Crazy when the time comes. Then let's perish together. A rumble rang out in the distance, which alarmed him. Earthquake? Landslide? No, that's the sound of violent collisions. It's more like powerful cultivators sparring and fighting. This should be the very edge of the defensive line of Black Cloud City. Why are there cultivators here? He thought of something. If I can run into a disciple of the Myriad sect, preferably a direct disciple, I can explain everything clearly. It'll be better than risking my life outside Black Cloud City. As a result, he made up his mind and swam towards the source of the tremors. Strangely enough, this time, she did not mock him. She lay in wait quietly. As he swam past a valley, his eyes narrowed. On a mountain peak not far away stood an extremely familiar white figure. He paused for a moment, and her crazy laughter resounded in his mind. Such was fate. What a joke. Billowing demonic chi came from the front. It was extremely familiar. He impatiently circled around another tall mountain. A figure as tall as a mountain stood in the middle of the mountains, with a huge ox head raised high. He looked up at the starry sky. Xianxia. I can't be wrong. This was the enemy who had beaten him into the demon domain. Even if he turned into ashes, he would not forget. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Kill. Just as he was about to launch a sneak attack, his figure was exposed. 7-colored light and shadow twisted, and a colorful giant dragon roamed between the mountains. Xianxia and little and looked over. You bitch. He cursed again in his heart, but this was the mortal realm, her disturbance was limited, so he simply approached Xianxia and asked coldly, Xianxia. Do you still remember me? Xianxia was surprised as well. Such a huge dragon had suddenly appeared, and it had managed to get so close without being discovered, so it definitely could not be anyone easy to deal with. Now that he had been questioned like this, he became even more confused. Who are you? It seems to be a Hui dragon. Little and tilted his head, the skull prayer beads slid into his hand. Hui dragon. Xianxia suddenly realized, so it's you. He was even more shocked. They were separated from 2 worlds, and then each left a world to come to this mortal realm. The world was so big. How unlucky it was to meet in this wilderness. The Buddhist Society of Resentment was not without reason. However, Xianxia was no longer the Xianxia of the past. At that time, he was only at the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Now, he had passed the 4th heavenly tribulation, and was preparing to pass the 5th. Moreover, he had little and by his side, so although he was shocked, he was not afraid, and his fighting spirit was high. Oh, you joined the demon realm, and wanted to sneak attack Black Cloud City? The resentment in Hui Dragon's heart grew. He glanced at the collapsed mountain peak and little and asked coldly, why are you here? Xianxia blinked his ox eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter echoed in the mountains, as if he had heard a wonderful joke. Hui Dragon's expression was ferocious, and a low roar rumbled in his throat. If it was his previous temperament, he would have pounced on him and torn him to pieces. However, after experiencing this depravity, he had learned to endure, and there was still a trace of fear in his heart that he was unwilling to admit. What I lack the most now is information about the mortal realm. Why don't I get some information first, and then take my revenge? That way, I will have more confidence. Xianxia laughed, but his mind was quickly thinking of a countermeasure. In an instant, he had made up his mind to keep Hui Dragon here. Otherwise, if this guy went to the Myriad sect to complain about him, the joke would be too big. Not only did he almost cause the death of a true disciple of the Myriad sect, but he would also be blamed for the death of the former eldest senior brother Lin Xian. If Xianxia really died in Cold Blood Pass, then he would also be implicated in the death of his eldest senior sister. If he was hated by the current eldest senior brother Li Lai to the point of gnashing his teeth, then his position as an inner disciple would come to an end. There was no need for any plans, he should just pack up and run. Even Luo Ho Xiaoming and Gu Yenying in the mysterious underworld cave would be implicated. Thinking of this, he felt that it was very troublesome. Although I have the strength to fight him, it is almost impossible to kill him. After all, he is a human emperor, no, a demon emperor, and a member of the dragon clan. His body is very strong, and the demon realm is not far away. Fortunately, this guy is covered in demon chi, so he can't enter Black Cloud City. Whatever, I have to try anyway. Let me start by mocking him first. Li Qingshan stopped laughing and patted his chest. I am an inner disciple of the Myriad sect, so it's obviously my duty to protect my territory. There's nothing strange about me appearing here. Hui Dragon's breathing halted. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're an inner disciple of the Myriad sect? An indescribable fury immediately surged out. Qian Rongji's mocking laughter rang out in his head once again, filled with sharp mockery. Oh my, how interesting. A mighty true disciple has become a demon folk, and a demon has become an inner disciple. What, you don't believe me? Li Qingshan shook his huge ox head and fished out the Myriad sect's emblem to show. Look at what this is, ha. He could not help but laugh again. Fate sure was bizarre. Sigh, if you hadn't betrayed the sect and fallen into the demon realm, I'd still be calling you senior brother. But listen up, I definitely won't let a single damn demon folk approach Black Cloud City. If you know what's good for you, piss off to the demon realm and don't let me see you again. If you're tired of living, hee hee. He clenched his fist. I'll beat you up again. Li Qingshan snickered. This move of mine works every time. You're just looking for death if you try to fight me head-on. With a moo, he threw a punch. In the state of Ox Demon transformation, he didn't need to deliberately activate it. His fist naturally carried the power of vibration. Even Ao Xian was almost hammered to death by him. However, this punch actually missed. He felt a sharp pain on the right side of his neck. When the iron fist rushed over, a hint of cruelty and cunning flashed across the Chua dragon's eyes. Its huge body suddenly shrunk countless times. Like a tiny ribbon, it wrapped around Li Qingshan's arm and fiercely bit his neck. He was no longer the Chua dragon from before. He still paid attention to the aura of an emperor. He had already completely turned into a poisonous dragon. The most powerful thing was not the cloud summoning spell but the poison contained in the dragon's teeth. Even a demon emperor would be severely injured if he was bitten by it. You sure are cunning. Li Qingshan pressed his neck and frowned. He tasted the long-awaited pain of hell. The Chua dragon roared, do you still remember how you tricked me back then? Not only could his poison penetrate the bone marrow and destroy the physical body, but it also contained a kind of resentment that could corrode the soul. Therefore, he won this move. Not only did he not pounce on Li Qingshan, but he also stayed far away, waiting for the poison to take effect on Li Qingshan. He longed to hear his cries of pain. He glanced at the cliff from the corner of his eye. Little An's figure had disappeared at some point. He couldn't even catch a trace of his aura. Li Qingshan smiled honestly. Fortunately, I just broke through. Otherwise, I really would have fallen into your trap. The colorful poison spread quickly on his neck. However, in the Ox Demon transformation, he didn't need to deliberately use all the Ox Demon's magical powers. Among them was Ox Demon forges its hide. Although the Chua dragon's teeth were sharp, they couldn't bite through this tough and thick ox hide. However, the disease lies in the texture. Therefore, he casually grabbed and tore off the necrotic ox hide. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He still had a silly smile on his face and a pair of bulging bull eyes. He looked at the Chua dragon calmly. Again. The Hui dragon let out a dragon roar and spat out a rainbow-colored miasma that turned into surging poisonous clouds. It filled the entire valley and instantly engulfed Li Qingshan's huge body. He dove into the poisonous cloud and hid his presence. Dragons could rise and hide. If it was big, it would spit out mist. If it was small, it would hide itself. This was a technique that he already had. Even without Qian Rongji's cooperation, he could easily use it. When I was in the 9 regions, I was like a dragon trapped in a shoal. Just now I've lost to you. Today, I'll call you. An invisible force suddenly expanded. He broke through the poisonous miasma. The Hui dragon, which was exposed, also became sluggish. Hey, there's a flaw. A large hand came down from above, swatting him away like a fly. With a loud bang, he crashed into the mountain peak. Li Qingshan's surroundings were clear, not even a speck of dust could be seen. This was one of the ox demon thaumaturgies, the Great Earth Field. He felt slightly regretful. That palm strike did not contain the power of vibration when the Great Earth Force Field was fully activated. It was far from enough to severely injure the Hui dragon. All he did was turn the tables. The ox demon was not known for its speed. He did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. He stood steadily under the starry sky, shoulder to shoulder with the mountains. He clearly did not have the slightest advantage, but he was calm as if everything was under his control. He was like an elder looking at a mischievous young man and asked with a smile, "Still going?" Boom! The mountain peak collapsed, rocks flew everywhere. The angry dragon soared into the sky, looking down at Li Qingshan. But he did not have the upper hand. He was deeply afraid. It had only been a short time since the Battle of the 9 Regions, but he had already grown to this level. If he could not kill him in this battle, he might not have another chance in the future. "Since you can't do anything to me, why don't you scram back to the demon's domain? Black Cloud City has 2 army commanders. Li Liehua is my brother, and Chao Tianjiao is my woman. If you dare to go to your death, I'll immediately activate the roaring black cloud thunder formation and turn you into ashes." Li Qingshan's voice was low and honest. He lied without changing his expression. "Li Liehua. Chao Tianjiao. You really dare to talk nonsense." When Chuolong first joined the Myriad Phenomenon sect, these two were already the best of the best among the true disciples. Although he did not believe Li Qingshan's words, he could not help but have some doubts. In the demon's domain, being suspicious was a basic quality that could not be missed. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to take out an item with a flip of his hand. It was an extremely ordinary piece of soil, without any spiritual chi at all. It was only the size of a fist. In his huge hand, it was like a grain of sand. If he threw it on the ground casually, no cultivator would notice it, let alone reach out to pick it up. But this was the only piece of living soil of the 9 heavens, condensed in a large world. No matter which world it fell into, it would be quickly devoured. It would only appear again when the world was destroyed. If anyone wanted to take one, they would have to travel through the void and destroy a large world with their own hands. But to search through billions of tons of soil and stone while fighting countless void-swallowing beasts for food, even true immortals and demon gods did not have the ability to do so. To Li Qingshan, it was far more powerful than any magic treasure. But in the end, it was just an external object. "It's time." He opened his ox demon mouth and revealed 2 rows of neat front teeth. He swallowed it without hesitation. The living soil of the 9 heavens flowed down his throat, but it did not enter his stomach. Instead, it fell into the small world and sank deep into the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently and expanded further. Li Qingshan's ox demon 6th tier, which he had just broken through, advanced once again. Endless power surged out from the small world. His body swelled and his muscles bulged. His pair of horns stretched out and his hide became tougher. He clenched his fists, spread his arms, and bellowed at the sky. The ground beneath his feet was shattered into dust. Several mountains beside him collapsed with a loud rumble. In Black Cloud City, Li Liehua suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a slight tremor coming from the ground. He muttered to himself, "Is it an earthquake?" Chuolong felt even more shaken. His momentum could not help but weaken. His determination to kill Li Qingshan here and now had already wavered. He subconsciously flew a little higher, away from the ground. After transforming into a venomous dragon, his best method of attack was actually to sneak up on his enemy without making a sound and bite at his enemy's vitals. Then, he would inject his poison. However, Qian Rongji had seen through his ultimate move right from the start. He wanted to crush Li Qingshan head-on, but he realized that Li Qingshan was no longer the same as before. For a moment, he was hesitating whether he should continue fighting, head for Black Cloud City, or simply return to the demon domain. "It tastes great." Li Qingshan licked his lips. From now on, the living soil of the 9 heavens was no longer an external object. Instead, it was a part of his ox demon great strength. With this, he was not far from reaching the 7th tier of the ox demon. It was a pity that he did not have enough living soil of the 9 heavens. Otherwise, he might have reached the 9th tier of the ox demon in one go. At that time even Li Liehua would not be able to withstand a light punch from him, much less a mere Chuolong. After the tremor subsided, there were no longer any mountains within a 50-kilometer radius. A desert had formed between the mountains. Li Qingshan stood in the desert and looked at the venomous dragon in the sky. He reached out and grabbed at the air. "Come down." Under the starry sky, a bull and a huge dragon wrestled in the air. Li Qingshan glared with his bull eyes, his nostrils puffing out white gas as he said in a muffled voice, "Come fight me, bastard." Xilong's body expanded to its limit, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws, spitting out thick miasma that condensed into a poisonous cloud around his body. He desperately climbed up the cloud, but he was still pulled down inch by inch. Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise, his iron hooves were also pulled up inch by inch. He immediately recalled an extremely abstruse law from his previous life: the effects of force are mutual. After transforming into a dragon, Chuolong's physique was already abnormally strong, and after his rebirth in the demon domain, it became even stronger. Even though Li Qingshan's earth force field was powerful, it was still inferior to his own strength. If the situation continued like this, they would not come into close contact in the air. Li Qingshan was able to wrestle with the Hui dragon because the strength of the earth played a great role in an invisible manner. Once his feet left the ground, he would weaken drastically. He definitely would not be able to restrain the Hui dragon. However, he was not fighting alone. The bell rang, like a cold gossamer, piercing through the night sky. Chuolong's heart shook. Little An's figure suddenly rushed out of the rainbow miasma and appeared right above the dragon's head. The Buddha-slaying sword slashed down without a trace of smoke or fire. The danger of death instantly filled his mind. Qian Rongji murmured, "Die." "Never." Without the slightest hesitation, the Hui Long rushed towards Li Qingshan. Under the effects of the force field of the earth, he arrived before Li Qingshan in a single moment. Suddenly, he turned into a human, and a twisting and changing streak of light was reflected in his ox eyes. Li Qingshan seemed to have expected this. He twisted his bull head, his curved horn stabbing at Chuolong like a sharp knife. It looked clumsy, but it gave off a mysterious feeling of being untraceable. All his strength was concentrated on the tip of his horn. Bull demon butts horns. Li Qingshan also called this move, "I butt your lungs." Chuolong's pupils shrank. After Li Qingshan transformed into the ox demon, his reactions had always been sluggish. He did not expect that he could still make such a counterattack at such a crucial moment. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and the sense of danger grew stronger. Little An's sword. It was silent, but it was still approaching. If he were to face the sword head-on, it would be difficult for him to block it. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he became one with his sword. The sword light suddenly made a turn and brushed past the bull's horn, creating a string of sparks. Without hesitation, it fled into the distance. Li Qingshan thought it was a pity. If it were not for the fact that his feet had basically left the ground, he was a little weak, but this one move would be enough to knock the Chua dragon half to death. He immediately raised his hand to encircle the sword light, wanting to activate his earthen field. However, the sword light was constantly changing, making it very difficult to lock onto it. Even though he could expand the range of his earthen field and lock onto his target vaguely, he would definitely not have enough power to do so. Moreover, now that the sword was flying horizontally, it was not as good as just now pulling it downwards, and the power was much weaker. In just a breath's time, the Chua dragon would be far away. After some thought, he put down his hand. After all, it was a demon emperor. He could put up a fight, but it was really difficult to kill. Little An landed on his head. Li Qingshan touched the bull's horn. "Heh, fortunately, my horn is also hard enough." Little An curled his lips. "Perverted." "Hey, I'm talking about Brother Ox. What does a child like you know?" Li Qingshan walked unhurriedly in the direction the sword light had fled. Boom, boom, boom. With heavy steps, he stepped onto a mountain peak. In front of him was not Black Cloud City, but the demon's domain. Little An said, "Be careful. I won't make a move for now. Since you're unwilling, then you'll have to pay the price." Li Qingshan chuckled. If the Chua dragon ran toward Black Cloud City, then there was nothing he could do. But he went to the demon's domain. That was another challenge. In these few exchanges, Li Qingshan seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality, he was unable to do anything to the Chua dragon. On the contrary, if he couldn't withstand the Chua dragon's attacks, he might not be able to escape the Chua dragon's pursuit. The Chua dragon naturally wasn't willing to give up and wanted to fight again. If he won, he would be able to personally take revenge and sweep away the obstacles to returning to the Myriad Phenomenon sect. If he lost, he would still be able to escape at any time, which was tantamount to being in an invincible position. However, how could everything be as simple as he had imagined? Little and floated away and disappeared again. Li Qingshan's body gradually became smaller. His back was slightly arched, and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. However, the evil aura around him became stronger and stronger. His eyes were as red as fire, as if he viewed all living beings as prey. They were filled with a soul-stirring magic. A white beard sprouted from the side of his mouth. As he smiled viciously, his front teeth had already turned into sharp fangs. Black patterns spread out, forming the character king on his forehead. In an instant, he transformed from an ox demon into a tiger demon. He had a tiger's head and a tiger's brain. Glaring like a tiger, he pulled out a large saber. Awoo! He raised his head and let out a long howl, shaking the mountains. The wind divine wings on his back didn't dissipate. They suddenly spread out to the extreme, and he soared into the sky, whistling. With a bang, he broke through the white air barrier and pounced towards the Chua dragon with monstrous killing intent. In terms of long-term flight, the phoenix was naturally more relaxed and graceful. However, in terms of instantaneous eruption, the tiger demon had the absolute advantage. There was only a thin line between life and death. It was a competition of who was fiercer and faster. The phrase, like a tiger with wings, wasn't just for show. The Chua dragon stopped at the border between the human realm and the demon realm. This was the place where the laws of heaven and earth were the strictest. He also felt his power being greatly suppressed. This kind of suppression didn't just affect one's physique or magic power. Even poisons would be weakened. All extraordinary powers would be fundamentally weakened, and mortals would be the least affected. Relatively speaking, an unknown injury might be fatal here. Therefore, if the two armies fought at the border, cultivators would also be abnormally cautious. Most human sovereigns and demon sovereigns had fallen in this area. However, compared to the human realm, he had a huge advantage here because he was the demon realm's child of destiny. At the same time, it was difficult for that bitch to cause trouble. If Li Qingshan was also rejected by the demon realm's laws, it would be even better. He suddenly turned around and met a pair of tiger eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The tiger demon eyes was one of the tiger demon's divine abilities. Legend had it that the tiger's eyes had the power to hypnotize its prey and make them unable to move. The tiger demon indeed had this kind of power. It could turn those easily distorted ghosts into ghosts and servants. After transforming into the tiger demon, each of Li Qingshan's eyes had this kind of power. If he encountered a weak-willed opponent in a fight, he might not even be able to use 30% of his strength. Even those with strong wills would definitely be affected. Their momentum would weaken and they would be suppressed by the monstrous killing intent. A moment of carelessness would cause them to die in the tiger's mouth. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and rushed into the border. His wind divine wings immediately retracted, and his speed slowed down. His eyes also seemed to become less terrifying. The Chua dragon relaxed. He smiled coldly and held the sword hilt. Tiger demon's fury. Li Qingshan grinned and suddenly stomped on the ground. The wind divine wings on his back suddenly stretched, and the wind howled. He actually accelerated at an incredible speed, breaking through the laws of heaven and earth's restraints and pounced in front of the Chua dragon. His eyes were intimidating as he shouted, "Tiger!" The world shook as killing intent erupted. The saber slashed down. Without any nonsense or probing, Li Qingshan's first move was a killing move. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, with a glare, a roar, and a pounce, it fused the four divine abilities into one. At the critical moment, Chualong's expression changed. His gaze was like that of a dragon's, and his hand that was holding the sword suddenly steadied. He swung it, leaving a series of afterimages. Clang! The swords and sabers clashed. Chuolong forcefully withstood this strike, his body toppling backwards. The ground beneath his feet cracked and collapsed in all directions. The sharp lights intersected, and a ball of dancing sparks illuminated the two sinister faces. Killing intent, rage, and hatred, all of them clashed madly in that tiny space. He stared at Dragon Eye with his tiger eyes and pressed the edge of the blade down fiercely. A stream of blood flowed down from Si Longto's head. The fierce wind from the blade slashed at his body from all directions, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. The dragon scales on his body were like heavy armor, firmly resisting the blades. At the moment when the momentum of the blade was exhausted, he was like a spring that was pressed to the limit, using all his strength to deflect the blade. The edge of the blade passed in front of Li Qingshan's eyes, leaving the space in front of him wide open. Bang! Li Qingshan was sent flying backwards. A 7-colored palm print was deeply imprinted on his chest, accompanied by a sharp pain. Chuolong's hair was disheveled. He leaned on his sword and panted heavily. Blood flowed from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. He felt a lingering fear. Just now, if he took half a step back, he would be finished. All right. Li Qingshan grabbed the flesh on his chest and tore it off. Hot blood spilled onto the frozen ground. His fighting spirit boiled like fire as he strode toward the turtle dragon. You've already lost. Chuolong's voice was low as the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Li Qingshan grinned, but did not make a sound. In the silence, there was only the sound of the wind and the saber. Chuolong sneered and charged forward with his sword. The group of stars watched coldly. They were like ordinary soldiers, approaching the other party step by step. 10 steps. The wind howled, the killing intent surged, and the faint roars of tigers and dragons could be heard. Li Qingshan did not make a move, and neither did Chuolong. 5 steps. Fierce winds howled, killing intent blazed, and the roars of tigers and dragons were like the low sound of war drums. Li Qingshan did not make a move, and neither did Chuolong. 3 steps. The wind was torn apart, and the murderous aura was shattered. Tiger roars and dragon roars surged and overlapped as they charged into the sky. Rays of light exploded. It swept in all directions, drowning everything in the saber light and sword aura. Slash, slash, slash. Humans are like tigers. The saber was like the wind, wantonly brandishing. To his heart's content, it was as if he was drinking strong wine. Disregarding life and death. Little Anne, who was hiding at the side, had a worried look on his face. Chuolong's swordsmanship was superb. His sword's twists and turns were unpredictable, like the transformation of a dragon or snake. While parrying the energy saber. Then, it weaved through Li Qingshan's body from inconceivable angles, leaving bloody marks on his body. He also had a set of dragon-scale heavy armor, which was good for both offense and defense. Li Qingshan only attacked and did not defend, which was why he was able to gain the upper hand. However, the injuries he received were getting more and more severe, and he was practically fighting while bathed in blood. Little Anne gripped the Buddha-slaying sword tightly. If this goes on, he will. In the tiger demon transformation, no other divine abilities could be used, including the phoenix's nirvana. Once he died in battle, he would truly die. Boom! Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Figures separated and passed by each other. One of them fell to the ground. Chuolong stood proudly, a few more saber marks on his body, and his dragon scales were shattered. He looked back and sneered cruelly. Li Qingshan half-knelt with his saber, his body bathed in blood. If he was smart, he should have retracted the tiger demon transformation now. At least he would have a few more lives. However, he did not do so. He spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Satisfying. If he killed his courageous heart because of the phoenix's nirvana, he might as well not have it. If he retreated because he was afraid of death, he might as well die. Unknowingly, the wind stopped. Chuolong adjusted his aura, turned around, and stared at his back. He was clearly very weak, but he was deeply fearful. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward and slashed down with his sword. little and bit his lip and closed his eyes. Get up. The wind rose. Li Qingshan grabbed the blade without looking back. Fresh blood flowed down the blade. Chuolong's expression changed. His extremely weak aura actually rose again. How is this possible? The wind rose. In an instant, it became a storm, shattering the pillars of smoke, flying sand and stones, and darkening the world. Wind god wings lightly spread out. With each flap, the storm became even more violent. Li Qingshan was the heart of the storm. Chuolong's expression became stern, and he used all his strength to activate the blade. Die. The sword light slashed across, but it missed. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared, leaving only the wildflower saber stabbed into the ground. Humph, did he escape? Chuolong's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. The blade trembled, rising from the ground and shooting into the sky, landing in a large hand. Chuolong suddenly raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the sandstorm. Li Qingshan was hovering above his head, looking down at him with a pair of red eyes. The wind god wings behind him merged with the storm. Li Qingshan nodded slightly at little Anne, thanking her for her trust and support. She didn't help him when he was in danger. He understood how difficult it was for her. He silently listened to the sound of the wind. This is the 6th level of the tiger demon. The wildflower saber soul that had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. Kid, your saber skills are still too young. You actually made me lose to a broken sword. Listen to my roar. Li Qingshan smiled and waved the wildflower saber, stirring up the storm. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a wind god, descending from the sky with the power of heaven and earth. Chuolong's expression was solemn as he slowly waved the abandoned immortal sword. Rays of sharp sword light condensed and didn't dissipate. 3,000 moves of the heaven and earth hidden sword technique formed a sword formation to resist the wind god of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth hidden sword, 3,000 formation. 100 flowers. The last flower saber danced in the storm. The dazzling saber light was like 100 flowers blooming. With the hilt as the branch, the saber as the calyx, and the wind as the petals, it bloomed brilliantly. The sword formation was broken. The 3,000 sword lights were all drowned in the wind flowers. However, Chuolong was unharmed. He sneered. Just SOSO. Li Qingshan slowly spat out 2 words, but it caused his expression to change drastically. 1,000 flowers. With the last flower saber in hand, this steel flower bloomed to its heart's content once again. The ground was shaved off layer by layer, leaving only Chuolong in the center. He desperately waved his sword to defend with a crazed expression. Clang! The abandoned immortal sword flew out of his hand. Its surface was covered with fine saber marks. The dragon scales on his body shattered and scattered, blown away by the wind flowers. Chuolong's face was filled with shock as if he was trapped in a nightmare. However, he heard another word. 1,000 flowers. In an instant, his aura collapsed. A cloud of blood mist burst out of his body. He turned into a 7-colored escape light and fled toward the demon domain. He didn't hesitate to use his essence blood and vital chi to execute the escape art. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, the flowers bloomed and withered, layer by layer, as if they were endless. The escape light was shaved off layer by layer, and he was forced back to his human form. A shadow covered him. Li Qingshan blocked his path. His expression was ferocious and furious, but his scarlet eyes were abnormally clear, reflecting his distorted face. That gaze made him feel fear. He trembled and couldn't move. The 10,000 flowers fell, and the saber lights were all restrained. Only the last flower saber was left in the world. The saber stabbed into his chest, and the saber didn't even reach the hilt. The saber came out from his back, and the aftermath tore the ground apart. It turned into 1,000 miles of wind, leaving behind a deep ravine. Chuolong was on his last breath, as he muttered to himself, why? Many questions lingered in his mind. He had expected failure, but not death. Their strengths were clearly on par, and he might even be stronger. But why did Li Qingshan's cultivation suddenly increase? Why did he show mercy in that last strike? Li Qingshan chuckled, and his laughter tore at his injuries, causing them to erupt into a bloody mist. Every wound was bleeding profusely. His body swayed and he fell backward on his back. Caught by little An, he looked even more pitiful than Chuolong. This was his answer. After breaking through to the 6th level of the tiger demon, not only had his cultivation increased, all his abilities had also increased. However, the tiger demon was not a living being, and there was no spontaneous nirvana. Raising one's cultivation was not like leveling up in a game. With a swoosh, he was back to full health. Fury of the tiger demon had always been about blood for blood, life for life. Injuring 10,000 enemies, injuring 8,000 oneself. This was the result of him suppressing his injuries, and raising his combat strength at all costs. Behind that aura of a wind god, was a broken body on the verge of collapse. Especially that last move, myriad flowers. His organs had been ruptured, and his blood vessels had been shattered. He had relied on his tiger bones to hold on, and they were covered in cracks. In a battle of life and death, how could he show mercy? That last strike should not have had any repercussions, and should have exploded within Chuolong's body, tearing him apart. In the end, he could not hold on any longer, and could only do so. You. Chuolong immediately understood, and a strong sense of regret gnawed at his bones. If I had not escaped. Li Qingshan lay weakly in Little An's embrace, his tiger stripes receding, and his scarlet eyes turning black. He laughed. There is no if, you would have escaped. Why? Chuolong stood there without moving, as though he was holding on to his last bit of pride. Because your anger and hatred are fake. Li Qingshan's voice was hoarse. His life was slipping away, and if he could not return to his normal state, and activate spontaneous nirvana, he would still die. Little An bit the tip of his finger, and the blood condensed into a red bean. It contained the purest life energy. When it entered his mouth, his complexion immediately improved. What did you say? Chuolong glared at him with a ferocious expression. Time passes, all that I give to you will perish. Do you understand this feeling? The tiger stripes on Li Qingshan's body faded away, and he finally returned to his human form. In a split second, his tiger bones shattered. His blood began to burn, turning into scarlet flames. Under the boundless starry sky, on the boundless plains, a ball of wildfire burned. Chuolong's expression kept changing in the firelight. He said in a low voice, Time is mournful, everything that touches you will die. Time is mournful, everything that touches you will die. With a cry, Li Qingshan was reborn in the flames. Still feeling weak, he tried to clench his hands. He thought to himself, is it because we're at the border area? Even nirvana would be suppressed. If it reaches the 9 heavens, the impact will be even greater. Even if we have a few lives, it might not be enough. Chuolong quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. He said coldly, those are the words of an ordinary man. Li Qingshan smiled. When an ordinary man is angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. You, the high and mighty emperor of Great Xia, have probably long forgotten what it means to risk your life. Why should I risk my life? I don't need to. Chuolong closed his eyes and recalled the past, when he swept through the world with an eagle and a wolf, and finally unified the 9 provinces. He relied on the techniques from the mortal realm, his powerful cultivation, and the corresponding knowledge and strategies. He was always in an invincible position, and he never needed to risk his life against anyone. Everything was under control. So, your anger and hatred are all fake. To you. The most important thing is always to protect yourself. When the emperor was angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles, and it would be the blood of others. Chuolong was in an invincible position, and so was Li Qingshan. He just personally cut off the path of retreat, choosing to sink the cauldron to decide life and death. In this battle, Chuolong did not lose in strength, nor in strategy, but in determination. Of course, it was normal for Chuolong to be like this. For ordinary cultivators, the most important thing was to protect themselves. Not to mention a human emperor like him, who had reached the peak of the mortal realm, already had an extremely long life, and enjoyed all the prosperity of the mortal realm. The son of a rich family would not sit under a roof, let alone fight with his life on the line. I see, this is the end of me, Chuolong. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Chuolong laughed bitterly, and his body shook violently. He seemed to be somewhat relieved, but also seemed to be unwilling. Little and stood with his sword. If he wanted to self-destruct his demon heart, he would kill him with a sword. However, he did not do so. He laughed like a madman, mixed with the shrill laughter of a woman. At the border of the mortal realm and the demon realm, he finally completely sank into the demon realm and fell into madness. Little and did not attack, and he tilted his head. "It's you?" The laughter gradually subsided, and it turned into a woman's voice. The crystal on Chuolong's forehead sank into his head, and he turned into a woman's face, which was 70% to 80% similar to Qianrongji, but with a bit more coldness. His body shook continuously, and he twisted violently, turning into the figure of a woman. Billowing demonic aura surged over, and his badly mutilated skin recovered. He was as pale as paper, and as enchanting as a snake. She, the child of destiny of the demon realm, seemed to be getting more and more favored. "Yes, it's me." Li Qingshan frowned. "You swallowed Chuolong?" It was completely conceivable that she was parasitic in Chuolong's body, like a malignant tumor, constantly mutating and multiplying, and finally swallowing Chuolong's collapsed will. Qianrongji smiled. Chuolong has long ceased to exist. He was just an obsession, but he refused to admit it. Or rather, I am Chuolong. This was not possession. As a child of destiny favored by heaven's will, under the chaotic and evil will of the demon realm, their divine souls had already fused long ago. Their memories and thoughts were interlinked, and it was more like two split personalities fighting with each other. If Chuolong won, he could eliminate the personality named Xianrongji, and pretend that he had succeeded in possession, or even that nothing had happened. However, it was impossible for him to win. Although the laws of heaven and earth were invisible, they were everywhere. The so-called Qianrongji was already the representative of the demon realm's will, and no thoughts of betrayal could be allowed. Chuolong understood this, and that was why he desperately escaped from the demon realm, but he just happened to run into Li Qingshan at this time. Since he could not escape his fate, it was probably the work of heaven's will. Li Qingshan unsheathed his dying flower blade and sneered. "In that case, it would be best for me to kill you." He loathed Qianrongji even more than Chuolong, and he even had the thought of killing her as soon as possible. If she was the one leading the battle just now, then it was very likely that they would die together, and he would have to think of a way to retreat instead of fighting a madman with his life on the line. There was a saying, the soft fear the hard fear the unreasonable fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the shameless. This woman did not care about her life, and was truly difficult to deal with. However, Qianrongji said, "The Black Sun demon heart is in your hands?" She looked at herself with a subtle expression, not caring about Li Qingshan's threat at all. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked at her graceful figure without any hesitation, but he pondered in his heart, what is the Black Sun demon heart? Could it be? We've known each other for so many years. Qianrongji smiled, "I've never harmed you. That's why you're still alive. That little plot of mine can't be put on the table. If not for you, Anne." Qianrongji smiled at Little and, "I wouldn't be where I am today." Li Qingshan's appearance turned the 9 prefectures upside down, and the entire world was finished. Only then would she be able to seize the opportunity to rise. Otherwise, no matter how cunning she was, it would be useless. When the Chuolong descended and became the master of the world, nothing could be hidden from him, and she would be dead. Little and nodded slightly. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and said playfully, "So, you're planning to repay kindness?" Qianrongji walked forward seductively and tapped Li Qingshan's chest. "If not for me, you might not have been able to defeat the Chuolong. Be it in the 9 prefectures or just now." Whoosh! Li Qingshan slashed down, and she retracted her hand. She said gently, "So, we don't owe each other anything." She pretended to cheer, "A new world. A new life. Why don't we start over again?" "Start over?" Li Qingshan frowned. He didn't like the way she said it. "Just like in the 9 prefectures. We conspired a lot back then, and it was such a nostalgic time. There must be a deep fate between us." Qian Rongji's expression was exaggerated, and there was a hint of the Chuolong's pretentiousness. Her expression, temperament, and way of thinking seemed to have broken through the inherent limitations, and there was a calmness as if she had the mandate of heaven. She was no longer a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. Instead, it was a python that could swallow clouds and spit out mist, transforming into a soaring serpent that could peacefully entrench itself. Li Qingshan's frown deepened. Don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about that kind of fate. You're not suitable for me, I already have a little dragon. Qian Rongji crossed her arms like two white snakes. She tightened her grip inch by inch, her fingers intertwining with each other behind her, a sweet look on her face. Li Qingshan felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this a form of narcissism? He must be crazy to think that she had become normal. He looked at Little Anne and wanted to say, why don't we just kill her? Hey, Little Anne, why do you look so relieved? Cough. What is the Black Sun Demon Heart? A legend of the infernal domain. Qian Rongji spoke tirelessly about what she had seen and heard in the infernal domain. Li Qingshan was shocked. So the incident at Cold Blood Pass was really my fault. He had always thought that Qiao Tianjiao was courting death, but he had tricked her in the end. The commotion must have attracted the 12 demon emperors to attack Black Cloud City. So it's in your hands. Qian Rongji licked her lips greedily. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. I want to go to Qingqi Mountain. Understood. Qian Rongji waved her hand. The abandoned immortal sword bounced up from the ground and flew into her hand. It flew into her hand. How can I contact you? Little Anne flicked out a skull prayer bead. She held it in her hand, and fine scales grew on her pale skin. They were colorful and constantly changing. Her figure gradually blurred and disappeared. Let's go. Li Qingshan stretched and walked towards the human realm. He was very satisfied with the result of this battle. First, he had broken through to the 6th layer of the Tiger Demon, and his combat power had increased greatly. Second, he had gotten rid of the hidden danger of the Hui Dragon. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by Gao Tianjiao. Finally, he understood the legend of the Black Sun Demon Heart. It was better not to take it out in the future. If Qian Rongji could find out where Qingqi Mountain was, it would be even better. But unfortunately, a scouting mission clearly did not deserve such a reward. She should also know that, unless she could directly help him defeat Xianxia, he was not worried that she would bite back. After hearing the legend of the Black Sun Demon Heart, there were not many people who could resist the temptation of reaching the heavens in a single step. His opponent was a demon god after all. If the situation was unfavorable, devouring the Black Sun Demon Heart would be his last choice. But now, he had to break through to the 6th layer of the Phoenix and the 6th layer of the Spirit Turtle first, and then undergo the 5th heavenly tribulation. By then, even human immortals and evil gods would not be able to do anything to him. The red sun and the black sun rose together. Qian Rongji watched as their figures disappeared into the horizon. She turned around and walked towards the demon domain. The pain, humiliation, chaos, and distortion of the past were all buried deep in her heart. A demon heart was crystal clear. At some point in time, all the venomous snakes had disappeared. She no longer had to endure the hellish pain. As she completely fused with the Hui Dragon, she completely possessed the cultivation of a demon emperor. The illustrations of Naraka were completed as well. She turned into a real, bitter snake of hell, crawling towards her destiny. Li Qingshan returned to the mountains and prepared to break through to the 6th layer of the Phoenix. He rarely used the Phoenix transformation. He felt that apart from his vitality becoming extremely vigorous, there did not seem to be any benefits. Oh right, there was another benefit. His entire face would glow, and his attractiveness would skyrocket. He would naturally have a noble and reserved bearing. In other words, he would be very cool. However, if he fought the Hui Dragon like that, he would only be beaten up like a sandbag. It would not look good. The lack of power was mostly because the Phoenix transformation's magical ability was too simple. There was only Phoenix's Nirvana, Phoenix's Nirvana, and Phoenix's Nirvana. Of course, this was the rebirth godly technique, but it was also a little useless. If the enemy was not strong, then what was the use of rebirth? If the enemy was too strong, then what was the use of rebirth? No matter how you rebirth, your balls would still be destroyed in the end. The lifespan of the phoenix was definitely the longest among all the fiend god transformations. This was the dream of all living beings. However, it was the most useless to him. Besides, the spirit turtle's lifespan was not short either. If I use the ox demon transformation and the tiger demon transformation, my magical ability will become extremely powerful. However, what's the use of the phoenix's nirvana? Will I be able to rebirth faster? Little and suddenly said, Xianxia, why don't you try using the phoenix's nirvana? Using it? Xianxia pondered for a moment. He had never thought about it before. He had always been fighting and killing, so how could he waste it like this? However, he already had a certain level of self-protection now. Even a demon emperor could not do anything to him. Would an evil god come knocking on his door? A true phoenix will not be killed before it can undergo nirvana. That makes sense. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Then I will try. However, I need to make some preparations first. He patrolled the mountains and finally found a volcano that had been dead for an unknown period of time. He descended from the sky and punched it. The crater of the volcano suddenly split open. Black smoke soared into the sky, and lava and fire erupted violently. He flapped his wings of wind and blew away the smoke. With a phoenix cry, he turned into a phoenix and dove into the fire. Phoenix's nirvana. When Xianxia started anew. Round of cultivation, Qianrongji took a detour and looked at Lingshui Pass from afar. The sky was filled with the dark clouds of war. Even from over 100 kilometers away, they could smell the stench of demonic beasts and hear the roars of demon folk. She had considered doing him a favor by killing a few devil emperors and accumulating enough honor to exchange for the Black Sun Devil Heart. She had fused with all of Chuolong's memories and guessed that he needed to raise his status in the Myriad Nature sect. Killing enemies on the battlefield was the fastest way. However, after completely swallowing the Hui dragon, he dispelled that thought. It wasn't because he was worried that there would be evil gods or even demon gods watching from the shadows. It was because she didn't have the ability to control the Black Sun Demon Heart at all. Obtaining it rashly would only result in death. Legends could come true because of the legendary person, and not just by obtaining a legendary item. Even if a beggar were to wear a dragon robe, he would not become a king. He would only be hacked into pieces. The 12 demon gods clearly understood this point. Otherwise, if obtaining the Black Sun Demon Heart would allow one to become a demon god king, they would have rushed over without a care and swept through the entire region hundreds of times instead of just sending an army to attack the city. Up until now, she'd already firmly believed that Xianxia was that legendary person. This time, he seemed to have changed a lot compared to the past, but he also seemed to have not changed at all, which made her feel afraid. Yes, fear. This was not because of the Chua dragon's residual emotional influence, nor was it because of the threat of death. It was an instinct. She had feared him since many years ago. Even when she was at her craziest, she didn't dare to bare her fangs at him. However, at that time, she was drowning in pain and couldn't fully understand the source of this fear. She could only vaguely feel it. When she finally broke through the shackles and could examine his existence from the perspective of the emperor of the Xia dynasty, from the perspective of the human emperor of the Tao of the human realm, and from the perspective of the child of destiny of the demonic domain, she understood that the devil heart of the Black Sun must have descended for him. Not because of power. Not to mention the demon gods and evil gods, even among the demon emperors, there were many that were stronger than him. It was because he was indeed a monster, and the chaos and destruction he could cause. He was far more evil than the so-called villains and stood at the forefront of evil. Although he himself may not have realized this, perhaps he still thought that he was unparalleled chivalrous and convinced people with virtue. But when he destroyed the world and exterminated all living beings. However, he would never show mercy, even if he was not evil. Fearing such a monster was not a shameful thing. The common mistake of those who lost to him was that they mistook him for an ordinary person like them. What a joke. One was merciful, compassionate, and cruel. One didn't seek immortality and didn't care about the great Tao. The other despised demons and didn't believe in gods and Buddhas. This was clearly a great evil that was chaotic to the extreme. Even the 12 demon gods had to concede defeat. If the infernal realm was a crazy and evil mother, then what she needed was not a son of destiny, but a husband who could stand above her. Even if he was destined to reject her, despise her, and disdain the power she gave him, she would still embrace him without a care and give him the black sun demon heart. Not many people would believe such a conclusion. The reason why she could understand was not only because they had known each other for many years, but also because of Little Anne's existence. Even if she was jealous and unwilling, she had to admit that what Little Anne needed could only be given by that monster. Only he could easily tolerate her evil and give her all good, and further give her meaning and carry out her evil. Because he was more evil, it was only natural that Little Anne became his follower. And although she had always been disliked by him and didn't become his follower, she was only attracted to Little Anne. But in reality, she had always been in sync with him. Now she was helping him to deal with a demon god. This was probably not a coincidence, but a compatibility of paths. This was a more solid alliance than any oath of eternal love, a fate more profound than any infatuation and regret. It was called fellow Taoist. So she also guessed that Li Qingshan definitely didn't accept the Black Sun demon heart. Because if he accepted it easily, then he wasn't the person the infernal realm was looking for. This was where the will of the demon domain was chaotic and twisted. Those who wanted it could not obtain it, and those who obtained it did not want it. Those who resisted would be tortured to death, and those who prostrated would be assimilated. If the demon folk who thirsted for power were bold enough to take over the Black Sun demon heart, they would either be tortured to death, or assimilated into a part of the demon domain, losing their own will. They might not even succeed, as that would be defying the heavens. As a result, her true objective was not to obtain the Black Sun demon heart at all. That was not something she could devour. Probably even the 12 demon gods could not devour it. Instead, she wanted to find a way to carry out the will of the demon domain and make him devour the Black Sun demon heart so that the legend of the demon god king could be realized. However, she still could not become his enemy and plot against him, just in case she was the first one he targeted after he succeeded. She wanted to be a loyal guide, a kind matchmaker who would guide him along the right path and facilitate this marriage. It would be much more troublesome than directly dealing with demon god Xianxia. However, the demon domain would help her. As she understood everything and made up her mind, the demon heart immediately shone with a resplendent light. She immediately felt like she had made up her mind. Her status as a child of destiny had risen a step further, almost reaching the level of an evil god. This was a reward for her obedience to the will of the heavens, as well as proof for her speculations. Fortunately, she had not been blinded by greed, or she probably would not even know how she died if she blindly sought the Black Sun demon heart. She smiled. I'm still too kind after all. However, the greatest reward wasn't this, but a burning world. I hope you like it. He 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 he. Flames surged out from the ground, dyeing the gloomy sky mottled orange-red as if it was burning. A magnificent phoenix rested in the flames. His heart pounded. This was the first time Li Qingshan had used the phoenix's nerva while in the phoenix transformation. An unprecedented feeling surged like magma. His blood flowed endlessly like a river of fire, cycling back and forth before returning to his heart. In the past, the nerva would always be reborn quickly so that he could deal a fatal blow to the enemy, or deal with a fatal blow from the enemy. But this time, he observed the entire process calmly. The feathers slowly melted away in the flames. Only the phoenix's heart became even more resplendent. However, there was no anxiety in his heart at all. Instead, it was light and satisfied. All of his pain and troubles had been cleansed by the flames. This was an emotion completely different from the ape demon's joy. Instead, it was filled with compassion. Compassion for all living beings could not understand this feeling. If everyone could understand this feeling, even if it was just for a moment, they would be able to transcend all their troubles. It was like he had comprehended the phoenix's noble heart for the first time. It was not like the spirit turtle's separation from all fate and untainted by karma. The Qilin was a beast of utmost benevolence, but its benevolence was towards all living beings. Plants were living beings too, and demon folk were living beings too. There was no such thing as good or evil. It followed the way of nature, viewing life and death as breathing. It instead lacked such compassion. As long as the living beings of the world could continue living, nothing else mattered. Universal love was heartless. Only the eternal phoenix could understand the suffering of living beings. It seemed aloof, but it was actually sentimental. This is probably the so-called compassion. It was the same Li Qingshan, but the Yangon abbot and Qian Rongji saw completely different things. One wanted to send him to the western paradise, while the other wanted to tempt him into devouring the demon heart of the Black Sun and becoming the master of the demon domain. The spirit turtle was like a hermit. It would rather be born with its tail trailing behind it, free and unfettered from the world. The Qilin was a benevolent being who wished for all living beings to live and multiply without end. In short, one was afraid of death while the other was greedy for life. Phoenixes, on the other hand, were saints with noble and pure temperament. They would not perch unless it was a Chinese parasol tree, they would not eat unless it was a refined practice, and they would not drink unless it was a precious spring. Bearing the 5 characters of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, he was born to stand on the moral high ground. However, it was also because of this that he was tainted with the deepest karma. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If one acts above the masses will surely disagree. The weak are easy to break, the bright are easy to stain. The song Spring in the Sun was a song where the number of harmonies would be few. It was difficult to live up to his great reputation. Therefore, this immortal divine bird could not live forever. Because he understood the pain of life, he did not covet it. Because he had undergone nirvana countless times, he was not afraid of death. Rather than dragging out an ignoble existence, it was better to burn oneself. This spirit of sacrifice was unique to phoenixes. Li Qingshan leisurely recited, "Phoenix shi, how can virtue decline?" He stretched out his wings and began to dance. It danced into a whirlpool of flames, and the whirlpool absorbed the raging earth fire. It caused the magma to cool down and solidify into grayish-black rocks, turning it into a dormant volcano, leaving only a ball of spinning flames at the crater. Xiaowen casually sat down on a piece of volcanic rock that was as red as fire. Her right hand rested on her raised knee as she held a string of shiny white prayer beads. She crossed her left leg before her and stared at the ball of fire and thought. The original meaning of nirvana was Buddhism's parinirvana. It was full of merits and virtues, and it was called solitude. He did not know what it had to do with phoenixes. The path of white bone and great beauty used the samadhi flames of white bone to extinguish all living beings. It was also rather similar to a phoenix's nirvana. However, it could not be reborn, so the living beings would probably not be too happy about it. The white-bone bodhisattva regarded this as another powerful proof of the ignorance and lowliness of the mortals, but she could understand this feeling. It was because she wouldn't be happy if Green Mountain couldn't be reborn from nirvana. A clear and resounding phoenix cry resounded out, clear and crisp like silk being torn apart. A gorgeous and dazzling phoenix was reborn in the flames. A body full of phoenix blood. It became purer. The phoenix transformation broke through to the 6th stage, and his cultivation rose explosively once more. He was now infinitely close to the 5th heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan was pleasantly surprised. So phoenix nirvana could be used like this. In other words, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to undergo nirvanic rebirth in the flames every time he recovered his ability. That way, he would be able to improve his Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to the 9th level. However, the downside was that there was no way to revive after being killed. What he lacked now was time. As for how to use it, he needed to think about it carefully. Let's go to the next place. They also found a lake among the mountains. Although it was not very big, it was enough. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He planned on breaking through to the 6th layer of the spirit turtle transformation here before undergoing the 5th heavenly tribulation. Time flew by in the inheritance hall of the Wanxiang sect. The alarm bell rang. Only a few of them were in seclusion. True disciples who were on missions and were not in the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon sect were also summoned. All other true disciples were summoned. Wan Yaozhu was no exception. She looked at Dai Mingfan strangely. The other true disciples were the same. The heavy atmosphere in the air made it so that no one dared to speak. Dai Mengfan coughed. Junior brother Go, why don't you say it? The quartermaster Gushing strode up to the stage. Brothers and sisters, let's cut to the chase. The demon realm is preparing to launch a large-scale attack on Black Cloud City. Senior brother Li Liehua has issued an emergency call for all true disciples to participate in the war. The military situation is urgent. We are about to go to Black Cloud City to discuss how to defend against the enemy. The inheritance hall was in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. Only Letian was still smiling, but he also furrowed his brows. In history, every time the demon realm launched a large-scale attack, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and there would definitely be true disciples who died. This wasn't a gamble, but a chess game. There was no winner taking all. If the other side was willing to sacrifice the demon emperor, then you would have to use the human emperor as a pawn. At most, you would have a small advantage. Dai Mengfan asked with a frown, Junior brother Go. Junior sister Wan is in charge of the 100 Herb Garden. Is she also on the list? That's right, one counts. You don't have to look at me like that. I'll go to battle after arranging the supplies. Damn it, what's Li Liehua thinking? Don't tell me demon folk have already killed their way to the city? They haven't. Gushing hesitated. Wan Yaozhu could not help but ask, what about senior sister Chao? Dai Mengfan said, yeah. In a situation like this, don't we need 2 army commanders to issue a joint call for it to take effect? Gushing's expression changed. He hesitated again and again. Senior sister Chao is currently missing. Senior brother Li said she might have fallen into the demon realm or even become a demon emperor. As a result, he's already reset the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation to prevent her from infiltrating the city and destroying the formation. This information is top secret. Please don't. What? How dare he? Before he had even finished, the true disciples had already fallen into an uproar, drowning out his voice. In particular, the female cultivators immediately formed a grand scheme in their hearts. The situation became even more chaotic. Smack. Dai Mengfan slammed the table. Shut up. What's with all the ruckus? The direct disciple hall fell silent. Wan Yaozhu's gentle but firm voice rang out, Senior sister Chao's life lamp is still present. I refuse to believe she's fallen into the demon emperor. If she really has fallen into the demon realm, we need to hurry to Black Cloud City and find a way to save her. Senior brother has summoned us in such a hurry probably because of this. Gushing sighed. If the first senior sister defected to the enemy, the consequences would be unthinkable. Dai Mengfan said, you're right, junior sister. Let's go see Li Liehua right now and get to the bottom of this. At this moment, Li Liehua's heart was filled with anxiety. He paced around in the room. The vicinity of Cold Blood Pass had already become a forbidden zone. Even he dared not enter the demon realm again. However, just looking at it from afar, he still found it alarming. It was impossible to hide the mobilization of an army on such a large scale. It was no longer a competition of schemes and tricks, but strength and momentum. Once the demon gods made up their minds, they were extremely terrifying. Even he, who controlled the army and watched over the city, could not help but feel powerless before this momentum. He was especially worried that Xianxia would fall to the demon emperor. Even if he decisively rearranged the roaring Black Cloud Thunder formation, making it impossible for her to sneak into the city. She still had all the diagrams of the roaring Black Cloud Thunder formation and had the highest authority. There were too many ways to destroy the formation. That was why he was so anxious to summon all the direct disciples here for a meeting. It was to deal with a possible surprise attack. Their strength was about the same. If she was bent on destroying the formation, he would not be able to stop her. Adding Abbot Yangon to the mix would be pointless. Also, that black roar had to be controlled as soon as possible. Otherwise, one word from Xianxia would be enough for her to rebel immediately. Fortunately, Huahua was watching her, so there would not be any problems for the time being. Liehua, they're all here. An abnormally tall and beautiful woman walked in. Her thick red hair was slightly curled. Her face was slightly long, and her nose bridge was high. She had an exotic charm. She was a head taller than Li Liehua. She hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "If the situation is not good, I'll bring you to the demonic beast path. Let's see who can stop me." Hua hua. Li Liehua heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, "I won't die here." The war drums thundered. The gates of Cold Blood Pass opened, and the army marched out. The lingering dark clouds of war lunged towards Black Cloud City in the distance like a brandishing monster. Due to the existence of arcane treasures like Sumeru rings, the army basically did not need supplies. Strangely, they brought several tens of thousands of cages, which were dragged to the front lines by demonic beasts. At the border between the demon domain and the human realm, the soldiers dragged out the prisoners one by one and buried them alive, only leaving their heads outside. There were men and women, young and old, among the prisoners. Some wept bitterly, some cursed aloud, and some remained silent. However, not a single person begged for mercy. There was no such thing as sympathy in the demon domain. The army marched and buried people alive. It was basically like planting trees, leaving behind a trail of sorrowful cries. The demon domain broke through the border. If one looked down from above, it would seem like a huge arrowhead, stabbing into Black Cloud City. These prisoners were the sinners of the demon domain. They were either framed, cowardly and incompetent, or just sacrifices of war. The most common crime was that they were good people. As the demon domain penetrated deeper into the human realm, just burying people alive was no longer enough. The shaman priests began to set up altars one by one, escorting the prisoners to the altars and executing them under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Cries rose and fell, as if they were tearing the sky apart. The shaman priests were skilled. To make the prisoners experience the greatest pain without dying quickly, the torture would often last for several days and nights. It could only be completed with the assistance of a few apprentices. The most skilled shaman priests could use different instruments and techniques to make the prisoners produce different cries, giving the spectators an extreme spiritual experience. As a result, two major factions were formed, the experience faction and the performance faction. The experience faction believed that they should focus on the torture itself and give the sinners the greatest pain, instead of acting like clowns to entertain the stupid spectators. The performance faction believed that there was only one sinner, but there were hundreds or even thousands of spectators. Which was more important? It went without saying. The experience faction was just a group of sadomasochists without any sense of responsibility or purpose. Oh right, there was also the method faction who invented new torture methods and instruments. Because they were too formal, they were not taken seriously. This was a scene that could drive people crazy. However, the demon folk watched with great interest, unable to take their eyes off it. Some of them even had an intoxicated look on their faces as they praised endlessly. "Oh my, that was a wonderful cut. This fellow's voice was not bad." His screams rose and fell, sweet and resounding. Tisk tisk. Suddenly, a demon folk reported, "Sir Shaman Priest, I can't bear to look at Zhou anymore. He still has a conscience after all." "Ah, great witch Zhu, I have no conscience. I have no conscience. I'm hungry just from watching." The witch priest glanced at him coldly and threw a burnt hand down the altar. Zhou pounced on it and wolfed down the meat. "The meat of good people is delicious." "How dare you say that the meat of good people is delicious? Do you think that the meat of us evil people tastes bad?" "No, that's not what I meant. This lowly one requests Lord Witch Priest to sacrifice this fake vile person to Emotion. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Sacrifice." The demon folk growled as they pressed closer. There was a faint smile on his face that was twisted in a strange manner. Ah. Thus, another good guy hidden among the villains was discovered and eliminated, and the morale of the villains became even higher. With 100,000 good guys as sacrifices, the army rapidly advanced towards Black Cloud City. Although the territory they carved out was only temporary, as long as they reached Black Cloud City, the demon folk would be fighting on their own territory. They would have a huge geographical advantage, and they could avoid being ambushed by the enemy as they marched. This kind of tactic had stopped being a secret a long time ago. One of the consequences of years of war was that everything had become clear. All the strategies and tactics had been used thousands of times. There was not even a need to analyze them on the map. All the possibilities had already happened. The human realm had 100 ways to deal with these tactics, while the demon domain had 101 ways to counter them, which was why these tactics could continue to be used. And they were used. Due to the limitations of various practical conditions, the changes were often even smaller than a chess game. Once the war began, there would be no room for ingenious schemes, nor would there be any heroes who could easily turn the tide of the war. All that was left was a bloody meat grinder, and it all depended on which side could stuff more flesh and blood into it. Li Liehua understood all of this. The defense system of Black Cloud City was established on the two great armies, the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder Formation and the Inferno Xuanwu. The purpose of establishing an army was to better organize the flesh and blood and stuff it into this meat grinder. Now that Xianxia was gone, the Xuanwu army was basically crippled. This was not just because she was powerful. More importantly, the Xuanwu army had been established in her name, and it had established great prestige through countless battles. Only with prestige would there be morale, and only with morale would there be power. It could not be replaced by a random true disciple. The current situation was that if they could not stuff in the flesh and blood of mortals, they could only stuff in the flesh and blood of cultivators. Which cultivator would be willing to do that? If regular cultivators were unwilling, the true disciples could still suppress them. If the true disciples were unwilling, who could force them to sacrifice themselves? Not to mention that even he, the first senior brother, was unwilling. He even began to miss Xianxia a little. At this moment, the blaze hall arrived. The whispers in the fiery blaze hall gradually quietened down with the sound of his footsteps. All the true disciples bowed. Senior brother. Li Liehua saw that they were either standing or sitting in groups of 3 or 5. Some were leaning against the wall with swords in their arms, and some were simply sitting at the long conference table. Only Guxing was sitting upright. He could not help but frown. Sit down, he ordered. Everyone took their seats. Even the few female cultivators who had come to question Li Liehua were intimidated by his prestige. The true disciples who had never been to Black Cloud City felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from that of the Hall of Inheritance. The Demon Realm's army has probably set off. This time, they are determined to uproot Black Cloud City. The scale of the attack will be greater than any in history. If you want to defend Black Cloud City, please be prepared for half of your people to die here. What? Half of our people die? Senior brother, you must be joking. The true disciples all had different expressions. Some were shocked, some were in disbelief, and some were frowning in deep thought. They never expected Li Liehua to be so pessimistic. Le Tian toyed with a pair of dice with a playful expression. This was a good chance to gamble on whether Black Cloud City could be defended or not. However, he did not want to bear the wrath of the first senior brother, so he added on behalf of Li Liehua in his mind. Even if half of our people die, we may not be able to defend Black Cloud City. But that is the most you can bear. Pai Yangqiu seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Lu Tian, this first senior brother is still too young. This is already overestimating their determination. I think at most a third of our people will die. These years have been too peaceful. Only a few of the old guys who have been through the war are left. Dai Mengfan had once been eldest brother Lin Xian's disciple. They had been through a fierce battle and knew how powerful it was. She sat up straight and asked, how many demon emperors are there? It should be 12. Because of the existence of the 12th citadel. Demon formation of the ominous, this was practically the norm. As expected. Dai Mengfan's expression became even more unsightly. She had been the third senior sister for so many years. She didn't want to compete for the position of eldest senior brother or eldest senior sister because she didn't want to go to the battlefield again. A female cultivator with rosy cheeks and a graceful bearing played around with her slender fingers. She smiled. There's more than 12 of us. There's also the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder Formation. How can those demon folk be our opponent? There were more than 10 true inheritors gathered here. In addition to the mounts they brought with them, there were more than 30 existences who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, far surpassing the 12 demon monarchs. So other than Chu Tian, Dai Mengfan, and a few others who had experienced the great battle, the other direct disciples didn't agree with Li Liehua's words. They even felt that he was avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, and didn't want to mention Chao Tianjiao. Dai Mengfan asked, "Where are the chosen ones?" "I don't know. The biggest possibility is that he is trapped in the demon domain. We must be prepared for this." Wan Yaozhu couldn't help but say, "Then we." Dai Mengfan shook her head. "Yaozhu, don't say any more. If the prodigy is really trapped in the demon domain, I can only hope that she dies. If she became a demon emperor, that would be too terrifying." Wan Yaozhu lowered her head sadly. Dai Mengfan asked again, "Can we ask for help?" Li Liehua asked, "Who should I ask for help from?" Dai Mengfan was speechless and could only sigh. Spirit Venerable Guihai never left the heavens. Unless the myriad phenomenon sect was in danger, he would never take action. The two sect masters followed the grand sect master above the 9 heavens and had their own duties. The myriad phenomenon sect was not like a traditional sect, which was organized by a master-disciple relationship. Instead, it was governed by the true disciples. They cooperated and shared freely, and there were almost no restrictions. But correspondingly, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. When there was nothing to do, he would peacefully cultivate. When there was something to do, he would shirk his responsibilities. There was no such thing as such a good thing in the world. Furthermore, it was the responsibility of the myriad nature sect to defend this area. Which of the other sects would be willing to bleed and sacrifice for you? As for the desireless heavenly palace, there was even less of a need to think about it. If the demon domain mobilized the 12 demon emperors to attack the city, the other war zones would be left unguarded. They would only order the local sects to take advantage of this opportunity to recover their lost territory, and not go on expeditions. He was being led by the nose by the demon domain. Dai Mengfan asked again, "What about abandoned city?" "The prodigies are not here, and the Xuanwu army is useless. The situation is too disadvantageous." Li Liehua said, "You know that's impossible. Retreating without a fight will not be tolerated by military law." "Yeah, I know." Dai Mengfan smiled bitterly. This kind of desertion would definitely infuriate the selfless heavenly palace. If they ordered them to take back Black Cloud City, they would have to pay 10 times the price. The entire myriad nature sect would suffer great losses. Right now, they were going all out until both sides were heavily injured. They wanted to kill a few demon kings and force back the demon folk. The desireless heavenly palace would naturally bestow rewards in the form of resources to support the Wanxiang sect. As a result, new true disciples would emerge. There was no lack of geniuses. It was like this in the past. That was how she became the 3rd senior sister. She probably would not be so lucky this time. She would not live to see this day come. It was not cowardice or ignorance. It was just that they had reached this point after so much difficulty. They were not willing to risk their lives anymore. The two of them chatted among themselves. The elegant female cultivator could not help but say, "Hey, what are you talking about? It's just 12 demon kings." Dai Mengfan smiled sadly. "Junior sister Kursin. You'll find out very soon." Wan Jianfeng suddenly stood up and drew his sword. He said coldly, "Senior brother and senior sister, you've disappointed me far too much. You're boosting the morale of others and diminishing your own. If the demon folk want to take Black Cloud City, they'll have to ask the sword in my hand first." He practiced the heavenly tome of sword control. He was a sword cultivator, and he was most skilled at killing. He did not believe the 12 demon emperors and their rabble could be very powerful. Ha 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 ha. Le Tian slammed the table and rocked back and forth with laughter. "I can't help it anymore. Who wants to bet with me on whether Black Cloud City can be defended or not?" "Oh right, you can raise the odds and bet on how many of us will die." He immediately angered everyone. They all began to criticize him. Soon, it became a dispute among the true disciples, just like in the direct disciple hall. Pai Yangqiu shook his head. If Lin Xian was here, they would have reached an agreement long ago. Li Liehua was not the real 1st senior brother after all. He was fine normally, but he could not control the situation in a moment of life and death. The battle was getting worse and worse. Senior brother, I'm skilled in formations. Leave the roar of black cloud thunder formation to me. All right. Li Liehua said, I still need someone to lead the Xuanwu army. The hall fell silent. No one answered. Even the true disciples who had never experienced a battle had basic knowledge. The army had to leave the city and fight the enemy, or even charge at the enemy's formation. Not only would they lose the protection of the roar of black cloud thunder formation, but they would also be easily trapped by the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Under the current circumstances, it was very easy for them to die. Lu Tian sneered. Li Liehua's frown deepened. At this moment, Wan Yaozhu raised her hand with a wooden expression. Li Liehua ignored her, that means there's no one. Very good. Rumble. Thunder rumbled from the distant mountains. Spring thunder? However, there was no lightning when they looked up. How can regular thunder travel so far? Is someone undergoing a tribulation? This small interlude did not attract too much attention. The thunder grew louder and louder, and the entire black cloud city trembled. How many tribulations is this? 5 tribulations. Whoosh. The spirit turtle raised its head from the lake and looked at the tribulation clouds that were gathering rapidly in the sky. They rolled like a whirlpool, and thunder rumbled. Li Qingshan broke through to the 6th layer of the spirit turtle very quickly. He did not encounter any bottlenecks at all. After so many years of accumulation, everything came naturally. As his cultivation skyrocketed, he immediately attracted the tribulation. The tribulation clouds grew thicker and the surroundings became pitch black. One could not even see their fingers in front of them. Only the flickering lightning suddenly illuminated the mountains. They were like silent giants looking down at the spirit turtle in the lake. Strangely, not a single bolt of lightning fell. The tribulation clouds layered over each other, almost pressing down on the mountains. At the center of the whirlpool, weapons condensed from tribulation lightning gradually took shape. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and tridents flickered with lightning, condensing without dispersing. They hung high above Li Qingshan's head. The scale of this tribulation was actually no smaller than Chao Tianjiao's 6 tribulations. At the same time, the fighting demons became restless. Demonic thoughts, endless worries, and the fighting demons blazed. It was just like Black Cloud City. Internally, the people were unconvinced, while externally, the army was pressuring them. Beset with difficulties both internally and externally, they were in danger. With a shake of his body, Li Qingshan turned into a demonic god and stood up in the great marsh, standing beside the mountains. He welcomed the sky full of tribulation clouds and spread his arms. Before he finished speaking, heaven and earth rumbled. At the center of the tribulation cloud vortex, the tribulation lightning condensed into weapons, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and tridents. They didn't slash down randomly. Instead, they formed a formation and slowly descended. Lightning dragons roared, lightning snakes danced, and the 8 tribulation lightning weapons faintly interweaved into the shape of the 8 trigrams. Even Chao Tianjiao, who had undergone 6 heavenly tribulations, did not receive such treatment. Li Qingshan felt as if he had punched empty air. His heart tightened uncomfortably, and he suddenly felt as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Thunder was the wrath of heaven, and tribulation was the punishment of heaven. For ordinary cultivators, this was just a test, but he seemed to have committed a great crime. The heavens were furious, determined to turn him into ashes. Condemned by heaven, there is nothing to pray for. Amazing. If he didn't hurry and break this formation, when this thing covered his head, even 10 Phoenix Nirvana rebirth would be useless. What's more, I only have 1 chance left, and I'm still a pitiful bastard. Just as Li Qingshan was about to unleash his divine ability, the scene in front of him changed. The sky was pitch black, and the mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. He had turned from a demonic god back to a young man, returning to the crouching ox village that had been destroyed by the flames of war. He was currently lying under the cowshed, with an oxen resting under the trough. He could not help but call out, "Brother Ox." Xiaochen cursed inwardly. the illusion became increasingly realistic. Even the feeling of the thorns of the hay stabbing into his body became clear. It was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. I lured Xianxia into an illusion and played with her. Now, the retribution has come too quickly. Little and saw the confusion in his eyes. It's the 5 demons. If he cultivated the unfettered heavenly book, this wouldn't be a big problem. However, his spirit was destroyed in the cold blood pass and his cultivation was crippled. He had no choice but to suffer this disaster. Demons were no less dangerous than tribulation lightning, let alone at this time. Little Anne's voice reverberated through the rolling thunder. Xianxia, the 5 are form, perception, thought, action, and knowledge. Because of the various appearances, he suffered all kinds of pain and happiness, and gave birth to all kinds of thoughts. Then, his behavior became wild, his consciousness became muddled, and his heart was clouded. If you want to fight against the 5 demons, you must first see through the charms and know that everything in front of you is an illusion. A peasant woman with a bucket-like waist yelled, "Li Er, get up and get to work." Li Qingshan chuckled. In that case, the one we've encountered today is a sex fiend. The peasant woman said angrily, "Li Er, what nonsense are you talking about?" Oxen raised his head and looked at him quietly. However, although all of this is an illusion, it isn't an illusion. Li Qingshan said without hesitation. Although he was facing a great calamity, he had an unprecedented calm attitude. Yes, everything they encountered along the way, including being trapped in the Clam King of Mirage Sea's dream, was not an illusion. The youth of the past no longer needed a saber to boost his courage. Oxen smiled and nodded, but the woman became angrier and angrier. She cursed even more harshly, and the illusion became more and more realistic. But it's annoying to be so noisy. Spirit Turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan's heart was as calm as water. His eyes shone with a clear light that saw through all the illusions. He returned to his demon god body and returned to the remote mountains. Looking at the 8 descending tribulation lightning weapons, he smiled and said, "Isn't all of this a charms? But people will die if they are killed. You're just lying to yourself if you say you've seen through it." Xiaoan pursed his lips into a smile and said no more. "Humph, if you won't fight me, I'll fight you. Wind, come." Li Qingshan suddenly spread his wind god wings. They spanned hundreds of meters and slapped at the 8 tribulation lightning weapons. He seemed to want to sweep away the tribulation clouds in the sky and return him a bright world. Boom! The world shook. Lightning shone brightly, illuminating the sky and forming a pool of lightning. In the 8 trigrams, Zhen was thunder, and Sun was wind. 32nd hexagram, wind constant. Wind and lightning surged. In order to prevent the heavenly tribulation from accumulating power, Li Qingshan initiated a great battle. Lightning poured down on him. The great lake under his feet evaporated in an instant, revealing the dry and cracked ground. His iron hooves dug deep into the ground and he stood firm. His strength rose from the ground and he punched the sky. Break! His fist broke through the vast expanse of lightning and smashed heavily into the void, causing ripples to spread outwards. After breaking the 8 trigrams formation formed by the 8 tribulation lightning weapons, the pressure of impending disaster was reduced. Even though his majestic demon god body was still drowned by the lightning and his whole body trembled and became numb, most of the lightning was drawn into the ground under his feet and did not cause any substantial damage. Normal tribulation lightning was not enough to kill him. The real threat was still the 8 tribulation lightning weapons. Before he could react, the numbness suddenly turned into a heart-wrenching pain. Every inch of his skin, blood vessels, and bones were there. The pain pierced through his soul. Even the torture of hell was nothing compared to it. He clenched his teeth and half knelt on the ground. He had an illusion that he had been turned into ashes by the tribulation lightning. But in the next moment, the pain turned into joy. It was as if he had ascended into the clouds and passed through the tribulation clouds to reach the western pure land of ultimate bliss. Even if he died now, it did not matter. In the next moment, he fell into the abyss of hell. Pain and joy, sorrow and joy, constantly overlapped. He could not help but think of the painful and joyful things in his life. Whether it was climbing the ice-sword cliff arduously in the snowstorm or smashing through the ice-sword cliff freely. All of these things surged into his heart. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he also wanted to cry out loud. It was not an illusion, but even better than an illusion. Little and said, if I can't see through the charms, I'll have to suffer the various joys and sorrows. Good. If I don't have these experiences, what's the point of living? The spirit turtle could not suppress these feelings, nor did it want to. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and thought back to his experience of the phoenix's nerva not long ago. As long as his body was not destroyed, his heart would not die. He would naturally bear all the joys and sorrows. If he was unlucky, he would rather be burnt to ashes. How could he treat escape as wisdom, blaming the heavens and others like a coward and praying to the gods? Heaven and earth darkened. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, tridents, the 8 weapons of tribulation lightning all stabbed deep into his body. If he had not used the ox demon forges its hide in time at the last moment, he would have been chopped into pieces. No matter how he guided the lightning into the ground, his body was still torn apart inch by inch, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. His entire body had been vaporized by the lightning. Within the blazing flashes of lightning, his tiger bones were vaguely visible, all of them broken. He did not move at all, enduring everything silently. He pulled out the weapons condensed from tribulation lightning one by one, broke them, crushed them, and then stood up to fight again. Little and said, Qingshan. His wounds had not healed, leaving behind horrifying holes. His flesh, blood, and bones were nowhere to be seen. He was already heavily injured. However, for some reason, his standing figure seemed even more majestic, as if he wanted to become one with the earth. Through the depths of the swirling clouds, he stared at the distant sky. The heavens seemed to be infuriated by his gaze. Rumble. There was a deep, furious roar, and the shattered lightning condensed again in the blink of an eye, only leaving behind a huge lightning sword. Li Qingshan was unfazed. The miniature world in his body revolved slowly, using the divine transformation to deter the demonic thoughts internally and the devil transformation to resist the heavenly punishment externally. He used the various transformations calmly, as if everything was under his control. Indelible, unshakable. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine only remained unchanged. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew over from the distant mountains, filling the blaze hall and ruffling the clothes of the true disciples. It eased the heavy atmosphere. This gust of wind is so strange. Who is it? That direction, it might be a disciple of the Flying Star Valley. The true disciples discussed. All the generals were in Black Cloud City now, so it was impossible for them to undergo the tribulation so far away. The formal disciples of the sect were not recruited for this battle. They were all seeds of the future true disciples. They would not be of much help to the battle, so there was no need for them to sacrifice themselves. It was possible to say that even if all the true disciples here were dead, they could still produce a few true disciples with the vast amount of resources left over. Did they succeed? How many heavenly tribulations did they undergo? I don't think even 5 heavenly tribulations caused such a great disturbance. Stop joking. Do you think they'll undergo the tribulation of a human immortal in the wilderness or on the edge of a battlefield? If that's the case, then they'll undergo the tribulation of a human emperor in the wilderness or on the edge of a battlefield? That might be a demon folk. A demon folk has come to the human realm to undergo a tribulation? Is there something wrong with his head? They discussed randomly, but they were actually unable to guess the identity of the person undergoing the tribulation. However, a great battle was imminent, so no one would calculate it seriously. They were just using it as a pretext to relax. Wan Yaozhu suddenly thought of someone. Senior brother Li, where's junior brother Qingshan? Junior sister Wan, what time is it now? Lin Kurson was very impatient. She was truly a little frightened. She no longer behaved as casually as she did at the beginning. If it was just Li Liehua saying that, it could be described as an alarmist, but even old people like Dai Mingfan and Le Tian were alarmist. The situation might really be very bad. At a time like this, who would still care about a formal disciple, no matter how much of a genius he was? What was the point now? However, Li Liehua answered the question very seriously. I received news from the black-furred sky-gazing roar that his Yin spirit left his body to investigate Cold Blood Pass with junior sister Chao. His whereabouts are still unknown. Reaching there. He frowned and sank into his thoughts. Suddenly, he said, "No, that's impossible. How long has it been since he passed the fourth heavenly tribulation?" The direct disciples looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be that Li Liehua was worried that the one going through the tribulation was Li Qingshan? Wang Jianfeng was even more certain that he was under too much pressure and was delirious. Wan Yaozhu bit her lips and lowered her head in silence. However, there was an inexplicable sense of self-confidence. He must still be alive, he must be. This strange gust of wind came and went quickly, and the topic returned to the war. Very quickly, they fell into a state of anxiety. Le Tian smiled and said, "We can't waste any more time. Senior brother, please give the order quickly." He glanced at Wan Jianfeng and said, "There are some things that can't be explained." Li Liehua nodded in understanding. Wan Jianfeng flicked his sword and said, "That's right. I'm still alive?" Li Qingshan returned to his human form and lay quietly among the mountains as he spoke with a smile. The wind blew away the tribulation clouds. The clear blue sky was almost transparent. This heavenly tribulation was too fierce, and the 5 demons were even more difficult to deal with. When the thinking demon appeared, his mind was filled with distracting thoughts, and the various transformations immediately showed signs of splitting. Fortunately, the small world had been completely stabilized, so it did not fall apart. And the walking demon made him lose control of his body, and he could not control his actions. He was almost beheaded by the tribulation lightning, and there was still a big mouth on his neck that kept vomiting blood. The last consciousness demon was the most terrifying, and it directly distorted his consciousness. It made him doubt everything that he had persevered in. "Brother Bull, what 9 heavens, are they really that important? I might as well live a carefree life." If he really wavered, even if he succeeded in passing the tribulation, his mind would change greatly, and he would no longer be the original Li Qingshan. He might very well enter the demonic domain immediately, and choose to swallow the Black Sun demon heart to obtain even greater power. The result would probably be as Qian Rongji predicted, he would not be recognized by the demonic domain, and finally suffer the backlash of power, and die a horrible death. If the legendary person could not become a legend, his fate would probably be worse than a mortal's. Li Qingshan did not know any of this, but he understood that the choice of path had always been the most important, as well as the most terrifying. Once he made the wrong choice, even if he had a moment of success, he could not avoid a miserable fate in the end. Just think about it. Did many cultivators lose their right to become a human immortal the moment they successfully underwent the tribulation and became human emperors? Only when their lifespans ran out and they died would they truly regret their choice in the past. That was why it was said, Bodhisattvas fear karma, while all living beings fear karma. Fortunately, after experiencing the test of lust and desire earlier, his will had become even more resolute, allowing him to make it through this dangerous journey. After subduing the 5 demons, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He immediately counterattacked, using the 8 demons' abilities to destroy the huge sword. Afterwards, he kicked up a great wind and dispersed the tribulation clouds. Little and nodded with a smile. "Yeah, you're still alive." He touched his forehead. "Do you want to rest?" Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. "No need. The demon folk are about to reach Black Cloud City. I don't think Li Liehua will be able to stop them." The earth rumbled and shook, and hot magma gushed out from the cracked ground. The battle had destroyed the earth's crust. Without Li Qingshan's suppression, it immediately erupted. Among the mountains, a volcano rose up slowly. Li Qingshan lay on the crater of the volcano and smiled. Perfect timing. He converted the last of his strength into the phoenix transformation before unleashing the final phoenix's nerva. The phoenix danced and spun in the flames, finally turning into a phoenix egg. Before long, there was a crack, and a crack appeared. The infant Li Qingshan lay in the egg quietly. Little and used the 3 burial robes as a cloth, wrapping him up layer by layer and holding him gently in her arms. "Oi, is there a need to do this?" Li Qingshan was both exasperated and amused. It was not like he was a real infant, yet all he could produce was a series of squeaks. His limbs were powerless, unable to resist at all. All he could do was grab a strand of her hair. Little An's eyes narrowed as she smiled. She kissed him on the cheek and rocked him gently. She actually began to sing a lullaby. Li Qingshan did his best to glare at her, but he discovered helplessly that he actually began to feel sleepy. Little An pinched his cheeks and smiled. Go to sleep, go to sleep. I'll take care of you. All right, all right. You win. Li Qingshan closed his eyes helplessly and sank into a deep dream very soon. The pale white flames in Little An's eyes flickered, illuminating many scenes from 500 kilometers away. The demon domain's army stretched for several hundred kilometers, crawling across the ground. The vanguard had already ventured deep into the mortal realm, while the rear had yet to emerge from Coldblood Pass. Even without any sacrifices, just the aura they naturally gave off was enough to change the borders of two regions. Recently, when Li Qingshan was still practicing the spirit turtle transformation in the Great Marsh, he discovered the demon domain's army with the profound light illuminates all. However, he had to focus on cultivation, so he could not observe at all times. As a result, he could only stop using the ability. Fortunately, Little An was present. She scattered all the skull prayer beads, turning them into skeleton demons that monitored the advance of the demon domain from afar. They had all become very miniature, no larger than a prayer bead. They did not give off any aura at all, making them extremely suitable as scouts. A skeleton demon raised its head in the wild grass. All it saw was a streak of light shooting over. Wan Jianfeng rode on his sword, overlooking the advancing demon folk army. Humph, they can't even look out for each other like this. Aren't they just at my mercy? Li Liehua is far too cowardly. There's no need for him to clash with the Demon King at all. With just me and my sword, I can kill as many as they come. The demon folk will never be able to push their territory to Black Cloud City. I've rendered a great service. Don't tell me that the position of first senior brother can be taken by Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, but I, Wan Jianfeng, can't take it? He swung his sword suddenly, and a streak of light 300 meters long whistled towards the demon folk army on the ground. However, something that left Wan Jianfeng dumbfounded happened. The streak of light flew through the air and suddenly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it shrank again. Little An saw this and knew that this direct disciple had probably never been to the battlefield of the demon domain before. The demon folk were not venturing in alone. Instead, they were expanding the demon domain as they marched. In other words, there was still a border beyond the route the army took. The laws of the mortal realm and the demon domain intersected, so all techniques would be greatly suppressed. However, after passing through this region, they would essentially enter the demon domain. The techniques of human cultivators would be weakened by the laws of the demon domain once more. That was not all. Although the formation of the demon folk army basically could not be regarded as a military formation, they still possessed a faint military aura. If they had not been weakened twice before, they would not have been able to stop the streak of light at all. It was different now. He swung the streak of light again without holding back at all. In the end, it was less than 30 meters long, landing in the middle of the army and killing many demon folk. However, compared to the entire army of the demon domain, it was nothing. The shaman priests immediately packed away their weapons and armor before carefully chopping up the corpses, directly scattering them along the route. Very soon, they were trampled into bloody mud and dust, becoming a small interlude in this bloody march. They used the flesh and blood of demon folk to solidify their territory. After this strike, not a single person in the demon folk army responded. Since the 12 demon kings had not done anything or said anything, the other demon emperors and demon kings did not want to be targeted by a powerful sword cultivator on the battlefield either. There was even less of a reason for the other demon folk to stand out. No matter how restricted they were by the laws of the world, it would still be very easy for Wan Jianfeng to kill them. No one wanted to be trampled into bloody mud and dust. As a result, the army did not stop at all. Like a colossal monster, they did not even realize they had been bitten by a bug on the side of the road. Wan Jianfeng had never encountered something so good in his life. No matter how he killed, the enemy actually did not fight back. They did not even make a sound. However, his hand that gripped his sword trembled gently. If he continued killing like this, just when would he be able to kill off all the demon folk? If the demon folk army pushed to Black Cloud City and cast down the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous, how would he deal with them? If he hid in the city and used techniques, he would only be able to kill the weakest demon folk. He might not even be able to kill demon kings. The powerful human emperor and fearless sword cultivator was shocked by the cruelty and absurdity of this war. He could not help but ask himself, can we really defend Black Cloud City with only half of us dead? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes from his sleep. His clear, scarlet pupils reflected the gloomy sky. He blinked and gradually recovered his jet-black color. He asked with a young, muffled voice, "Where are we?" Little and pinched his cheek. "Near Black Cloud City." Xianxia widened his eyes and swung his fist. "I'm going to get angry." Little and let go. "Miser." Xianxia then asked, "How's the situation?" "Take a look for yourself." Little and lifted him high into the air, and Xianxia immediately saw the endless encampments in the distance. The mountains and plains stretched as far as the eye could see. There were camps of demon folk everywhere. The sky was densely packed with red clouds. It was impossible to tell whether they were natural clouds or condensed from rising demon chi. They almost touched the black clouds that enveloped the sky above Black Cloud City all year round. The demon folk had clearly already pushed their territory below Black Cloud City, forming a boundary that was difficult to see with the naked eye but also clearly recognizable. Any technique that entered this region would shrink drastically. As a result, both sides used even more primitive weapons to attack and defend, such as ballistae, bows and arrows, catapults, battering rams, and so on. The heavy stench of blood and the surging battle cries had already become much weaker as the wind blew over. From such a great distance, there was a strange feeling. The densely packed demon folk crawled towards Black Cloud City like ants, collapsing wave after wave under the rain of arrows and pillars of boiling oil. They were clearly doomed, but they could only advance, not retreat. Very soon, their flesh and blood turned into pools of mud. This was the most intense siege battle, and it was also the most miserable battle between ants. There were people dying in battle at every moment, yet no one cared. Even they themselves had bloodshot eyes, howling themselves hoarse as they sank into a type of inconceivable fanaticism. It was basically rather absurd. Xianxia shook his head. He already understood. The demon domain is offering up sacrifices. With each demon folk that died, the demonic clouds in the sky would grow thicker. Although Black Cloud City was built on a high mountain, which prevented the demon realm from expanding further, it was clear that they were making some kind of preparation. Compared to the battle in front of them that was in full swing, the demon domain's main camp in the rear showed a huge contrast of silence, faintly confronting the towering Black Cloud City. They were like two giant beasts that had met on a narrow path. Right now, they were just roaring and probing each other. The real battle was about to break out. Xianxia suddenly became spirited. He struggled out of the swaddling clothes and stood up shakily on all fours. He stood on the peak of the mountain naked and laughed out loud. "Haha, it's my turn now. You're still young." Little and picked him up again and gently flicked his little penis with his fingers. "He'll grow up very quickly." Xianxia's face flushed red with anger. When did this little girl become so vile? This time, he had taken the initiative to use the phoenix's nirvana. This kind of childish state naturally wouldn't last too long, and he would grow up very quickly. Boom! A huge boulder swept through the air in an arc, smashing into Black Cloud City heavily. The Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation had already been activated, but in order to conserve energy and prepare for a true attack, they did not deal with the boulders. There were direct disciples specifically responsible for intercepting them, but they only protected a few important nodes, as several dozen boulders smashed in every moment. The surrounding mountains had already become much shorter, so they had to conserve energy too. A house collapsed, sending debris flying everywhere. However, no one was injured. The entire army in the city had been mobilized a long time ago, entering the tunnels and bunkers in the center of the mountain. Up until now, tens of thousands of demon folk had died in battle, while only a few dozen humans had died. They were all unlucky weaklings, who seemed to possess an absolute advantage. However, the morale of the entire army was extremely low. As long as any regular soldier glanced down the mountain, they would discover that the demon folk had already flattened the surrounding mountains and erected stone pillars. The 12 tallest totem pillars almost reached into the low-hanging demonic clouds. Rumors spread through the army, saying that the direct disciples were already prepared to abandon Black Cloud City. Regular soldiers had nowhere to retreat to. Even lower-ranking officers might not necessarily have the right to use the teleportation formation. When the city fell, the million-strong army would all be destroyed. The feeling of waiting for death had always been the most unbearable, and they would die in such a useless manner. The Blaze Hall. Li Liehua sat at the end of the long table. He crossed his arms and propped up his chin. Who will command? The Xuanwu army? If the 12 demon kings assembled the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous together with the terrifying military formation of several million soldiers, Black Cloud City would definitely fall. Everyone present understood this. They had to use this opportunity to leave the city and fight in the open, destroying the enemy's formation. It would be best if they could kill 1 or 2 demon kings. The demon domain might not necessarily be able to summon more demon kings to assist them, and the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous would collapse on its own. The direct disciples all looked at Wang Jianfeng. His battle prowess was only second to Li Liehua here, and he had even made up his mind to fight a while ago. Wang Jianfeng fell silent for a while. I'm a swordsman, not a general. He was not someone who feared death. Even if he faced a handful of demon kings, he would be bold enough to fight to the death, but he refused to die pointlessly like the lowliest demon folk. Guan Yaozhu raised her hand silently again, but she was ignored by everyone again. Her expression was wooden, and she refused to put her hand down, which made everyone rather awkward. Dai Mengfan said helplessly, "You blockhead. I'm willing to leave the city and fight with senior brother." "Humph, I don't want to throw my life away with you. But there are so many people down there. Won't they all be slaughtered?" "That's not necessarily true. If we retreat when the city falls, they'll resent us. It's possible for them to surrender to the demon domain and become demon folk. In order to avoid that..." Li Liehua stopped talking and closed his eyes. All the direct disciples felt a chill. If an army of 1,000,000 surrendered to the enemy, just how terrible would the consequences be? The desireless heavenly palace would definitely be furious, and these soldiers were all elites carefully selected from the human realm. Their quality far surpassed regular demon folk. Just how many demon generals, demon commanders, or even demon kings and demon emperors could be born among them? As a result, they all had to die in battle. Guan Yaozhu paled. How can we? Li Liehua glanced past all the direct disciples. I'll ask you one last time. He stressed each word, who's willing to lead the Xuanwu army? At this moment, a clear voice rang out from outside, "Let me do it." Li Liehua flew into a rage. He stood up abruptly. Who dares to eavesdrop outside? Wang Jianfeng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The expressions of the direct disciples all changed, and they all stood up. This was the highest military conference. Even their mounts were forbidden from entering. If this matter made it out, the consequences would be unthinkable. The reputation of the entire myriad sect would be severely damaged. However, Guan Yaozhu found the voice to be extremely familiar. She blinked her eyes in disbelief. The door swung open, and a young man strode in. He grinned. "Qingshan." Guan Yaozhu murmured. His appearance had become much younger, and he looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Li Qingshan couldn't wait to fully recover and rushed back to Black Cloud City. He smiled at her, "Senior apprentice Sister Ruan, long time no see." Li Qingshan. This kid is Li Qingshan? Some had seen him before, while others hadn't, but they had all heard of his name. Li Liehua said in a low voice, "You brat didn't die." Li Qingshan picked his ear and blew lightly, "I won't die even if you die." "Die, for me." Li Liehua suddenly disappeared from his original position, and his suppressed fiery temper exploded, turning into a ball of fire and pouncing at Li Qingshan. The temperature rose rapidly, and the direct disciples couldn't help but circulate their mana to protect themselves, guessing that even if Li Qingshan didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Guan Yaozhu cried out, wanting to save him, but it was too late. With a bang, Li Qingshan blocked Li Liehua's fist with his palm and laughed, Big senior apprentice brother's temper is still so big. He was as still as a mountain, and the rolling flames couldn't move an inch forward. All the direct disciples were dumbfounded, wondering if they had seen wrongly. A small inner disciple actually took Li Liehua's violent fist head-on, and he was so calm, holding back his strength. Li Liehua suddenly raised his head, and his expression changed several times as he thought of something. "It's you?" Li Qingshan thought for a moment, and it was probably because of the commotion during the tribulation, so he calmly said, "It's me." The raging blaze hall was dead silent, and even a pin drop could be heard. Many pairs of eyes looked at Li Qingshan as if they were looking at a monster. Even Lu Tian was dumbfounded. "Oh my, I knew this kid was extraordinary, a genius. But I didn't expect him to be this talented. He only went through 4 tribulations for such a long time." Li Qingshan gently pushed aside Li Liehua's fist. All Li Liehua felt was a tremendous, unstoppable force. He became even more shocked. Even if he had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation, he would not be able to withstand it. This level of cultivation was simply too terrifying. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Li Qingshan's palm also had a scorch mark. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. When he came back to his senses, he found it even more ridiculous. Not long ago, his cultivation was still far higher than Li Qingshan's, but now he had to carefully confirm whether or not he could hurt him. Li Qingshan looked around and said in a clear voice, "I'll command the Xuanwu Legion to fight the enemy." Who agreed? Who objects? The true disciples looked at each other. No one answered. Guan Yaozhu hesitated for a moment before raising her hand. "I agree." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Good senior sister." Dai Mingfan's eyes lit up. "I agree." Lu Tian sighed. "Sigh, he's really a dark horse among dark horses." Fortunately, he didn't open the bet. "All right then, count me in." Before long, almost half of the true disciples actually agreed. It was not because they were confident in Li Qingshan, but because they really had no other choice right now. Now that there was a glimmer of hope, and they did not have to take the risk, why not? Li Liehua frowned and asked, "You really aren't a spy from the demon domain?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Is there something wrong with first senior brother's head? If I were a spy from the demon domain, the roar of thunder cloud formation would have already been destroyed. Combined with the demon folk's large-scale attack, not a single one of you would be able to leave here alive." Of course, that's apart from senior sister Wan. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. A mighty true disciple actually seemed like a useless piece of trash in his eyes. Even Li Liehua was not so arrogant. Guan Yaozhu reddened. "If you're a spy from the demon domain, I'll definitely hate you to death." Li Qingshan laughed aloud, even though he seemed like a teenager. Although he looked like a young man, he possessed a surging sense of heroism, purging away the gloominess and pessimism in the Blaze Hall. Li Liehua said nothing in thought. He no longer cared about Li Qingshan's verbal offense. What mattered right now was whether he was willing to go into battle with this kid. He would be entrusting his life to him. Strangely enough, he clearly hated him very much, but he felt a sense of confidence for some reason. He felt like this bastard kid was even more reliable than the true disciples behind him. He was not a wishy-washy person, so he immediately made up his mind. "Li Qingshan, I order you to temporarily represent the Xuanwu army. Go gather the army quickly. Tomorrow at the latest, we'll leave the city and fight the demon folk to the death." Li Qingshan glanced at Li Liehua and also rather admired his courage. Only by casting aside their past grievances could they work together as one. He clasped his fist. "Yes, sir." He turned around and left swiftly, leaving as quickly as he had come. The waves of heat in the air had yet to recede, and the redness on Guan Yaozhu's face had yet to disperse completely. Li Liehua turned around. He did not close the door, nor did he sit back down. The battle tomorrow will require the cooperation of all junior brothers and sisters. Dai Mengfan, heed my orders. He passed down orders one after another. He was the greatest true disciple in the first place, and he shouldered the most dangerous responsibility. No one dared to defy him. After assigning tasks to all the true disciples, he added, "If anyone dares to shrink back in fear, don't blame the military for showing no mercy. However, when it really came down to it, apart from Wan Jianfeng, Wan Yaozhu, and a few other true disciples, the others might not be willing to fight to the death. The world was vast, but it was not as important as their own lives. At this moment, there was a great rumble, and the entire Black Cloud City shook. Even the boulders from the catapults couldn't compare to the sound of this. Hu Jigang hurried over in a panic. Our army commander, Li Qingshan, he destroyed the teleportation hall. What? There was an uproar in the hall. They hurried over to the window, only to see that the teleportation hall had already been reduced to ruins. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Who gave him the guts to do this? Could it be that he is a spy from the demon domain, and wants to wipe us all out? We must quickly capture him and bring him to justice. The teleportation formation leading to the Wanxiang sect was the most important route of retreat. It ensured that no matter how bad the situation was, the true disciples and even the high-ranking officers could quickly return to the Wanxiang sect. The quartermaster Guxing lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Only he would dare to do this kind of thing. He is really fearless. Luckily, I did not offend him too much and gave him some face. Li Liehua smiled faintly and waved his hand. No need to say more, this is my order. Senior brother? Hu Jigang raised his head in surprise. Seeing the expression on Li Liehua's face, he suddenly understood. I am willing to live and die with senior brother. Li Liehua patted his shoulder. Good. Immediately go gather the officers, no, gather the entire army. The mountain was almost hollowed out and divided into different areas. Only the structural support and the connection of the earth veins were preserved. It was reinforced with 1,000-year-old iron birchwood. It was more than enough to hide millions of soldiers. Dong. Dong dong. Dong 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 dong. The war drums thundered. The officers and soldiers of the Xuanwu army were summoned from the various caves. In the large drill ground that spanned thousands of zhang, people were squeezing against each other as they looked up at the high platform. There was a person with his back facing them, holding a drumstick with both hands, fiercely beating a large drum, shaking everyone's heart. Suddenly, the drumbeats stopped and reverberated endlessly. Thump, 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 thump. In the Pure Land Temple, the abbot Yangon struck the wooden fish hurriedly as he constantly chanted scriptures. He seemed to be praying for blessings, but also like he was releasing souls from purgatory. Suddenly, the sound of the wooden fish came to a halt. The monks were surprised. Abbot? The abbot raised his hand to stop the monks from questioning him. He listened intently. With a crackle, the flickering flames and the braziers cast Li Qingshan's figure onto the wall. He climbed all the way up to the high ceiling and looked down. The soldiers discussed among themselves. The cavern buzzed with activity. Everyone in Black Cloud City knew about this person. In the recent competition of the entire army, he was unrivaled among millions of soldiers, sweeping through all the generals. There was now another explanation for the crawling general. He liked to beat people up until they crawled all over the ground. The generals and colonels of the Xuanwu army all rushed over and stood at the very front. They looked at Li Qingshan with various expressions. The city is about to fall. Li Qingshan said sternly. The cavern immediately fell silent. Even though all the regular soldiers could vaguely sense this, none of them were bold enough to say it so directly. Spreading rumors and disrupting the morale of the army was a crime punishable by death. It was just 4 words, but they were deafening. The expressions of the generals and colonels all changed drastically. They understood the situation better than the soldiers, but all they could do was placate them normally. Otherwise, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility if the army descended into chaos. Senior brother, please be careful with your words. A general tried to stop him from continuing. Shut up. Li Qingshan glanced past them and silenced them. Basically all of them had been beaten up by him before. Li Qingshan pointed outwards and said sternly, these walls and formations are completely useless. They can't stop the demon folk at all. This was everyone's fear. The cavern immediately fell into an uproar. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He continued, those lofty cultivators might be able to escape alive. They might even just crawl into the teleportation hall and hide back in the myriad phenomenon sect. What are you going to do? The uproar grew more and more intense, igniting everyone's fury. It rumbled through the mountain like thunder. Someone cried out, "Is the general going to abandon us?" Someone begged, "General, save us." Others lowered their heads and asked themselves, "What should we do?" All doubts, fear, anger, hope. All of them pointed at Xianxia on the high platform. This kind of enormous pressure was enough to make an ordinary person have a mental breakdown, and even cultivators would be at a loss. Even the generals and academies below the stage were panicking, and the soldiers around them were looking at them suspiciously. Haha. However, Xianxia laughed, and he laughed very happily. It turned into a loud laughter that drowned out the muffled thunder-like commotion. He pointed below the stage and said resolutely, "I can't save all of you. All of you will die." Then he disappeared from the high platform. Everyone was enraged. The crowd surged forward, pushing back and forth. Someone shouted, "Rebel, rebel." Someone shouted, "Kill them all." But most of them were just roaring in despair. The clamor grew louder and louder, as if the entire black cloud city was about to be overturned. However, they were trapped in the belly of the mountain, with no way out. This was a world of cultivation where gods and Buddhas descended. Everyone understood one thing, and that was that they were just mortals. Perhaps their physiques were much stronger than the average person's, and they had more ways to train their chi, but compared to real cultivators, they were still like ants. If there were no cultivators to command them, just the roaring black cloud thunder formation above their heads would be enough to kill them all. It could turn all of them into ashes. Abbot Yangon heaved a long sigh. All living beings are suffering. Even though the generals possessed great strength, they still felt like a lone boat in this surging sea of people. They cried out in their hearts. Could it be that this fellow was here to mock them? However, what were they supposed to do? The demon folk outside had surrounded the city. Were they supposed to suppress them with brute force? But after suppressing them, would the Xuanwu army still exist? Boom! With a loud bang, the cave shook violently, and the rumbling sound reverberated continuously. Gravel fell from the dome. Everyone looked up in shock, thinking the cave was about to collapse. When they lowered their heads again, they discovered that Xianxia had returned to the platform. He announced, "I've already destroyed the teleportation hall." Everyone was stunned. Xianxia snickered and asked loudly, "Who do you think I am?" "Everyone will die. You will die, and I will die too. Even if there are gods and Buddhas, I don't believe they're truly indestructible. However, they shouldn't linger on like rats and die in a godforsaken place like this. That's not how a man should die." He smiled at the female generals. "It's not how a woman should die either. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I'm already the commander of the Xuanwu army. I'll be leaving the city tomorrow to fight the demon folk to the death. As for that teleportation hall or whatnot, I want to fight to the death. Who dares to flee first?" He swept his gaze past the generals and colonels of the Xuanwu army. They were the backbone of the Xuanwu army, an important node where the morale of the army gathered. However, it was exactly because of their certain statuses that they probably still harbored the thought of returning to the myriad phenomenon sect through teleportation. If he could not cut off all means of retreat and sever this thought, how could he gather the morale of the army? How could the regular soldiers not resent him? If he did not do something, was he supposed to rely on words alone? As for whether he would offend those true disciples, he did not care. "General!" In the surging sea of people, pairs of eyes suddenly lit up, twinkling like stars as they gathered on Xianxia. They were all fierce warriors that had been handpicked. Not a single one of them was afraid of death. What they were afraid of was dying sullenly, without hope. And even being discarded like chess pieces. Finally, there was someone who was willing to look them in the eye, to trust them, to fight alongside them, to live and die with them, to see a sliver of hope in the face of despair. The cheers went from low to high, growing louder and louder. Xianxia! 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 The morale was like a rainbow, the unity was like an impregnable fortress. In a situation where there was no military formation, there was actually surging military chi gathering towards him, condensing into a giant. Although it was blurry, it shocked the generals. Even Xianxia did not have this kind of magical power. Li Qingshan had abandoned them to communicate with all the soldiers, and the soldiers had also abandoned them, offering their loyalty. Li Qingshan also felt his blood boiling. The giant condensed from military chi waved his hand towards the people below the stage. In an instant, the cheers thundered. In the Pure Land Temple, Abbot Yangon smiled slightly. Only those who had the equality of all living beings in their hearts could truly receive the support of all living beings. However, he frowned again. There was a sentence that made him extremely uneasy. Even the gods and Buddhas of the heavens, I do not believe that they are immortal. Even mortals, after having a certain status, would be greedy for life. Among the cultivators, who did not seek immortality, who did not want to be a god or Buddha. This kind of temperament, this kind of thinking, was really terrifying. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, looking at the ordinary faces below the stage. A thought became more and more profound. I am also just a mortal. I am neither a god nor a devil. If one day I forget this, I will no longer be me. Thinking of this, many of the bottlenecks in his heart were suddenly cleared, and he felt incomparably free. The Book of Freedom circulated, a new Yin spirit, no, Yang spirit, began to condense in the small world. He waved his hand. In tomorrow's battle, I will stand at the forefront. Those who are afraid of death, stay here. Those who are not afraid of death, fight with me. The generals lowered their heads and cupped their hands, loudly agreeing, we are willing to fight with the general to the death. The army shouted in unison, we are willing to fight with the general to the death. At the top of the city, the wind and clouds surged. The night was heavy. Nothing. Li Qingshan gazed out. All he saw was the mountains and plains outside the city. Beacons and beacons gathered together, illuminating the night sky. The demon folk seemed to sense something too. They gave up on their suicidal attacks on the city. The night was actually unprecedentedly peaceful. However, there was an invisible string that was stretched taut to the extreme. It was like two colossal beasts had crouched down and tightened their muscles, ready to fight to the death. The 5 commandants found Li Qingshan together and pleaded, General, please don't stand at the front in the battle tomorrow. Every single commandant was a Yin spirit cultivator or a formal disciple. They each commanded an army of 100,000 soldiers. They were the backbone of the Xuanwu army and were directly linked to the outcome of the battle. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, do I look like someone who goes back on his word? One of the commandants said, no, you're the commander of the Xuanwu army. You should command from the center. Li Qingshan shook his head and said calmly, I've never commanded an army of several 100,000 soldiers before, so I don't know how to do it. But speaking of which, there's no need for any complicated tactics tomorrow. We just need to push forward head-on. Your cooperation and command will be enough. General, you're the backbone of the army. Even if you retreat slightly, it'll be a great blow to morale. If what? I don't dare to say. The battle was so intense, and they were deep in enemy territory. Even human emperors could not say they could protect themselves if they charged head-on. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan did not even have a mount. If he died at the front, the army would collapse immediately. Just the thought of it was enough to make people shiver. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. Don't stand at the front tomorrow. Just do what you need to do. The 5 commandants all let out sighs of relief, but they heard Li Qingshan continue, but I've already made up my mind. If I take half a step back tomorrow, I'll write the character Li backwards. General. There's no need to say anything else. This is a military order. Yes, sir. The 5 commandants all glanced at him deeply. They showed even more respect now. Originally, they blamed him slightly for destroying the teleportation hall and cutting off their path of retreat, but now, all they felt was admiration. They already knew. Li Qingshan had already undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, so it was only a matter of time before he became a true disciple. With his extraordinary talent, there was no need for him to come back and wade into these muddy waters, but he was determined to bet everything. The so-called hero. It was just SOSO. Good spirit. A noble young master walked out of the darkness. I have something to give you. You are? Li Qingshan had met him not long ago in the fiery blaze hall and knew that he was one of the true disciples, but they did not have much interaction. Lu Boming, owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower. The bleak sound of the horn resounded through Black Cloud City. The long night passed. The sky was beginning to brighten. The soldiers put on their armor and picked up their weapons. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. The teams walked out of the belly of the mountain and began to assemble at the foot of the mountain. A ball of golden light attracted everyone's attention, as if the sun had risen. But because of the black cloud roaring thunder formation, Black Cloud City never saw the sun. Li Qingshan wore a suit of golden heavy armor and carried the last man's flower blade on his back as he stood on the towering city gate tower. Behind him were the flags of the 5 armies, fluttering in the wind. He was awe-inspiring, as if a god had descended. This heavy armor was a gift from Lu Boming, the owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower. He said it was an imitation of the armor worn by the giant spirit god above the 9th heaven. Therefore, it was named the Giant Spirit God Armor to make up for the fact that he did not have a mount. Li Qingshan was tall to begin with. After wearing the Giant Spirit God Armor, he grew even taller. Even the huge last man's flower blade in his hand looked normal. The armor was engraved with complicated patterns. A lion belt was tied around his waist, and 2 ferocious tiger heads were engraved on his shoulder armor, covering his entire body. However, this giant spirit god armor was originally not golden. It was specially requested by Li Qingshan. Lu Boming was very reluctant and deeply doubted Li Qingshan's aesthetic standards. Li Qingshan said to him, "I have to do my best to attract the enemy's attention and let the soldiers see me moving forward." Lu Boming was filled with admiration when he heard that, which was why he plated him with a layer of gold. Afterwards, he went to the Grand Hall of the Pure Land Temple and asked the abbot to recite scriptures for an entire night to consecrate the armor, which was why it shone so brightly. It had to be said that the effects were excellent. A huge rock immediately rose into the air in the demon folk camp that had fallen silent for an entire night. It was the size of a house, and it had even been smelted with techniques. It burned fiercely like a meteor, whistling towards him with a long, fiery tail. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. He seemed to hear the sharp sound of a bowstring snapping. In the next moment, over 1,000 meteors rose into the sky at the same time, hurtling towards Black Cloud City. The army had gathered in the city right now. There were soldiers everywhere. If they smashed into the city and exploded, who knew how many people would die? "Be careful, Qingshan," Wan Yaozhu cried out. "Senior Brother Pai, activate the formation." Wan Jianfeng drew his sword. "Seniors and juniors, let's stop them together." Clang. Amidst the clanging of armor, Li Qingshan raised his arm, telling everyone not to panic. He turned around, faced the sky full of meteors, and threw a punch. Boom! The meteors shattered loudly. Fragments and sparks filled the sky. Swish! 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 He struck every single meteor that came after him. Boom! Boom! The flying fire meteor burst into a sky full of fire, like a grand firework, illuminating the morning sky bright red. The eyes of the soldiers shone with admiration and hope. They gazed at his back under the flames and fireworks, silently waiting for his orders. The true disciples looked at each other in dismay, feeling that it was inconceivable. Destroying a fiery meteor was easy, and any one of them could do it. However, to make a stone fragment destroy all the fiery meteors, not only did it require extreme skill, but it also required overwhelming power. Dai Mengfan was dazed. She murmured, "First senior brother." Enveloped by his back, an unprecedented sense of confidence rose up in everyone's hearts. Li Qingshan said sternly, "Open the city gates." His voice was not loud, but it spread out rapidly. "The general has ordered us to open the city gates. Open the city gates. Open the city gates." In an instant, orders were issued one after another, echoing throughout Black Cloud City. Ah! Ha! Amidst the uniform chants, the bare-chested strongmen pushed the turntables with all their might. Their muscles bulged, and clouds of white gas came out of their mouths. Clatter! The iron chains were stretched straight, and the city gates were slowly opened one by one. Like a dam opening, the soldiers converged into a torrent of steel. Rumble. The clanging of armors was like thunder rolling on the earth. Li Qingshan stepped on the battlement, jumped, and landed below the city. Alone, with heavy footsteps, he walked toward the demonic clouds that filled the sky. Bang! 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 His lonely footsteps seemed to have a strange magic, and the surging torrent of steel behind him involuntarily followed his footsteps. Boom! Boom! The demon folk camp spanned hundreds of kilometers. All of it shook. At the center was a high mound. 11 totem pillars reached into the clouds. Only the last one was needed for the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous to be complete. Military formations depended on the hearts of people. The hearts of people were fickle. They were better at attacking than at defending. The Tao of array formations depended on the geographical location. Geography was stable. They were better at defending than attacking. In order to cast down this formation, the 12 demon emperors had mobilized an army of 1,000,000. They dug into the ground day and night, altering the terrain within a radius of 50 kilometers. Compared to this, the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous used to ambush Xianxia in Cold Blood Pass was as simple as it could get. Demon Emperor Xianxia squinted at the golden-armored Li Qingshan who strode over. He asked, Tu Wanqing, who's the leader? I don't know. Tu Wanqing hesitated. He knew all the true disciples of the myriad sect by heart, but he was unable to match them. Xianxia said firmly, this person can replace Chao Tianjiao in battle. He can't be a nameless person. There are courageous people among humans too. Then he smiled faintly, it's a pity that this person doesn't know about battle formations. He only knows how to show off, actually standing at the front of the army. Tu Wanqing, go and mobilize the troops to kill him. Black Cloud City has fallen. Yes, sir. Although Tu Wanqing refused to accept Xianxia, he agreed with him. The commander had died in battle, so it was impossible for them to replace him. The Xuanwu army collapsed immediately. What followed was a massacre. On the battlefield, Li Qingshan did not take a single step back. He advanced alone and crossed the border very soon. Not only did the crisscrossing laws of the world suppress all power, but even the giant spirit armor he wore immediately became heavy. At this moment, the Xuanwu army had yet to leave the city completely. Once there were over 10,000 people, there would be a sea of them, let alone an army of 500,000. Even if they were packed tightly together, they could still form a line over 5 kilometers away. The commandants of the 5 armies were still reorganizing the army. The captains and brigade commanders constantly received and passed down orders. The squad leaders, sergeants, and sergeants did their best to cooperate, but it was inevitable that there would be some chaos. This was the most dangerous situation. The military formation had not yet taken shape, but the commander-in-chief had already entered deep into enemy territory. No matter how strong his aura was, he was only a human sovereign. Who? A gust of wind blew in his face. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly. Kill. Rumble. The earth trembled and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The orderly pace of the Xuanwu army was disrupted. Li Qingshan looked ahead and saw smoke and dust rising in front of him. Countless heads were surging. He couldn't see the end of it. Who knew how many tens of thousands of them there were? Military chi condensed, and killing intent surged into the sky. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart, giving Li Qingshan an unprecedented sense of pressure. He realized that he was also facing a giant war beast, but it was 10 times bigger, and it was swinging its claws at him. The generals turned pale with fright and shouted, "Protect the general!" Without needing them to give the order, the soldier at the front had already quickened his pace. With the determination to die, they forged a wall of flesh and blood to stop the demon folk army. Dai Mengfan was in charge of commanding the group of true disciples. No matter what, we must protect him. If anyone dares to cower in battle, I will skin him alive. Li Qingshan's footsteps paused slightly. The twanging of bowstrings merged together, immediately drowning out the battle cries. Thousands of arrows were fired together. The sky darkened like a dark cloud had suddenly risen up, blanketing the surroundings. Among them were several hundred flying meteors. They actually did not stand out at all. However, this time, they all bypassed Li Qingshan at the front. Their target was the Xuanwu army behind him. All soldiers, maintain your formation. Do not wander around. Li Qingshan ordered, all true disciples, protect the army. He gripped the hilt of his blade slowly and lowered his body slightly. With a boom, the sand below his feet sprayed into the air as he suddenly sped up. He had actually left the army on his own. He charged at the demon folk army alone. All the true disciples were stunned. They looked at Dai Mengfan. Dai Mengfan was taken aback too. She gritted her teeth. Protect the army. Guan Yaozhu leapt into the air on her white deer. With a wave of her hand, countless arrows sprouted. Some of them even bloomed into flowers. They immediately slowed down, falling into the army. They no longer possessed much power, blocked by the armor. Nice move, junior sister. Le Tian praised. The three-legged golden toad beneath his feet swelled in the wind. Its belly swelled up, almost becoming a ball. With a croak, it was like thunder, blowing away a large swathe of dark clouds. Resplendent techniques rushed into the air, sweeping away the endless rain of arrows. Boom! 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 The streak of light pierced through several dozen flying meteors. Wan Jianfeng stopped. He needed to catch his breath. If this were a battle of magical abilities, even 10,000 flying meteors would not be able to harm a single hair on him. However, a battle formation was completely different. He had to take into account the drain on his energy and stamina. How could it be easy to fend off an entire army with a single sword? Fortunately, there were many direct disciples working together, which was why they could stop it. However, everyone's attention was focused on the charging lone figure at the front. They all thought the same thing, this junior brotherly is extremely talented and powerful, but he's far too reckless. The wind grew louder and louder. The battle cries were deafening. The vicious faces of the demon folk at the very front could be clearly seen. Under the golden helmet, Li Qingshan smiled. He took a step, and the ground cracked as he rushed into the air. Everyone raised their heads. Their hearts were in their throats. Li Qingshan constantly rose up, dispersing a large swathe of arrows and shattering a flying meteor. In the blink of an eye, the almost complete 12-citadel demon formation of the ominous appeared in the distance. He continued to rise, passing through the clouds in the next moment. The sea of clouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, and the sun blazed brightly. Reckless. Xianxia shook his head in disdain. He smiled at the demon emperors. Don't tell me he's trying to escape. At least he's a little smart. The moment he reached the highest point, there was a clang. Li Qingshan drew his ending blossoming blade and descended from above. Boom! He burst through the sea of clouds in a single moment, leaving behind a huge hole. The sunlight illuminated the ground, enveloping the demon folk army. The demon folk could not help but squint their eyes. Under the sunlight, the golden armor shone even more brightly, rapidly descending towards the demon folk army like a scorching sun. The demon folk refused to back down. Surging military chi condensed into a vicious beast, clawing its way towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan swung down with his blade. The blade aura whistled through the air, cutting deeply into the vicious beast's body. However, the vicious beast condensed from military chi had no flesh or blood, so it was not afraid of this at all. It extended its claws towards Li Qingshan instead. Myriad flowers. The blade aura bloomed again and again like a flower. The resplendent blade light erupted thousands of times, tearing the vicious beast to pieces and swallowing it immediately. Boom! The ground shook violently. Li Qingshan landed in the center of the demon folk army. The demon emperor at the front was smashed to a pulp along with his mount. A wave of earth swept out in all directions, knocking countless demon folk into the air. Xianxia was rendered speechless, while the demon emperors were dumbfounded. Even with their bodies, they would definitely be heavily injured if they were smashed like that in the border region. The true disciples all widened their eyes. Wan Jianfeng said with difficulty, "Just what kind of monster is this?" In the center of the huge pit, where the light illuminated, Li Qingshan raised his ending blossoming blade high into the air. Victory! The morale of the Xuanwu army was greatly boosted, and so were the true disciples. Li Qingshan brandished his blade and pointed it straight at the demon folk camp. He asked loudly, "Are there any demon kings bold enough to fight me?" As if intimidated by his aura, not a single person in the millions of troops replied. Dai Mingfan's eyes lit up, and Wan Jianfeng secretly tightened his grip on his sword, but they both pretended that nothing had happened and continued to block the endless rain of arrows and meteors. It would be great if he could lure one out. Ing's expression changed a few times, then he smiled and said, "Interesting." As expected of the Wanxiang sect, to have such a hidden character. Tu Wanqing, don't be provoked by him. Be careful that you don't get slaughtered. On the other hand, he urged the demon heart to speed up the construction of the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous. Rumble, 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 the last totem pillar broke through the ground and slowly rose into the sky. No matter how many tricks he has, as long as the 12th citadel demon formation of the evil isn't broken, we'll be in an invincible position. Tu Wanqing snorted coldly in his heart. Of course I understand. Do I need you to teach me? Not long ago, he was almost killed by Chao Tianjiao. Right now, there were so many true inheritors eyeing him like tigers watching their prey. If he dared to step out of the formation, they would definitely rush over to surround and kill him. In any case, there were plenty of sacrificial offerings, so there was no need for a dignified demon emperor to take the risk. He ordered sternly, "Continue to attack, don't stop, or I will swallow him alive." Who would dare to disobey the orders of the demon monarch? In an instant, smoke and dust rose from the ground, and battle cries rang out again. Armies of demon folk set out, charging towards Li Qingshan. Even the demon folk soldiers who had been scattered around the pit roared hysterically as they charged over. The demonic clouds gathered again and blocked out all the sunlight. The world became dark again. Compared to the thick demonic clouds, a mere hole was nothing. Li Qingshan felt slightly regretful. Just like what Li Liehua had said, as long as they could kill a demon emperor and break the 12th citadel demon formation of evil, they would have won half the battle. Otherwise, even if he killed 1,000,000 demon folk, he might not necessarily emerge victorious. Unfortunately, these demon emperors were all extremely cunning. Moreover, he had no sense of shame, so goading him was useless. Die! A demon folk roared as he charged towards him, stabbing his spear viciously at his back. Li Qingshan waved his hand without looking back. The saber wind surged as it sliced through the air. The tip of the spear was broken, and a head flew into the air as fresh blood spurted out. The wind from the blade swept past all the demon folk. Within 30 meters. They were either decapitated or cut in half. Blood gushed out from their necks and their internal organs gushed out. They all fell to the ground, scattering in the sinkhole. Demonic blood flowed freely. A few of the lucky ones just happened to be cut in half at the waist. The demon folk's vitality was tough too, so they did not die immediately. They let out miserable cries. It immediately turned into a tragic hell. Wan Yaozhu frowned, she couldn't bear to look at it. Dai Mingfan saw this and warned, "Junior sister, these demon folk deserve to die 1,000 times over. It's a battle to the death on the battlefield, so you better not show any mercy later." "Yep," Wan Yaozhu replied, but she could not help but look at Li Qingshan. He stood in the center of the sinkhole. His face was hidden under the golden visor, such that no one could see his expression. He only swung his blade again and again, slaughtering the demon folk coldly. Severed limbs flew through the air. Blood gathered beneath his feet, submerging his ankles in the blink of an eye and dyeing his golden armor red. He seemed like a god of slaughter from hell. He did not seem to feel any pity at all. He had no interest in slaughtering, but he definitely did not have any benevolence. Since he was an enemy, he could kill 100,000 or 1,000,000. If the demon folk were willing to throw their lives away like this, then it would be for the best. However, he had a feeling that it definitely would not be that simple. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Li Qingshan raised his head. Several twisted, vicious beasts condensed from military chi lunged towards him together. Boom! Like a vicious punch had landed on a basin of rotten meat, organs, blood, broken limbs, and shattered bones flew through the air. Wan Yaozhu cried out, "Qingshan!" These vicious beasts were extremely powerful. Every single one of them was on par with demon emperors. Because they were condensed from military chi, they suffered very little suppression from the laws of the world. It was equivalent to a combined attack from several demon emperors. However, as a cultivator, Li Qingshan was greatly affected by this region of the border. Even human emperors faced the danger of dying when faced with different forces of strength. The sinkhole sank even deeper. His feet sank into the ground. Between the vicious, twisted heads of the vicious beasts, Li Qingshan blocked all of the attacks with his blade. He thought to himself, no problem. I can block them. He swung his blade as hard as he could and pressed forward, launching another charge. Cold light flickered as countless blades and spears stabbed towards him. He charged forward like a steel chariot. The blades and spears all snapped, unable to leave behind a single mark on his golden armor. Bang! 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 The sound of bones shattering filled his ears. All of the demon folk who stood in his way were sent flying. They did not even have the chance to cry out, dying midair. He charged into the demon folk army and swung his blade violently, unleashing a massacre. Streaks of cold light flashed past as wisps of wind whistled through the air. If one looked down from above, the densely packed demon folk would be swept away in swathes. 100? 1,000? 10,000? He killed innumerable people. The sea of people surged. The blades and spears were like a forest, but they seemed endless. The demon emperors who led the army hid deep within the army, controlling the vicious beasts to launch attacks again and again. They were like raging tides, kicking up great waves in the sea of people. Li Qingshan unleashed the wild flower blade style to the limit, hacking, thrusting, and slashing. He blocked the attacks again and again, but he only focused on slaughtering the demon folk. These vicious beasts were condensed from military chi. They could not be killed at all. Even if they were cut into pieces, they could reform, unless he killed the commander or all of the demon folk. Finding a commander in an army of thousands was not easy, and there were constant attacks from the vicious beasts with military chi, so he just gave up on this option. However, the massacre seemed simple and pleasurable, but there was a huge problem. Killing a demon folk would exhaust a sliver of his mind, and these demon folk were all clad in armor. After they fell into formation, it would probably take a sliver of effort. It might only be a sliver, but if it accumulated, it would be no small matter. The risk of dying would constantly increase. Many human emperors became submerged in the slaughter, swallowed inch by the boundless sea of blood. By the time they wanted to withdraw, it would already be too late. Even a measly soldier could threaten them. What an idiot. I'd like to see how long he can keep killing. Tu Wanqing laughed madly. Even sacrificing 100,000 demon folk for a single human emperor would be worth it, let alone the commander of the Xuanwu army. They were just sacrifices anyway, so he would not feel the pinch no matter how many died. In the boundless demon domain, they would still grow madly like weeds. Dai Mengfan could not help but say to him, "Junior brother Li, don't fall for the enemy's tricks. Wasting your strength on these lowly demon folk really isn't worth it." Li Qingshan did not reply. He only focused on killing through the surging sea of people. The power of every single swing of his was not particularly great. There was not even a blade aura. He only used the edge of his blade to kill his enemies. However, upon closer observation, he discovered that the power of every single swing had not weakened at all. After undergoing the fifth heavenly tribulation, his strength of the earth had become even more powerful. The power was basically endless. Even the strength he had depleted when he used the myriad flower strike in the beginning had been recovered. When he said "it's no problem, I can stop them," he meant that he had not depleted any of his strength at all. Tu Wanqing's smile gradually stiffened. "God damn it, there must be something wrong with that armor." Dai Mengfan also said, "Junior brother Lu, the giant spirit armor you forged is actually like this." Lu Boyan shook his head. "It has nothing to do with the armor. That's his own power." The true disciples all fell silent. In particular, the true disciples who had once wagered on whether Li Qingshan could become a true disciple within 30 years all felt rather embarrassed. Senior brother Li's insight is still outstanding after all. Lu Tian smiled unnoticeably bitterly. Even he had never seen his true appearance in the past. He only treated him as a dark horse worth betting on. Looking at it now, if he was a dark horse, then what was he? An inferior horse? Across the 6 realms of Sasra and the 3,000 worlds, just how many people could achieve something like this? Not to mention he already possessed such strength after undergoing the 5th heavenly tribulation. Not to mention, he already had such strength after just overcoming the 5th heavenly tribulation. If he reached the peak of the 5th heavenly tribulation, not to mention becoming a true disciple, he might even become the eldest senior brother. In terms of insight, I only admired junior sister Wan for summoning this kid to the myriad sect. Wan Yaozhu reddened and murmured, "Senior brother Moya is talking nonsense." What insight? He wanted to come. Dai Mingfan said, "Sigh, no wonder he refuses to accept the prodigies and the Lihua tribe. How can someone like him be willing to submit to others? The spirit exalt can see through fate, so it makes sense for him to be treated differently." Wan Jianfeng flicked his sword. "Don't be so emotional, everyone. No matter what, it's not a bad thing that he's on our side." Dai Mingfan nodded. "Of course. Remember to preserve your strength." She glanced at the demon folk camp and said meaningfully, "The war hasn't even begun yet." At this time, the Xuanwu Legion's 500,000-strong army had finally left Black Cloud City. They were protected by a group of true disciples. Under the protection of a group of true disciples, they were undergoing a final reorganization. The sky was gloomy. Li Qingshan strode forward with heavy steps. Step by step, he advanced bravely, passing through the surging sea of people. His golden armor had been dyed scarlet by the blood. Only the wild blade in his hand. After it drank its fill of fresh blood, the saber patterns faintly emitted a red light, becoming more and more beautiful and dazzling. A while later, over 10,000 demon folk had already died to his blade, and the number was rapidly rising. Corpses covered the ground. With a saber in hand, he was invincible. If God stood in his way, he would kill gods and demons. However, behind the thick visor, his eyes were always black, and there wasn't even a trace of bloodlust. His expression was so calm that he didn't look like he was fighting on the battlefield. Rather than a warrior, he looked more like a farmer cutting grass with a sickle. The blade swept past, leaving an arc of light. The ending flower frenzy blade was too sharp. As a result, he did not feel like he was cutting anything, let alone using the wind generated by the saber to kill the enemy. With just a casual wave of the sword, bodies were cut open one by one and fell to the ground in pieces. Who said that human lives were like ants? In this situation, they were even less than ants. Even ants struggled to live, but demon folk did not fear death. They roared as they charged over wave after wave, only to be harvested wave after wave. Their lives became insignificant. Such a scene was enough to wake up anyone who had fantasies about war. Heroes were also butchers. The wildflower blade's soul sensed his emotions and mocked, "Kid, you sure are strange. Do you think the enemy is too weak? A battle like this isn't worth my time." He swore to fight the strongest enemy and not obtain satisfaction from slaughtering the weak. If he indulged in a slaughter like this, it would be an insult to the true intent of the tiger demon. However, a feeling grew stronger and stronger. The battle had only just begun. The enemy camp did not budge at all, like a colossal, prostrating beast. He had only scratched the surface right now. At most, he would only feel some pain. The outcome was still up in the air. The wildflower blade soul laughed aloud. "You're a natural Azura. No, you're even more like an Azura than the Azura I've seen in the past. You can use me to your heart's content." "All right." Li Qingshan swung his blade and took another step forward. His strength skyrocketed, and his strength rapidly recovered. He had already crossed the border and entered the demon domain. The laws of the demon domain did not suppress him. As a matter of fact, they even assisted him to a certain extent. A vicious beast condensed from military chi lunged over, but it immediately slowed down in his eyes. As a result, he swung his demise wildflower blade. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings. Before the wind at the front had even dispersed, the wind at the back had already surged over, overlapping and compressing together. To the bystanders, all they saw was him swinging out who knew how many times in a single moment. The blade paused, and the fierce wind whistled sharply, turning into a black tornado that whistled over. The vicious beast with the aura of a general was swallowed whole. No matter what it was, whether demon folk, weapons, or armor, once it was sucked in, it would be torn to pieces in a split second, reduced to a bloody mist. The tornado continued onwards, carving out a deep ravine in the ground. Li Qingshan gazed into the distance. There were no longer any demon folk blocking his way. He had already killed his way through the demon folk army. Behind him was a path of blood strewn with broken limbs and blades. There were still several tens of thousands of demon folk in the armies that had come to encircle him. None of their commanders were dead either, but when they saw this, they were all devastated. The few remaining vicious beasts with army chi twisted and collapsed. Their morale had completely collapsed. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and called out, "The one who destroys the enemy is Li Qingshan." The cheers were like a tsunami. "The general is mighty." Li Qingshan looked back. "Where are the commanders-in-chief of the 5 armies?" The commanders-in-chief of the 5 armies said together, "Yes, sir." "Advance with me and purge the remaining enemies." "Yes, sir." With the order, the army of 500,000 advanced together. Morale surged like fire. The surging torrent of metal advanced with a rumble. At the same time, it was clearly layered and orderly, as if they were a single entity. The remaining several tens of thousands of demon folk on the battlefield had their formation destroyed by Li Qingshan and lost their morale. They basically could not put up any resistance at all, so they were crushed viciously. The Xuanwu army was like a colossal, metallic beast, swallowing several thousand demon folk in a single gulp and chewing them to pieces. A measly several tens of thousands of demon folk were nowhere near enough to devour. Large numbers of demon folk began to flee. But the demon folk army holding the rear forcefully drove them back to the battlefield. Very soon, they were all wiped out. Li Qingshan frowned. Just what were the demon folk trying to do? The army followed Li Qingshan's footsteps and pushed into the demon domain. Only then did the entire army completely unfurl. It was like the surface of a metal fan, with him as the axis. Thousands of eyes stared at his figure fervently. Scorching military chi gathered towards Li Qingshan. The war banners of the 5 armies fluttered in the wind. A golden-armored war god that resembled Li Qingshan gradually rose up from his body, standing on the ground. It continued to rise higher and higher. Even the true disciples in the air had to raise their heads to look at it. Dai Mengfan sighed in amazement. The Xuanwu army god. This was the highest form that military chi could condense. It was the embodiment of an army, and it could only appear under extremely strict conditions. First of all, the army had to be large enough, and it had to be a long-term, complete organization like the Xuanwu army. Afterwards, their morale had to be high enough too. Only then could they condense a war god, but that was only a possibility. The general was the soul of an army. Just gaining the recognition of the entire army was not enough for the commander. They had to worship him. A butcher who treated human lives like grass and took pleasure in killing would never receive true worship. The god of war would only descend when the unreserved trust of the entire army and the desire for victory were all placed on the commander-in-chief. Li Qingshan could sense endless power surging through him. It had even completely surpassed the strength of the earth. He could even slap a demon king to death. The black tortoise war god stood on the battlefield, unmoving like a mountain. Everyone looked up to him. This was the response from the soldiers when Li Qingshan took the lead and slaughtered his way through the enemy formation alone with a single blade in hand. Li Qingshan did not look back, but he clearly saw the ordinary faces and the scorching gazes. Every single one of them was so ordinary and insignificant, like ants. However, Li Qingshan could sense that the power they gave him was far greater than his own power. No, this was the source of his power. He had once been as insignificant as them, carrying the most ordinary of desires, fine wine and beauties, desiring battle and victory. He had made it to where he was today step by step. How was he noble? How was he lowly? He closed his eyes, and his belief became firmer. They're not ants. I'm not ants either. Tu Wanqing yelled, "Release the arrows, release the arrows. Keep throwing rocks." Smash it to death. Li Qingshan widened his eyes. The black tortoise war god roared at the sky, his voice echoing through the clouds and surging like waves. It swept away the rain of arrows, the meteors cooled down and shattered, and the great wind swept through the demon folk camp. Countless banners toppled. Tu Wanqing paled in fright and took a few steps back. The might of a single rage could collapse the world. A soldier roared out in the Xuanwu army. His voice was hoarse and resounding. Compared to the war god's roar, it was pitifully tiny. But very soon, the soldiers began to roar out one by one, turning into a buzzing ocean. In the blink of an eye, everyone cheered together, creating a tsunami. The direct disciples were all shocked. Some of them blinked their eyes as if they were in disbelief. These regular soldiers that they would never even glance at could actually erupt with such a powerful aura. It made them, human emperors, feel like they were a lone rowboat in a raging storm. The military chi blazed like fire, weaving into a golden cape on the black tortoise war god's back inch by inch. A huge blade condensed in his hand inch by inch. On the other end of the battlefield, the scorching flame army was assembling. Unlike the Xuanwu army, they had a greater variety of soldiers. Apart from heavy infantry, there were also 100,000 horsemen, as well as large numbers of light cavalry and archers. Just like Li Qingshan, Li Liehua rode a red-maned horse and stood at the front of the formation. Looking at this scene and listening to this angry roar, no one knew what he was thinking. Huahua exclaimed in surprise, "This kid can actually do this. I'm afraid Chao Tianjiao is just SOSO. Li Liehua nodded, "It is indeed unexpected." Huahua smiled and said, "I thought he would ask you to fight him head-on, and he would lead the surprise attack from the flank. Isn't he afraid that you'll run away when the situation isn't right?" In fact, the two of them didn't communicate at all, let alone argue. This was a matter of life and death, and it was all up to Li Liehua to decide. It would have been fine if they were sworn brothers, but they were enemies who could not wait for the other to die. Before the battle, they didn't have a soul exchange or bury the hatchet. Just like that, they led their armies onto the battlefield. Li Liehua said, "He won't, and neither will I." Huahua tilted his head and looked at Li Liehua. "You men are so strange." "Is it strange?" Li Liehua stared at the black tortoise war god and said quietly, "I've already received the letter of challenge." He raised his spear high into the air, and flames roared. The flames wrapped around a man and a horse, burning brighter and brighter. Firelight surged into the air, illuminating the eyes. They withdrew their gazes from the black tortoise war god. They had their own war god as well. Tu Wanqing turned around and fled back to the central army. Within the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, he was afraid that the black tortoise war god would cut him down. No demon king mocked him. They were all stern. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He also sensed danger. "We can't let him gather any more military chi. Order the shaman priests to begin the ritual." The chanting of incantations rang out from everywhere, deep and gloomy. The shaman priests danced on the altars, like ancient people praying to the heavens for rain. However, it was not the heavens that enveloped this place. It was the demonic heavens. How could they not offer sacrifices for rain? The sacrifices were not livestock, but living demon folk. The ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. They were all corpses of the demon folk that Li Qingshan had slaughtered and devoured by the black tortoise army. Slivers of demon chi suddenly rose up at this moment. The demonic clouds in the sky surged and hung thickly, as if an indescribably terrifying existence was currently tasting the offerings. The shaman priests knelt on the altar and pressed their foreheads against the ground. They raised their hands and praised madly, "Demonic heavens, O demonic heavens! The supreme demonic heavens, the eternal demonic heavens, the everlasting demonic heavens! You are the mother of chaos, you are the source of all evil." The army of several million demon folk all prostrated themselves on the ground. The 12 demon emperors all lowered their heads deeply too. Li Qingshan raised his head and felt rather familiar. When the black sun descended, the demonic heavens had once wanted to crown him, but he had turned them down without the slightest hesitation. He even stood against the demon domain. All he felt right now was disgust. The demonic heavens seemed to recognize him. Under the surging demonic clouds, the laws of the world constantly wove together. A murmur filled with evil and indistinguishable constantly rang out in his ears and in his heart, as if it was tempting him and also threatening him. Xianxia lowered his head and glanced over in confusion from the corner of his eye. The sacrificial ceremony this time seemed rather special. The demonic heavens will manifested extremely strongly. No matter how clever he was, he would never have imagined that the man in the towering god of war was the legendary person chosen by the demonic heavens. The demonic clouds covered the sky as if they were about to crush the black tortoise army god's raised head. Li Qingshan bellowed out and swung his blade at the demonic heavens. Immediately, the murmur turned into a shrill howl. The demonic clouds surged. With a whoosh, the rain poured down. Like a heavenly river flowing backwards, the black rain formed a curtain of rain, blocking off vision and washing away the ground mercilessly. It rapidly gathered into a flash flood and drowned the black tortoise army. Li Qingshan swung down with his blade, and a deep ditch appeared in the ground. However, the rain never stopped, and the demonic clouds surged endlessly. The flood surged into the ditch and rapidly rose up again. The power of the black tortoise army god was not limitless either. Although the military chi could help the soldiers block many techniques, it could not stop the water. This was no longer a human, but a natural disaster. It was the wrath of the demonic heavens. Dai Mingfan ordered the true disciples to deal with the flood as she looked back at Black Cloud City. Junior brother Pai, why don't you do something? Among all the true disciples, only Pai Xianxia remained in Black Cloud City. He was responsible for maintaining the black cloud roar of lightning formation exactly for this moment. The demon folk had already used this move countless times, so how could they not have a countermeasure? At the top of Black Cloud City, Pai Xianxia wrapped his hands around the core of the formation. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Under his control, the black clouds that enveloped Black Cloud City all year round surged towards the demon domain. He did everything he could to unleash all the power accumulated in the black cloud roar of lightning formation. Immediately, the black clouds and demonic clouds collided. In that moment, lightning flashed. The rumbles shook up endlessly, with no gaps in between. Light and darkness interweaved madly like the end of the world. Within the thunderous roar, the demonic clouds rapidly dispersed, and the rain gradually stopped. The clouds dispersed and the rain dispersed. Sunlight shone down, shining on the armor and forming a sea of light. Under the clear blue sky, the black tortoise army began to move. Its cloak rose high into the air as it swung its huge blade forward. The Xuanwu army surged forward like a tidal wave, and the sound of armor colliding rang out like muffled thunder rolling on the ground. In the sky, all the true disciples followed along, their hearts filled with hope. How could the demon folk stop such an army and such a military god? Dai Mingfan's brows furrowed with a hint of worry, and she said seriously, "Fellow Taoists, the war is dangerous. Please be careful." Kurson smiled. "You're worrying too much, senior sister. In my opinion, although there are many demon folk, they lack a talented commander like junior brother Li who can rally the morale of the army. Even if they have a military formation, it's just a formality. The morale of the army can't be condensed into a god of war. With this black tortoise military god, how hard would it be to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil?" The demon folk possessed an army of several million, spanning hundreds of kilometers. However, neither Tu Wanqing nor any of the demon kings possessed the strength and prestige to command an army of several million. Even gathering military chi was an issue, let alone condensing a war god. Dai Mingfan nodded. "Junior sister has never been to the battlefield. It's not bad that you have such knowledge. However," Lu Tian suddenly interrupted, "we're about to enter the demon's domain, senior sister, there's no need to say any more. Some things, can only be understood after experiencing it." The owner of the Spiritual Treasures Tower, Lu Boming, silently took out an exquisite small boat from his sleeve and threw it into the air. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant steel ship that was thousands of feet long. He jumped into it. Kurson pouted. "Sixth senior brother is too timid. Third senior sister's words are reasonable. How can I not listen?" Lu Boming smiled and said, "This Seven Treasures exquisite boat is my mount. I don't have many opportunities to use it, so now it's just the right time to fight." The giant spirit divine armor he gave to Li Qingshan was already considered a rare item, but compared to this 7 treasures exquisite ship, it was nothing. This was an imitation of the immortal warship that heavenly soldiers and generals rode above the 9 heavens. From the design to the construction, a lot of effort and resources had been spent. Not only was it incredibly powerful, but it was also indestructible. Even if the 12 demon monarchs attacked it together, it would not be able to withstand it. He was not afraid either. He believed that in this war, he would be the safest one. Coupled with the great destructive power of the 7 treasures exquisite ship, he would definitely be able to slaughter many demon folk and make a name for himself. As a result, his ranking on the list of 10,000 phenomenon rose a few ranks. As for the giant spirit divine armor, the sect would naturally compensate him. After the victory, perhaps it could even be counted as a battle merit. Apart from Yuan Yaozhu, who had a slightly reluctant look on her face, the true disciples were all gearing up for battle and took out their trump cards. He was ready to start a massacre. Dai Mengfan frowned slightly and did not say anything else. Which true disciple wasn't a peerless genius with extraordinary talent? All of them had their own pride, so it was useless to say anything more. They would understand very soon that demon folk were not that easy to deal with. Xianxia looked at the approaching black tortoise god of war and the flames on his flanks. He didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, he sneered and said, "Black Cloud City has been breached. Tu Wanqing, are you ready?" Boom. The 12th totem pillar pierced through the clouds, and a lifelike image of a demon god emerged from it. It seemed like a human, yet not a human, like a beast, yet not a beast. It had a single, huge eye, and 2 boar-like teeth protruded from its gaping mouth. It gave off a vicious aura. The ground shook gently. The 12 totem pillars seemed to form another world. Resplendent demonic light wove together, forming a strange scene that condensed into the core of the formation. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous was complete. Tu Wanqing climbed onto the totem pillar and smiled viciously. "I've been waiting a long time ago." The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous had been activated. The lifelike image of the demon god suddenly blinked and began to move. Xianxia, who had only lowered his head when the demons descended, suddenly knelt down. Xianxia, who had only lowered his head when the demons descended, suddenly knelt down. Just like the shaman priests, he touched his forehead to the ground and raised his hands. "Welcome, demon god Baian." The other demon emperors knelt down on the totem pillars as well and called out, "Welcome, demon god Baian." The will of the demon domain was in chaos. At the level of demon emperors, there was no longer much reverence. But if they accidentally offended demon god Baian, only death awaited them. That demon god was famous for his arrogance and ruthlessness. Of course, this was not the true descent of a demon god. It was just an incarnation formed by the 12th citadel demon formation of evil. It did not have a trace of consciousness, and only its evil spirit was present. But this battle was related to the legendary Black Sun descent. No one could be sure if demon god Baian's consciousness would descend. Demon god Baian charged out of the totem pillar, and its single eye widened. It saw the approaching black tortoise military god. The black tortoise military god also looked over coldly. Its arrogant and vicious spirit was instantly enraged. It opened its gaping mouth and roared fiercely. Waves of air that could be seen with the naked eye surged out. The black tortoise military god's advance paused slightly, and it also roared furiously. A deafening boom resounded. Kirsten felt as if a wooden stake had been thrown into her ear. Her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly circulated her magic power to block. By now, the true disciples had already crossed the border with the black tortoise military god, entering the demon domain. Although they would be suppressed by the laws of the demon domain, they had still recovered their cultivation as human emperors. Against the incarnation of demon god Baian, they actually felt like they were struggling to fend it off. Having taken them down a notch, they no longer dared to be careless. Kirsten bit her lip gently. "Senior sister, you're right. If it weren't for the black tortoise military god, we probably wouldn't be able to get through the 12th citadel demon formation of evil even if we attacked together." Before Dai Mengfan could say anything, Lu Tian said, "Don't panic, junior sister. We're only just getting there." His eyes squinted into a line, but he no longer had his usual calm smile of having everything under control. He fiddled around with the 2 dice in his right hand. It was as if he wanted to peer into the heavenly secrets and divine the outcome of this gamble, or even life and death. A demon folk shaman, Zhuang, raised his head and called out madly, "It's a demon god. A demon god has descended." The camp of demon folk erupted. Millions of demon folk gazed at the demon god Bian with bloodshot eyes, filled with zealous admiration. It was the complete opposite of the demon king's cautious attitude. The 12 demon gods were the targets of worship for all demon folk. They were the supreme existences in their hearts. They called out the demon god's name, Bian. 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 This word did not seem like a title, but the most evil of curses. It possessed terrifying power in its own right. The cries of the several 100,000 people in the Black Tortoise army were already like a tsunami. Now that millions of people were calling out together, it was like the world was collapsing. Dai Mengfan closed her eyes, but the nightmares of the past were all revived, swaying before her eyes. The expressions of all the true disciples changed. They could sense that something terrifying was about to happen. Li Qingshan frowned, but he did not stop. He faced the gaze from the Bian demon god's single eye and continued onwards. Xianxia said, "God, please possess me." The demon kings all said, "God, please possess me." The Bian demon god descended from above, landing on Tu Wancheng. In that moment, a military aura surged towards him like the clouds and the sea. The Bian demon god swelled up rapidly, surging past the Black Tortoise war god in the blink of an eye and directly standing shoulder to shoulder with Black Cloud City in the distance. No, to it, Black Cloud City was already within reach. It crouched down slightly and blocked out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow over it. Kursan's eyes were dazed. She murmured, "What is that?" Li Qingshan suddenly stiffened up, like a frog that had encountered a snake. He could not help but tremble slightly. A sense of terror rose up involuntarily, as if he was facing a natural enemy. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still found the monster that had appeared before him unbelievable. In comparison, Xiongqi's clone in the past was powerful, but it was still restricted by the laws of the world of the 9 provinces. Just now, the demonic sky was terrifying, but it was chaotic and twisted after all. It lacked self-awareness. However, not only did the Taowu demon god's strength completely exceed the human emperor and demon emperor, but it even exceeded regular human immortals and evil gods. It was like a demon god had arrived in person, and it was filled with hostility. Wan Jianfeng's hand trembled, and he suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword. "How can my sword cut through something like that?" Dai Mengfan opened her eyes. The nightmare had come true, and it was even more terrifying than ever before. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, turning back into the little girl who was afraid of the wind and shadows. She sighed with a bitter smile. "That's why I hate war." On the other side of the battlefield, Huohua gazed at the colossal figure that connected the sky and said to Li Liehua very seriously, "Let's just flee to the demonic beast realm." Li Liehua remained silent. He did not reply. The air on the battlefield seemed to freeze, turning into twisted vortexes that dragged everyone into the abyss. The moment Taowu appeared, before it had even struck, it had deterred everyone. Normally, Tu Wancheng would have burst out laughing already, but right now, an even more powerful spirit pierced through his mind. It was proud, vicious, and forceful. It was also the spirit that pierced through the entire battlefield. Taowu twisted its neck and opened its gaping mouth. Its great, hard voice rang through the surroundings. "The world is heartless, and all life is worthless." Millions of demon folk called out together, "The world is heartless, and all life is worthless." They were filled with resentment and fury, cursing the heartless world. Taowu's existence immediately became even more consolidated, and its body stretched out even more. Its huge single eye swiveled around, and its gaze swept across the battlefield like a pillar of light. Every single person, whether it be the regular soldiers or true disciples, they all sank even deeper into the swamp of fear. Taowu said again, "The saints are heartless, and all life is worthless." Looking down from above, humans were indeed as insignificant as ants. They crawled on the ground densely, so fragile and so fleeting. "The saints are heartless, and all living beings are ants." Millions of demon folk howled. They were willing to treat themselves as lowly ants. He was not afraid of death. A frenzied aura instantly overwhelmed the Xuanwu army. Why would people with the will to live step onto such a tragic battlefield? With just 2 sentences and 16 words, Bian had turned the situation around. All the efforts that Li Qingshan and the others had put in from the beginning to the end seemed to be a joke. What perseverance and determination! What equality! In the face of absolute power, what meaning was there? I called you an ant. You are an ant, even if you aren't. In the end, Bian stared at the black tortoise god of war. His gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of military aura and see Li Qingshan. I'm heartless too. These words, which did not contain any power, were like a huge wooden stick stabbing into his chest. A pure and unyielding spirit seemed to be able to suppress everything. Boom. The black tortoise god of war twisted and blurred for a moment, and its military aura showed signs of dissipating. Oh no. Li Qingshan was alarmed. The situation was already extremely bad. He was supported by the tremendous military aura, yet he still endured such great pressure, let alone the true disciples. Even the regular soldiers. They all stared at the shadow above them blankly. They could not even see Bian in its entirety. Even the bravest of warriors shivered inside. If they had not formed a military formation and united will, Bian could have driven these hundreds of thousands of people into a frenzy with his spirit alone. Li Qingshan knew that if this continued, the morale of the army would collapse very soon. The entire army would collapse. Several 100,000 soldiers would be at the mercy of the enemy, and the enemy had not even truly done anything yet. Faced with such dire straits, if it were someone else, they probably would have considered retreating already. However, the suppression instead roused his stubbornness, making him rise up with an even greater will to fight. His chest heaved several times as he bellowed out, "Advance!" The black tortoise god of war advanced, charging at the demon folk army alone just like Li Qingshan. He swung his blade at Bian. His voice was like thunder, and his blade was like lightning, ripping apart the terrifying shadow cast by Bian. The morale of the army trembled as they looked at Li Qingshan, at their war god. The slash roused Tu Wanqing from his sweet dream. He returned to his senses from the powerful spirit of the Bian demon god. He was both surprised and furious. Bian extended his hand and grabbed the blade. There was a hint of disbelief in his tough, furious voice. You actually dare to challenge a war god? Challenge? Li Qingshan smiled. No, I'm going to kill you. Huh, just you? Tu Wanqing laughed from extreme anger. Bian's other arm shot through the air like a black dragon, reaching towards the black tortoise god of war's head with a huge, black hand. With a thump, the space there trembled. The black tortoise god of war's punch landed in the center of the huge hand. Who knew how deep his feet sank into the ground? Their physiques were like that of a child and a brawny man, but it was a contest of strength. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. I'm not alone. He roared, "Advance!" Unknowingly, the army's morale that was on the verge of collapsing solidified again. The general was the courage of the army. The soldiers woke up from their terror and murmured, "General." Tu Wanqing said viciously, "I'll grind you into dust." Bian suddenly looked down, a demonic light shot out from its single eye and shrouded the black tortoise god of war. The black tortoise god of war burned in the demonic light, its golden armor dimmed and its cloak became tattered, turning into ashes inch by inch. His towering body was fiercely suppressed without the slightest bit of resistance. The soil behind his feet bulged up, forming 2 small hills, but he still didn't take a single step back. Huahua was dumbfounded. This kid is crazy. Under the gaze of Bian, once the black tortoise god of war collapsed, anyone could escape. Only Li Qingshan would definitely die. However, Li Liehua began to laugh. He laughed extremely happily and gave an order. At the same time, Li Qingshan's desperate roars rang out from afar. "Advance!" The commandants of the 5 armies shuddered inside. He asked loudly, "Have you all forgotten the oath you swore last night?" "We will never forget. We're willing to fight to the death with the general. The general has given his orders. Advance! 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 Advance!" Their ordinary faces actually shone with a light similar to Buddhism's enlightenment. They were fearless, as if they were facing death with equanimity. The war drums shook the sky, but the entire army fell silent instead. Only the clanging of armor against each other was filled with the determination to die. Following in Li Qingshan's footsteps, they advanced towards the unbelievably colossal Bayan, towards the army that occupied millions of demon folk. "Let's assist junior brother Li," Dai Mengfan said firmly, "let's kill this monster." Originally, the best choice was to bypass the Bayan condensed from military chi and directly sweep through the regular demon folk. However, without assistance, the black tortoise war god would not be able to last at all. She tossed out a half-transparent scarf, which swelled in the wind and blotted out the sun in the blink of an eye. Clouds surged within it, as resplendent as the clouds of fire, enveloping the Bayan's head. The scarlet scarf of fire was an arcane treasure personally bestowed by the sect master. It could envelop a range of 3,000 meters and possessed tremendous power. Once enveloped, even demon kings could forget about escaping. Swish! Wan Jianfeng twisted the hilt of his sword, and a streak of light tore through the air, cutting towards the Bayan's huge eye first. The ship of 7 treasures thrummed and shook, firing its cannons at full strength. With the sound of metal rubbing and swelling, the bow of the ship opened up completely, forming a huge main cannon that was speckled with specks of light. All of the true disciples struck out with their full strength, unleashing the techniques they were the proudest of their lives and the most powerful arcane treasures they had ever used against the Bayan. Lu Boming said firmly, "Fire." The ship of 7 treasures suddenly shot out with 1,000 streaks of light. The main cannon at the bow unleashed a blue pillar of light, striking the Bayan's chest heavily. At that moment, dazzling light crisscrossed in the sky. The light shattered and dispersed, swallowing the Bayan's colossal body. It tilted backward slightly, releasing the black tortoise war god. Li Qingshan had just caught his breath, but he did not relax at all. An even greater sense of danger surged over. This still isn't enough. It's nowhere near enough. Lu Boming stood before the porthole and gazed at this rare, magnificent sight. He thought, an attack like this can even flatten a mountain. Just how many rounds of attacks can this fake Bayan endure? Just now, it's been suppressed by the demon god's mental pressure. This is the perfect opportunity for my ship of 7 treasures to perform. Such a glorious attack basically filled all of the true disciples with confidence, as if they could see the dawn of victory. At this moment, a die in Letian's hand shattered, and a layer of frost rapidly covered his temples. His eyes suddenly widened. This is a dead end. With a ripping sound, the fiery cloud scarlet cloth was torn to shreds. All the magic treasures were sent flying and even directly destroyed. A giant black palm suddenly reached out from the layers of light. He grabbed the 7 treasures' exquisite ship in midair. Before Lu Boming could react, the porthole was shrouded in darkness. With a bang, it cracked and shattered. The hull of the ship let out a cracking sound as it rapidly compressed inward. Boom! The indestructible 7 treasures' exquisite ship was crushed by Xuanni. Thrown on the ground like rags. Lu Boming broke through the distorted hull of the ship. He was bathed in blood and his bones were exposed. His body was on the verge of collapse. Dai Mengfan exclaimed, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, be careful." That terrifying shadow loomed over him again. Lu Boming raised his head and looked up. Darkness filled his vision, and it took him a lot of effort to make out that it was the shape of a foot. No. Boom. The giant foot stomped down, causing the earth to shake. The debris of the 7 treasures' exquisite boat scattered, and Lu Boming's aura disappeared. Even his young spirit did not escape. With just a claw and a stomp, Lu Boming, the owner of the Spirit Treasures Tower, died. The true disciples were all stunned. They could not believe what had happened. In front of them, a dignified human emperor had died so easily. The light danced, and the smoke and dust dissipated. Xuanni was almost unscathed. Tu Wanqing laughed wildly, "Bugs. You're all bugs." A dark red beam of light shot out of Xuanni's huge eye. It was 10 times thicker than the beam of the main cannon on the bow of the 7 treasures' exquisite boat just now. It pierced through the void and swept across. Almost all the true disciples were hit. All kinds of protective spells were shattered, and only protective magic treasures could withstand it. They were also sent flying by the fierce impact. Only a brawny true disciple riding on a giant bear raised a dark and heavy solemn shield high and blocked the impact of the light just like that. Dai Mingfan warned, "Junior Marshal Brother Bear, don't be stubborn." However, it was too late. Swanni's eyes narrowed, and the dark red beam of light suddenly condensed to the thickness of a bucket, instantly piercing through the shield. The true disciple slowly lowered his head. A huge hole had appeared in his chest. Even his young spirit had been pierced. The giant bear beneath him had just let out a sorrowful wail when the beam of light swept downwards, splitting it in half. The human and bear corpses fell from the sky together. A second true disciple had died, along with a demon emperor mount. 3 powerful existences who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations had been slaughtered like pigs and dogs. The true disciples felt like they were about to lose their minds, or perhaps they had already lost their minds. All of their hopes for luck had been shattered. The brutality of the war had far exceeded their imaginations. This was not a battle of magical abilities. There were various life-saving techniques that could be used. At the very worst, they could even summon their young spirits. This was war. No one was absolutely safe. Even human emperors could be killed easily. Just now, Swanni's gaze was fixed on any one of them. None of them could say for sure that they could survive. Great terror gripped everyone. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light. Swanni lowered its head, only to see the black tortoise war god stab its huge blade into its abdomen. Blade chi immediately erupted, and the 2 military chi collided violently. With the deafening sound of war drums, the black tortoise army charged into the demon folk camp. The demon folk organized an army to receive them. In stark contrast to the silence of the human soldiers, the demon folk roared out madly. Their battle cries shook up the surroundings as they charged. The wind whistled, rapidly drawing closer. Bang! 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 On the undulating earth, a torrent of steel collided with each other. Their hands rose and fell. Spears formed a forest, and arrows pierced through the air. The cold blades harvested flesh and blood madly. Blood dyed the ground red very soon. A long line of blood rapidly expanded. Every single line was a hunting ground for the war beasts. Not a single person retreated. Whether it be the frenzied demon folk or the silent humans, they stabbed their weapons into the enemy as hard as they could before being killed by the enemies behind them. The demon folk numbered in the millions. They possessed absolute numbers, and they were abnormally insane. They basically charged towards the Black Tortoise army like they were seeking death. However, the Black Tortoise army's battle prowess was even greater. 5 people formed a group, with the sergeant leading the charge. 10 people formed a group, with the sergeant leading the charge. 100 people formed a group, with the sergeant leading the charge. Under the command of the commandant, the officer, and the brigade commander, they constantly advanced with the resolve to die. A shadow flickered in their hearts. The torrents of steel advanced unstoppably, slaughtering and devouring all demon folk they encountered. They were constantly whittled away as well. Someone died in battle every single moment. There was no objective, no limit. There was only a single belief. A furious roar, advance. In this frenzied slaughter, the military chi blazed like fire. Not only did it not weaken because of the large numbers of deaths, but the Black Tortoise war god even swelled up. Its tattered cloak surged violently as it stabbed its huge blade even deeper with its full strength. A huge, black hand fell down and grabbed the Black Tortoise war god's head. Swanni had become even larger than just now. An ant trying to shake a tree. It's pointless. The Black Tortoise war god's helmet twisted and collapsed under the huge hand, revealing a cold face similar to Li Qingshan's. The thundering of hooves rang out. Flames surged into the sky in the distance. An army of thousands galloped over. A fiery rider rode over on a fine horse. The flames surged into the sky, the majesty of the god of war. It was impossible for such a large-scale military movement to fool the demon kings. Armies of demon folk had been lined up and waiting for them a long time ago. The cavalry surged and the ground shook. Even the craziest demon folk showed a hint of shock. With a buzz, tens of thousands of crossbow mechanisms rang out at the same time. the sky lit up, and a cloud of fire rose into the air. That was a continuous barrage of fire arrows, directly lunging into the demon folk army. Countless demon folk cried out and collapsed. The armored cavalry arrived afterwards. The military god of fire took the lead, brandishing his spear of fire. With a gentle sweep, thousands of demon folk were reduced to ashes. Even the demon emperor leading the army was burned to death. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the true disciples. If the two army gods joined forces to fight against Tao Wu, they might stand a chance. However, Li Liehua had no intentions of coming over. 100,000 cavalrymen surged forward, charging through the demon folk camp. The scorching war god charged straight for the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous. Li Qingshan nodded inside. This was the best choice, as well as the only choice. The war god could not be too far away from the military formation. There were several dozen kilometers between them, and the terrain was uneven too. It seemed like the war god of fire could arrive with a flick of his horse, but the regular soldiers wore helmets and armor and were blocked by demon folk, so how could they possibly charge over in a short amount of time? Furthermore, even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the Swanee. Only by breaking the 12th citadel demon fiend formation would they be able to win. That was the greatest use of Li Liehua's surprise troops. Tu Wanqing sneered, just because of this? Bayan suddenly crushed the black tortoise god of war's head, and clouds of scattered military energy seeped out from between his fingers. The black tortoise army god's chest rumbled as if he was roaring. Even though he had lost his head, he still stepped forward and stabbed the giant blade into the ground. Then, he spun the hilt with all his might, stirring the Bayan's abdomen into a mass of chaotic military energy. The sky turned dark. It was like he had returned to the savage battlefield, where gods and demons fought. Dai Mengfan ordered the true disciples to continue attacking. However, she saw that they were all busy casting protective spells. Only a few listened to her orders and continued to attack Tao Wu, but they could not pose any threat. Within the 12th citadel demon fiend formation, Xianxia smiled. Human cultivators are all cowards after all. They're even worse than mortals. A demon emperor said with lingering fear, if they are as reckless as these mortals, then this battle will be troublesome. The Xuanwu army continued to charge forward silently. The torrent of steel faced no obstruction, whether it was demon folk or military formations. It was still fear and death. The firelight in the distance was getting closer and closer. At first glance, the fierce raging inferno military god seemed to be right in front of them. Murderous chi, vicious chi, resolute chi, battle intent, rage intent, madness intent. Wave after wave surged up into the sky, and a trace of blood red could be seen in the sky. Xianxia ordered, Tu Wanqing, stop wasting time and end the battle quickly. Shut up. Lao Ai suddenly turned around and said stiffly, I don't need your command. Xianxia closed his eyes and thought, if I lose this battle, you know what will happen to you. In his heart, he thought fiercely, what a dog who uses the tiger's might to intimidate others. I'll teach you a lesson later. Lao Ai turned around and looked at the headless Xuanwu military god. His gaze pierced through the surging military chi in the neck and stared at Li Qingshan. Die. He was not stupid enough to waste his military chi against the Xuanwu military god. That was a privilege only granted to opponents of equal strength. He clenched his huge, black hand and poured all of his strength into it. Black waves surged out as he punched through the Xuanwu military god's chest. The golden armor shattered immediately. Li Qingshan could vaguely see a great swath of darkness attacking him. It was as if the shadow of death had enveloped him. It was too fast. Even though he knew how the opponent would attack him, he was still unable to react in time, let alone dodge the punch. Under the terrifying mental pressure of Lao Ai, even his thoughts became sluggish. Absolute power. Absolute speed, absolute spirit. When the three were combined, even a regular strike could destroy a human emperor. There was no need for any extra techniques. All Li Qingshan could do was use his surging military chi to slightly obstruct the punch. He performed the bull demon forges its hide, and his skin turned blue. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. His bones cracked as if he had been hit by a mountain. With a bang, Li Qingshan flew out from the Xuanwu military god's back and flew far away to Black Cloud City. Boom! Boom! He crashed through 3 towers in a row and smashed into a drill ground. The whole drill ground suddenly collapsed, creating a big hole that led straight to a cave in the mountain. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared in the cave, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The tower collapsed with a loud bang. Qingshan! Guan Yaozhu exclaimed, but she did not dare to check. No matter how stupid she was, she could see that if she retreated now, it would cause an avalanche. After having its head crushed, the colossal black tortoise war god's chest was pierced in a single strike, sending Li Qingshan flying. Its military aura rapidly dispersed, and it no longer possessed any battle prowess. The true disciples were forced to face the terrifying Tao Wu alone. Dai Mengfan gritted his teeth painfully. They were probably going to lose this battle. Who knew how many true disciples would be able to escape, but 1,000,000 soldiers, the scorching fire and Xuanwu armies, would all be buried here. This is the fate of opposing demon gods. Tu Wanqing laughed madly. Lao Ai opened his huge mouth and let out a forceful laugh. He was extremely confident in the power of the punch. It probably even killed his young spirit. There was no possibility of him escaping. As for the remaining so-called Xuanwu army, he could stomp several thousand to death with a single stomp, and he could even jolt several tens of thousands to death. However, these ants were not worth killing at all. They were only bold enough to advance because they had been encouraged and tricked. Now that their commander had died in battle, they would collapse very soon. They could be left for the regular demon folk to slaughter. As a result, Lao Ai looked at the true disciples again, like he was looking at a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Li Liehua shivered inside when he saw the Xuanwu military god fall. However, right now, the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous was still a certain distance away. By the time he reached the formation, probably all the true disciples would have been slaughtered already. As a result, he could not care about anything else. The scorching war god suddenly pulled the reins on his warhorse. His red mane surged with flames as he raised his front hooves high into the air. He gripped the spear of fire firmly and raised it high into the air, pouring all of his strength into it. The flames around him receded, leaving only the spear in his hand to shine with blinding light. The surroundings darkened. He threw it towards the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous as hard as he could. A scarlet streak of light shot through the air. His target was Xianxia. Out of the 11 demon kings, 4 could be targeted. There was no difference at all. This was an absolute difference in strength. Even if all the demon kings of the demon domain were mobilized, none of them would be able to block the spear. However, he had seen the conflict between Xianxia and Tu Wanqing. Demon folk were extremely resentful and vengeful, so perhaps he would have an extra chance of hitting the target. As long as he killed even a single demon king, the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous would be destroyed, and Lao Ai would cease to exist. The demon folk would lose their target of worship, and they would be unable to consolidate their military morale. The remaining 11 demon kings would be at the mercy of the scorching war god. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The scarlet light stung his eyes. All of the power of the 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous had been used to support the descent of Lao Ai, so it was defenseless right now. If it was just him alone, even if he had discovered the scorching war god's movements a long time ago, he would still be unable to flee. All he could do was wait for death. The tip of the red spear was almost transparent, as if it was made of fire. It reflected Xianxia's horrified face. The raging flames followed the body of the spear and flew backward, leaving a long trail of red light behind. The spear was still in the hand of the raging fire army god. So what if he was the strongest of the 12 demon emperors? So what if the demon emperor's physique was strong? In front of absolute power, he was as weak as a mortal. In just an instant, he could be completely destroyed. However, in the next moment, the spear froze in midair and fell into a giant black palm. Baiyan's mountain-like body moved at an incredible speed, giving people a feeling of absurdity and astonishment. Almost at the same time, another 2 direct disciples died. They were killed by Tao Wu before he could come to their rescue. It clenched its fist lightly, and the fiery spear exploded with a loud bang. The rolling heatwave was overwhelming, and Xianxia was in a difficult position to defend himself. His eyebrows and beard were all burnt. Knowing that it was Tu Wanqing's intention, his heart was filled with hatred, but he did not say anything. Li Liehua's heart sank. Tu Wanqing looked at him mockingly. "There's only you and me left. If you get off the horse and kneel down now, I might let you live." He treated the direct disciples as if they were nothing. However, these words were absolutely not empty bravado. Under the terror of successively falling, the elite disciples actually didn't dare continue besieging the Bayan, and they were already completely awed. A man of wealth would never sit under a roof. What they had was unimaginable to mortals. How could they give it up so easily? It was not easy for them to hold on and not retreat at this moment. Li Liehua's expression changed a few times. Suddenly, he laughed. Could it be that Li Qingshan's path was real and his was fake? If the fire stopped burning, all that was left was dirty ashes. "Hua Hua, are you willing to die with me? Cut the crap. Your path is my path." "Good." Li Liehua's expression hardened. His horse hooves flew, and the raging inferno army god charged forward, charging towards Tao Wu. Tu Wanqing laughed madly. "You're courting death." Tao Wu stretched his arms and stretched his fingers, grabbing at the raging fire army god. All the true disciples looked at Dai Mengfan. She thought quickly and ordered, "Everyone, come with me to kill demon folk. None of them have the protection of military qi. Anyway, we have to lend junior brotherly a hand." At this time, if he ordered everyone to attack Bayan together, there would definitely be people who hesitated or even directly disobeyed the military order. The situation would be completely ruined. This was the only way to help Li Liehua. He only hoped he could last a little longer. If he could kill 1,000,000 demon folk, then the battle prowess of Tao Wu would definitely plummet. However, he also knew how naive his wish was. Army God of Fire won't last that long. What should we do? Kursun heaved a sigh of relief. Tao Wu had given her too much pressure. Although they wanted to leave the battlefield immediately and never come back, they didn't dare to be the first to disobey military orders. If she became the culprit, the Thousand Nature sect would never let her go. Perhaps even the selfless heavenly palace would send people to capture her. It would be useless even if she fled to the ends of the earth. Thus, even if he was unwilling, he could only brace himself and do it. At this moment, suddenly, he felt an invisible binding and pressure descend from the sky. The circulation of his magic power became sluggish, and the power of the spells he cast was greatly reduced. Why does it feel like I'm in the border area again? He looked up at the sky. When did the sky become so red? The red seeped down from the sky, soaking through the air and soil like a thin veil. On the bloodied ground, the eyelids of a human soldier's corpse suddenly twitched. He opened his eyes again. Strange, didn't I die? He could not help but touch his neck. However, he discovered that the wound was currently healing. Not long after, another voice seemed to be urging him to kill the enemy. To fight. His blood was still not cold. It became even hotter. He thought of the general's order again. Advance. As a result, he grabbed his blade again and climbed to his feet. He felt endless power surge through his body. As far as the eye could see, the corpses stood up again on the corpses strewn across the ground. He swung his blade at a demon folk corpse that had just stood up and began a new round of slaughter. The azure field. Dai Mengfan tasted bitterness in her mouth. It just happened to be at a time like this. The structure of the 6 realms of Sasra was not layered on top of one another, nor was it distributed in parallel. Instead, it was a complete entity that cycled about. It possessed an unimaginable structure, and it was connected to the 3,000 worlds, which was why it was known as samsara. Every single realm had its own special characteristics. The hungry ghost realm constantly devoured, the human realm was all-encompassing, and the hell realm's souls returned to the netherworld. The azure realm would constantly gather war souls from the 6 realms of Sasra and the 3,000 worlds, converting them into azura and joining the endless, bloody battle. The will of the azura realm loved large-scale, high-intensity battles like this the most. Every time something like this happened, the azura field would definitely descend, temporarily bestowing some of the special characteristics of Azura to the warriors filled with fighting spirit and killing intent, such as the undying body of Azura. The greater the intensity and scale of the battle, the greater the range and strength of the Azura field, which was closer to the Azura realm. The number of people directly taking part in this battle exceeded 5 million. The soldiers on both sides were determined to die. The scale and intensity of the battle were rare even in the entire 6 realms of Sasra. Thus, the Azura field became abnormally vast. Injuries that were originally fatal became insignificant, and even severed limbs could be regrown. The frail body of a mortal could withstand even more intense battles, constantly killing and being killed, enduring the test of intense pain. In the great terror between life and death, a true battle soul was tempered. Of course, they were not Azuras yet, so they could not truly have an undying body. Even Renhuangs could not protect themselves in such a fierce battle, let alone mortals. Moreover, the Azura field did not distinguish between good and evil. Both sides would benefit. As a result, in the end, most of the warriors would still die in the fierce battle. The Azura realm could then retrieve the war souls that had been tested and tempered, transforming them into true Azuras. However, this was bad news for the true disciples. They were already quite ostracized in the demon realm. With the arrival of the Azura field, it meant that the laws of heaven and earth of the Azura realm intertwined with those of the demon realm. This meant that the entire battlefield had become a border zone. And the Azura realm only favored true warriors. If they did not possess a heart for battle, even Renhuangs would be ostracized. Suffering from 2 layers of rejection in the border zone, some of the true disciples could not even unleash half of their strength. Wan Jianfeng only felt like he was being suppressed, yet he had gained some support. Although his strength was still affected, his morale instead flourished. He formed a seal with his hand. A single sword into myriad swords. Myriad swords pierced through the air. Immediately, over 10,000 demon folk were pinned to the ground. Originally, human emperors were extremely efficient at massacring when they unleashed their own techniques. If they worked together, killing 1,000,000 demon folk was nothing difficult. However, they discovered very soon that most demon folk actually did not die after being killed, unless their bodies had been completely destroyed. Even if only half of their bodies remained, they would still crawl on the ground and roar at the sky madly, gathering military chi towards the Taowu. The bodies of regular demon folk had always surpassed that of regular humans, especially with their startling regenerative abilities. In the Azura field, they were basically like tigers that had grown wings. Every single one of them had become an unkillable cockroach. The true disciples had basically lost all hope. Just now, it was already difficult for them to survive. They were now heavily restrained. Once the Taowu killed the war god of fire and returned, they would not even have a chance to escape. Everyone was helpless. Even Wan Jianfeng hesitated. He considered whether he should conserve some strength and retreat. He could see that the scorching war god could not last too long against the Taowu, erupting into flames under the Taowu's punches. Suddenly, a beautiful figure charged into the enemy formation. Dai Mengfan was surprised too. Yaozhu. Wan Yaozhu rode the white deer and swept past the surging battle formation. The 9-colored deer shone with 9-colored light, repelling the incoming rain of arrows. She pursed her lips and clenched an embroidered pouch firmly. Her joints paled slightly. She glanced back at Black Cloud City and made up her mind. She grabbed a handful of seeds and scattered them on the ground. A seed drifted through the air, landing in the mouth of a demon folk with his mouth wide open. With a shudder, he swallowed the seed, but there was no reaction. Wan Yaozhu prayed silently. She was not casting a technique. She was actually praying. The true technique had already been infused into every single seed when she tossed it out. In the demon folk's belly, the seed flashed with green light and was activated. The demon folk collapsed on the ground with a howl, clutching their stomachs as they rolled about. The thorns pierced his skin, greedily drinking his blood. They rapidly engulfed him completely, turning him into a monster woven from thousands of thorns, like a sea urchin. Every single tentacle extended and swung about wildly, wrapping around the demon folk and the surroundings. A demon folk was wrapped around the neck. The sharp thorns almost ripped his neck to shreds. His eyes bulged out as he swung his arms wildly. A demon folk on the side bellowed out and cut through the thorns, but the broken thorns twitched even more violently, worming into the demon folk's eyes like snakes. Finally, he could let out a hysterical cry. A while later, another thorny monster burst out of his body. At the same time, even more strange and malicious plants burst out of the ground. The bewitching man-eating flowers opened and closed like huge mouths, swallowing a demon folk in a single gulp. The thorns in their mouths were like sharp teeth as they chewed away. The mud vines that resembled snakes. The juices were venomous. As long as they came into contact with it, their bodies would rapidly decay like mud. Yellow, muddy water flowed out, seeping into the ground and turning into fertilizer. Even the strongest and most frenzied demon folk let out miserable cries. Pain would always keep people awake. The demon folk that had been devoured. Not to mention the Azura field, even in the Azura realm, it was impossible for them to be reborn. Under such torture, not a single demon folk could maintain their battle spirit and become an Azura. Guan Yaozhu had a hobby of collecting seeds. All year round, she would issue missions in the Myriad Appearance sect to collect seeds of all kinds of strange plants. These seeds didn't just come from the human Tao, they came from the entire 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds. Some of them even came from the demon realm. For example, the pain brambles. That was one of the tortures of hell, called the Hell of Thorns. After being entangled, even one's soul would find it difficult to escape, and they would have to suffer great pain. As for the man-eating sharp-toothed flowers, they were native to the demon domain. They were most suited to growing in the soil of the demon domain, and their main food was demon folk and magical beasts. And so on and so forth. There was also the inheritance of generations of herb garden masters, as well as her own hard work. She even had seeds from the 9 heavens. However, the area of the 100 herb garden was limited. Although it was not economical, it was harmless and could be planted on the nearby islands. However, many plants were inconvenient to grow, especially the seeds of those evil plants. However, she had to throw these seeds away. That was absolutely impossible. There was no such thing as good or evil in plants. As a result, over time, she had instead hoarded a large number of seeds of evil plants. The direct disciples were all stunned. They had known her for so long, but they never thought that the usually wooden and weak Yao Yao would actually have a side like that. The scene of those plants devouring and expanding was far more horrifying than fighting with weapons. Guan Yaozhu's expression was stiff and unmoving. As she powered the tome of nature, she constantly scattered seeds. As long as these plants were given an impetus to grow into plants, they would forage for food and grow on their own. The so-called path of nature was not just about the beauty of plants growing and flourishing. There was also the cruel side of natural selection and survival of the fittest. Countless lives were dying or even going extinct at every moment. That was the most primitive war. They spread their branches and leaves and fought for the sky. They dug deep into their roots and fought for the earth. The victor lived, and the loser died. Every moment, and it would never end. To everyone's surprise, the descent of the Azura field did not suppress her at all. Instead, it boosted her power. The tome of nature was not some kind and gentle path of cultivation. Person shrank back in fear. She felt like she had become a completely different person. Dai Mengfan used this opportunity to say, even Sister Yaozhu is working so hard. Why aren't you doing anything? Baiyan's figure had clearly shrunk. Guan Yaozhu's efficiency of slaughter could basically rival the entire Shuangwu army. In particular, the thorns of pain multiplied extremely quickly. As long as there was enough fertilizer, they could basically multiply endlessly. The blades and swords of demon folk were helpless against them. Even when demon emperors and demon kings took action, they were unable to destroy them completely. Their powers had been suppressed by the interweaving laws of the world. However, plants were unaffected by the laws of the world. They would only be stimulated by the smell of blood on the battlefield. As for the demon folk stabbed into the thorns, their bodies twisted as they shrieked out miserably. They were clearly shaking the morale of the army, causing their morale to collapse. By now, she had already entered deep into enemy territory. She had to sort out these seeds and scatter them as evenly as possible, or they would fight and kill one another. The 9-colored deer warned, "Blockhead, your mind is in a mess." Guan Yaozhu murmured, he didn't have to come. He fulfilled his promise to me. The nine-colored deer said, you're overthinking it. That kid clearly came back to show off. Jiaoer, my heart hurts. Guan Yaozhu pressed her chest. Thorns seemed to grow there too. She did not feel it at first, but the pain became more and more intense. The nine-colored deer was speechless. It sighed and sighed, oh, the tribulation of relationships. This was not just because of Li Qingshan. It was also because of Chao Tianjiao, Lu Boming, and so on. What she had gone through in the past few days had greatly impacted her mind. Before this, she had basically never been involved in any battles. She was not even as good as Kursin, let alone such an intense battle. She even forced herself to go against her conscience and slaughter madly. As a result, she made up her mind to take her away from here, even if she had to become a deserter. At this moment, a single large eye looked over, and the unyielding spirit in its gaze caused their bodies to stiffen. Dai Mengfan cried out, Yaozhu, be careful. Flames filled the sky. Bian had already defeated the war god of blaze. The flames scattered loudly. Li Liehua's fate was unknown. Tu Wanqing sensed that something was amiss. The rate at which his strength weakened had suddenly sped up. The Xuanwu army did not collapse like he had anticipated. Instead, after the Azure field descended, their attacks became even more intense. They tore through the demon folk formations like a hot knife through butter. They did not seem to realize that their commander had already died in battle, or perhaps they had realized, but they still carried out his final orders and marched. The true disciples did not scatter and flee either. Instead, they worked together and slaughtered the regular demon folk. Originally, he was eager for them to stay behind so that he could continue his slaughter. At most, a few 100,000 more demon folk would die. They were just ants anyway. However, he had never heard of the myriad sect possessing someone as skilled in slaughter as the woman on the white deer. However, the efficiency of her slaughter basically made his heart ache slightly. Then you can go die. The two war gods had been defeated. Next, it was time to kill all of these true disciples. Guan Yaozhu was the first to bear the brunt. In the blink of an eye, the huge hand extended over from the other end of the battlefield, enveloping her like a dark cloud. Even though it had been weakened slightly, Bian's existence still stood above all life on the battlefield. Without the war god's obstruction, no one could threaten it anymore. She had entered deep into enemy territory and was alone and helpless. Even if she hid among the true disciples, who would be able to save her? The nine-colored deer lamented, we're really done for now. The nine-colored hair shone brightly. It did not mind expending its essence energy to fuel its demon chi. Originally, it could move 1,000 kilometers in a single breath. Now, it actually seemed extremely sluggish. Enveloped by the huge hand, even time seemed to come to a standstill. Extreme speed and extreme slowness constantly intersected. It was almost maddening. Guan Yaozhu said softly, Jiaoer, sorry. It's fine. Yaozhu? Guan Yaozhu stepped on the nine-colored deer's back and faced the huge hand that resembled a dark cloud. No matter how powerful Bian was, it would take a lot of effort to kill a human sovereign. Its mind could only lock onto one person. The two of them separated, leaving Guan Yaozhu as the only target. The nine-colored deer broke free from the mental pressure and immediately turned into a nine-colored light, fleeing toward the human realm. Boom! The huge hand fell and the earth shook, but it hit thin air. In the nick of time, Guan Yaozhu was grabbed by an invisible force and escaped from the range of the giant palm, escaping from the gap between the fingers. All the demon sovereigns and human sovereigns watched as her thin figure flew toward Black Cloud City, straight into the huge hole that Li Qingshan had smashed open. Tu Wanqing frowned. This was the first time he had failed to kill a human sovereign since the start of the war. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease. However, he did not take it to heart. He glanced at the various plants that were growing wildly on the ground. With a stomp, countless giant trees broke out of the ground and shot into the sky. These giant trees had no branches or leaves, and were as hard as iron. However, their roots were extremely well developed. Within a radius of 300 meters, no plants could grow. They were completely cut off from the earth, and the demon kings and demon emperors cleared them away very soon. Countless plants fought back instinctively, entangling the giant trees furiously, but they remained unmoved. These plants lost the land, and without the nourishment of fertilizers, they gradually withered. However, in a short amount of time, they had already slaughtered several 100,000 demon folk. Not a single one of them could be reborn in the azure field. Dai Mengfan was filled with regret. If someone could keep Bai and busy for a little longer, they might actually be able to turn the situation around. She did not even seem to know how to fight, but she was actually so suited to the battlefield. If she had known she was capable of something like this, the entire strategy would have been different. However, probably even she did not know about this. The mistress of the herb garden never went to the battlefield. This time, the city was about to fall, which was why she had gathered all the true disciples. However, there were no ifs in reality. It was too late to say anything now. They had lost the two strongest forces, the Xuanwu military god and the Inferno military god. Bayan only needed a few seconds to kill a human sovereign. In less than 10 breaths, the true disciples would collapse. The remaining soldiers of the Xuanwu army and the Inferno military god were even easier to deal with than the plants. In the dark and deep cave, only a ray of light shone in. Li Qingshan lay sprawled on a pile of rubble. His eyes were spinning. Every inch of his body was there, and every nerve was howling. Even his soul was severely injured. He couldn't move a single finger, and could only tremble slightly at an extremely fast speed. His face was a bit blurry as he silently digested the power of this punch. Tao Wu's power was so strong that it could crush everything in its path. He had basically been paralyzed by the punch. If Tu Wanqing had not been so confident and had thrown a few more punches, he really would have been beaten to death. Even for him, there was no safety to speak of in a battle of such scale, let alone absolute confidence in victory. Fortunately, he had already grown used to it. He had wandered on the edge of life and death time and time again, chasing after hope and despair. The battle intent in his eyes intensified. So what if he was sent flying by a punch? All he had to do was crawl back up. The soldiers were still fighting a bloody battle at the front. He never doubted that they would carry out his orders to the end. Those who resisted the urge to charge out immediately had to wait for their wounds to recover. He sent out a call for help along the way, and, if you still don't come, I'm going to be beaten to death. A skull prayer bead rolled out from his chest and transformed into a small skull demon. The sound of its teeth chattering sounded like it was cackling. It spat out a gust of samadhi flames of white bone, condensing into 3 words in midair, I'm here. Li Qingshan smiled. This was his true trump card. He had not come to die in this battle. The miniature world sped up. Earth, fire, wind, and water all grew and multiplied. From his body to his soul, they were all recovering rapidly. At the same time, his eyes flickered with faint blue light, forming a delicate hexagon, like 2 tiny turtle shells. He used the profound light illuminates all to pay attention to the battle. The true disciple's performance was even worse than he had expected. Not a single one was bold enough to die with the enemy. Otherwise, with so many human emperors and demon emperors working together, they would definitely be able to threaten the Tao Wu. If it could threaten Bayan, the surprise attack of the raging Inferno army god might succeed. In the end, they did not even unleash half of their strength. All they could do was wait to be whipped to death by the Tao Wu. They were not even as good as regular soldiers. This was not a difference in strategy or strength, but a complete lack of willpower. As expected, the higher one's status is, the more one cherishes his life. However, at this time, what was the use of cherishing one's life? When Lao Ai was free, none of them would be able to escape unscathed. The path of cultivation was never just a battle of strength, but also a battle of wills. War had always been a confrontation of wills at the highest level. The weak could only die. Senior Sister Wan. Wan Yaozhu's performance had also surprised him. Although it was somewhat due to her mental state being stimulated, the strong willpower she displayed and the determination to fight to the death far surpassed that of ordinary true disciples. It wasn't just the seeds that were displaying their power. How could he dare to enter the demon domain at such a time? Oh no, she's probably going to be targeted. Li Qingshan's expression turned solemn. How could he watch as she was killed? He slowly stood up and raised his arms. When the Tao's palm slammed down, he suddenly opened his arms and used the ox demon theurgy, force field of earth. At the critical moment, he pulled her back from hell. Guan Yaoju's reaction was also very fast. Using the force, she flew straight into the belly of the mountain. She plunged into his embrace and said in surprise, "You're still alive." Li Qingshan smiled, "Senior sister, did you think I was dead?" Guan Yaoju struggled out of his embrace and urged, "Hurry up and leave." Li Qingshan smiled, "Where do you want me to go, senior sister?" "Leave this place." Guan Yaoju said resolutely, "This place is still within the Tao's attack range." "Then what about you?" "I'm a myriad appearance sect's true disciple. My senior brothers and sisters are still fighting. How can I drag out an ignoble existence?" Li Qingshan's heart shook. He was greatly moved. "Then if I leave, who will protect you?" Guan Yaoju blinked and looked at him with a strange expression. Suddenly, she kissed him lightly on the cheek. The nine-colored deer rushed over and saw this scene. He shouted in his heart, "What a sin!" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He touched his cheek and said, "Senior sister, you." Although Guan Yaoju's face was a bit red, she was very calm. "Qingshan, you have fulfilled your responsibility. You did not betray my trust." The nine-colored deer shouted, "Li Qingshan, catch her. If worse comes to worst, I will fulfill your wish." Li Qingshan always listened to advice at times like this. He hugged Guan Yaoju and kissed her pink lips. After a long time, he let go of her and said, "Ha, this is more satisfying. You're shameless. How dare you?" Guan Yaoju's face was red with anger. She made up her mind that if they wanted to force her to stay, she would threaten to kill herself. Thinking of this, she began to shed tears. No matter what, she was going to die. "Senior sister, don't cry." Li Qingshan wiped away her tears and said proudly, "We haven't lost this battle yet." From the great battlefield below Black Cloud City all the way to the demon domain in the distance, there was a path of blood created from sacrifices. The Yangon abbot led all the disciples of the Pure Land Temple and stood on this path. The battle cries on the battlefield were deafening, as if it was only inches away. The colossal figure of Tao could not be ignored. He glanced at it worriedly before sitting down on the ground and putting down the wooden fish. The disciples all sat down around him and began to chant scriptures. Rings of golden light blossomed and began to purify the land. This was their mission. If they cut off this path of sacrifice, the battlefield would no longer belong to the demon domain, and the demon kings would lose their geographical advantage. The situation on the battlefield would change drastically, or even reverse. However, the matter was nowhere near as simple as that. The war had already lasted for far, far too long. Both sides understood each other's moves. How could the demon folk not have a plan to deal with such an obvious loophole? Before the light of the Pure Land had even shone for very long, a demon folk army composed entirely of cavalry arrived. There were over 10,000 of them, riding vicious demonic beasts and charging towards the Yangon abbot under the command of the demon king. The demon king swung his halberd, and the monster condensed from military chi surged over. "Die, bald donkeys!" Looking down from above, the group of several hundred monks was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before 10,000 demon folk cavalry. The Yangon abbot's face hardened. He struck the wooden fish violently, pausing with each strike. He enunciated every word, Namo, A, Mi, Ta, Fo. A great, golden Buddha rose up behind him, and a halo of Buddhist light descended from the heavens. With each word he uttered and struck the wooden fish, the military chi monster would be heavily injured. After the sixth strike, it immediately collapsed. The frenzied demon folk were confused, filled with pain and regret. They clutched their heads and tossed away their weapons. As for the demonic beasts, they directly prostrated themselves on the ground, sobbing. The demon king tottered about like he was drunk. Like he was picking up a flower, the great Buddha grabbed the demon king gently and crushed him. The monks cheered. Even though he was in the demon domain, the Yangon abbot was not afraid of an army without a demon king. The demon emperor still posed some threat, but the demon king was basically throwing his life away. However, his expression instead became even more stern. That was because the second demon folk army arrived soon afterwards. It was still led by the demon king, and there were only 10,000 of them. They drove the demon folk at the front forward, and if they did not advance, they would be killed immediately. The demon folk rushed over in disorder, and the warrior monks protected the abbot, so they were forced to massacre them. The demonic earth that had just been slightly purified was contaminated again. The great Buddha killed the second demon king, and just when the demon folk army began to pause and hesitate again, the third demon folk army arrived, swallowing the monks led by the Yangon abbot. Even though they posed no threat to him, just 3 demon kings and 30,000 demon folk were enough to completely destroy the abbot's plans, keeping the twin fruits Arhat busy. At this moment, he saw the black tortoise military god and the scorching flame military god being defeated by the Taowu army one after another. They were still entangled in the demon folk army, unable to kill them or not. "Abbot, what should we do now?" The abbot let out a long sigh. He watched as the demon folk surged over, each and every one of them falling into the evil path and refusing to come to their senses. Flames of indescribable fury surged through his heart. He chanted the 6-syllable Great Clarity mantra, hum, Bani, hum, mi hum. A smear of fury flashed through the great Buddha's face, and he transformed out of anger. His golden Buddhist robes fell off, revealing his muscles and greenish-black skin. He seemed vicious, terrifying, and vicious, even more so than the demon folk. He wielded a golden sword as karmic flames roared behind him, clearly furious. He transformed into the Wisdom King. He leapt up and descended into the demon folk army, unleashing a massacre. He destroyed all demonic obstructions, slaughtering until blood flowed like rivers and corpses littered the ground, but he still did not stop. With the Wisdom King leading the way, the abbot stood up and made his way towards the battlefield. "Follow me to paradise." The monks brought their palms together and said together, "Paradise, eternal return to the Pure Land." The abbot's ears twitched, and he heard a strange chime. Like a silver thread, it pierced through the noisy battlefield. Strands of pale white flames extended over from the demon domain. As soon as they came in contact with the demon folk corpses, they were like fire meeting oil, burning even more vigorously. Even the offerings buried deep underground and the demon blood that had seeped into the earth were all set alight. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a great fire that spread towards the demon folk. They were burned up in the flames, but there was no pain on their faces. Instead, there was a smile of peace and joy. It was extremely strange, as if the ones going to paradise were not the monks, but them. Within the roaring flames, the abbot widened his eyes in disbelief. The samadhi flames of white bone. Perhaps because he was illuminated by the firelight, his face paled. Someone's finally escaped. Bayan glanced past everyone with his huge single eye. "Do you still want to defy the will of the divine?" His tough, arrogant spirit filled the battlefield. No one dared to attack him anymore. He wanted to read, to read, to read. Lution's hair was white, and his face was old. "If this continues, more than half of us will die. Is this really a hopeless situation?" Under the terrifying pressure, Kursen finally could not help but shrink back. She communicated, "Senior sister, let's retreat." Before Dai Mingfan could answer, Bayan interrupted her thoughts. "Only by surrendering will you survive. I'll kill anyone who flees." Tu Wanqing's evil intentions were clear. If he began a massacre, he could kill 2 or 3 more direct disciples at most. The others could always use the opportunity to flee. However, Bayan could not pursue them. As a condensation of formations and military chi, he could not stray too far away from the main camp of the demon folk and the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. However, if he said that, any direct disciple who retreated first would definitely die. He had nailed everyone here with a single sentence. They had become fish on the chopping block. This region was still the demon domain in essence. The invisible laws of the world constantly influenced the will of cultivators. It might not have been a big deal normally, but it became extraordinarily terrifying right now. The spiritual pressure of the demon god and the great terror of being caught between life and death weighed down on everyone's hearts. Kursen's expression changed. She could not fight, nor could she flee. It was extremely awkward. Demonic thoughts immediately arose in her heart. She could not suppress it even though she knew the reason. Once their minds wavered, their strength would waver too. With every moment that passed, they would become weaker. However, it was like they had fallen into a swamp. They did not even dare to struggle. They could only watch as the mud swallowed them up. I can spare your lives, as long as you're willing to accept the blessings of the demonic heaven and fight for the demon domain from now on. The expressions of the direct disciples changed. He wanted them to degenerate into demon emperors. Basically, all the human emperors of the myriad phenomenon sect had betrayed the demon domain together. That would be a shocking scandal. Tu Wanqing sneered inside. He had never planned on sparing these foolish cowards. Instead, he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and kill them all. He had to receive the blessing of the demonic heaven. This was a heaven-sent opportunity for him to become an evil god. If he couldn't become an evil god in the future, if Xianxia, that bitch, came to kill him, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Thinking of this, his heart turned cold. But then he thought about the time difference between the 9 heavens and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. If she dared to come now, he would definitely make her fall here. The sky froze in Bayan's eyes. The fierce battle on the ground continued. The fearless warriors turned into Asuras. They did not know fatigue and enjoyed pain as they fought with all their might. The Xuanwu army continued to advance, and the torrent of steel became more and more turbulent. Although the Black Tortoise army god had collapsed, the morale of the army was still there. They condensed into battle beasts again, devouring all demon folk in their way like they were nothing. The military chi that the demon folk had gathered was all concentrated on Bayan. Even if they had 10 times the number, they were unable to stop this torrent of steel. Unknowingly, all the true disciples had turned their attention to the ground. If the stalemate continued, the Bayan would continue to weaken. It might even rush to the front of the 12 citadel demon-killing formation and turn the tide of the battle. The powerful Renhuangs had no choice but to pin their hopes on the mortals. Tu Wanqing glanced at him. He had already stabilized the situation. It was time for him to free up some of these ants. Did mere mortals really think they could overturn the situation? These cowards would not be bold enough to use this opportunity to flee. However, Dai Mingfan communicated secretly, if he destroys the Xuanwu army later, we'll retreat together. Let's leave our fates to fate. There was no need for any other moves. Bayan swung its huge hand again, slamming it towards the Xuanwu army. The single eye stared at the true disciples closely. They were all extremely nervous. Boom! A grey stone tower tore through the air, charging straight at Bayan's head. Bayan shattered the stone tower with a single palm strike. Rock fragments shot out, and dust filled the air. It staggered half a step back. What? Tu Wanqing's expression changed. He raised his guard. Regular human emperors definitely did not possess such power. Don't tell me? There was no one in Black Cloud City. The tower seemed to have been plucked out of thin air and tossed over. In the dark cave, a red light flashed. Its red eyes shone as if a ferocious beast was hiding inside. A large hand grabbed the edge of the cave and leaped out, landing in front of Black Cloud City. Dai Mingfan said in surprise, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had transformed into a demon god. His body was 100 feet tall, but unlike before, he still maintained his human appearance. Only his red eyes were like fire, and his red hair was flying. Other than that, there were no demon characteristics. He flexed his left hand. It was a human hand, not a tiger demon's claw. Even he felt a little strange. A strange power surged in his body. It was hot and full of vitality, even suppressing the power of other gods and demons. An earnest voice called out to him, "Come, come, come." It was like a mother calling her wandering son. The voice came from the sky. He could not help but raise his head. Suddenly, a blood-colored vortex opened up above him, expanding and growing. The last wildflower saber in his hand trembled slightly. The soul of the wildflower saber asked with a smile, "How does it feel to be Azura?" "Me, Azura? I told you, you are a natural warrior. The Azura path will always open its doors for you. In this Azura field, true warriors would temporarily gain some of the characteristics and power of Azura. The stronger their fighting spirit, the stronger their will, the more characteristics and power they would gain. Even if they died in battle, their soul would enter the Azura path and reincarnate as a true Azura. And Li Qingshan had gained almost all of the Azuras. Power and characteristics. The door to the Azura path was also opened for him. He did not need to die in battle to directly enter the Azura path. He would immediately gain more power and become the child of destiny of the Azura path. Li Qingshan smiled, I see. But I don't like being a son. The soul of the wildflower saber said excitedly, then go and unify the Azura path, become the king of all Azuras, and then attack the heavens. Kid, you have a chance, a great chance. Attack the heavens? He had heard of the feud between the Azura path and the heavenly path. The Celestials were the ultimate enemies of Azura, the ultimate battlefield of endless bloody battles. However, he was not yet an Azura, so he did not feel anything about it. Let's talk after I kill this big guy. Once again, he walked towards the Bai and Tu Wanqing was shocked, how dare he? Even if that punch didn't kill him, he was most likely not far from death. If he didn't take the chance to escape, how could he return to the battlefield? The blood-colored vortex in the sky spun faster and faster, moving forward as he walked. With the child of destiny on his body, there seemed to be an invisible halo that attracted all eyes to him. On the other side of the battlefield, the prairie fire was burning away all the blood and filth. Tu Wanqing sneered, just because of this? Everything below Black Cloud City was within Tao Wu's attack range. It gave up on the Xuanwu army and locked onto Li Qingshan. It threw a punch like a black mountain. You're just a living target even though you've become so big. This was not courage, but stupidity. He had transformed into a war god with his military chi, but he was still not Tao Wu's opponent. Not to mention that he had lost the protection of his military chi. A single punch would reduce him to dust. No matter how much he erupted, he could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Kursen bit her lip and thought, no, I can't win. I'm just going to die for nothing. Li Qingshan did not think so. He pointed his blade at Tao Wu's back, and this. Tu Wanqing suddenly looked back, only to see a prairie fire burning over from afar, burning away all the sacrifices and corpses. Resentment and sorrowful cries filled the air. When the Samadhi flames of white bone burned away the last of the vengeful souls, the laws of the world broke apart. The demonic sky that enveloped the battlefield rapidly receded, leaving behind a blood-red swirl that spun endlessly. At that moment, all the demon folk panicked, as if they had lost their protection. The morale of the army was disrupted, and their military chi dispersed. The power of the Great 12 Citadel demon formation of the ominous had decreased drastically as well. The formation weakened, and the demon god weakened. Tao Wu's body immediately shrank, and its arms became much shorter. It threw a punch in front of Li Qingshan. The sky fell and the earth cracked. A cloud of dust rose up from the ground, but it was immediately blown away by the strong wind. His scarlet hair danced wildly in the wind. Li Qingshan stepped over the rippling ground and the shockwaves like he was walking on the waves. He remained calm. Tu Wanqing panicked, but he heard Yingzhi's voice transmission, don't panic. You're still undefeatable even without the protection of the demonic sky. Tu Wanqing became more and more uneasy. The demon domain never had such a thing as good intentions. He hated Li Qingshan for ruining his plans. I have to kill him immediately. He raised his right arm high into the air, as if he had already touched the sky. He spread his fingers like a huge dark cloud. Suddenly, he blurred, vanished, and slapped. This palm strike was unavoidable. Li Qingshan shouted, where are the generals? This general is here. The commandants of the 5 armies had already discovered his return. This was because the 11 demon emperors were all in charge of the 12 Citadel demon formation of annihilation, and Tu Wanqing did not think highly of small fries like them. Unless the army was utterly defeated. Otherwise, ordinary demon emperors would not be able to threaten them at all. They had stubbornly survived until now, and not a single one of them had died. Dai Mengfan suddenly noticed that there were 5 banners tied to Li Qingshan's fluttering red hair. Just now, in that kind of situation, he actually managed to keep these flags from being damaged. In fact, it was all thanks to Lu Boming's giant spirit armor that helped him withstand a lot of damage. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the strength to protect these flags. The change of heart was as fast as lightning. The military spirit was like clouds, surging over violently. The sound of metal clashing resounded like thunder, and the earth surged violently. Li Qingshan swung his blade to block, forcefully blocking the palm strike. The reappearance of the Black Tortoise Army god? No, it was the Azure War god. Right now, he was not commanding the human army, but the Azure warriors. Even though more than half of them had died in battle. The rest were all lions that had been through hundreds of battles, unyielding souls. The highly condensed military spirit formed a blood-red armor on his body instead of directly forming the Black Tortoise Army god. It did not collapse under the palm of the Bayan. However, as a price, it could not provide comprehensive protection like the Black Tortoise Army god. Li Qingshan had to bear most of the damage himself. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his organs were all shattered. Every bone in his body was trembling as if it would break at any moment. Even the weakened Taowu was. It was still unrivaled. Tu Wanqing also felt that it was inconceivable. He suddenly regretted that he should have destroyed the entire Black Tortoise army instead of coveting those true disciples. Who would have thought that those insignificant ants could become the key to influencing the outcome of the war? I will kill you. The Bayan grabbed Li Qingshan's head. The helmet twisted between his fingers. His head was splitting. He did the same thing again, but this time, he crushed Li Qingshan's head. Under the blood-red swirl, his injuries rapidly recovered with the Azure's undying body. However, he was still no match for the Bayan's destruction. The Samadhi flames of white bone arrived on the battlefield silently, quietly devouring the flesh, blood, souls, and living demon folk. The Bayan turned its single eye, searching desperately for the owner of the flames. Actually, Little Ant had arrived on the battlefield a long time ago, long before the war had erupted. She lay in a river left behind by a flash flood just now, like a set of white bones that had been washed out after being buried for many years. It was the skeleton demon that had been buried a long time ago that had started the fire. She wanted to grasp the situation of the battle on the spot and choose the best moment to ignite the fire. She gave off no aura at all. Even the Bayan was unable to discover her. Without the protection of military chi, regular demon folk stood no chance against the Samadhi flames of white bone. As long as they came in contact with even a sliver of it, they would immediately be reduced to a ball of fire. Even more strangely, every single demon folk revealed an expression of peace and joy that demon folk definitely did not possess when they were incinerated. This was not destruction, but deliverance. The Bayan's figure declined at a visible rate, so not only did Li Qingshan block its attack, but when the Bayan lowered its head, light gathered in its single eye, and it raised its head and roared out with the tiger demon's slaughter roar. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the world. The fierce wind rushed over. The Bayan's single eye was firmly shut, and its head was tilted backwards. Tu Wanqing was utterly furious, but he felt like the situation was beginning to spiral out of his control. He seemed to be beginning to struggle against Li Qingshan. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The true disciples were dazzled as their emotions fluctuated. Even Dai Mengfan was confused. She had no idea whether they should fight or retreat. If they wanted to fight, there did not seem to be a need for them to do anything. If they wanted to retreat, would they be idiots if they retreated now? The expressions of the demon kings changed drastically. What fire is this? Xianxia said sunkenly, the white bone bodhisattva's Samadhi flames of white bone. Bodhisattva. All of the demon kings paled in fright. Vicious, forceful, and even slightly chaotic, they were like a group of frightened children right now. They did not necessarily know the true meaning of these two words. They only knew that it was an existence that had undergone 8 heavenly tribulations and stood at the apex of the entire cultivation world. If the Bodhisattva came in person, even the 12 demon kings would not be able to protect them. They would have to flee back to the demon domain first. No, it's not. When Xianxia first saw the fire, he was also greatly alarmed, but he calmed down very soon. He discovered that the fire only burned demon folk and not humans. Even the souls of completely dead corpses were allowed to either return to the Hell realm or Azure realm. This was definitely not the white bone Bodhisattva style. In the eyes of the white bone Bodhisattva, all life was equal. How could there be a difference between humans and demons? It's a white bone successor. The pale white flame scorched the entire battlefield. The two armies advanced like they were unstoppable. They had already approached the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous. Battle cries filled the air. The demon king's faces paled under the illumination of the flames. If they lost this battle, they would all have to atone for their sins with their lives. If that's the case, all we can do is invite a true demon god to descend. I hope that piece of trash Tu Wanqing is ready to accept the will of the demon god by Ding. The sound of the bell sent their souls into chaos. Book. The demon folk who had already gone mad became even more frenzied. They began to kill one another, swinging their blades at all living creatures before them. Abbot Yangon abandoned the group of monks and rushed into the battlefield. He followed the direction of the ringing sound and searched desperately. It was as if he had gone mad. Where is she? The monks of the world of the 9 provinces had never heard of the white-boned bodhisattva before. They just instinctively felt like it was blasphemy, so they viewed her as an enemy of the Buddha. However, as Arhat Yangon of the 2 fruits, he was not thinking about these 2 words. Instead, he was searching for an answer. Bodhisattva, oh Bodhisattva! Why? Why did you betray the Buddha? His heart was filled with sorrow, and his face aged. He neither dared nor could he view that person as an enemy. Didn't you make a great vow to turn the world into a pure land of bliss? The greatest person in the Pure Land sect had inherited the Mahayana Dharma. This person had attained Arhat Buddhahood as a bhikkhuni and received the wordless sutra from the Buddha himself. She had once been the glory of the entire Buddhist school and even the Pure Land sect. If she underwent another 8 heavenly tribulations and succeeded, she would be the first mortal to attain Bodhisattva Buddhahood since the 4 great Bodhisattvas. Above the 9 heavens, on the 6 paths of reincarnation, everyone in the Buddhist school watched, but all they received was a set of white bones. She even swore 4 great oaths. The boundless living being swore to kill, the boundless troubles swore to destroy, the boundless Buddhism swore to destroy, and the supreme Buddhist path swore to end. The Buddha mourned, the Buddhist school shook, and the foundation of the Pure Land sect shook. Even now, it had never recovered. Many eminent monks of the Pure Land sect were confused, and their cultivation stagnated ever since. Even if their flesh, blood, and souls were burned to nothingness, he still had to ask just why this was happening. However, when he finally found the source of the bell, all he discovered was a tiny skeleton demon. It carried a bell, cackling as it leapt about on the heads one by one. The head turned around and also discovered the abbot, crouching on the head of a crazed demon king. 2 pale white flames burned in its eye sockets as it tilted its head and stared at him, as if it was asking, "What are you looking for?" "You're not." The abbot returned to his senses and also sensed something amiss. The samadhi flames of white bone had been carefully controlled, yet it only burned demon folk and not humans. This was truly strange. Even the white bone successors were far too strange. If the legendary path of white bone was capable of distinguishing between good and evil, what was there to criticize? Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, in the soul-stirring sound of the bell, he put his palms together and prostrated himself on the ground. "If you are the successor of the white bone, please tell me the reason. I will die without regrets." A monk? The demon king beast's last shred of rationality was drowned by anger. It pounced toward Abbot Yangon, its mouth full of sharp teeth. Wisdom King descended from the sky and chopped off the demon king beast's head with his sword. It rolled to the front of Abbot Yangon. The skeletal demon stepped on the ground like a roller. He couldn't care less about cackling. With great difficulty, he finally stopped. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of samadhi white bone fire at Abbot Yangon. Abbot Yangon waved the Wisdom King away, neither dodging nor blocking. His gaze was firm. The pale flame was right in front of him. Just as it was about to burn his eyebrows, it formed words in the air. Form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The Heart Sutra. The Abbot Yangon was stunned. However, the skeleton demon had already leapt away. The sound of the bell faded away, and chaos spread out. The abbot furrowed his brows and thought hard. The Wisdom King watched over him. He constantly slew demon folk. In the half-dried river, the white bones were half buried in the mud. Little An thought, I'll scare this monk away first, just in case he comes looking for trouble. If I burn those mortals, Xianxia definitely won't be happy. Although determining the difference between mortals and demon folk was not easy, she did not want to upset him unless she had no other choice. She used the skeleton demons as her eyes. She controlled the samadhi white bone fire carefully, sometimes converging and sometimes spreading. Sometimes it rose, sometimes it fell. When it gathered, it bloomed like a white lotus, swallowing the relatively more powerful existences like demon generals and demon commanders. When it dispersed, it rained down, sprinkling countless demon folk. When it rose, it rushed into the sky, grabbing the flying demonic beasts like pale white hands. When it descended, it burrowed into the earth, seeping through like water. Even the white bones buried deep in the battlefield were incinerated. She also paid attention to Li Qingshan's movements at all times. With a bang, his brain exploded. Tao Wu used its full strength to crush Li Qingshan's head. Tu Wanqing said viciously, "Let's see if you can survive this." Tao Wu reared its head back and laughed madly, its voice shaking up the surroundings. Qingshan. Little An sat up. The expressions of all the true disciples changed. He had returned in such a powerful manner, yet he still could not fend off the weakened Tao Wu. The headless Li Qingshan threw a punch at Tao Wu's face, shattering its smile. Li Qingshan was not dead. Slivers of flesh and blood, pieces of shattered bones, and the shattered head reassembled. Not a single drop of blood was lost. Not a single head was missing. Tu Wanqing's laughter froze. Frenzied Flower Blade laughed. This idiot, does he not know what Azura's immortal form is? Under the protection of the blood-colored whirlpool, Li Qingshan was practically the real Azura sovereign. The so-called Azura's immortal form was not only a resurrection after death, but also a true immortal body. Even if his entire body were to explode, he could instantly reassemble it, let alone his head. The only problem was the exhaustion of power. After exhaustion, he would still die. However, he still had the boundless earth beneath his feet, as well as the Ox Demon's divine earth power. When the two were combined, he became a true immortal body. It was as if the Azura realm was expressing goodwill to him. Come, try it before you buy, the Azura realm is your home. Li Qingshan laughed. If you can't kill me, then die. He headbutted Tao Wu's body. With a crack, the top of his skull was shattered, but he did not care. He was used to using this move, Ox Demon butts horns. Only Tiger Demon Dig's heart could compare. Even without the horns, he was not afraid. The top of his skull could still be used to ram people, and he could even inject more vibration power. Tao Wu's body staggered. The enraged Tu Wanqing attacked Li Qingshan in a frenzy. I'll kill you. Kill you. Under the stormy barrage of attacks, Li Qingshan's head was blown up again. His body collapsed piece by piece, almost reduced to mincemeat. A beam of demonic light shot out from the single eye of the Tao Wu, splitting him in half. Ha 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 ha. The two halves of Li Qingshan's mouth laughed at the same time. He simply gave up on defense and attacked crazily. Frenzied Flower Blade danced wildly, slashing at Tao Wu's body. The wind from the blade flew fiercely, red like fire. Most of the time, he was a monster that did not have a complete human form. The maniacal laughter from his mouth did not seem like it came from a human. It seemed like it came from the blood-colored whirlpool in the sky, shaking Tao Wu's proud and unyielding spirit. Little An lay down in peace again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wan Jianfeng thought to himself, I'm afraid my sword can't slay such a person. He asked Dai Mengfan, senior sister, should we lend a hand? Dai Mengfan sighed. This is no longer something we can intervene in. Let's hide further away. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before Li Qingshan overwhelmed Tao Wu. If they were to rush over to help, not only would they not be of much help, they might even be dragged down with him. That would not be worth it. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the ground was also in full swing. The soldiers' morale was rising as they continued to advance. The steel torrent was unstoppable. They were no longer needed to help. They heaved a huge sigh of relief and revealed a relieved smile. Indeed, Spirit Sovereign Guihai had great foresight. It was all thanks to this child. Otherwise, even if half of them perished here, they might not be able to win. No, they would definitely be defeated. Heaven's will, oh heaven's will. Lu Tian's face was radiant. His white hair turned black, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. Senior and junior brothers, are you convinced of your loss? There's no need to wait for 30 years. After this battle, he will be a true disciple. He might even be the eldest senior brother. Kurson was full of praise. Sister Yao Zhu, you really have a good eye. Such a person could not be restricted by a mere human sovereign. Even the previous eldest senior brother, Lin Xian, could not compare to him. If they could become Dao partners, she would be willing to marry him. The battle had reached its final stage. The terrifying shadow seemed to be dissipating. However, at the same time, the demon emperors who heard Xianxia's words were all shocked. The 12 Citadel demon fiend array could create the incarnation of the demon god through the totem pole. It contained the demon god's spiritual will, but it did not have its own consciousness. It was completely controlled by the main demon emperor. With Tu Wanqing's strength, it was extremely difficult for him to control such a huge force. Every demon emperor or human sovereign led an army of around 500,000. This was the limit. Therefore, Tao Wu only had 3 moves, 1 slap, 1 stomp, and 1 glare. It was even simpler and brainless than a normal person's fight. It did not even use 1/3 of its combat power. Xianxia's so-called inviting the real demon god to descend was not the demon god himself. It was summoning the demon god's consciousness and pouring it into the incarnation of the demon god. In an instant, it could explode 120% of its combat power, or even more. This was because the methods of the real demon god were beyond the imagination of ordinary demons like them. However, even the demon emperors did not want to see such a situation. The former demon god might not respond to the summon. They were not Tom, Dick, or Harry who came at their beck and call. There were countless important things that they needed to think about. Such a local war might not be worth their attention. A victory in one corner of the chess game might cost them the loss of the whole game. Secondly, even if the demon god responded to the summon, there must be a sacrifice, which was a demon emperor, which was Tu Wanqing in Tao Wu's body. The 12 demon gods were all temperamental. They might not be able to bear the consequences of disturbing them. The demon emperors exchanged glances and thought, this old man wanted to summon the demon god's consciousness from the beginning and offer Tu Wanqing as a sacrifice. Isn't he afraid that the demon god will vent his anger on him? He is indeed from the chaos lineage. No matter how far-sighted he is still a lunatic in his bones. Brother Xianxia is right. Tu Wanqing is useless. He should have been sacrificed a long time ago. Xianxia said, then let's begin. Victory or defeat depends on this move. Victory or defeat depends on this move. The core of the 12th Citadel demon formation of evil flickered. Tu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat as if a disaster was coming. He suddenly said, Xianxia, you old dog. Tao Wu suddenly froze. Li Qingshan had already grasped Tu Wanqing's position. Thousands of saber rays converged into a single saber and pierced straight into Tao Wu's body. Break! The giant blade broke through the layers of military qi and stabbed straight at Tu Wanqing. Tu Wanqing's eyes rolled back, his face contorted, and his body trembled. Just as the blade was about to touch his body suddenly split down the middle. 2 halves of his body, 2 eyes, and 2 mouths slowly spat out, a bunch of trash. His voice was like a piece of hardwood that pierced right into their ears and into their brains. The 11 demon emperors all had a splitting headache, their faces changed drastically and they cowed out on the totem pillars. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up. The offering had been accepted. Li Qingshan's saber pierced through the Swanee, but there was no joy on his face. When he tried to pull out the saber, there was an unusual force that tightly grabbed the ending frenzied flower saber. The frenzied flower saber soul warned, Qingshan, something's wrong. Bian was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the military qi was not dispersing, but condensing. With a bang, the ground shook. The million remaining demon folk suddenly collapsed on the ground at the same time. Their bodies shriveled up as if they had been sucked dry. Strands of demon qi gathered towards Tao Wu. This was no longer just military qi, but all of their essence, qi, and divine souls had become sacrifices. Only a small number of demon kings and demon emperors were left trembling. The battle cries that soared into the sky came to an abrupt end. The soldiers who had been fighting with all their might suddenly lost all their opponents. The battlefield immediately quieted down. This kind of strong contrast caused everyone's chest to feel stuffy, and they felt so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Kirsten's beautiful face turned pale. She covered her mouth and retched. Terror filled her beautiful face. The true disciples, who were originally relaxed and chatting, turned pale. They vaguely understood what had happened. They were closer to gods than mortals. He also understood how terrifying it was. Lu Tian felt incredulous. How is this possible? How could such a war attract the demon god's consciousness? Although the human sovereigns attached great importance to a mere black cloud city, even so, he had already given up. He had never thought about asking a human immortal for help. Needless to say, there was no need for a true immortal to come and save them. It was simply not worth it. Looking at the overall situation, this was just a local war, and the outcome was irrelevant to the overall situation. In the long run, it was normal for the front lines to shift back and forth. As time passed, no matter how many people died in battle, they would soon be born again. Even the death of a few human sovereign realm cultivators was nothing. Would they still need to worry about the lack of talented cultivators in the world? If he was above the 9 heavens, it would only be the time of a game of chess. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds had already experienced countless life and death situations. How could a chess player jump into the chessboard to save a pawn? It wasn't that he was cold and heartless, but that he really couldn't care less. Moreover, what if he had made this move himself? The principle of it is better to lose one player than to lose the first was simple. What mattered was the overall situation. As for whether the chess pieces were willing to be sacrificed or not. In fact, it didn't matter at all. Any chess player would rather win without sacrificing any of their pieces, but there was also another chess player sitting opposite them, and the entire game was out of their control. What more, a pawn crossing the river? But once the chess player personally entered the game, even if it was just a finger, the situation would change drastically, and he could even take away the opponent's general. The originally blurry figure of Tao Wu suddenly became clear. Its skin was wrinkled like a withered ironwood, and its body was straight and strong. It reminded Li Qingshan of the giant wood tribe of the 9 prefectures. A single huge eye was full of vigor. It rotated in its eye socket, taking in everything. Finally, it returned to Li Qingshan. Who are you? Li Qingshan felt like he was struck by lightning, and felt that he had to answer. He didn't dare not answer. I am. At this time, the figure of Tao Wu had shrunk to the same height as him, but the oppressive feeling didn't decrease, but increased. The single eye seemed to look down from the sky, coldly overlooking the common people. The soul of the frenzied flower blade shouted, Qingshan, retreat. This fearless and proud divine weapon also felt a deep fear. This wasn't an illusory totem, it was a real god. It was different from the monster just now, which relied purely on accumulating power. Even if only a trace of its will descended, its essence would be above all existences present. Tao Wu descended, arrogant and powerful. I am, your grandpa. Li Qingshan stepped on Tao Wu's chest, trying to pull out the frenzied flower blade. Heh. Tao Wu used its withered wood-like hand to slowly grab the blade. Crack. Cracks spread out. This indestructible divine weapon was as fragile as ice in his hand. With a ping sound, it broke, and the blade was destroyed. The other hand took the opportunity to insert into Li Qingshan's body. Its 5 fingers grew like a tree, then branched, then grew again, and branched again. Black branches densely penetrated through Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's eyes widened, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed onto Tao Wu's chest. He couldn't recover. Tao Wu pulled his crippled body closer and said mockingly, undying form of Azura? In a single moment, Li Qingshan suffered tremendous damage, even exceeding all the damage he had suffered since the start of the battle. The undying form of Azura had its limits, but Tao Wu easily broke through this limit, inflicting irrecoverable wounds. As the battle on the ground came to an end, the blood-red swirl in the sky rapidly shrank. No matter how many demon folk little and enlightened, he was unable to shake its existence. Xianxia's smile twisted. This is a demon god. This was no longer a difference in strength, but a difference in cultivation. Tao Wu asked once again, "Who are you?" He seemed very concerned about this question. He had not descended to win the battle, but for the demon heart of Black Sun. However, he had not actually come for the demon heart of Black Sun. Instead, he wanted to grasp the opportunity and change, so he needed to enter the chessboard and observe it personally. He had obtained this opportunity just now after suppressing the other demon gods, and the situation did not disappoint him. The appearance of the white-boned Bodhisattva's successor was already earth-shattering news. However, compared to the man in his hand, it was nothing. Through the fragmented undying form of Azura, the intertwining of fate had become so complicated that even he could not see it clearly. There was a vein among them that even made him feel awe. So he asked again, "Who are you?" Li Qingshan's lips trembled. Tao Wu moved closer. "What did you say?" "It hurts." "Then answer me quickly." Tao Wu was already running out of patience. "Quick!" Li Qingshan suddenly stabbed the broken blade into Tao Wu's single eye. Tao Wu's eyes narrowed. Thousands of black logs grew out of Li Qingshan's arm, completely locking down his movements. A mere human sovereign realm cultivator dared to attack him. This kind of thing was already very unusual. The single eye seemed to see through the trajectory of fate again. "Are you a legendary person?" "No, don't answer me. I'll see for myself. Legendary people can't be killed so easily. If other demon gods were here, they might have to observe and not kill so easily." However, Tao Wu was not that kind of coward. He suddenly understood why the demon gods allowed him to observe them, as well as why Xianxia smiled strangely. The true disciples kept quiet out of fear, and no one dared to step forward to help. Even Wan Jianfeng, who was not afraid of death, let go of the hilt of his sword. A kind of terror that surpassed death stopped him in his tracks. Novels, it was like facing a bottomless abyss. Even the bravest warrior would stop in his tracks. This had nothing to do with cowardice. It was completely out of instinct, because the abyss was unconquerable. One couldn't even stare at it for too long. Otherwise, one would have the illusion that the abyss was staring at them. The soldiers of the Xuanwu Legion were at a loss after losing the enemy. They had finally killed their way through the enemy's formation and arrived in front of the 12th Citadel Demon Annihilation formation. But what should they do next? Without a new order, they couldn't do anything to those towering pillars. As the blood-red swirl in the sky receded, the power bestowed upon them by the Azura realm receded like the tide, making them feel deeply exhausted. They felt like they could no longer endure this set of armor. As a matter of fact, if it were not for their unity and their tenacious willpower, most of them would have collapsed on the ground like the demon folk. A wave of despair spread like a plague. They had already obeyed military orders and followed their general to fight to the death, but were they still unable to achieve victory? The man they had placed all their hopes on seemed to have lost the strength to resist. In the vast sea of people, someone let out a desolate cry, "General!" The hilt slipped from Li Qingshan's hand. At this moment, he felt so lonely. He hadn't given up yet, but his arm was completely twisted, accompanied by unprecedented pain. It even far surpassed the hellish pain he had experienced in the past. Every time he thought that the pain had reached its peak, those huge forked logs would further fork, increasing in number by countless times, penetrating and tearing every bone and every blood vessel. The Azura's undying body seemed to have become the source of the pain. A normal person would have gone mad, and even a cultivator with a strong will would probably want to die. There was great terror between life and death. Li Qingshan was no exception. He was scared to death and in pain. And the ironic thing was, at times like this, the flow of time had always been abnormally slow, allowing him to clearly distinguish every trace of fear and pain. He could not help but complain, "Why do I have to suffer like this?" He would also feel regret, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Let these bastards die." But when this thought flashed through his mind, he couldn't help but laugh. He laughed at himself for being a mortal after all. However, when that smile appeared on his face, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Bayan's eyes narrowed, and she was a little stunned. he's smiling? In those crimson eyes, there was no hatred or anger. In the abyss of fear, he silently endured the pain, still absorbing the power from the boundless earth bit by bit, injecting it into this broken body. Then, he used his flesh and blood to break the giant trees and branches. Kacha! Kacha! These densely packed sounds caused everyone's scalp to go numb, and the true disciples widened their eyes. It was as if he was looking at a monster. Just now, when he gave up on defense and attacked in a frenzy, they were already shocked. Now, their feelings were simply indescribable. Xianxia also felt a shiver run down his spine. He suddenly realized that Tu Wanqing's defeat was not a coincidence. His opponent was not someone that anyone could defeat. Where did this kid come from? He's even more like the Demon Emperor than the Demon Emperor. There's no way the Myriad Appearance sect could cultivate such a disciple. Wait, he can't be the legendary person chosen by the demon realm, right? Li Qingshan continued to struggle in a very ugly manner. Even if he died in battle here, even if he could not make it to the 9 heavens, he would not let this life of his down. As long as he was alive, even if it was only for a split second. He had to continue forward. A thought flashed through Bayan's head, this is far too strange. Perhaps he really is the legendary person. Then he became even more vicious. A dead legend isn't a legend. Release him. An extremely furious voice rang out. The pale white sea of fire burned away the corpses of 1,000,000 demon folk. The flames gathered towards a set of crystalline white bones in the sky. The flames that were originally silent now surged violently, like the flames of endless fury. You're still bold enough to come out. Bayan was rather surprised. Since when had the path of white bones become so loyal? Little and said nothing. The flames condensed into a pale white bone claw, reaching towards Bayan viciously. It illuminated the world, turning it pale. The samadhi flames of white bone condensed from the corpses of several million demon folk condensed into the bone claw. It was even larger than Bayan himself. The claw was basically earth-shaking. If you had undergone the 5th heavenly tribulation, you might have posed some threat. Bayan was unfazed. With a wave of his hand, the bone claw collapsed layer by layer before dispersing back into regular samadhi flames of white bone. Just like Tu Wanqing, little and had yet to attain Sichuan fruit, so she struggled to control the samadhi flames of white bone condensed from the corpses of several million demon folk. If she were dealing with regular demon kings, she would obviously be able to kill them with a single swipe, but she was rather powerless against Bayan's avatar. The flames dispersed. Bayan was about to kill her as well, but she suddenly discovered several dozen vicious skeleton demons on the ground charging towards the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous, the totem pole that belonged to her. As it turned out, she also understood that it was impossible for her to threaten Bayan. The bone claw was only a diversion. The key was still to destroy the 12th citadel demon formation of the ominous. What cunning, but it's a pity that it's useless. Bayan pressed down again, and huge, black logs shot through the air, crushing every single skeleton demon. She dodged several times, but she was still struck by a huge log. Her sternum shattered, and she fell out of the air. The abbot Yangon finally discovered the white skeleton's successor he had been searching for so long, but he was surprised by her fury. He gazed at the white skeleton in the sky before looking at Li Qingshan and suddenly understood something. He stood up and chanted the Great Clarity Mantra. The Wisdom King possessed him, and he rushed into the air, swinging his sword at Bayan. Demon subduing. Bayan squinted his eyes slightly. Damned bald donkey, you're bold enough to throw your life away. You want to go to the Western Paradise? I'll disperse your soul, and you'll never be able to reincarnate again. He grabbed him in his hand and crushed him to pieces. Right when he was about to completely erase his existence, a beam of Buddhist light descended from above, enveloping Bayan's hand and dispersing it silently, revealing the abbot's soul inside. It glowed with faint light. Auspicious clouds surged in the sky, and the chanting of Buddhist scriptures could be heard. It seemed close yet unreachable, enough to make people yearn for it. Bayan said sternly, guided Buddhist light. This Buddhist light originated from the Western Paradise, and was personally guided by Gautama Buddha. However, it was not something an ordinary monk could enjoy. He suddenly realized that he was not the only observer. The abbot put his palms together and said with a peaceful expression, "Xianxia, I can only help you this much. You have a compassionate heart and are fated to be with Buddha, so you'll definitely have an extraordinary fate." He then revealed a hint of compassion. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I understand this principle. The world is not a pure land, and all living beings are foolish and stubborn, but they are worth sacrificing for. Namo Amida. To be continued. However, little N knew that the latter words were meant for him. He was probably afraid that he would walk the same path as the white-bone bodhisattva. However, she didn't care about the lives of others, not to mention sacrificing herself for them. She only cared about one person, and she didn't care about sacrificing herself. However, the Buddha's light that fell from the pure land of ultimate bliss made her feel inexplicably close. Was this the so-called 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect? The boundless Buddhism, the infinite magical powers, all returned to Gautama Buddha like rivers returning to the sea. Yangon's soul rose in the Buddha's light, returned to the pure land of ultimate bliss, and gradually disappeared. In an instant, the Buddha's light bloomed and shone on the earth. One could vaguely see a big Buddha sitting at the end of the auspicious clouds, smiling indifferently. The demon emperors screamed. White smoke rose from their bodies as if they were being corroded by poison. The core of the formation shook, and Lao Ai's body shook as well. His body melted like snow under the scorching sun. However, his one eye was still staring at the big Buddha in the sky. He looked up and roared, "Rulai, if you are really merciful, why don't you save the lives of the demons?" Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. He had been patiently waiting for such an opportunity. Without hesitation, he twisted his neck and bit Lao Ai's wrist. With a crack, he bit it into pieces. The branches of the giant tree in his body turned into dust in an instant. Endless power came from the earth, and his broken body recovered quickly. The blood-colored vortex in the sky was still there. As long as the fighting spirit and the Asura didn't die, all his patience was not meaningless. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and rushed to the 12th citadel demon formation of evil. Once again, he advanced. The Buddha's light suddenly disappeared, and the sky returned to the darkness. Under the scorching sun, a figure could be seen running wildly on the ground. He was as strong as a mountain. His hair was red like fire, and he was panting like a bull. He was like the legendary Kwafu chasing the sun. Lao Ai lowered his head and looked at Li Qingshan. He seemed to recall something, and his eyes were filled with pity. What's the point? Boom, boom, boom. Countless giant black trees pierced through the ground. They pierced through Li Qingshan's feet like a clump of sharp grass. His body instantly lost its balance and rolled to the ground, crushing countless thatch. His whole body was drenched in blood. However, he was still moving forward, rolling and crawling. Just as Lao Ai was about to step forward, he suddenly lowered his head. Unbeknownst to him, vines that looked like dragons and snakes had grown under his feet. It wrapped tightly around his feet. A beautiful figure stood at the top of the black cloud city. Guan Yaozhu held a bamboo stick in her hand and activated the natural heavenly book. She chanted an incantation and exerted all of her magic power. He silently gave all his blessings to that pathetic figure. Pursing her lips, she recalled the kiss just now. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Her mind was in turmoil, and she couldn't control herself. It even overshadowed the instinctive terror of the gods. Yaozhu, you stay. It was just a kiss. He was already not calling her senior sister anymore, and he was even making decisions for her on his own. If you were on the battlefield, I would have to split my attention to protect you. Even if I could win, I wouldn't be able to. These words were simply infuriating, as if she was a useless piece of trash. However, she believed him, because he would definitely protect her, even at the cost of his own life. Biting her lip, she smiled slightly. Qingshan, who is protecting who now? Boom. A huge black tree pierced through the air. It pierced through her delicate body. Yaozhu. The 9-colored deer lamented. Not all the human sovereigns are useless. Lao Ai strode forward. Breaking the withered vines, he took one step and arrived behind Li Qingshan. The look of pity on his face became even more intense, and his attacks became even more brutal, ready to kill. An abyss-like darkness enveloped them, but Li Qingshan didn't look back. The next moment, flames illuminated the darkness. A man and a horse rose into the air, advancing forward with raging flames. Li Liehua was still alive. He was inside the raging inferno military god, and Huahua had shared most of the damage. Just now, Lao Ai's attack wasn't fatal. Although he wasn't favored by the Azura path like Li Qingshan, he was still an adopted son, even if not a biological son. His injuries were also recovering rapidly. However, the situation on the battlefield changed too quickly. By the time he had recovered, Lao Ai's consciousness had arrived and suppressed everyone. Huahua advised, Liehua, stop. You've done your best. No, I haven't. Li Liehua looked at Li Qingshan, who was struggling in the hands of Lao Ai, and felt his blood boil. The flames in his heart burned like never before, like a volcano that was about to erupt. He always thought he had done his best, but it turned out he hadn't. Flames were always afraid of not burning thoroughly enough. How could they be afraid of burning out? He will die. I know, so. Shut up, get on. Li Liehua mounted his horse, condensed his military qi, and reconstructed his military god. Man like fire, horse like a dragon, charge, god of war. Lao Ai didn't even look at the incoming flame spear. With a turn of his eyes, he found Li Liehua's location through the heavy military qi. A thin black light shot out from his eyes and into the space between Li Liehua's eyebrows. The flames in his eyes immediately froze and dimmed, and he fell from his horse. The raging inferno military god collapsed. Flames shot into the sky, and heat waves rolled like 10 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The ground was burned into magma. In the next instant, Lao Ai walked out of the sea of fire, unharmed. Little and stood in front of him. The white bones turned into a beautiful face again, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows. The 3 burial robe floated in the air. Just now, the Buddha's radiance did not cause her any harm. Instead, she seemed to have comprehended something. The samadhi flame of white bone condensed again, but it was no longer a ferocious bone claw. Instead, it was a palm with slender fingers, pale and lustrous. It formed a lotus seal and attacked Lao Ai. As expected of the successor of the white bone bodhisattva. You have such high comprehension. Lao Ai glanced at her, then at the figure that was still struggling forward. But is he worth sacrificing your life for? As long as I want to, I can destroy you immediately. Bang! He didn't dodge, and took the blow on his chest, leaving a deep handprint. The pale palm crumbled, but it also shook his body. He took half a step back, and this was the first time he took a step back since he descended. But he didn't take the blow for nothing. As he retreated, he stretched out his arms and grabbed at Li Qingshan. He was determined to kill him. Li Qingshan almost crawled to the 12th citadel demon formation of evil. A stone pillar that reached into the sky blocked his way. His back was cold, and pain and fear spread rapidly, eroding his life. He roared angrily, and desperately opened his arms to hug the stone pillar. Xianxia recovered from the pain of being illuminated by the Buddha's radiance. Impossible. The totem pillar is the foundation of the 12th citadel demon formation of evil. It uses power to condense and reconstruct the earth and stone. Even if all the true disciples attacked together, they wouldn't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. Li Qingshan fiercely stomped down, and a roar burst out from the depths of the earth. Rumble! The stone pillar shook violently, and the earth and stone tumbled. With a loud bang, it was uprooted from the ground. Xianxia was dumbfounded, and his heart trembled. Is this really just a human emperor? Such strength, it's like a primordial god-fiend. Wait. Herculean god-fiend. Could it be? The core of the formation twisted, and it collapsed into circles of demonic light that swept across the heaven and earth battlefield. 12th citadel demon formation of evil, broken. Bam! The totem pillar shattered, and rubble flew everywhere. Bayan's head was tilted to the side, and its single eye was wide open. Li Qingshan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He struggled violently, but did not make a sound. It was as if magma was rolling in the depths of the earth, and all of it was suppressed in his chest. Silence, silence. If he did not explode in silence, he would die in silence. He took a step forward, raised the totem pillar, and smashed it down. Bian staggered backward, and Li Qingshan advanced again, smashing again. Bam! 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 The totem pillar shattered into pieces. Li Qingshan advanced, and Bian retreated. Be it the human sovereign or the demon sovereign, they all seemed to have been woken up from a dream, and fell into another dream. Even the gods can retreat? And they were forced to retreat by a person. The blood-colored vortex that was gradually shrinking in the sky suddenly expanded rapidly, and a faint whistling sound could be heard. The 12 citadel demon formation of annihilation quickly collapsed, and the totem pillars fell down one by one like dominoes. At this time, Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks. Even with the endless divine power of earth and the Azura immortal body, he could no longer suppress his injuries, and his will had reached the pinnacle. His heaving chest suddenly stopped, and he let out a roar that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. His blood was magma, and his broken bones were rocks. The roar tore apart the great silence between heaven and earth. The high and mighty human sovereigns, as well as all the cowards, were terrified and shocked, as if they were facing another demon god. And the ordinary soldiers, as well as all the brave people in the world, let out the same roar. Bian finally changed color, and at this moment, the human overpowered the god. You really are. Li Qingshan supported the half of the totem pillar, and the two giants stood facing each other. Bian's expression was solemn, as if he was facing another god, and not a human sovereign. He asked again, "Who are you?" Li Qingshan finally answered. Lao Ai laughed. It was not a mocking sneer, but a carefree laugh. It was a laugh like a mortal. Very good. I will remember this name. We will meet again. Li Qingshan's expression was as indifferent as a god's. He spat out 2 words, definitely. At this time, the last totem pillar slowly collapsed, and Bian's body shrank rapidly. It was shaped like a black tree, but all its leaves and branches had withered, leaving only a lone tree trunk with a few broken branches. It was like an arm with all the fingers cut off. A voice came from the middle, "Finally, clean up the waste of resources." In an instant, dozens of giant black trees shot out explosively. Kursen felt that a great disaster was coming. Before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and was pierced by the huge wood. She desperately wanted to escape from the young spirit, but the young spirit was nailed to this body by the huge wood. No. The huge tree instantly forked again, and a black branch as thick as a finger pierced out from her beautiful eyes. It was a face as delicate and beautiful as a flower. She was pierced by the densely packed black tree branches, causing her face to be unable to distort as she silently fell from the sky. In an instant, 6 true disciples died, their bodies destroyed, and their souls destroyed. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and frowned, thinking of Ruan Yaozhu. Whoosh! 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 A few huge black logs flew past him, but none of them landed on his body. The only true disciple who was not targeted was Li Liehua. He woke up from the darkness. He asked doubtfully, "Am I still alive?" Killed by the devil god, his soul should have been destroyed, and he could not even enter the reincarnation cycle. Moreover, this place was neither like the infernal realm nor the Azura realm. Dead man. Huahua cried tears of joy. He hugged him tightly in his arms. Bian seemed to be in a hurry to kill Li Qingshan, so he could not exert his full strength in a hurry, or the raging inferno army god had blocked a lot of damage. That black light that was as thin as a gossamer only heavily injured his consciousness, causing him to fall into a state of unconsciousness. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, ignoring the call of the Azura realm. He ignored the cheers of the crowd and walked toward Black Cloud City. Take this opportunity to kill him. At this stage, if we lose, you know what will happen. Xianxia pointed at Li Qingshan's back and ordered threateningly. He was the first to charge. The demon emperors looked at each other, knowing that Xianxia was right. If they lost this battle, even the demon emperors would have to bear heavy responsibility. Not to mention running away without a fight, it would be a dead end. They also rushed forward. Anyway, Xianxia would be the scapegoat. If they could not do it, they would leave him at the back and push all the responsibility to him. Dead people would not argue. Little and waved her hand, and the pale hand formed by the samadhi flame of white bone passed Xianxia, who was leading the charge, and grabbed another demon emperor. Why? The demon emperor was shocked, but when he saw Xianxia behind Li Qingshan, he burst like a soap bubble. Xianxia, fuck you. He immediately activated his demon heart, wanting to demonize and fight to the death. However, the pale hand seemed to contain a power similar to the Buddha's light of guidance. It completely restrained his demonic power and crushed him into pieces with a light grip. Xianxia's figure appeared 100 miles away, fleeing toward the demon realm. He looked back and said, "A bunch of idiots." This was a man that even the demon god was unable to kill, and yet a mere demon emperor dared to make a move against him. Putting aside the fact that he was unable to kill him, even if he was able to kill him, Xianxia couldn't help but shudder. This was the successor of that person, someone who could turn the entire demon domain upside down. He secretly rejoiced that he had this illusionary bubble shadow, which allowed him to escape. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded, "Xianxia, where are you going?" Faceless demon god. As Xianxia fled, little and killed another demon emperor. The remaining 8 demon emperors immediately scattered, but they were blocked by the remaining true disciples led by Dai Mingfan, who began to take revenge. Sword Light whistled. Wan Jianfeng fought the 3 demon monarchs alone, returning to his usual fighting style. Immediately, he felt like a fish in water. He survived Swanee's last attack with his peerless swordsmanship. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of loss, as if he had missed something. Compared to the war just now, the battles that could normally make him excited were like children's games, becoming dull and tasteless. He was at a loss. Was I wrong? But what am I fighting for? Then, he looked at Li Qingshan's back. What is he fighting for? Li Qingshan was bending down to pick up the saber hilt that he had dropped. The remaining consciousness of the frenzied flower saber soul was like a gossamer in the wind. Qingshan. What a wonderful battle, but I can only stop here. You are a good saber. Li Qingshan smiled, not feeling sad at all. This was the destiny of a warrior, as well as the destiny of a weapon. If he couldn't die on the battlefield, it would be a pity. If saber souls have a next life, I'm willing to be reborn as an Asura and fight alongside you. Let's see what kind of enemies there are in the 9 heavens. The frenzied flower saber soul suddenly cheered up. Okay, it's a deal. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Holding the saber hilt tightly, he threw it toward the blood vortex in the sky that was gradually closing. The last frenzied flower saber turned into a red light and disappeared along with the blood vortex. In an instant, the power of an Asura was withdrawn from his body, and his body gradually shrank. However, he still felt as heavy as Mount Tai, and it was difficult for him to move. He took a deep breath and continued forward. At this time, the true disciples had already won an overwhelming victory. After losing the unified command, the demon emperors immediately became a plate of loose sand, and they were all anxious to escape. They couldn't even fight one battle. Li Qingshan did not even glance at the intense battle behind him. He staggered into Black Cloud City, only to see Ruan Yaozhu meditating and adjusting her breathing. The 9-colored deer assisted her from the side. Her wounds from the huge piece of wood had already almost recovered. Only a thin, red mark remained on her snow-white skin. Seeing Li Qingshan, she was pleasantly surprised and said, "Junior brother Li." Li Qingshan answered with a grunt and collapsed on the ground. Even the incarnation of the demonic god Swanee failed. The faceless evil god dragged a broken arm and played with Xianxia's head with one hand. His featureless face fluctuated. The black sun demonic heart is most likely with that Li Qingshan. I'm afraid he is the legendary person. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for me to become a demonic god, and I can't let it go. Xianxia's head cried, "Lord, please spare my life." Observing the expression of the faceless evil god, Li Qingshan knew he couldn't escape. Instead, he laughed, "You, an evil god, dare to interfere in such a great calamity?" The faceless evil god crushed Xianxia's head and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the Black Cloud City, and reached out his hand to grab Li Qingshan. Qingshan. Like a lightning bolt, little and couldn't react in time. Even if he could, he couldn't resist an evil god. At this moment, 7 stars shone in the vast sea of clouds and turned into a saber, falling from the sky and chopping off the other hand of the faceless evil god. A silver-armored Valkyrie descended from the sky. It was Xianxia. With a cold expression, she pointed her saber at the evil god and was about to take revenge. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Li Qingshan's face, and her eyes suddenly widened. Turbulent waves crashed against the cliffs. The Wanxiang city was situated on the vast ocean. As the most powerful and open sect in the human realm, the city was always bustling with people. The tragic war far away in the world seemed to have nothing to do with this Cape City. Day after day, year after year, even though half of the direct disciples died, the sorrow was quickly washed away by the waves. Yesterday, the city was filled with tears, today, it was filled with joy and smiles. This was neither the heavenly path nor the path of hell. This was the human realm. There was no eternal joy, nor unchanging pain. The city was bustling with noise, welcoming guests from all over, making it especially lively. Chaotic Life Lane was filled with gamblers, but Lu Tian was not in the lane but in the direct inheritance hall. All the doors and windows were open, the sun shone, solemn and quiet. His face was obviously much older, whether it was the white hair on his temples or the spreading wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, they were all signs of decline. Yet, he still had a casual smile on his face. He rubbed his chin and squinted his eyes. Such a pity, I missed a good bet. Pai Yongqiu heard him and laughed. Who would be willing to bet with you? Lu Tian pursed his lips and said in disdain, I am not willing to bet, there are many fools who want to bet, but what's the point of a sure win bet? I also need to accumulate some luck. Pai Yongqiu looked at him and nodded, I hope you can win. Who knows? Lu Tian shook his index finger and pointed upwards, heaven's mandate is the highest. Pai Yongqiu was about to speak when Dai Mingfan slowly walked over and walked up the stage. She held a jade pendant in her hand and was dressed to the nines. She was graceful and elegant, causing many inner disciples to be stunned. Usually, they did not have the qualifications to enter the direct inheritance hall, and the chances of seeing this direct inheritance hall leader were even rarer. How could a mortal woman compare to such beauty? Only Xianxia was uneasy in the crowd, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He did not have the slightest bit of lust, he kept praying in his heart, don't be him, don't be him. Dai Mingfan stood on the stage and looked over. Half of the familiar faces were gone, even after half a year, she could not help but sigh, but it was not the first time she saw such a scene. Very quickly, she adjusted her mood. New direct disciples would quickly emerge from the inner disciples. The 6 realms of reincarnation, 3,000 worlds, had no lack of talented people. Shockingly talented people emerged in an endless stream. But from today onwards, no one could compare to the name on the jade tablet in her hand. He cleared his throat and said, I just received news that senior brother Li Liehua has decided to go into seclusion and withdraw from this year's election. The inner disciples were in an uproar, doesn't that mean only Xianxia, that? The inner chamber disciples around him instantly cleared out and looked at him with pity and mockery. The true disciples were not surprised at all. It was expected that Li Liehua would choose to go into seclusion. Who would have thought that the battle between Liehua and Black Tortoise would end in such a way? The sudden emergence of a free man walked in front of the crowd at an unbelievable speed, but they could not help but admire him. Facing a true god and winning against him, he turned the tide. Not to mention in the myriad sect, which human emperor could do it? So. Dai Mingfan paused, this generation's big brother is Li Qingshan. Just as Dai Mingfan finished speaking, rolling laughter came, ha ha ha, what a waste of time, just say my name. Li Qingshan walked in with big strides. As if a gust of wind blew, the crowd could not help but make way, like wheat sprouts falling to the sides. He rushed to the stage in a few steps, gave Dai Mingfan a bear hug, then turned to face the direct disciples and inner disciples, waving his arm. A phoenix stood on his shoulder. It spread its wings and cheered, Big Daddy, you are the best. Shoo. Li Qingshan put his index finger on his lips and smiled, I know. Li Fengyuan shouted, Long live Li Qingshan. Yes, Li Qingshan nodded approvingly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dai Mingfan glared at him fiercely, greatly surprised. How strong was he? She could not even react to the hug. It was like she was being hugged by force. But, with such a big brother in Black Cloud City, I can stay away from the war. With the announcement of the final result, Li Qingshan's ranking on the myriad phenomenon list immediately rose to the top. All the cultivators knew that the myriad phenomenon sect had another big brother, who would in fact rule the entire myriad phenomenon sect, control a huge amount of resources, and decide the life and death of countless people. This result was not unexpected. Before this name had already spread throughout the myriad phenomenon sect and even the entire human world after the battle in the demon realm. A person who defeated a god. If not for countless people witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would believe such an absurd story. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they understood how invincible a god was. A god was not only a symbol of power, but also wisdom and laws. But there were still some people who believed that this was a big game of chess played by the desireless heavenly palace, and that it was Chao Tianjiao who became a human deity and became one of the 6 deities who finally turned the situation around. Li Qingshan was only pushed to the front of the stage, used to attract more cultivators to join the myriad phenomenon sect, to make up for the losses of this battle. But the true disciples did not think so, otherwise Li Qingshan would not have become the big brother. In terms of contribution, Li Qingshan was enough to become a true disciple, but he could not surpass the accumulation of other true disciples for many years. He was even a little worse than Ruan Yaozhu. More important was the choice of the true disciples. When Li Liehua was in a life or death seclusion, they all had the right to compete. However, the big brother had great power, and also had to bear the responsibility of leading the war against the demon realm. Even if they knew that the demon realm would not come back in a short period of time, and Black Cloud City should be very peaceful, after this battle, no one was willing to take this risk again. The roaring thunder cloud formation would take a long time to recover, and if Bian came back to find trouble, then it would really be the end of the world. Only one person did not feel this psychological pressure. Pai Yangqiu looked at Li Qingshan, who was grinning from ear to ear, and muttered, "Doesn't this kid know what fear is? I already said, he is a real gambler, born to gamble." Lu Tian looked at the dome, and said meaningfully, "I don't know if I will be lucky enough to see him." At this time, Dai Mengfan came down from the stage. Although the atmosphere was disturbed, the ceremony still had to continue. "Disciples, follow me to greet the big brother." Her hands were crossed, and her wide sleeves drooped, and she deeply bowed to Li Qingshan. All the true disciples and advanced disciples bowed, and said in unison, "Greetings, big brother." Li Qingshan's expression became serious, and he waved his hand, "Everyone, please rise." Dai Mingfan's eyes twitched slightly. "This word?" Li Qingshan asked, "Junior sister, what is it? Is there something wrong?" Dai Mengfan had a resigned expression. "Nothing, you are the big brother, you have the final say." "That's good." Li Qingshan nodded with satisfaction. "I have high hopes for you, this position will be yours sooner or later." "Big brother, you can keep it for yourself, I can't bear it." What should I say next? I know." Li Qingshan thought for a moment. "First, I have to thank. Yo, who is this? So majestic, so glorious." Unknowingly, Chao Tianjiao sat on the windowsill, stroking the black rabbit in her arms, and stared at Li Qingshan with a face full of evil intentions. In the battle of the demonic domain, she finally defeated the faceless evil god. While listening to Ruan Yaozhu's report of the battle, she held the hilt of her saber, and stared at the unconscious Li Qingshan for a long time. As she watched, she ground her teeth. Ruan Yaozhu shuddered in fear, afraid that she would kill Li Qingshan in a single stroke, so she put in a lot of good words. Finally, Chao Tianjiao said, "Wait until he wakes up." Then she left. She had been promoted to the 6th Ding Immortal General, and was the Ding Maoshan of the 6th Ding, directly under the command of Zhenwu Great Emperor, and was busy with daily affairs. The time difference between the 9 heavens and the human realm was huge, so she waited for more than half a year. Li Qingshan was shocked, and took a step back. "Let's talk." Chao Tianjiao gnashed her teeth in hatred. She had thought that he had fallen, and she was really a little sad. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of her alive and kicking. She understood at that time that he had cultivated some kind of cultivation method that allowed him to not die even when his own spirit was extinguished. In other words, the words he said before his death were all to fool her. She, Chao Tianjiao, had never suffered such a great humiliation. While the true inheritors were still able to withstand it, the chamber disciples were already shivering in fear. Their teeth were chattering, and they were trembling uncontrollably. Li Fengyuan shrank back and said in a low voice, "Big Father, where did this woman come from? She seems a little powerful. More than a little powerful." Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. Chao Tianjiao was originally very fierce. Now that she had cultivated to become a human immortal and ascended to the ninth heaven, she was many times more powerful. If they really fought, he had no confidence at all. The key was that he also felt a little guilty. Although he had helped her at that time, it was still taking advantage of her. At this time, everyone could see that this original big apprentice sister and new big apprentice brother had some enmity. Today, she came with bad intentions. No one dared to interfere and just stared at the play. Shen Yushu immediately recovered his spirit and was very happy. Li Qingshan, Li Qingshan, offending me is fine, but you actually offended a human immortal. Senior apprentice sister Chao's position is now equal to the two sect masters. No, it's half a level higher. She is now the head of Dingshen, the favorite of Emperor Shenwu. Not only can you not be the big apprentice brother, you will also be expelled from the sect. Guan Yaozhu frowned and was about to speak when she looked at Chao Tianjiao and then looked at Li Qingshan. She seemed to understand something and snorted lightly. "Okay, let me hear what you have to say." Chao Tianjiao smiled slightly. She was so beautiful that one could not look at her directly. Li Qingshan, with the good intention of turning hostility into friendship, immediately recited 2 lines of a poem. "A day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. 100 days as husband and wife are as deep as the ocean." Oh no, there was progress in the ape demon transformation recently, and it was about to break through. Everyone was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Before he could finish his sentence, the knife was already on his neck. Chao Tianjiao was so angry that she laughed. "You really know how to talk." Li Qingshan's neck immediately turned cold. Instead, he became arrogant and said, "Chao Tianjiao, Senior Martial Sister Chao, I admit that I've treated you fairly. If you're still not satisfied, you can kill me or cut me into pieces." However, he secretly clenched his fists. How could I allow myself to be trampled upon by others? If push comes to shove, then we'll just have to fight for 300 rounds. So what if you're a human immortal? Chao Tianjiao said, "I won't kill you, I won't cut you, I just want to chop you." Li Qingshan thought to himself that this was a good deal. He had the Phoenix's nirvana to protect him, so no matter what, Chao Tianjiao couldn't kill him with a single slash. He might as well give her a slash. Forget about this grudge. Alright, go ahead. If I even frown, I'll change my surname to yours. The knife in Chao Tianjiao's hand slowly slid down, right between Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan shrank back. "Wait, what do you mean by this?" Chao Tianjiao mocked. "What, are you scared?" The hall of direct teachings was completely silent. Everyone watched without blinking. This development was too explosive. "I remember, we made a bet before. We'll fight to the death 30 years later. During this time, you won't touch a single hair of mine." Li Qingshan wouldn't even frown if his head fell off. But if he took this slash, he wouldn't be called General crawling on the ground anymore. He would be called Big Eunuch Senior Martial Brother instead. Damn, these 3 words, Big Senior Martial Brother, were really unlucky. Really? Chao Tianjiao revealed a thoughtful expression. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Qingshan was slightly relaxed, she suddenly raised her hand and the knife fell. Blood splattered everywhere. Hiss. The men couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, as if they had been stabbed. Looking at Li Qingshan again, both of his hands were tightly holding onto the blade. Fresh blood was dripping down the blade. If his reaction wasn't fast enough, this slash would have really hit him. His face turned green, and his veins popped out. "You." "Sorry, my hand slipped." Chao Tianjiao calmly sheathed her knife. "Since there was a bet, I'll forget about it today." She grabbed Li Qingshan's clothes and pulled him over. She proudly announced, "But from today onwards, you're my man. Don't be fickle in the future. Otherwise, it won't just be one slash." "What?" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. It didn't seem like a bad thing, but why did it sound wrong? Be good and wait for me to come. Chao Tianjiao laughed loudly. Her laughter was as cold as an ice river. She seemed to be very happy. She turned around and turned into a ray of silver light, piercing through the sky. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Li Qingshan with different expressions, as if they were looking at a living monster. Li Fingyuan's eyes widened. Big Daddy is really unfathomable. I look up to him. Lu Tian slowly spat out 3 words, I'm convinced. Who in the sect didn't know about Chao Tianjiao's temperament? Moreover, she cultivated the heavenly book of Black Tortoise, which was a cruel and resolute cultivation technique. Therefore, no one could have imagined that she would one day become a Dao companion. Although it was a bit of a reversal of yin and yang, in the cultivation world, the strong were always respected. Being visited by such a human immortal was not a bad thing. Shen Yu's face turned ashen, as if he had lost his parents. There's actually such a thing in this world. Li Qingshan was still in a daze. Wan Yaozhu walked forward and expressionlessly said, Congratulations, big senior brother. Yaozhu, you. Wan Yaozhu raised her hand, please treat big senior sister well. Don't be fickle. She turned around and walked away. Me? Fickle? Li Qingshan pointed at his nose, feeling that it was ridiculous. He muttered to himself, I am clearly dissolute and lecherous. Congratulations, big senior brother. Congratulations, big senior brother. Double happiness today. You and big senior sister are really a perfect match. The true disciples came forward to congratulate him. In any case, the position of big senior brother had been decided. In essence, he was the acting sect master of the myriad phenomenon sect. Even true disciples had to obey him. Now that he had become a Dao companion of a human immortal, it was even more incredible. Coupled with the faint support of Spirit Emperor Gui Hai, he might be the most powerful big senior brother in the history of the myriad phenomenon sect. Since it was related to his personal interests, he naturally had to curry favor with him. Moreover, during the battle in the demon domain, Li Qingshan's performance had truly convinced everyone. They did not feel that he was condescending to flatter him. At this moment, the bells and drums in the city rang, and flowers bloomed. A celebration was held to celebrate the new big senior brother's ascension. Li Qingshan did not know whether to laugh or cry. All he saw were sincere smiles of admiration, but he felt very stifled in his heart. Suddenly, he saw Shen Yushu in the crowd quietly shrinking back. He shouted, Stop! Shen Yushu trembled and turned around. Big senior brother. Heh, I had forgotten about you. You are like changing your face down there. You really like to see me make a fool of myself. Shen Yushu knew that he could not escape this calamity. He hardened his heart and wanted to throw out a few tough words, thinking that Li Qingshan would not dare to kill him. However, when the words reached his mouth, they became, I don't dare. Li Qingshan turned to ask Dai Mengfan. Junior sister Dai, do I have the authority to teach him a lesson? You are the big senior brother. You have the final say. Dai Mengfan still said the same thing. She glanced at Shen Yushu. He was just a chamber disciple. Although he had the chance to become a true disciple, it was clearly gone now. Who asked him to offend someone he should not have? Li Qingshan waved his hand. You are expelled. Quickly pack up your things and scram. The true disciples looked at each other. They felt that Li Qingshan was really bold but careful. He learned all kinds of tricks without a teacher. Even if it was the big senior brother, it was not allowed to kill a fellow disciple without reason. However, if it was not a fellow disciple, then it was fine to kill him. The path of cultivation had never been a beautiful paradise. The big senior brother's main responsibility was to fight against the devil domain. Most of the time, it was military law and not sect rules. As long as there was a valid reason, even a true disciple could be expelled from the sect. Coupled with his frightening battle strength, who could be his opponent? This was the true core of the Wanxiang sect. In essence, they still relied on strength to suppress others and not voting. Shen Yushu knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, I have eyes but cannot see. Big senior brother, please spare my life. Li Qingshan was puzzled. I did not say that I would kill you. Why would I spare your life? Oh, are you afraid that I will expel you first and then chase after you? Heh, do you think I am that kind of despicable person? If I wanted to kill you, I would have beaten you to death with one punch. Junior sister Dai, do I have this authority? This? Dai Mengfan was speechless. The big senior brother killed an inner disciple of the same sect in front of everyone. No matter what, this could not be justified. I know. Li Qingshan raised his thumb. I am the big senior brother. I have the final say. His face was brimming with a confident smile. The true disciples felt a chill in their hearts. He might really do this kind of thing. It was better not to contradict him in the future. Quickly get lost. Don't wait for me to change my mind. Xin Yushu left in a hurry. He could not have any thoughts of revenge in his heart. In the middle of the jubilant sea in the city, Spirit Venerable Gui Hai stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the endless sea. Chao Tianjiao stood on the overhanging eaves. Her cold eyes were like stars. She looked back and asked, Spirit Venerable, who is he? There was a huge difference in the flow of time between the 9 heavens and the mortal realm. Why did he come back at the right time? Was it a coincidence? Or was someone arranging it? It would be fine if someone arranged it. If it was really a coincidence, then it was too inconceivable. Heaven's will? We are cultivators. 1. Reading books? W? Chao Tianjiao laughed heartily. Cultivators all had the ability of divination. After becoming a human immortal, even if they did not know this Tao, they would still be able to sense it. But the more it was so, the more they looked down on the so-called heaven's will. The reason why mortals revered the gods was that they were elusive and unpredictable. If they could be pondered and guessed, then they were just slightly more powerful people. Heaven's will was the same. Since she already had the word immortal, she could be considered to have seen the door. The so-called heaven's will is just a collection of the 3,000 great Daos and infinite laws. Don't tell me you are talking about something like the world will. The mortal Tao did not even have the world will. Spirit Venerable Gui Hai's expression drifted. Who knows? Who knows? Chao Tianjiao guessed that the old man was immersed in his thoughts again. She shrugged and said, see you later. She stepped forward, the void rippled, and disappeared. Lu Tian held the 3-legged golden toad and walked towards chaotic life lane. The golden light of the 3-legged golden toad was dim, its eyes half closed, looking listless. During the battle in the demonic region, it was all thanks to the 3-legged golden toad that blocked Tao Wu's final attack. But it was also heavily injured, unable to extend his life. His lifespan was almost up, he did not have long to live. Li Qingshan caught up from behind and patted his shoulder, smiling brightly. Hey, Lu Tian, when are you going to die? Eldest senior brother, I will not die at any time. Lu Tian had a helpless expression. Not long ago, he was bossed around by him, but now he was so direct. 1. Reading books? W? Sai, I heard you're about to die, right? Li Qingshan did not hide his regret at all. My lifespan is almost up, not dying. Lu Tian explained patiently. That's right. Li Qingshan did not agree, you make it sound so elegant. Doesn't reaching the end of your lifespan mean you are about to die? You're the eldest senior brother, you have the final say. Lu Tian gave up on trying to stop Li Qingshan from cursing him in front of his face. In that case, you still want to make a bet with Oxhead and Horseface? Li Qingshan was excited. They were all mythical figures, how could he not be interested? It's just Oxhead Obian. He's in charge of my dossier. Dossier? Li Qingshan became even more curious. The 3-legged golden toad slowly opened its eyes. The golden pearl-like eyes glanced at him before slowly closing again. Have you never heard of the Book of Life and Death? The two of them walked side by side. Along the way, the path was peaceful. Everyone took a step back. After Lu Tian's explanation, Li Qingshan finally understood that the main scope of business of the netherworld located in the path of purgatory was not ordinary humans, but cultivators. That was to be expected. In the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds, countless lives were lost every second. Even if the number of humans was taken into account, it was still an astronomical number. Book of Life 1 Ka? Not to mention the 10 kings of hell and the 10 commanders of hell, even if there were hundreds or thousands of them, they would not be able to deal with them all. It was even more impossible to record their names in the Book of Life and Death and then send soul reapers to drag them all to the netherworld for trial. Therefore, ordinary living beings were allowed to live and die as they rotated in the 6 paths of life and death. Whether they rose to the heavenly Tao or fell to the hungry ghost Tao depended on the laws of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Book of Life and Death recorded the names of cultivators. Those low-level cultivators did not even have the right to be on the list. If you stayed at home to refine your chi, build your foundation, and extend your lifespan by 100 years, no one would have the patience to care about you. Only golden core and nascent soul cultivators could record their names in the Book of Life and Death, but as long as their lifespan was not abnormally long, these names would not even be seen by humans or ghosts. If you could live for a few thousand years without dying, it was considered your ability. As for those who could make the legendary black and white impermanents, Oxhead and Horseface personally take action, they were all extremely powerful cultivators, like young spirit cultivators like Latian. That was because once they reached this realm, there were too many ways to extend their lifespan. There were countless exotic flowers, herbs, and miraculous pills that could preserve one's life and calm one's mind. The method to extend the life of the golden toad was only one of them. If a young spirit cultivator had the spirit of living a bad life is better than dying a good death, they could basically hang on until the end of time. The netherworld mainly targeted this group of people. The Book of Life and Death would automatically calculate the lifespan they should have. It was not completely forbidden to extend one's lifespan, but it had to comply with the basic laws of the netherworld. A cultivator was not allowed to exist indefinitely. When the time came, they came to claim their lives. In order to avoid the human emperor who knowingly broke the law and violently resisted the law, they had to send the ghost immortaline commander. Otherwise, if the ghost officials of the netherworld fought with the cultivators of the human world, it would not be a good sight. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue in wonder. There was actually a reason like this in the familiar story of his past life. He could not help but think of the myriad poison ancestor who had abandoned his body in the 9 provinces. He wanted a nascent soul to live in the world. A baby could not exist on its own for long, but an adult could. In other words, once one cultivated the Yin spirit and Yang spirit, they would be close to immortality. There was no need to cultivate to become a true immortal or arhat. It was just that there was a divine factor controlling this situation. That was true. Even a piece of trash like Xianxia could cultivate to the Yin spirit and even had a chance to cultivate to the Yang spirit. Cultivation required great talent and luck, but even if there was one Yin spirit cultivator in 1,000,000 people, the number would be terrifying. If it was not controlled, the world would probably be full of cultivators. Wait, in other words, my name is also in the Book of Life and Death? Of course. Legend has it that the Book of Life and Death is the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth of the path of hell. Since you have this cultivation, you naturally have a name in the Book of Life and Death. Li Tian glanced at Li Qingshan disdainfully. Although he had become the eldest senior brother, he was still a country bumpkin at the end of the day. However, he was squinting, so the disdain in his eyes was very hidden. Li Qingshan hurriedly asked, "Then can I erase my name?" Li Tian looked at him with even more disdain. The Book of Life and Death was not a book. It was not even a magic treasure. Of course you can, as long as you can distort the laws of heaven and earth of the path of hell and destroy the laws of reincarnation. This is not completely impossible. But with that method, even the 10 Yama kings can't do anything to you. Why would you need to change the Book of Life and Death? Li Qingshan touched his chin and thought, maybe the 10 Yama kings have a grudge against me? Or maybe I am just unhappy? You. Li Tian's heart shook. He could actually hear an earth-shattering tone. He suddenly recalled the scene when he faced Tao Wu on the battlefield in the demon domain. With his personality, even if he met the 10 Yama kings, he would probably not bow down to them. He would rather be sent to the infernal hell. If one day, he really had that kind of power. Pa. Li Qingshan smacked the back of his head. Was that the way you looked at eldest senior brother just now? Lu Tian touched his head and said with a frown, it was clearly eldest senior brother who was in the wrong first. Oh, you still dare to talk back? I want to hear what I did wrong. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. He still remembered how Lu Tian had used him as a gamble. Life and death are small matters, but I still want to gamble with Oxhead Ah Peng. You asking me when I will die is asking me when I will lose. Li Qingshan nodded. Yes, that makes sense. I was really in the wrong. Heh, I can apologize to you, but you must call me when you make this bet. Why? I want to see what that ox head looks like. I might even want to place a bet on you. Then you will have to take a trip to the gates of hell. Lu Tian warned. For cultivators, especially Renhuang cultivators, the last thing they wanted to see was the Commander Yin. He was not a spiritual beast from the Garden of Spiritual Beasts, but a man-eating monster from the path of demonic beasts. I'll keep you company. Li Qingshan smiled. Hell path, Oxhead demon, life and death match, it would definitely be very interesting. To be continued. After Lu Tian left, Li Qingshan looked back. The towering sky towered into the clouds. Seeing the ox head of the underworld was just out of interest. What was most important now was to prepare for the upcoming trip to the sinkhole. Where was the sinkhole and what kind of place was it? As an imitation, although he had the spirit turtle bloodline, he did not have the spirit turtle heritage. Even his bloodline was not pure enough. Wasn't there a genuine spirit turtle here? He could ask for guidance. Li Qingshan flew straight to the highest point of the sky without any obstructions. This was one of the privileges of an eldest senior brother. He found Spirit Sovereign Guihai. Spirit Sovereign Guihai remained secretive as he looked at him silently, waiting for him to speak. It was as though he had expected him to come. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, Spirit Sovereign, may I ask where the sinkhole is? You want to go to the sinkhole? Spirit Sovereign Guihai closed his eyes. Li Qingshan said, yes. Give up. You are not a real spirit turtle. Spirit Sovereign Guihai warned, but he knew that he would not give up. Li Qingshan bared his teeth and smiled. Racial discrimination isn't good. Spirit Sovereign Guihai said, it's not discrimination. There are many people who go to hell and return. None of them can return after entering the sinkhole. Is it that terrifying? I do have a spirit turtle bloodline after all. Li Qingshan laughed, but he did not think that Spirit Sovereign Guihai was deliberately lying to him. He had entered the sinkhole to meet a prisoner that Sumi Rao did not even dare mention by name. Yet, he was trapped by the sinkhole. It was obvious how powerful the sinkhole was. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Spirit Sovereign Guihai shook his head and walked away with his hands behind his back. Old man, there's an old saying that suffering is a blessing. Li Qingshan blocked his path. Spirit Sovereign Guihai narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed. Punk, do you really think I can't do a thing to you just because you have become some eldest senior brother? Bah. In front of human immortals and demonic immortals, eldest senior brother is nothing. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He chuckled, however, it seems like you really can't do anything to me. He moved closer and asked, hey, what are you afraid of? After a few rounds of probing, Li Qingshan basically confirmed it. Venerable Spirit Guihai would not do anything to him, even after communicating with Elder Tian Shu, who was above the 9 heavens. Now that he had become a Ren Huang, even if Spirit Lord Guihai wanted to do anything to him, he would not be able to kill him. If they really fought, the sky would definitely be destroyed. As the saying goes, the barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Naturally, the superiority of the hooligan proletariat should be brought into play. Cold light flashed through the Spirit Exalt Guihai's eyes as he said earnestly, since you possess the bloodline of a spirit turtle, why don't you know how to protect yourself? Li Qingshan asked, how to be wise? How to protect yourself? Spirit Sovereign Guihai said, you are just a tiny chess piece on the chessboard. This is your greatest blessing. Why do you say so? The more useful a chess piece is, the more dangerous it is. If it becomes more useful, even if it can be complacent for a while, it will eventually be attacked and killed. Li Qingshan restrained himself and listened attentively. The Battle of Black Cloud City is just a small dispute at the edge of the entire chessboard. You were almost smashed to pieces, and your soul was destroyed. If you go deeper into the hinterland and try to affect the overall situation, you will be immediately taken away. Taken away. Li Qingshan was shocked. He smiled again and said, "These chess players really don't follow the rules." He understood that the chessboard was just a metaphor. If the chess players were really provoked, there was nothing they could not do. Stealing chess pieces, flipping the table, and even smashing the chessboard in the face. Phew. Therefore, he understood his position even more and felt more at ease. If any demon god personally took action, they could easily wipe out Black Cloud City. They could easily wipe out Black Cloud City. The only reason they hadn't done so was because it wasn't worth it. There would be people who would do the business of killing people, and no one would do the business of losing money. If a game of chess was a sure win, who would be willing to break the rules? Not only would it not break the rules, but it would also force everyone to play according to the rules, and win everything safely. In other words, for the time being, he did not have to worry about God suddenly descending from the sky and slapping him to death. He was not yet qualified. How infuriating. Rules? Spirit Venerable Guihai sneered, "You are still alive now because you can't change anything, so you are not worth being dealt with. You can observe for a while longer. Why don't you quickly practice the Tao of inaction and use what is useless? While you haven't stepped into the real battlefield, get out of it as soon as possible." Li Qingshan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. You are already the eldest senior brother of the Myriad Phenomenon sect. With your temperament, cultivation method, and bloodline, as long as you cultivate in peace, it will not be difficult for you to become a human immortal. In the future, you also have a high chance of becoming a true immortal. I know you have gambled many times. Now that you have won everything, it is time to stop. Why waste your good time and endless lifespan? What do you mean by Li? Qingshan raised his head, the real battlefield? Spirit Venerable Guihai saw the spirited look in his eyes. Not only did he not feel fear, but he also felt endless yearning. After saying so much, all the punk heard was that. He could not help but say angrily, "You are unteachable." He flicked his sleeves and left. Li Qingshan grabbed his sleeves. "Senior, don't be angry. Listen to me. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Spirit Venerable Guihai wanted to struggle free, but Li Qingshan had already grabbed his arm tightly. His present strength was extraordinary. For a moment, Spirit Venerable Guihai could not do a thing to him. Li Qingshan said, "Among all living beings, nothing is more important than life. It is truly wise for the Spirit Turtle clan to prioritize preserving their lives. However, I once heard 2 lines of poetry. It's called, although a divine turtle has a long life, there is still an end to it. A soaring serpent rides the mist and eventually turns to dust. No matter how they preserve their lives, it is ultimately impossible for them to live forever. Even the immortals and Buddhas above the 9 heavens can only live a little longer than mortals." Spirit Venerable Guihai frowned tightly as he muttered to himself, "Although a divine turtle has a long life, there is still an end to it. A soaring serpent rides the mist and eventually turns to dust." His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Li Qingshan. "Where did you hear these 2 lines of poetry from?" "Sigh, that's not the main point." Li Qingshan was astonished. He had only said it in passing to showcase his knowledge. He never expected Spirit Venerable Guihai to be so agitated. Could it be that being a novel lover was just a facade, and he was actually a poetry lover? Spirit Venerable Guihai looked deeply at Li Qingshan. "You actually know so much." "What do I know?" Li Qingshan was at a loss as he tried to recite a few more lines. An old steed in the stable, aspiring to great heights. A martyr in his twilight years, aspiring to great heights. However, Spirit Venerable Guihai did not react. "Although it's a masterpiece, it's quite ordinary." He asked suspiciously, "You wrote it?" Li Qingshan chuckled and stopped talking about it. "What I mean is that although you are wise, you are not a man. If that Dragon City flying general could die on the battlefield, he would have no regrets even if he could not be conferred the title of Marquis. However, he eventually lost his way, leaving behind a legacy of regret. To Li Qingshan, what he feared the most was not being able to find the battlefield, letting down that promise and himself. So, if Spirit Venerable wants to scare me with dying a horrible death, then call it beating a dog with meat buns. Pooey. Anyway, that's what I mean. I must go to the ultimate ruins, even if I die. Spirit Venerable Guihai was moved, but he quickly regained his deep calmness. Human. He seemed to be silently savoring the word. He suddenly asked, have you heard of Goddess Hua? Li Qingshan asked curiously, Frog Goddess? A toad that became a spirit? Also known as Empress Hua. Spirit Venerable Guihai was slightly relieved. If he knew about Nuwa, he would definitely not say such insulting words. It seemed like those two lines were a coincidence. It was probably a rumor. Demon Toad Emperor? Wait, don't tell me you're talking about Nuwa. Li Qingshan was very displeased. This old bastard really looked down on him. He had just read a few lousy books. With his cultural background, how could he not have heard of Nuwa? So you do know. Spirit Venerable Guihai's expression was solemn. Li Qingshan was furious. Who doesn't know about Nuwa mending the heavens? Oh right, there's also Nuwa creating humans. Spirit Venerable Guihai's expression changed. He wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. It was earth-shattering. With a loud rumble, a bolt of lightning penetrated Myriad Phenomenon City's defensive array. A corner of the eaves in the middle of the sky collapsed. Boom. 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 More than 10 eaves were destroyed. Many rubble fell on the square. The people who were celebrating the ceremony were in chaos. They were all stunned. Everyone looked up at the sky. What happened? Was there an enemy invasion? But in the entire human world, which sect dared to provoke the Myriad Phenomenon sect? Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. The power of this heavenly lightning was so great that it was simply unheard of. The one that was struck was the eve that was closest to him. This lightning is not going to strike me, is it? He swallowed his saliva and steadied his mind. Wah, create. Shut up. Spirit Venerable Guihai's eyes flashed. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen someone who was so good at courting death. Li Qingshan's tongue was frozen, and he didn't manage to say the last word human. No matter how heartless he was, he could sense that he had touched upon something incredible. He even told you about such ancient matters? Spirit Venerable Guihai let out a long sigh. This is the greatest secret of the Cultivation Tao. Those who speak of it will be punished by the heavens. Fortunately, we're in the mortal realm, and the will of heaven is almost non-existent. If we were in other places, it would be difficult to protect this heaven. Li Qingshan shivered. The sky was the core of the entire Myriad Phenomenon City. In terms of defensive power, even 10 roaring thunder cloud formations stacked together couldn't compare. If the sky was destroyed, he would not be able to escape death. Could this be the legendary shielding phrase? This method of harmonizing was too ruthless. Direct human annihilation. Fortunately, when he was copying novels in the 9 provinces, he didn't randomly make up myths and legends. Generally speaking, only the truth needed to be concealed. He chewed on the ice and whispered, "Are you saying that humans aren't transformed from monkeys?" He hurriedly looked outside. The sky was clear and cloudless. There was no lightning striking down. What nonsense are you talking about? Humans are born from heaven and earth. How can they be transformed from monkeys? Apes and monkeys. Because they are the closest to human form, cultivation is the easiest. As long as all different species cultivate well, they will transform into human form. Therefore, humans are the spirit of all living things. Spirit Venerable Guihai revealed a trace of unconcealable mockery, as if humans were the spirit of all living things. What was a spirit turtle? What was a phoenix? Li Qingshan came to a realization and slapped his thigh. This is called mainstream values? Yes, mainstream. Then, are there any other shielding phrases? I'm afraid of me. Li Qingshan was a little flustered and a little angry. He loved to spout nonsense. If he was not allowed to speak nonsense, it would be more painful than death. If lightning suddenly struck down from the sky while he was speaking, He would be too unlucky. Shielding phrases? Spirit Venerable Guihai immediately knew what he meant. He said with slight surprise, "You really know how to create phrases." "As far as I know, this is the only one. However, some names can't be spoken carelessly. Be careful of your divine eyes." "Then I'm relieved." "But why?" Ever since Li Qingshan transmigrated, he had a doubt. This world and his previous life were linked in countless ways. For example, the 100 schools of thought and the 9 provinces. From the looks of it, the myth of Nuwa creating humans was real. He wondered why. Was it really just a dream? He shook his head. He would probably have to go beyond the 9 heavens and meet Brother Ox before he could ask about it. "Hey, I'm asking about the sinkhole. Why are you telling me about Goddess Nuwa?" "The sinkhole was transformed from my race's ancestor, the primordial spirit turtle." Li Qingshan suddenly recalled all the descriptions of Nuwa mending the heavens in his previous life. In ancient times, the 4 poles were crippled, the 9 provinces were split, the heavens could not be overturned, the earth could not be contained, the fire scorpion could not be extinguished, the water was vast, the ferocious beasts ate the people, and the raven birds captured the old and the weak. Therefore, Nuwa refined the 5-colored stone to mend the heavens, broke her turtles to establish the 4 poles, killed the black dragon to save Ji province, and accumulated the ashes of the reed to stop. One of the most important steps was to break her turtles to establish the 4 poles. The turtles were the big turtles. Compared to the black dragon, they seemed to be the villains. In the battle of mending the heavens, the soaring serpent turned to ashes and the divine turtle was killed. Nuwa turned the turtle shell into the sinkhole to collect all the water in the world. This is the origin of all water to sinkhole. The battle of mending the heavens. Li Qingshan was fascinated. Who did she fight? It can't be that unlucky primordial spirit turtle of yours, right? It sounded like he was not qualified. Spirit Venerable Guihai was silent for a moment. "This has nothing to do with the sinkhole." Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Aren't the spirit turtles the best at divination and self-preservation? How did they end up like this? Did they miscalculate something?" "The primordial spirit turtle is different from you humans. It is truly born of the heavens and earth, so its consciousness is immortal. It rejects all foreign objects except for the spirit turtle, especially humans." Li Qingshan said, "So I'm seeking my own death by going to the sinkhole." Since the myth of Nuwa creating humans was true, then she was the great mother of humans. No matter how much the flood flowed, it would not hurt her at all. It must have been to save the Zhuan Min, or the foolish and kind commoners. So it was natural for the primordial spirit turtle to hate humans. He had to take the blame. But the feeling of being viewed as an enemy by a world was probably not good. "Yes. Then wouldn't it be fine if I turned into a spirit turtle?" Li Qingshan moved his elbows and imitated a turtle swimming. Spirit Venerable Guihai choked. "Your despicable and shameless appearance is indeed worthy of being an elite among humans." Li Qingshan laughed. "Thank you for the compliment. However, you can't hide your human nature in front of the primordial spirit turtle." Maybe I can, maybe I can't, but I have to try. Tell me how to get there, or I'll keep shouting those words until the sky explodes." "Fine, since you want to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish." Spirit Venerable Guihai finally mentioned the method to enter the sinkhole, but he did not mention how to exist in the sinkhole. Li Qingshan stopped being arrogant, and listened quietly. He bowed deeply in the end, and said, "Thank you, spiritual master, for helping me." Then he smiled suddenly, "This is such a big chessboard, can I really jump out and escape from it?" He did not have much of a relationship with Spirit Venerable Guihai, so why would he waste his breath to persuade him? If he really didn't want him to go to the ultimate, why would he tell him the method? He didn't think he could really threaten a spirit immortal. Who was the person behind Spirit Venerable Guihai? The spirit sovereign of the seas was left speechless. Only after quite a while did he say, "The Spirit Turtle clan is the official historian of the world, so it's obviously impossible for them to remain uninvolved." Heaven and Earth Scribe. To write history for heaven and earth, to write biographies for immortals and Buddhas. Search for all unanswered truths and pass on all forgotten secrets, including those that no one asks about anymore. Li Qingshan widened his eyes as he looked at Spirit Sovereign Guihai in amazement. This was the first time he had seen something proud on that indifferent face. Is this why the Spirit Turtle clan exists? Meaning? No, those are the lowly thoughts of humans. As we are not a creation of nature, we are born without meaning. That's why we desperately seek meaning. Therefore, you are not a spirit turtle. Spirit Sovereign Guihai slowly pressed his hand to his chest. This is our nature. Li Qingshan came to a sudden realization. Inferring these innate gods from a human's point of view was really wrong. They were born with knowledge and temperament, and they would never be confused by their own definition. Therefore, there was no need to seek any meaning, nor was there a need to make a choice among the many meanings. All one had to do was follow the trajectory of fate and naturally go from life to death. Of course, there would be less struggle and pain. This was such a fortunate thing. In comparison, not only were humans lacking in strength, but they were also almost mentally disabled. Although ordinary demons did not have such a powerful bloodline inheritance, it was a connate item. Therefore, there wouldn't be any messy inner demons. It was nothing more than hunting and escaping, strength and weakness, survival and death. Only humans, these little monsters made out of mud by Goddess Nuwa. Only an inferior figurine made out of interest would be so weak. Li Qingshan bowed deeply again. Thank you, Senior. I was even more convinced of my idea that no one lived for the sake of living. Goddess Nuwa didn't give humans any meaning to live. Perhaps she wanted us to find it ourselves. He turned around and left. The spirit sovereign of the seas Guihai watched Li Qingshan's figure disappear into the distance. He suddenly stopped, nodded his head and said with a smile, "Oh right, please leave enough space for me in the history of heaven and earth. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you." Ha ha ha. He laughed and went downstairs, chanting in a slow voice, "Once the bitter encounter begins, the stars fall from the battlefield. Shattering mountains and rivers? Shattering mountains and rivers? Forget it. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Leaving behind a loyal heart that shines in the pages of history. Good poem, good poem." Spirit Venerable Guihai's heart trembled. Let's fight to the death. He did not read the sorrow and hatred of the original poem. Instead, he read a murderous aura. Buddhists used Buddha's words as sutras. It was comparable to his cultivation technique. And there were only two kinds of stars. One was the trichiliocosm, and the other was the 9 heavens immortals and Buddhas. The poem could express one's will, whether it was intentional or not. Time passed, the full moon waned. Life was like a mayfly in the boundless sea. Looking down from high in the sky, one could see through the thick thunderclouds. Across the turbulent sea surface, a mayfly slowly swam in the deep sea. But if one were to personally enter the deep sea, one would be shocked to discover that the mayfly was 100,000 feet long. It was shaped like a salamander and had feather patterns on its body. With a flick of its long tail, it suddenly leaped out of the water and swallowed the lobster demon king that was transcending the tribulation. Then, it soared into the sea. It stirred up huge waves. The tribulation lightning that filled the sky came crashing down. Most of it was attracted by the human-shaped lightning rod on its head. The rest only left faint marks on its massive body. The thunderclouds in the sky quickly dissipated. The human-shaped lightning rod asked, "Was it delicious?" "Extremely delicious. Why didn't you leave some for me?" "You're just a clone, what's the point of eating it? Can't I have a taste?" This was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the monster beast path, also known as the animal path. The sky was high and the sea was wide. The mountains were deep and the forests were dense. It was the paradise of all monsters. A paradise where the strong preyed on the weak and the fittest survived. The endless hunt and escape, survival and death, formed the ultimate melody of freedom and freedom, thousands of beasts without restraint. Apart from natural communities and loose alliances, there were no human cities or cultivation sections. It wasn't just because of the differences in species and the fact that their intelligence was generally lower than humans. The great demons with extremely high spiritual intelligence were also more inclined to dominate an area. This was the will of the monster beast path. It followed the nature of all living things. If anyone tried to establish a big alliance here, they would quickly find that their cultivation level couldn't advance, and their luck would become worse and worse. Even for a sect as loose as the Wanxiang sect, there was already strict discipline here. Thus, there was no guarantee of safety. Even a monster king that was about to transcend the tribulation could only obediently accept his fate if he encountered a powerful hunter. As a result, many monsters chose to cooperate with humans and become mounts, breaking away from this overly free environment. A disciple of the Myriad Phenomenon sect would never be swallowed by a monster during his tribulation. This was the benefit of having an organization. However, there were also many human cultivators who did the opposite. They were willing to risk being hunted and return to the beautiful nature. For example, this mayfly monster. Li Qingshan spread his arms and took a deep breath. The splashing waves landed on his cheeks along with the sea breeze. Ah, how beautiful. He patted the big kuan beneath him. Yenying, do you suddenly feel the urge to mate? Sure. Come. Gu Yenying's eyes swiveled as she smiled. She swayed her tail gently and went deep into the sea. Li Qingshan sized up her mountain-like body and asked, can you transform into a human? I can't, Gu Yenying answered straightforwardly. Then forget it. Li Qingshan also gave up immediately. Gu Yenying asked, just what are you doing here? Inspecting work and experiencing life. Are you done inspecting? Li Qingshan nodded, yes, I'm relieved to see that you're so free. After all these years of cultivation, Gu Yenying had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations. Although her bloodline was half human and half demon, she still had the heart of an eagle and pursued endless freedom. Especially after fusing with the feathers of chaotic heaven, she completely abandoned her human bloodline and became a natural deity, the Kuanping, similar to the spirit turtle and phoenix. Out of all the races, she was probably the most compatible with the demonic path. There was no need to seek any meaning. Freedom was fate, and fate was freedom. Freedom was born, and freedom was death. Even Li Qingshan was rather envious. If his main body came to the demonic path, he could probably become a child of destiny, but he definitely could not compare to her. Moreover, that kind of destiny was instead a kind of restraint for him. That was because in the hearts of people, there would always be a battle between gods and demons. Whether it was the ox demon's stubbornness, the tiger demon's fury, the phoenix's pride, the spirit turtle's schemes, or the cheelant's benevolence, they were all an obstacle to freedom. Only the ape demon's heart was closest to freedom, but it was too close to obsession. He had read all the heavens in the heavenly court. There was only the heavens of freedom and the heavens of nature, but not a single heavens of freedom. This was a congenital deficiency that could not be made up for later. He also yearned for freedom, but it was not just for freedom. But it did not matter. It was not bad to see her obtain freedom. Li Qingshan smiled, I hope to see your heroic rise to the top soon. I won't be too far behind you. Li Qingshan stretched. His figure melted into the sea current, like the moon in the water. Although the vastness of the ocean here far surpassed the human realm, it was still different from Ruin's End. Ruin's End was not an ocean, so it was probably useless no matter how much he experienced it. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red sky and a blood-red land unfolded before his eyes. Luo Ho Xiaoming held a huge sword that he had picked up casually and stood on the corpse-strewn battlefield. He looked at him and asked the same question, what are you doing here? Li Qingshan said in grief and indignation, is there no one to welcome me? I was the one who helped you deal with the teleportation formation after all. Luo Ho Xiaoming threw down the huge sword. If your main body came here, I would be able to properly welcome you. Aren't you afraid that your mom will call your house for dinner? Luo Ho Xiaoming's face darkened. His expression was ferocious, but he had the majesty of a deity. He was not the so-called child of destiny. He was originally from the Azura celestial tribe, and he shared the same fate as the Azura path. Ever since he returned to the Azura path, his power had been increasing day by day. He only needed time to return to his godhood. However, even a deity had a reverse scale. He suddenly struck out with his palm, and the boulder Li Qingshan was sitting on exploded. A cloud of dust rose into the sky. There is no mother and son on the battlefield. His voice was resolute, but it sounded tired. This is your inner demon. If you don't get rid of it, you may not have the chance to reunite with her on the battlefield. Li Qingshan's voice came from the dust. The first few heavenly tribulations did not pose any threat to Luo Ho Xiaoming. However, the closer he got to the position of a deity, the more dangerous the situation became. The tribulation thunder and demon barrier did not know any acquaintances. The stronger one was, the greater the test one had to endure. Any flaw in one's heart could be exploited by the demon, and the result would be devastating. Luo Ho Xiaoming's ferocious expression returned to normal, and a hint of sadness appeared on his face. That is also my fate. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Oh right, have you heard of Nuwa? Nuwa? Luo Ho Xiaoming frowned. Who is that? Li Qingshan felt even more deeply that this was indeed a big secret. Even the former deities did not know of Nuwa. Then have you heard of the Battle of Patching the Heavens? I have. Luo Ho Xiaoming pointed at his head. In the Rahu clan's inherited memory, it is the oldest battle. However, it was too long ago. At that time even the 6 paths of reincarnation did not exist. It is only a legend that cannot be verified. If the Nuwa you speak of really exists, where is she now? What if the legend is true? How do you know? Luo Ho Xiaoming asked curiously. You are a country bumpkin. How do you know such ancient things? Don't tell me you made it up. Li Qingshan pointed at his head. Memory inheritance. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and crossed his arms. Remember, you were just a mortal. Li Qingshan opened his arms. How many people in the Azure realm were originally mortals? Except for Rahu and Jidu, all of them. Where did Rahu and Jidu come from? This should be a branch of the ancient god fiends. Where did the ancient fiend god come from? Naturally, it was born of the heavens and earth. Gods and demons are also humans, and humans are not born from heaven and earth. When the heavens and earth were born, everything was so new, and many things had no names, and it was necessary to point at them. The concepts of gods, demons, and humans did not exist at all. They were all just a figment of the imagination of later generations. These ancient memories. Probably only the Spirit Turtle clan possessed the legacy, and only Ruin's End could preserve it. When Nuwa created humans, she did not use any gods or demons as a template. However, when she first created the human, she was very excited and meticulously molded it with yellow mud. Later, she found it troublesome. So she covered the mud with withered vines and casually sprinkled them into mud spots. What was molded from the yellow mud was the so-called god. What was sprinkled from the mud was the so-called human. The two were essentially no different. Powerful leaders led the tribe and overcame the thorns on the earth to reproduce. These were all historical stories that he had obtained from Spirit Sovereign Gue Hai over the years by using the novels contributed by the 5 continents world. It made his understanding of the 9 transformations of demons and gods deeper, and his cultivation also increased. At this level, knowledge was power. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Ho Xiaoming raised his eyebrows, finding it unbelievable. The Rahu clan was a Khanate god. Even ordinary Azura could not be compared to them, so how could they coexist with humans? Li Qingshan said, this is the historical records of the Spirit Turtle clan. Even if what you said is true, where did that person come from? Li Qingshan grabbed a handful of mud with his left hand and pinched a small person. This is you. He also grabbed a handful of mud with his right hand and sprinkled it, turning it into a small person on the ground. He casually picked one up. This is me. Luo Ho Xiaoming took a look. The 2 small people were abnormally ugly. They only had a blurry human shape, but his was barely considered exquisite. You mean that Nuwa created? Li Qingshan hurriedly interrupted, shut up. Don't speak nonsense, you will be struck by lightning. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and said, this story of yours is too ridiculous. If it was in the heavenly Tao, it would be enough for them to execute you 100 times. Humans were the spirit of all living things. Celestials were naturally superior to humans, spirits among spirits. Now, it was said that they were not born of heaven and earth, but puppet-like creations. They were even inferior to ordinary birds and beasts, so how could those arrogant celestials stand it? Li Qingshan said seriously, then do you know why Nuwa perished in my inherited memories? Why? In order to save the common people, these lowly and pitiful creations. Heh, there are gods and demons? Li Qingshan crushed the two clay figurines together and scattered them with the wind. Dust to dust, dirt to dirt. This was not what Spirit Venerable Guihai had told him, but the outcome of the heaven-mending battle in his previous life's memories. In the blood-red clouds on the horizon, there was a radiant sun, like a flowing golden ball, wrapped in ancient lava. On the other side, there was a cold and white moon like pig iron. However, it was unknown who went down and who came up. At that moment, Yi's body, which had exhausted all its strength, lay down in the middle and stopped breathing. This was the record of a novelist in his previous life. This was probably something that the primordial spirit turtle had not expected. No matter how magical and profound its divination abilities were, it could not have predicted that the Great Mother, who coexisted with heaven and earth, would be willing to sacrifice herself for these puppets made of mud. Therefore, it could not escape the fate of being killed by her. Li Qingshan's expression was a little sad. Isn't it a matter of course for the mother of mankind to sacrifice herself for mankind? Luo Ho Xiaoming pondered for a long time, then cupped his fists and bowed. I understand. He smiled brightly, sweeping away the haze between his brows. From today onwards, Nuwa is my mother. As for those meaningless fetters, I will personally cut them off. Once the knot in his heart was removed, his breath showed signs of breaking through in an instant, but he gently suppressed it. Li Qingshan bowed slightly. This is what I should do. He, after the training of the great demon king, one of the four heavenly kings, Xiaoming Heavenly King, finally made up his mind to kill his own mother. What a terrifying story. Luo Ho Xiaoming said again, by the way, I want you to know that I am not worried about being discovered. Deities are not omniscient or omnipotent. But as far as I know, all deities have an almost instinctive prophecy ability. Li Qingshan did not hate to fight as a chess piece, but if whatever he did was within the expectations of those deities, it would be too bad. Theoretically, yes, but in reality, it is impossible. Firstly, it is hard to predict a person's mind. When the number reaches billions, it will become a huge variable. Secondly, how can a deity guess the thoughts of another deity? When their thoughts diverge, their fates start to become chaotic, and they cannot ignore each other's existence, even if they are at the ends of the earth. The greater the divergence, the deeper the chaos, and it becomes a mess. I see, then I am relieved. I have been burned by the karmic fire, and it is already a new beginning. My bloodline has been severed, and my fate has been completely changed. But the reason why I dare to come back is actually because of you. Me? You should know that you are entangled with a chaotic and changeable fate. You are born from the calamity, and I suspect that even the Buddha cannot completely grasp it. Now that I am facing the calamity with you, who can control my whereabouts? Haha, I understand now, so it is because of my own interference. By the way, what calamity? Heaven and earth killing calamity. What do you mean? I don't know, it has always been called that. Alright. Li Qingshan also asked about Spirit Venerable Guihai, but that old bastard refused to answer no matter what. After spending so many years together, they could be said to be on friendly terms. Li Qingshan was too embarrassed to threaten him again. Of course, the main reason was that threats were useless. The answer to the question had to be found by oneself. When can you go through the sixth tribulation? Soon. After breaking the knot in his heart, Luo Ho Xiaoming became even more spirited. Looking at the Azura path, this was his territory, his home. He opened his fingers and grabbed into the distance, then suddenly clenched. I will take back what I lost. Fight, little Ming. Li Qingshan raised his arms and shouted. Luo Ho Xiaoming sighed, feeling that something was wrong. Can you call me Ming? How much do you like the word little? Ming? How can you think of that? What kind of third-rate romance is this? Haha. Li Qingshan laughed at his taste. Luo Ho Xiaoming gritted his teeth, then call me Luo Xiaoming. Okay, little Ming, goodbye little Ming. Without saying anything, Luo Ho Xiaoming slashed with his palm. With a loud bang, a deep ravine appeared on the ground, but it hit nothing. Li Qingshan's figure gradually faded, like the moon in the water. He smiled and waved his hand. I won't play with you anymore, I have to focus on the war. Tell me if you need help. No need, it's just some boring small battles. I'm afraid you'll be bored. Li. Xianxia closed his eyes, then opened them. Under a pale crescent moon, a mountain stood tall, a lonely city seemed to pierce through the sky. The war had lasted for half the night, and the enemy was still stubbornly resisting. But this was not the battlefield of the demon realm. Since the battle with Tao Wu, Black Cloud City had entered an unprecedented peace. The monks of the Pure Land School had pushed the pure land of the mortal realm to Cold Blood Pass, without a single guard. If they wanted to advance, they could completely occupy Cold Blood Pass and replace Black Cloud City. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up on the idea. The human realm had always focused on defense against the infernal realm. Under such circumstances, they gave up on the more dangerous Black Cloud City. Venturing deep into the infernal domain's borders was not a good thing. After all, the bird that sticks out will be shot. Thus, he ordered his soldiers to attack Xianxia Pass and the canyon behind. They carried out the most thorough destruction, as much as possible to block the possibility of the infernal domain attacking. As he had hoped, the infernal domain had been peaceful for many years and seemed to have completely given up on attacking this area. He suspected that something had played a role in it, perhaps Xianxia. Unknowingly, he had already formed a grudge with the two gods. He was still alive and kicking. He had been dreaming of a river of blood lately. It meandered for tens of thousands of miles, as if it had passed through time, flowing all the way from the primordial era to the present. Legend has it that the river Styx was the first river at the beginning of the world. Its flow defined time and formed fate. Even a god would not be able to renege on an oath made to it. Every time he dreamt, he would get closer to it. Recently, he could already see the tumbling waves of the river of blood. Thus, he understood that on the day of the final battle with Xianxia, it was getting closer and closer. The trip to the infernal domain was a must. Many people envied him for his stable life as the eldest apprentice brother, but they did not know that war had never changed. The aura of death filled the world. A deep sense of hunger was like a hole or a ball of fire. He could not help but lick his lips. Little and handed over her tender arm. Do you want to eat? Just now, someone asked me what was the point of having a clone eat. My little and is still the most considerate. Sigh, I'm so hungry. The wind whistled past his ears. A huge dragon flew in the sky. This was the dragon corpse left behind by the previous eldest apprentice brother Lin Xian. After being purified by the 3 burial robe, it had been reactivated. Its golden scales had faded into a silvery white color, and under the moonlight, it was like a silver ribbon. Li Qingshan held Little and in his arms and stood on the dragon's head. The night wind blew against his face between the dragon's horns. There were millions of corpse soldiers and ghost soldiers below. They were like mountains and seas as they attacked the city in waves. More than 10 corpse emperors and ghost emperors were gathered in the crumbling city, discussing countermeasures in panic. They were originally the rulers of this land, and in order to avoid killing each other, they each had their own territory. But now, they had no choice but to gather together to resist the powerful enemy. Because in this area, all the corpse emperors and ghost emperors who did not do so had either died or defected to the enemy. In their view, there was no difference between the two, and the latter was even worse. But now, they suddenly discovered that it was useless even if they joined forces. The corpse ghost army under their command was far larger than the enemy, but under the waves of attacks, they could not withstand a single blow and were already on the verge of collapse. A corpse emperor roared, "Impossible, how can low-level corpse ghosts have such discipline?" Unless they invaded other worlds, the hungry ghost realm rarely had large-scale wars. Occasionally, there would be a few, but they were basically all swarms, like a group fight. Because undead were different from living beings, they were innately unsuited for war. Corpses moved slowly and had low intelligence, while ghosts moved erratically and had chaotic minds. They were basically a bunch of mentally handicapped and mentally ill people. Under the drive of hunger, they only had a strong desire to devour. The corpse emperors and ghost emperors could use their corpse control techniques and ghost controlling techniques to use them as cannon fodder, but they were unable to organize them into a true army. And now, these corpse ghosts attacking the city were completely disciplined and obeyed all orders. The most inconceivable thing was that they could actually condense military chi. Ordinary corpse ghost armies could also gather their chi to strengthen their commander. It looked a little similar to military chi, but it was essentially Justine chi. It was already very difficult to restrain the corpse ghosts' desire to devour each other. It was simply wishful thinking to want them to unite and gather military chi. But this kind of impossible thing was happening right in front of their eyes. The mountain of corpses and the sea of ghosts continued to approach. Li Qingshan shook his head. TCH, these guys don't understand the art of war at all. His crimson eyes shone brightly in the darkness, demonic and full of deterrence. The Roar Tiger Demonic Eyes was one of the Tiger Demon's divine abilities. It could intimidate opponents in battle, but it was basically useless against extremely powerful enemies. This somewhat useless innate divine ability had played a very miraculous role in the war against the hungry ghost realm. This was because it could intimidate weak existences, distort and solidify their minds, and cause them to completely submit to the Tiger Demon, turning them into hungry ghosts. Low-level corpse ghosts had low intelligence and chaotic minds, so it was very easy for them to turn into hungry ghosts. This was completely different from the corpse control techniques and ghost controlling techniques. Hungry ghosts didn't need to be controlled, and they could wholeheartedly serve the Tiger Demon. In an instant, they became the most loyal and brave soldiers. Their minds were no longer paralyzed, and their minds were no longer chaotic. They sacrificed themselves for the greater good, wholeheartedly serving the Tiger Demon. Li Qingshan cracked his neck. It's time to give them the final blow. A ghost emperor shouted, "Don't you know whose subordinates we are?" End of chapter 1529. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.